In the city of Joan, Nanshan Province, Manhwa, a May afternoon was unbearably hot.
In the classroom of grade 12, class 9, at Joan No. 1 High School, the teacher was passionately lecturing, while the students sitting below the podium were drowsy and struggling to stay awake.
Look quickly, someone is flying outside.
A voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking up many of the dozing students. Everyone turned to look out the window, even the teacher on the podium paused mid-sentence. They saw a figure flying through the air, flashing past high above.
So handsome, I really want to become a cultivator. Don't say I haven't thought about it. I dream of becoming a cultivator. Last night, I dreamed that I had S-level cultivation talent. Keep dreaming. I'd be satisfied with just a C-level cultivation talent. You two are too greedy. I'm fine with an E-level cultivation talent. I'm even more modest. An F-level cultivation talent is enough for me.
The classroom buzzed with discussions, voices rising and falling continuously.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy knocks on the podium, followed by a loud shout. Quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked at the teacher on the podium. I know everyone is eager to become a cultivator, and so does the teacher. The teacher first poured cold water on their enthusiasm, but not everyone has that talent.
With the invasion of exotic beasts, the rampant actions of otherworldly beings, and the turbulent situation, being an ordinary person isn't so bad.
At least you don't have to face danger every day.
After saying this, the teacher continued the lecture, his voice still loud and clear, but the students found it hard to focus. Sitting in the corner of the last row, Zhang Taiping's face showed a trace of bitterness. Such a disgrace to time travelers, he sighed inwardly.
He had a secret: he was a time traveler. Why was it disgraceful?
Other time travelers were thriving, while he was in a miserable state. He is a reincarnator, whose parents passed away before he was a month old, and he grew up in an orphanage. At 16, he was expelled from the orphanage on the grounds of financial strain and the fact that he was grown up. To survive, he worked 3 part-time jobs every night, staying busy until 1 or 2 in the morning, barely making ends meet. Looking back on the past, Zhang Taiping felt a surge of resentment in his heart.
Why is there such a huge gap between fellow transmigrators? Unwilling. I can't lose face like this. Stop making excuses, he silently roared. Why does everyone else have cheat abilities, but I don't? Why is everyone else thriving, while I'm reduced to this miserable state?
Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved that in this life he would never be mediocre, nor would he allow himself to become a meal for the beasts. He wanted to live a brilliant life and leave behind his own legend. At that moment, a mechanical-like voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Host's extreme unwillingness detected, activating the multiverse lottery system. Zhang Taiping was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. It turns out he finally broke the rule that all transmigrators have a cheat ability, though his cheat ability came a bit late.
Lottery multiverse system, what can it do? He wondered in his heart. This system is called Lottery Multiverse. It can draw various resources from the multiverse.
A surge of information flooded his mind, and Zhang Taiping quickly understood how to use it. As long as something exists in the myriad worlds, it can be extracted through the system, such as martial techniques, cultivation methods, divine weapons, magical treasures, etc. However, drawing requires lottery cards, which are divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, and super-level. The higher the level, the greater the chance of winning. A super-level lottery card guarantees a win and ensures obtaining valuable items.
How do I get lottery cards? He continued to ask. You can obtain them by killing enemies.
Information poured in again, and he sorted out the rules. Killing enemies has a chance to drop lottery cards. The higher the level of the card, the rarer it is.
Super lottery cards can only be obtained through kills.
Low-level cards can be combined into intermediate ones, and intermediate cards can be combined into high-level ones.
Sounds like defeating monsters to get loot, Zhang Taiping thought with amusement. Ding! The lottery multiverse system has been activated, and an activation gift package is awarded. Would you like to use it?
Of course, use it, he replied without hesitation. Using the activation gift package, you have received a super lottery card.
Would you like to use it? Use it. Zhang Taiping was full of anticipation.
The super lottery card guaranteed a win, ensuring a treasure. Using the super lottery card, drawing a prize.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level cultivation talent. Devour.
Cultivation talent has been upgraded from grade G to god level.
As soon as the words fell, Zhang Taiping felt a warm current surge into his body, and soon there seemed to be some changes within him. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, he knew this was the peculiar sensation brought by a divine level talent.
G level? Divine level? He was utterly confused.
Although he was not a cultivator, living in a high martial world, he understood that cultivation talents were divided into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, with F being the lowest and S the highest.
So what exactly are G level and divine level? Lottery system of myriad worlds. What is G level? What is god level? He asked.
G level is a euphemism for having no cultivation talent, while god level, also known as super S level, refers to cultivation talent far surpassing S level.
Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched. Is there even a need to sugarcoat having no cultivation talent? But upon on further thought, God-level talent far exceeds the well-known S-level. He instantly became so excited that he almost jumped up. Now, he's truly over the moon. After being excited for quite a while, Zhang Taiping finally calmed down. Lottery multiverse system, what is the function of the God-level cultivation talent devouring? He asked. The function is simple. When killing enemies, it automatically absorbs part of their vitality to enhance your own cultivation. Zhang Taiping was stunned. Previously, it was about defeating monsters to get equipment, but now defeating monsters earns experience? Simple, he exclaimed in his heart. This is clearly mind-blowingly awesome. Damn, he couldn't help but blurt out. Unfortunately, he lacked the vocabulary and could only use this phrase to express his excitement. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire class turned their eyes to him, including the teacher. Zhang Taiping, what are you shouting for? The teacher asked. He gave an awkward smile and quickly found an excuse. Teacher, your lecture was so brilliant that I couldn't help but exclaim. The classmates all cast disdainful glances at him, clearly thinking he was lying without shame. The teacher was quite satisfied and nodded, saying, next time, keep your voice down and don't disturb everyone. Let's continue the class. Zhang Taiping secretly felt lucky for reacting quickly, thus avoiding embarrassment. Lottery multiverse system, can I check my own attributes? He asked. Yes, you can summon the attribute panel with your thoughts. His mind stirred, and a light screen visible only to him appeared out of thin air before his eyes. At the top, 3 sections were listed in order: attributes, skills, and inventory, with the attributes interface displayed by default. Host, Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, none. Vitality, 1. Card, note, ordinary people have 1. Talent, devour, divine level. He switched to the skill interface. The page was empty, with nothing at all. The warehouse interface was equally empty, with no items at all. This warehouse, even mice would leave in tears, he sighed to himself. Not just the warehouse, but the attributes and skills interface also left one feeling helpless. However, since the system had just been activated, everything was normal. Close the panel. Zhang Taiping fell into deep thought. Killing enemies can earn lottery cards. Killing enemies can devour vitality to enhance cultivation. Everything revolves around killing enemies. But now he possesses a god-level talent, yet has no strength. Rashly killing enemies would undoubtedly lead to death. But everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you get through this phase, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and the future will be bright. How do I get through the tough beginning? He racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution even by the end of class. It wasn't that he was stupid, but rather that he lacked the strength. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. By the way, there's something I need to remind everyone of. The teacher's voice came from the podium. A notorious otherworldly fugitive is roaming our city, vicious and brutal, and has already killed many. The photo has been sent to the class group. Be sure to avoid if encountered. Zhang Taiping took out his phone and his eyes immediately lit up. If he could kill this otherworldly fugitive, wouldn't it be the chance to overcome his predicament? But on second thought, all the otherworldly disciples are cultivators, while he is just an ordinary person with god-level talent. Acting rashly would be no different from courting death. Suppressing the thought in his heart, Zhang Taiping picked up his backpack and left the classroom, heading home. As he approached the door of his house, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a man and a woman walking forward in a nearby alley. He didn't think much and continued forward, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly realized something was off. The man was dressed exactly like the otherworldly wanderer in the photo, and the woman was none other than the school beauty, Su Qiqi. He took out his phone, compared the photo with the scene before him, and confirmed it was accurate. What made his heart tighten even more was that the otherworldly wanderer's right hand seemed to be pressed against Su Qiqi's back, as if holding a weapon. It was just covered by long sleeves, making it hard to discern what it was exactly, but it was likely a sharp weapon like a dagger. Rescue? Or take a gamble? Zhang Taiping hesitated in his heart. Su Qiqi had nothing to do with him. If he were powerful, he would definitely step in to help. But now, though he possessed a god-level talent, he had no combat strength. Acting rashly would only lead to his own demise. The question now is not whether to save, but whether to take a gamble. Opportunities are rare, and once missed, who knows when they will come again. Soon, he decided to take a gamble. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The opportunity is right in front of you and must not be missed. But lacking strength, he couldn't fight head-on and had to respond cleverly. He put on a mask, picked up a brick from the roadside and hid it in his backpack, covering it with books, then quickly walked toward the alien wanderer and Su Qiqi. Killing the alien wanderer would inevitably provoke retaliation, so carefully hiding his appearance was extremely important. When working at the restaurant, he was accustomed to wearing a mask, and now it came in handy. Footsteps sounded behind him. The otherworldly traveler turned around, his face showing vigilance. But he quickly relaxed, as he couldn't sense any blood energy fluctuations from Zhang Taiping, concluding he was an ordinary person and posed no threat. Indeed, it's the otherworldly traveler the teacher mentioned. Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered. Although both wore masks, the exposed eyes and eyebrows were identical to those in the photo. When the stranger from another world turned back, his sleeve slightly
slightly swayed, and Zhang Taiping saw the tip of a blade pressed against Tsuchichi's back.
Uncle, my younger brother is missing. Have you seen a 5 or 6-year-old child pass by here? Zhang Taiping asked while running.
As the words fell, he had already arrived beside the stranger from another world. At this moment, Zhang Taiping's heart was extremely tense. The person in front of him is a notorious and vicious criminal. If he suddenly lashes out, he would be doomed. He dared to take the risk and gamble, betting that the otherworldly intruder feared exposing his identity and wouldn't dare commit violence in public. The otherworldly intruder breathed a sigh of relief, thinking earlier that Zhang Taiping had noticed something. Now it seemed he had been overthinking.
I did see a 5 or 6-year-old child just now, the otherworldly intruder said. He ran in the direction you came from. Didn't you encounter him? See your sister.
Zhang Taiping cursed furiously in his heart. What he said just now was merely an excuse to get closer to the other party. Where would he have a younger brother? But he understood that the otherworldly traveler said this to make him leave quickly.
Thank you, uncle,
Zhang Taiping said, then turned around and pretended to leave. The otherworldly intruder turned around smoothly, holding Tsuchichi and walking forward.
At that moment,
Zhang Taiping pulled out the brick from his bag, suddenly turned around, and swung it at the back of the intruder's head.
The intruder had no idea Zhang Taiping would make a move, as he couldn't sense any energy fluctuation from him and was completely unprepared. Bang!
A muffled sound echoed as the brick heavily struck the back of the otherworldly intruder's head, causing him to feel dizzy and uncontrollably fall forward. The dagger pressed against Tsuchichi's back fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Zhang Taiping did not hesitate, lunging forward and straddling the otherworldly intruder, swinging the brick in his hand relentlessly, repeatedly striking the back of his head. After all, the otherworldly intruder was a cultivator. He couldn't be given the slightest chance to catch his breath, or death would be inevitable. Tsuchichi was stunned by the scene, staring blankly as Zhang Taiping smashed one brick after another. After more than a dozen hits, the mechanical voice of the universal lottery system suddenly sounded in Zhang Taiping's mind.
Ding! The host has killed an enemy and obtained 58 low-level lottery cards.
At the same time, a warm current surged into Zhang Taiping's body, making him feel warm all over.
Finally dead.
Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief.
He ignored the abnormality in his body and didn't think much about it.
He quickly snatched the bundle from the back of the otherworldly traveler, picked up the dagger and the bag on the ground, and decisively left. Although he was wearing a mask and wasn't in the same class as Tsuchichi, they were still in the same school. There was always a chance of running into each other. If he were recognized and the news of the otherworldly traveler's death spread, it would cause him big trouble. As for taking the bundle and the dagger, since he was the one who killed the otherworldly traveler, they naturally belonged to him. When Tsuchichi snapped out of her shock, Zhang Taiping had already disappeared without a trace.
Who was that guy? Why does he look a bit familiar? Tsuchichi frowned deeply.
A moment later, her brows relaxed as she remembered who he was.
Running pretty fast, but can you run away from the monk in the temple?
She curled her lips into a smile, grabbed the corpse of the otherworldly creature with one hand, and walked away briskly.
Zhang Taiping sprinted all the way, weaving left and right.
Before long, he noticed his strength had increased and he was running faster. At first, he was a bit puzzled, but he quickly realized it must be because he had absorbed the blood energy of the otherworldly intruder, enhancing his cultivation. After running for a long time and confirming no one was following him, he turned around and headed home. His home is not far from Jian No. 1 High School, but it's in a slum, renting a basement room.
With his unfortunate fate, how could he have the means to buy a house?
Returning home, he immediately closed the door and sat by the table.
What exactly is in the bundle?
Zhang Taiping placed the basket and the bundle on the table and opened them to inspect carefully. The next moment, he was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape.
The bundle was full of money. After counting, it turned out to be 150,000. I'm rich.
A green light flickered in his eyes. Growing up, he never had more than a little over 1,000 yuan at hand, so this 150,000 yuan was simply an astronomical figure. After being excited for quite a while, Zhang Taiping finally calmed down. He pulled out the gleaming dagger from his bag, considering it as having a weapon now.
Opened the attribute panel. He focused his thoughts. A light screen appeared before his eyes again. Host, Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, F level. Vitality, 18 points. Talent, Devour, Divine level. Realm F level? Zhang Taiping was stunned.
Cultivation realms and cultivation talents are divided into 7 levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, increasing sequentially.
Each realm's vitality is 10 times that of the previous level.
When vitality reaches 10 calories, one becomes an F-level cultivator. Reaching 100 calories makes one an E-level.
Ha, I've finally become a cultivator, he laughed out loud.
He originally thought it would take a lot of time to get through the beginning, but unexpectedly, he crossed it today. More importantly, after becoming a cultivator, he could enter the demon hunting garden to hunt exotic beasts. With the qualification to hunt exotic beasts, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds.
After the excitement subsided, he opened the warehouse interface.
The previously empty warehouse now had some items: low-level lottery lottery card times 58. After a brief thought, he said, lottery multiverse system, use a low-level lottery card to draw once. Starting the draw, consuming one low-level lottery card. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping was speechless. Not winning and still having to thank the system felt like seeing thanks for tasting under a bottle cap while drinking. Lottery system of myriad worlds, 7 consecutive draws with low-level lottery cards. Start the lottery, consuming 7 low-level lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. 6 consecutive thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face turned gloomy. The winning rate of the low-level lottery card was too low. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. You have obtained Xiaolong News socks, which have been placed in the warehouse and can be retrieved with your thoughts. A trace of joy appeared on his face, but it quickly turned peculiar. Take it out. With a thought, a pair of socks appeared out of thin air in his hand. Carefully examining, he couldn't see anything special. Lottery system of myriad worlds, what's the use of these socks? He asked. Nothing, they're just a pair of socks. Jiang Taiping was helpless. The prize turned out to be women's socks, which he couldn't wear and had no peculiar interest in. He simply threw them into the trash can. The winning rate of the low-level lottery card is too low. I can't get anything good. I'd better use the intermediate lottery card, he sighed to himself. As for the advanced lottery card, he wanted it too, but the number of low-level lottery cards was still insufficient. Without hesitation, Jiang Taiping decisively said, lottery system of the myriad worlds, combine 5 intermediate lottery cards. 5 intermediate lottery cards have been combined, consuming 50 low-level lottery cards, the system responded. Lottery myriad worlds system, using 5 intermediate lottery cards for a 5-draw combo. His voice was firm and decisive. Start the lottery, consuming 5 intermediate lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, obtaining an S-grade cultivation talent sword embryo, the system announced joyfully. Jiang Taiping's face lit up with joy. As expected of the intermediate lottery cards, he won on the first try, and it was even a top-tier prize. However, the next 4 consecutive thank you for participating messages suddenly woke him up, making him realize he had been too optimistic. After the lottery ended, he felt a warm current flow into his body once again, and that unusual sensation returned. This was the second time he had experienced this peculiar feeling, clearly because he had obtained the S-grade cultivation talent sword embryo. He silently thought to himself, getting an S-grade cultivation talent with just 5 intermediate lottery cards, my luck is really good. Previously, he thought he would be satisfied with drawing something decent, since it was just a mid-level lottery card. But this time, he unexpectedly got an S-level cultivation talent, which truly surprised him. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. He already possessed a god-level cultivation talent, so why did he gain another S-level cultivation talent? Wasn't it somewhat redundant? That's not right. Suddenly, Jiang Taiping's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. It's not redundant, it's actually very useful, he thought excitedly. The effect of the divine-level cultivation talent devour is to absorb the enemy's vitality and enhance one's own cultivation, which is of a supportive nature. The S-level cultivation talent sword embryo is suitable for practicing swordsmanship, with extremely strong sword attack power. Using the divine-level devour as support and the S-level sword embryo for offense, 1 for attack and 1 for support, it's truly a match made in heaven. How could there be anything redundant? Although this was his own judgment, he still needed to confirm it with the system. Multiverse lottery system, what is the specific function of the S-level cultivation talent sword embryo? He asked. The system replied, S-level cultivation talent sword embryo, also known as the innate sword body, allows for rapid progress in swordsmanship. Just as I thought. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but burst into laughter. Whether it's the divine level devouring ability or the S-level sword embryo, either one is enough to make him stand out in this world. Not to mention he possesses dual talents, why worry about a dim future? Low profile, he reminded himself again. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out gets shot, and the tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be toppled by the wind. If you want to live a long life, keeping a low profile is never wrong. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Taiping stared at the cash and dagger on the table, lost in thought. Cash is easy to handle, it can be deposited in the bank tomorrow. But the dagger is troublesome. The school strictly prohibits carrying dangerous weapons, so he can't bring the dagger with him when going to school. But without the dagger, if he encounters danger, should he run back home to get it? Can the lottery system warehouse store non-system items? He asked. Yes, you just need to collect them with your mind, the system replied. That's great. He was overjoyed. The system warehouse could store non-system items, which meant he could carry a dagger at all times. In the future, items that are inconvenient to carry can also be stored in the warehouse store. Jiang Taiping focused his thoughts, and the cash and dagger on the table instantly disappeared into thin air. Opening the warehouse interface, he saw cash in the first slot and the dagger in the second slot. Closing the interface, his face was full of confidence and vigor. Dual talents, one at God level and the other at S level, with cultivation also advancing to F level. The road ahead is as smooth as galloping through the Sahara
desert. Not working today, just taking a good rest to recharge. Tomorrow I'll take leave to go to the demon hunting garden to improve my cultivation, he muttered to himself. After a simple wash, Jiang Taiping lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. In the past, he worked part-time every night to make a living. Now, with 150,000 in cash and dual cultivation talents, cultivation is the most important thing. Perhaps because he let go of his worries, he felt much more relaxed and slept deeply. However, he hadn't slept for long when the phone by the bedside rang. Who is calling so late? Jiang Taiping mumbled, woken up. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unknown number, so he hung up directly and went back to sleep. Usually, only teachers or his workplace would call. There was no need to answer an unknown number. However, the phone rang again. Jiang Taiping glanced at it. It was still the same number and decisively hung up again. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed persistent and called again. Annoyed, he answered the call and shouted, "Stop calling," before hanging up. To completely cut off contact, he simply turned off his phone. On the other end of the phone, Suchichi was so angry she almost exploded. This was the first time in her life someone had hung up on her, and not just once, but 3 times, followed by turning off the phone. Absolutely unbearable. "Jiang Taiping, if you dare hang up on me, I'll storm into your house," she said through gritted teeth. "Start the vehicle and head toward Jiang Taiping's house." But she didn't drive far before stopping again. "Forget it, it's already late. I'll deal with it tomorrow," she muttered to herself. "Anyway, that guy has school tomorrow, so there's no point in rushing." Pouting her lips, she turned the car around and headed toward Jian No. 1 High School. The next morning, the alarm clock rang, and Jiang Taiping woke up. After a quick wash, he stepped out the door and headed toward Jian No. 1 High School. On the way, he bought a cup of soy milk and a few buns, eating as he walked. He did not stop as he passed by the bank entrance. He had intended to deposit money yesterday, but changed his mind today. He was just a poor student, and suddenly depositing a huge sum of 150,000 seemed unreasonable. Moreover, with the world in turmoil, who knows when the bank might collapse, making it hard to retrieve the money. It's safer and more convenient to store it in the system warehouse. Before long, Jiang Taiping arrived at Jian No. 1 High School. From a distance, he saw Suchichi standing at the school gate, her eyes fixed on everyone entering the school. From her appearance, it seemed she was looking for someone. Could this girl be looking for me? Jiang Taiping thought to himself. He instinctively turned to leave, but remembering he still needed to ask the teacher for leave, he stopped. "I was wearing a mask last night, so this girl shouldn't recognize me." He comforted himself and braced himself to walk toward the school. Just as he reached the entrance, Suchichi's sharp voice suddenly rang out, "Stop right there." Jiang Taiping knew he was being called but didn't turn around and continued walking into the school. "I'm talking to you, stop right there," Suchichi shouted again. He had intended to pretend he hadn't heard, but Suchichi blocked his path. "Why are you blocking me?" Jiang Taiping asked, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean I'm stopping you?" Suchichi retorted. Jiang Taiping looked innocent. "I'm not you, how would I know?" Suchichi said no more, directly grabbing Jiang Taiping's hand and heading into the school. Jiang Taiping tried to break free, but was stunned to find that Suchichi's slender, jade-like hand was gripping him like an iron clamp, making it impossible to escape. Moreover, her strength was astonishing, making it difficult for him to even stand steadily. Helpless, he could only let her pull him forward. This scene left the many students at the entrance looking at each other in confusion, followed by a wave of hushed whispers. "Su, the school beauty, seems to be waiting for that guy. What's going on here? Who's that guy? Could he have taken advantage of Su Xiaohua? I wish Su Xiaohua would hold my hand." Jiang Taiping? How does this quiet guy know Su Xiaohua? Jiang Taiping was pulled away and didn't hear the crowd's discussion. If he heard this, he would definitely rolled his eyes in anger. Taking advantage of Su, the campus belle? Clearly, I was the one who saved her. He really didn't want to get to know Suchichi, let alone have her grab his hand. Dragged all the way, they arrived at the door of a room on the second floor of the office building. "Why did you drag me here?" Jiang Taiping asked, puzzled. "This is my office," Suchichi explained briefly, took out a key, and opened the door. Jiang Taiping was surprised. A student actually had an office? Before he could think further, Suchichi pulled him inside, and the door slammed shut with a bang. Immediately, he was pushed against the wall. Suchichi placed one hand on the wall beside his head, stood on tiptoe, and stared closely at him. His heartbeat instantly sped up. Was this girl actually pinning him against the wall? What do you want to do?" Jiang Taiping asked softly. "What do you think?" Suchichi countered. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Can you be a little gentler?" Suchichi was stunned and asked in confusion, "Gentle about what? I know I'm handsome, and it's just the two of us here, a man and a woman alone in a room. Now you're pinning me against the wall, so you must have feelings for me and want to take advantage of me. I won't resist, Jiang Taiping said shyly. Su Qiqi was speechless, a black line forming on her face. She raised her hand and knocked him on the head with a bang. Who has feelings for you? Who wants to take advantage of you? I'm here for serious business. Jiang Taiping grinned, thinking that the strength was too much, making his head buzz. You came to me for something serious, so why are you pinning me against the wall? He questioned. Who pinned you against the wall? I just think this feels more intimidating, Su Qiqi explained. Jiang Taiping curled his lips. He didn't feel intimidated, instead, he thought it was a bit ambiguous. Su Qiqi seemed to realize something was wrong, moved her hand away, and asked fiercely, why did you hang up on me last night and turn off your phone? Jiang Taiping was surprised. It was you who called last night? Of course, Su Qiqi said angrily. If it wasn't me, how would I know? I didn't know it was you calling. I thought it was a spam call, he answered honestly. Su Qiqi felt slightly relieved. After all, he didn't know it was her who called, so it didn't count as him hanging up on her. What she didn't know was that if Jiang Taiping had known it was her, he would have hung up even faster. Let's forget about this, Su Qiqi asked again. Yesterday you saved me. Why did you run away? Saved you? Ran away? I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Taiping feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Su Qiqi glared at him. Even though you're wearing a mask, it doesn't cover your eyes, forehead, and hair. I'm sure it's you, so don't argue. Jiang Taiping felt frustrated. His disguise last night wasn't thorough enough. He should have been more meticulous. What do you plan to do? He asked. Depends on your decision, Su Qiqi replied. What do you mean? He was puzzled. I think you have a talent for cultivation and want to test your aptitude, she explained. If it were yesterday, he would have agreed, as not everyone gets the chance to be tested. But now, he had no interest at all. He already has dual cultivation talents, divine level and S level, so why test again? What's more, the tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be blown down. Being too dazzling will only invite trouble. He remained silent and asked, are you a cultivator? Yes, I am an E-level cultivator, Su Qiqi admitted. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. No wonder she was so strong. He was F-level, she was E-level. Her cultivation was a whole major realm higher, so it was normal that he couldn't break free. You're an E-level cultivator, and you still got caught by an otherworldly thug? He was speechless. I got caught on purpose, Su Qiqi explained. There were people coming and going there, so to avoid trouble, I pretended to be caught and planned to deal with him when no one was around. I didn't expect you to suddenly intervene, and that E-level otherworldly thug was actually beaten to death by you with a few bricks. Jiang Taiping nodded. No wonder Su Qiqi wasn't flustered at all last night. He had thought it was just his imagination. A wave of fear surged in his heart. That otherworldly wanderer was an E-level cultivator. Luckily, he hadn't been given a chance to react. Otherwise, a single finger could have killed him. Come, let me help you test your cultivation talent, Su Qiqi said. Jiang Taiping was silent for a moment and asked, can I refuse? Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment, almost unable to believe her ears. Almost everyone longed to become a cultivator but lacked the opportunity to test their talent. Yet, when she actively presented the chance to Jiang Taiping, he actually wanted to refuse? Do you know what you're saying? She questioned. I do, Jiang Taiping replied calmly. Being a cultivator is too dangerous. I still think it's better to be an ordinary person. Su Qiqi was momentarily speechless. Although she knew why Jiang Taiping refused the test, she hadn't expected this to be the reason. You, someone who killed an E-level otherworldly wanderer with a brick, say you're afraid of danger? Do you think I believe that? She said helplessly. Anyway, that's just how I feel. Whether you believe it or not, that's your problem. Jiang Taiping replied calmly, without changing his expression or catching his breath. Su Qiqi frowned. She had thought the test would go smoothly, but she hadn't expected to encounter such an oddball. As for the reason he gave, she didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Suddenly, she smirked mischievously. Jiang Taiping, after you killed the otherworldly wanderer with a brick, you ran away immediately. Now you won't admit it. Are you afraid people will find out you killed the wanderer? Jiang Taiping remained silent, genuinely worried that killing the otherworldly wanderer would provoke a frenzied retaliation. I'll give you one more chance to think carefully about how to answer, Su Qiqi said sternly. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll spread the news about you killing the otherworldly wanderer, and I'll also expose the fact that you stole the bundle and the dagger. Black lines appeared on Jiang Taiping's forehead. This little girl was actually threatening him. Su Qiqi, do you even have a conscience? He shouted angrily. I saved you yesterday, and this is how you repay me? What do you mean by biting the hand that feeds you? Don't talk nonsense, Su Qiqi defended. I didn't need you to save me at all. Besides, when you hit the otherworldly intruder with a brick, you caused the dagger to stab me. I always keep my word, so you'd better think carefully. Jiang Taiping was frustrated, with almost no room for consideration. I'm just curious, why do you insist on making me take the test? He asked. Su Qiqi hesitated slightly but ultimately decided to be honest. I am Su Qiqi, captain of the Demon Hunting Team 9 of the Demon Hunting Hall, Nightwalkers Division, Jian City. After introducing herself, she continued, with the invasion of alien beasts, the chaos caused by otherworldly
wanderers, and the shortage of manpower in the Nightwalker's Demon Hunting Hall, we urgently need fresh blood to join.
If you have a talent for cultivation, I would like to invite you to join the Nightwalker's Demon Hunting Hall.
Jiang Taiping was surprised. He hadn't expected Su Qiqi to be a member of the Nightwalkers, but considering she was an E-level cultivator, he quickly came to terms with it. He had some knowledge about the Nightwalkers, a Dragon Nation organization of cultivators dedicated to combating alien beasts and otherworldly wanderers.
What are the benefits of joining the Nightwalker's Demon Hunting Hall? He asked.
Eliminate harm for the people and safeguard the safety of the area,
Su Qiqi answered proudly. Jiang Taiping curled his lips. I can barely support myself. How could I have the energy to eliminate harm for the people?
Don't talk about those lofty ideals. Is there anything more practical? He asked again.
Su Qiqi thought for a moment. There's a salary, and you can reasonably take leave to skip school.
These words stirred Jiang Taiping's heart. Although he held a huge sum of 150,000 yuan, spending without earning would eventually deplete it. Only with a salary could there be a steady income. Moreover, killing enemies was the only way to earn lottery cards to improve his cultivation. Taking leave every day was unrealistic.
He was tempted but didn't agree immediately.
After some thought, he asked, I don't like being constrained.
Are there many rules for Nightwalkers? No particular rules. Su Qiqi shook her head. As long as you don't commit any wrongdoing and show up promptly when needed, that's enough.
Congratulations, you've successfully impressed me.
Jiang Taiping sighed and decisively said, alright, let's test it.
Su Qiqi was speechless.
If she had known it would be this easy to get his agreement, why bother threatening him?
She took a fist-sized colorful stone out of her pocket and explained, this is a 7-colored stone.
It can test whether someone has a talent for cultivation. You just need to grip it tightly.
So simple?
Jiang Taiping was surprised. Yes, it's that simple. Su Qiqi nodded. If it's so simple, why not test everyone?
He was puzzled.
Do you think we don't want to?
Su Qiqi rolled her eyes. The 7-colored stone is a one-time consumable, produced in the Demon Cavern. It's rare and the stock is limited, so we can only use it when it's confirmed someone has talent.
Understood.
Jiang Taiping suddenly realized. He took the 7-colored stone and gripped it tightly. Instantly, the 7-colored stone emitted a dazzling rainbow light, making Su Qiqi overjoyed. However, the light quickly merged into a crimson radiance, with a small sword suspended in the center.
F-level sword body? Su Qiqi's face changed dramatically.
The 7-colored light corresponds to the 7 levels of cultivation talent, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The small sword within the light represents the sword body, and Jiang Taiping is an F-level sword body.
Can I join the Nightwalker's Demon Hunting Hall with this cultivation talent? He asked.
He knew that exotic beasts and beings from other realms liked to hunt down geniuses. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately had the system hide his god-level devour an S-level sword embryo, revealing only the F-level.
Su Qiqi was conflicted.
F-level is the lowest cultivation talent, theoretically only capable of becoming an F-level cultivator at best. Although stronger than ordinary people, its role in fighting against exotic beasts and otherworldly invaders is limited, practically useless.
Forget it, F-level it is, she sighed. The Nightwalkers had already ordered everyone to recruit a new member within a week.
She looked for many people, but none of them had talent.
Today is the deadline again, there's no time to find someone else.
Although F-level is weak, it's still better than having no one.
Forget it, what does that mean?
Jiang Taiping asked.
This is an invitation.
Su Qiqi handed over a piece of paper.
Tomorrow morning at 7:30, I'll wait for you at the school gate to take you to the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers for the assessment.
Got it. Jiang Taiping took the invitation, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. He had just been pondering that if his F-level cultivation talent wasn't enough, he could test again to improve it.
But since F-level was sufficient to join the Nightwalker's Demon Hunting Hall, why take the risk of exposing a higher talent?
The next moment, the invitation disappeared from his pocket and quietly entered the warehouse of the lottery multiverse system. After all, this invitation was his proof of joining the Demon Hunting Hall, as well as an important credential for receiving his salary and requesting leave. Losing it would be troublesome, so storing it in the system warehouse was the safest option.
Since it's an invitation to join, why is there still an assessment? Jiang Taiping asked in confusion. I'm just the team leader. Whether you can join or not is up to the minister to decide.
Su Qiqi explained. Moreover, having talent in cultivation isn't enough. You also need to meet other conditions.
That's all I can say. I can't disclose anything else. Alright, Jiang Taiping didn't ask further questions.
After all, since she said she couldn't reveal it, pressing her would only make her uncomfortable.
If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Su Qiqi decisively issued an order to send him away. The 7-colored stone is yours.
Jiang Taiping returned the 7-colored stone in his hand to her and turned to leave. At this moment, the 7-colored stone had turned into an ordinary, pitch-black, dull rock. After leaving the office, he headed straight to the school gate, preparing to go to the demon hunting garden to enhance his cultivation. He originally came to school intending to request leave, but since he was about to join the Nightwalkers, there was no need to ask for leave anymore. Shortly
Shortly after Zhang Taiping left, Suqiqi also left the school. In the center of Zhoan City stands an 18-story high-rise building. There are no signs on the building, but this is the Zhoan branch of the Nightwalkers. SSS. A piercing screech of friction sounded as a fiery red Ferrari 488 performed a beautiful drift and tail swing, coming to a precise stop in the parking space in front of the branch's plaza. Immediately, a stunning figure stepped out of the car. It was Suqiqi. Today was the final deadline. She had to submit Zhang Taiping's assessment information to avoid missing the registration. She headed straight to the door of the minister's office on the 18th floor and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. A steady voice came from inside the door. Suqiqi pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the middle-aged man behind the desk, she said, "Minister, I found someone with a talent for cultivation and am preparing to register them for an assessment." This middle-aged man was Qin Zhan, the head of the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers. "All right," Qin Zhan responded, handing over a registration form. "Chichi, if that person caught your eye, their talent must not be low, right?" Suqiqi's face turned slightly red and she said awkwardly, "Minister, he only has an F-level cultivation talent." Qin Zhan was stunned for a moment. "F-level? You still let him participate in the assessment?" "Minister, I spent a week searching and only managed to find someone with talent like this," Suqiqi explained softly. She had Zhang Taiping participate in the assessment out of sheer desperation, as she truly couldn't find a better candidate. "Well, better than nothing," Qin Zhan said with a smile. Suqiqi blushed as she filled out the registration form. Just as she finished, a woman around 20 years old walked into the office. "Captain Su, what a coincidence. Are you here for the assessment registration too?" the woman said with a smile. Suqiqi turned to look at her. It was Zhang Manor, the captain of the 8th Demon Hunting Team in the Demon Hunting Hall. "Are you sure it's a coincidence?" Suqiqi retorted. When she first arrived, she saw Zhang Manor sitting in the hall. Zhang Manor happened to register right after her. Considering the grudge between them, she didn't believe it was a coincidence. Zhang Manor didn't respond, glanced at Suqiqi's registration form, and exclaimed, "F-level? Captain Su, you, a dignified S-level genius, took a whole week to find someone with an F-level cultivation talent?" Suqiqi ignored her, knowing she was here just to show off and mock. "Captain Su, our Demon Hunting Hall doesn't just accept anyone." Zhang Manor sneered. "Someone with an F-level cultivation talent actually dares to apply? Ahem." Qin Zhan cleared his throat. "Manor, what do you mean by that? Did you find someone with impressive cultivation talent?" "Minister, the one I found is my cousin, Zhang Zhanfei, who, like me, has an A-level cultivation talent, though not as monstrous as yours," Zhang Manor replied proudly. Suqiqi's expression darkened slightly. Although A-level is not as rare as S-level, it is still considered rare. No wonder Zhang Manor was so confident. "Well done," Qin Zhan praised. "Thank you, Minister." Zhang Manor expressed her gratitude, then turned to Suqiqi with a provocative tone. "Captain Su, the recruits we each bring in will join our respective teams. It seems the next Demon Hunting Hall captain will undoubtedly be me. Talk to me when your abilities reach D-level." Suqiqi retorted with a dark expression, then turned and left. After leaving the office, her brows furrowed tightly. Zhang Manor's mockery made her suddenly realize she had been so focused on completing tasks that she neglected Zhang Taiping's feelings, which was undeniably selfish of her. This is a world where the strong are revered, and even more so for Nightwalkers. An F-level cultivation talent participating in the assessment is bound to face criticism or even humiliation, which is definitely not good for Zhang Taiping. Better to make it clear to him. She sighed, took out her phone, and called Zhang Taiping. The call was quickly connected. "Zhang Taiping, this is Suqiqi. There's something I need to explain to you. Your cultivation talent is too, relatively weak. You might not pass the Demon Hunting Hall's assessment and won't be able to officially join. However, I can recommend you to the minister for another department, doing clerical work. The rules are stricter, the pay is lower, but at least you won't have to work 3 jobs to support yourself anymore. If you don't want to come, then don't. I won't threaten you anymore." "Who said I can't pass the assessment?" Zhang Taiping responded calmly. "I'll be there on time tomorrow. It's settled. I have something else to do. Bye." As soon as the words were spoken, a series of beeping sounds came from Suqiqi's phone. Listening to the harsh beeping sounds from the phone, Suqiqi's face instantly darkened. This was the first time she had encountered someone hanging up on her so decisively. No, actually, it wasn't the first time. Yesterday, when she called Zhang Taiping, she didn't even get a chance to speak before he hung up on her. Is this guy in such a hurry to reincarnate? Suqiqi felt a wave of irritation. Zhang Taiping was just a student. What urgent matter could he possibly have? None of that mattered. The most crucial point was that he only had an F-level cultivation talent, so where did he get the confidence to pass the Demon Hunting Hall's assessment? "Just wait to make a fool of yourself tomorrow," she muttered angrily. But on second thought, Zhang Taiping was, after all, someone she had invited, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him be bullied. Forget it, better to protect him a bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he gets so discouraged that he becomes withdrawn, she sighed inwardly. Little did she know, Zhang
Jiang Taiping wasn't lying at this moment, he really did have something going on. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, standing in front of a black light screen. After being recognized by Su Chichi while wearing a mask, he learned his lesson and bought a baseball cap on the way, making his identity even more concealed. Two guards stood beside the black light screen, and behind it was the Demon Hunting Garden. The Demon Hunting Garden is a sanctuary for exotic beasts created by the Nightwalkers, aimed at training cultivators and helping them adapt to battles with exotic beasts.
Stop right there. Non-practitioners are forbidden to enter, the guard warned. I am a practitioner, Jiang Taiping responded firmly.
Then prove your strength. The guard pointed to a massive black stone nearby.
Attack it with all your might.
That obsidian stone was a tool used to test the strength of practitioners.
Jiang Taiping nodded, walked to the obsidian, took a deep breath, and punched it. Bang! A dull impact sounded, and the obsidian emitted a crimson glow. A crimson glow represents a 1-star F-level cultivation, allowing entry into the Demon Hunting Garden, but only in the outer perimeter.
The maximum depth is 100 meters. Remember, going further is life-threatening, the guard warned. The 7 colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple represent the 7 levels of cultivators, E, F, D, C, B, A, and S, respectively, with star levels used to further subdivide strength within the same level. For example, for F-level practitioners, 10 to 19 cards of vitality correspond to 1 star, 20 to 29 cards to 2 stars, and so on. Jiang Taiping's vitality is 18 cards, which is precisely 1-star F-level cultivation. He nodded and stepped toward the black light screen but suddenly stopped.
Your verification measures aren't too lax, are they? What if an otherworldly intruder comes? He asked. Coming here doesn't matter. Once an otherworlder enters, they can't leave, the guard said nonchalantly.
Why is that? He asked, puzzled. Otherworlders are people tainted by otherworldly beasts, carrying their aura, the guard explained. This black barrier is the protective shield of the Demon Hunting Garden. It can detect the aura of otherworldly beasts and prevent both the beasts and otherworlders from leaving. If one wishes to leave, they can only break through by force. However, the protective shield has a defense level of C, while the highest level otherworldly beast in the garden is only D level.
It's impossible to break the barrier. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. No wonder only 2 people were guarding the entrance.
He did not hesitate and stepped into the light screen, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place.
Is this the Demon Hunting Garden? He looked around.
Not far ahead was a forest, but unlike the lush greenery of the outside world, the trees here were bare, the flowers and grass on the ground were withered, and the area was deathly silent. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Jiang Taiping's heart raced in fear, and tension surged within him. After all, it was his first time stepping into the Demon Hunting Garden, and he didn't even know what the beasts looked like. However, he wasn't a coward, otherwise, he wouldn't have used a brick to smash the interdimensional invader. Quickly calming down, he took out a dagger from the system warehouse and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw a rabbit the size of a pig darting out of the forest.
Damn, such a huge rabbit. If I could slaughter it, it'd be enough to eat for several months. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse.
Fortunately, he was the only one here, otherwise, any acquaintances nearby would have been shocked. Big brother, it's your first time encountering a strange beast, yet you're not afraid and even want to slaughter it to eat.
You really have guts. Thump, thump, thump.
The rabbit demon sprinted wildly, heading straight for Jiang Taiping. He gripped his dagger tightly, staring at the charging rabbit demon, ready to fight at any moment. However, the rabbit demon suddenly stopped when it was 10 meters away from him.
What's going on? He was bewildered.
Looking where the rabbit demon stopped, he saw a blood-red arc on the ground. Following the blood-red line with his gaze, it formed a large circle with a diameter of about 20 meters, enveloping the black curtain of light behind him.
Did the rabbit demon stop because it was restricted by the blood-red circle?
The thought flashed through his mind.
He tentatively walked forward.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The rabbit demon still hadn't attacked, drooling with its fangs exposed, clearly treating him as food. He sidestepped to another direction. The rabbit demon followed his movements but never crossed that red line. After several tests, he confirmed his suspicion. The rabbit demon dared not cross the blood-colored line. This circle formed by the blood-colored line is just like a beginner's safe zone in a game.
The Night Wanderers are really considerate, setting up a safe resting area for beginners.
Jiang Taiping touched his nose, his gaze becoming sharp. He had previously worried that the Demon Hunting Garden was the territory of exotic beasts and that he wouldn't find a place to rest. Now there's no need to worry.
The next step is the critical moment to improve his cultivation and earn lottery cards.
Jiang Taiping let out an angry roar, quickly stored the dagger in the system warehouse, and strode toward the rabbit demon. To deal with a rabbit demon, there was really no need to use the dagger. Besides, storing it in the system warehouse for easy retrieval might prove useful at a critical moment. I have to say, his thoughts are quite insidious. The rabbit demon saw him step out of the safe zone and could no longer hold back, opening its bloody maw and lunging straight at him. Jiang Taiping did not retreat at all, swiftly raising his right hand and delivering a sharp uppercut to the rabbit demon's jaw. Although he had just entered F-level level. His diligent boxing practice paid off, and now the results of his training were evident. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the fist struck the rabid demon's jaw, instantly sending it flying. It flipped in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. So weak? Jiang Taiping exclaimed in surprise, immediately swinging his left fist. Though surprised, he wasted no time, striding forward to pursue. Bang! The sound of the rabid demon hitting the ground rang out as Jiang Taiping leaped and straddled its back, pummeling its head with alternating punches. Fists heavy and fierce, roars and wails intertwined, the scene was intense. After 7 or 8 punches, the mechanical voice of the lottery across world system suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has slain an enemy and obtained 2 low-level lottery cards. At the same time, a warm current flowed into his body. Jiang Taiping understood that this was caused by the divine-level devouring talent absorbing the blood essence. However, this warmth was far less intense than when he killed the intruder from another world. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, F level. Vitality, 19. Cards, the night passed uneventfully. Talent, Devour, Divine level, Sword Embryo, S level. Frowning, he recalled absorbing 17 cards of vitality when he slapped the otherworldly intruder to death, gaining 58 low-level lottery cards. This time, killing the rabid demon only absorbed 1 unit of blood energy and yielded 2 low-level lottery cards, a huge difference. Could it be because the rabid demon's cultivation level is too low? The thought flashed through his mind. He pondered for a long time. Apart from this reason, there was no other explanation. Even if it's little, accumulating bit by bit isn't bad either. He sighed inwardly and stepped deeper into the dense forest. But little did he know, an invisible wisp of energy drifted out from the rabid demon's body and floated into the forest. Not far ahead, a frog the size of a washbasin leapt out from the withered grass and lunged at Jiang Taiping. Alert, he quickly swung his fist to counterattack. The frog was not as resilient as the rabid demon and was defeated with just 2 punches, earning him a low-level lottery card and absorbing a card's worth of vitality. Afterward, he wandered along the forest edge, both searching for exotic beasts and waiting for prey to deliver itself to him. At first, many exotic beasts actively attacked him, but after he slew more than a dozen, the situation changed. No exotic beasts dared to provoke him anymore. All he encountered fled in terror. This was not surprising, as low-level exotic beasts, though lacking intelligence, instinctively knew how to seek fortune and avoid danger. With the exotic beasts fleeing, he could only chase them bitterly, greatly reducing his efficiency in slaying them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Jiang Taiping, exhausted, returned to the reserve to rest. He took out the prepared food and water from the system warehouse and devoured them to replenish his strength. At the same time, he summoned the system to tally the results. His vitality increased from 18 units to 50 units, and he obtained 78 low-level lottery cards. A total of 32 exotic beasts were slain, and vitality increased by 32 calories. In other words, slaying 1 exotic beast absorbs 1 calorie of vitality. Moreover, there are only 78 low-level lottery cards, not much more than those obtained from killing otherworldly invaders. Jiang Taiping felt rather frustrated, but he didn't know that if anyone heard about this, they would surely be envious to the point of drooling. In just half a day, his vitality increased by 32 calories, an astonishing speed comparable to riding a rocket, even surpassing the effects of ordinary medicine. Lottery multiverse system, why does killing a single beast only absorb 1 calorie of vitality? He asked. The enemy's level is too low, absorbing 1 calorie of vitality is mandatory, the system replied. Sigh. Jiang Taiping sighed. As expected, the level of the exotic beasts was too low. If not for the compulsion, many of the exotic beasts he killed couldn't even provide 1 unit of blood energy. The exotic beasts deeper in the dense forest are of a higher level. Should I venture further to investigate? He pondered, but he quickly dismissed the idea. High-level enemies are difficult to kill and pose a threat to one's life. Cultivation can be improved gradually, and lottery cards can also be accumulated over time. If one acts rashly and loses their life, everything will be for naught. It's better to play it safe and develop slowly, he decided to himself. After a hearty meal and a short rest, he regained his strength and continued hunting beasts. One must not be greedy for achievements. Only through relentless effort can success be achieved. Time passed, and the sky grew dark. Jiang Taiping, utterly exhausted, decided to leave. It's dark, visibility is poor, and the danger is high. Time to head back. He suppressed his killing intent and turned to return to the safe zone. Instead of leaving immediately, he sat down to take stock of his gains. He summoned the system again. Follow me. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, F level. Vitality, 101. Cal. Talent, Devour, God level. Sword Embryo, S level. 101 points of blood and energy? Holy crap, I've stepped into E level. In just one day, my cultivation advanced from F level to E level. I'm amazing. Jiang Taiping laughed uncontrollably. In the afternoon, he focused solely on searching for beasts and did not count the number of kills. He originally thought it would be difficult to advance today, but unexpectedly, he managed to break through. After savoring his joy for a while, he stood stood up and stepped toward the black light screen. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. The heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. Moments later, a wolf demon, standing at least 2 meters tall, slowly emerged from the forest and stopped in front of the sanctuary. It glanced around, a hint of contemplation flickering in its massive eyes. Suddenly, it raised its giant claw and swung fiercely. An invisible force shot out from the tip of its claw, striking directly at the black barrier. A dull thud resounded as the black barrier flickered a few times before returning to calm. Outside the demon hunting garden, the two guards by the protective barrier immediately noticed something unusual. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and one of them said nervously, "The protective barrier can't flicker for no reason. It must be a beast attack. Quickly report to the minister." Understood. The other swiftly took out his phone and dialed. Once the call connected, he reported urgently, "Minister, the protective barrier of the demon hunting garden is under attack by a beast. The attacks are continuous, and the barrier is flickering non-stop." After hanging up the phone, he said, the minister said he would come personally to check the situation. Not long after, two figures swiftly descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of the black light screen. They were Qin Zhan and Su Qiqi. While organizing the assessment registration forms, the guard learned about the beast attack and brought Su Qiqi over, while Qin Zhan immediately led the team. "Minister, Captain Su." The guard pointed at the flickering light screen and said, "The barrier is still shaking." Qin Zhan said in a deep voice, "Let's go in and take a look." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the light screen, followed closely by Su Qiqi. Upon entering the demon hunting garden, they immediately saw the wolf demon standing outside the safe zone. "Vile creature, why have you violated the rules by coming to the outskirts? Why did you attack the protective barrier?" Qin Zhan questioned coldly. The wolf demon spoke in human language but did not tell the truth. It claimed that the number of dead beasts had recently surged and that it came to investigate. In reality, it sensed a reduction in the energy recovery of the beasts, the very foundation of their vitality, where even the slightest decrease was a significant matter. For years, the energy in the demon hunting garden had never been unbalanced. Today, however, was an exception, forcing it to break human rules and inspect the situation personally. Qin Zhan looked around and saw the ground littered with the corpses of beasts, concluding that the wolf demon was not lying. "Humph." He snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a massive palm print appeared in the air, swiftly descending and heavily striking the wolf demon, knocking it down. "Keeping you alive is only for slaughter. This time as a warning, violate the rules again, and you'll be killed without mercy. Get back." The wolf demon dared not linger, struggling to get up and stumbling back into the depths of the forest. Qin Zhan watched the retreating figure, his brows tightly furrowed. There are numerous exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden, with thousands appearing daily. Normally, no wolf demon has been seen breaking the rules. Although nearly 100 died today, for a wolf demon to dare violate the rules, there must be more to it. "Qiqi, let's go," Qin Zhan called, and the two left the demon hunting garden. After exiting, Qin Zhan asked the guard, "Who came by today?" "Minister, only one person came by today," the guard replied, wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Their face was not visible. "When will he come? Has he left?" Qin Zhan asked. "He came in the morning and just left." Shortly after he left, the exotic beasts attacked the barrier. A strange light flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. Today, there is only this one person, and the subsequent attack by the strange beast is highly likely related to this person. "What was that person wearing?" Su Qiqi suddenly asked. The guard recalled and described Jiang Taiping's attire. Su Qiqi's face showed surprise. She had already guessed it was Jiang Taiping. She casually asked earlier, not expecting the outfit to be exactly the same. "Qiqi, what's wrong?" Qin Zhan asked. "Minister, that person is Jiang Taiping. When I saw him this morning, he was wearing this exact outfit." Qin Zhan looked puzzled. "Who is Jiang Taiping?" "The person I invited," Su Qiqi replied. Qin Zhan suddenly understood and said with a wry smile, "Qiqi, he only has an F-level cultivation talent, which is still considered an ordinary person. He can't even enter the demon hunting garden. How could he possibly kill so many 1-star F-level beasts in a single day?" Su Qiqi corrected, "He just stepped into F-level, and his vitality has already shown fluctuations. Even so, it's still impossible for him to slay that many in one day." Qin Zhan shook his head. "Minister, I find it hard to believe as well." Su Qiqi paused for a moment, then changed her tone. "But his attire does indeed match Jiang Taiping's. His personality is sleazy, no, it's low-key, and he likes to wear a mask to conceal his identity. The person who entered the demon hunting garden today is indeed at 1-star F-level cultivation," the guard added. Qin Zhan pondered, could it really be Jiang Taiping? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Jiang Taiping was just an ordinary person yesterday. If it really is him, facing the exotic beasts for the first time, it would already be fortunate if he didn't falter. How could he possibly slay so many exotic beasts? Qin Zhan pondered for a moment and asked, "Qiqi, is it because you were mocked by Zhang Manor today and couldn't swallow your pride, so you're planning to shift the blame onto Jiang Taiping to save face?" Su Qiqi was stunned. "Minister, how could you think that? I never had such intentions." "Qiqi," Qin Zhan said
earnestly, I understand that young people care about their pride, but this is not the way to restore it. Su Qiqi was distressed, thinking that Qin Zhan had already decided she was scheming, and she feared she couldn't clear her name. But she truly had no such intention. I need to call Jiang Taiping to prove my innocence, she decided secretly. Just as she got home, Jiang Taiping suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered, "Late at night, who's thinking about me?" At this moment, the phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Su Qiqi. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that he was exposed again? He took a deep breath and answered the call. Su Qiqi's voice came through. "Jiang Taiping, where are you?" After thinking for a moment, he replied, "At home." "Oh, after we parted ways today, I suddenly remembered something and went to your class to find you, but you weren't there. Then I called you." "Didn't you go to school today?" "No, I was thinking about the demon hunting hall assessment tomorrow, so I went home to prepare." "I see. By the way, you mentioned on the phone this morning that you had something to do. What was it?" "I wasn't feeling well at the time and was in a hurry to get to the restroom." "What did you want to talk to me about?" Jiang Taiping quickly changed the subject. As the old saying goes, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. He couldn't let Su Qiqi keep asking questions. Su Qiqi looked skeptical. Going to the bathroom didn't prevent making a phone call, so why the rush to hang up? Besides, Jiang Taiping had a history of lying and would never admit it without concrete evidence. "Oh, it's something. The demon hunting hall needs a casual photo for registration. It doesn't have to be formal. Time is tight, so quickly take one and send it to me." "Alright, I'll take it right away." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Taiping curled his lips. "Time is tight? Spare me that nonsense." Probably got seen through again. "I was wearing a baseball cap and a mask. The guards couldn't see my face, and their eyes weren't paying attention. It must have been the clothes that gave me away." "Little girl, don't underestimate me when playing tricks. This is really showing off in front of an expert." Muttering to himself, he quickly changed his top, sat down at the desk, took a selfie of his upper body, and sent it to Su Qiqi. As soon as the photo arrived, Su Qiqi's face instantly darkened. She made an excuse to have Jiang Taiping send the photo, even claiming time was tight and refusing to give him a chance to change clothes. Yet the clothes Jiang Taiping sent were completely different from those in the morning. "Qiqi, the clothes in the photo are different," Qin Zhan said. "Minister, that guy is very cunning. He must have sensed something and changed his clothes. I'll call him again." Su Qiqi defended. She called Jiang Taiping again, and the call was quickly connected. "Are the photos I sent okay? If not, I can take more. The photos are usable." Su Qiqi replied perfunctorily, "You weren't wearing that outfit this morning. Why did you change?" "Oh, I was thinking about tomorrow's assessment, so I took a shower and changed clothes." Su Qiqi gritted her teeth in anger. "Why did you change your clothes?" "I had to explain for so long." Unable to take a roundabout approach, she went straight to the point. "Jiang Taiping, did you go to the demon hunting garden today?" "No, I've been at home preparing for tomorrow's assessment." "Really? Even pearls aren't this genuine. Do you have cultivation?" "I haven't tested it, not too sure, but my strength is much greater than the average person, so I should have some." That's all. Hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Su Qiqi's face turned even darker. Jiang Taiping changed clothes and answered flawlessly. With Qin Zhan nearby, she couldn't threaten him. "Qiqi, let's go." Qin Zhan patted her shoulder and stepped away. "Damn Jiang Taiping, stinky Jiang Taiping. Meaning you, I first got hurt by mistake, then mocked by Zhang Manor, and now misunderstood by the minister. Are you a jinx? Why are you so unlucky?" Su Qiqi followed closely behind Qin Zhan, cursing incessantly in her heart. "Achoo!" Jiang Taiping, who was sitting at the desk, sneezed again. "It must be that little minx Su Qiqi thinking about me. No, cursing me." Rubbing his nose in thought, he wondered, how did Su Qiqi know he went to the demon hunting garden? Why wouldn't she let it go? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. He summoned the multiverse lottery system and opened the warehouse. 210 low-level lottery cards were today's harvest. Lottery Myriad Worlds system, combine 1 intermediate lottery card and 2 advanced lottery cards. Lottery cards must be used. If he draws something good, his combat power will multiply. He doesn't want to hoard and waste them. 1 intermediate lottery card and 2 advanced lottery cards have been combined, consuming 210 low-level lottery cards. Lottery Myriad Worlds system, let's use the intermediate lottery card first to warm up. Start the lottery, consuming 1 intermediate lottery card. Congratulations to the host for winning. You have obtained assassination technique throat slash. A surge of information flooded into his mind. It was the training method for the assassination technique throat slash. Jiang Taiping was overjoyed. Originally used the intermediate lottery card to warm up. Didn't expect to win, but actually did. What a pleasant surprise. Lottery multiverse system, what is the function of assassination technique throat slash? Throat slash is a type of assassination technique that can enhance attack speed and increase the probability of cutting an enemy's throat. Jiang Taiping blinked, thinking it sounded pretty awesome. I also have martial skills now. He laughed heartily, his gaze falling on the 2 high-level lottery cards. High-level lottery cards have a higher winning rate and a greater chance of obtaining good items. This was his first time using high high-level lottery cards. What good things could he draw? Phew. He took a deep breath, calming his nervous and excited mood. Lottery multiverse system, use 2 consecutive draws with the advanced lottery card. As soon as he finished speaking, he silently prayed in his heart. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Taishan Lao Jun, please manifest your power and bless me with good items. Start the lottery, consuming 2 advanced lottery cards. Congratulations to the host for winning. You have obtained Spider-Man's suit, which has been placed in the warehouse and can be retrieved with your thoughts. Thank you for participating. Zhang Taiping's face instantly darkened. He didn't have any special quirks, he wasn't even interested in little dragon girl's socks, so what was Spider-Man's costume supposed to be? This damn thing is called a premium lottery card? One piece of trash. One thanks for participating. Is this premium lottery card fake? He couldn't help but burst out cursing. Unfortunately, the lottery result was already decided, and cursing wouldn't change anything. With a sudden thought, he took out Spider-Man's costume, intending to toss it into the trash can. But he suddenly froze, realizing that the outfit in his hand was no ordinary costume, it was Spider-Man's complete gear. This thing seems to be somewhat useful. Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up. When he used a brick to kill the otherworldly intruder, he was recognized by Su Chichi due to his exposed hair and forehead. When he entered the demon hunting garden to slay exotic beasts, he was suspected because of his attire. And Spider-Man's suit covers him completely without any blind spots, fully hiding his identity once he puts it on. Who could still recognize him? This suit is not only not useless but actually very practical. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to try it on. But soon he was dumbfounded. The suit was seamlessly covered as a whole, with no zippers or even a single hole. How was he supposed to wear it? Lottery system of the myriad worlds, how do I wear this thing? He asked. Just use your mind, the system replied. He patted his forehead. How could he forget this trick? Put it on, he said in a low voice. In an instant, Spider-Man's suit vanished into thin air and reappeared on his body. Getting dressed in 1 second? No, not even a second. He smacked his lips, got up, and ran to the mirror to take a look, moving his limbs around. Snug and flexible, doesn't hinder movement, and most importantly, my identity is completely concealed. Ha ha ha. From now on, I am Dragon Country's Spider-Man. Excited, he mimicked Spider-Man's moves, raised his arm, and shouted to the sky, "Web, come out for me." A strand of web shot out from his palm and stuck to the ceiling. Zhang Taiping was stunned. He was just excitedly imitating, but actually shot out web? He slapped his forehead and mocked himself, overthinking. The Spider-Man suit is different from little dragon girl's socks. It's a divine artifact. From now on, I can't make assumptions. I need to figure things out before speaking. Yeah, the advanced lottery card is definitely not fake. It's truly impressive. He was glad he hadn't thrown away the clothes. Otherwise, once he learned their use later, he wouldn't even have time to regret it. Lottery multiverse system. What is the use of Spider-Man's suit? It can shoot spider silk. As long as the silk sticks to something, you can walk on it as if on solid ground, moving freely without obstruction. Zhang Taiping nodded, confirming there were no other special effects. Concealing his identity and freely shuttling between buildings, this ability was already extraordinary. Retrieve, he whispered softly, and the spider silk quickly retracted and disappeared. The room is too small to train. I'll wait until the dead of night to practice outside. First, practice the assassination technique. Throat slitting, he muttered to himself. As his words fell, with a thought, a dagger appeared out of thin air in the system's warehouse. The throat-slitting assassination technique requires the use of a dagger, and the dagger of the otherworldly apprentice comes in handy. He stood still, recalled the moves, and began practicing. The throat-slitting assassination technique consists of 8 moves: forward lunge stab, side stab and horse stance, sidestep reverse stab, advancing diagonal stab, turning back stab, advancing side stab, knife switching downward stab, and tripping downward stab. Strictly speaking, throat-slitting is not only for assassination but can also be used in frontal combat. At first, the movements were clumsy and slow, but with deeper practice, they became increasingly smooth and swift. If someone witnessed it, they would surely marvel at his incredibly fast cultivation speed. This is thanks to his S-grade sword embryo talent, allowing his swordsmanship to advance by leaps and bounds. Assassination techniques use daggers, which belong to the category of short swords. With the enhancement of the sword embryo, cultivation naturally progresses rapidly. An hour later, he had already mastered the throat-slitting assassination technique to perfection, wielding it as effortlessly as his own arm. I've mastered it. I'm simply a genius in swordsmanship. No, truly a genius in swordsmanship. He was immensely proud and, after resting for a moment, went outside. Stepping out of the basement, the sky was already dark. The slums were quiet and deserted, perfectly suited for his training. He found a hidden spot and changed into the Spider-Man suit. Taking a deep breath, he began training. First, he practiced controlling the web, then used it to walk on trees or walls, move quickly, and finally leap between trees or buildings. By late night, he had mastered all the functions of the Spider-Man suit, avoiding mishaps like crashing into walls or falling. Tomorrow is the assessment. After a tiring day, it's time to rest. He suppressed the urge to continue practicing and went home to rest. Watching Washing away the day's fatigue, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because of what was on his mind during the day. As soon as he entered the dreamland, he dreamt of transforming into Spider-Man, causing alien creatures to panic, earning the admiration of everyone, and instantly becoming a winner in life. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the alarm clock rang, and Zhang Taiping slowly opened his eyes. So it was just a dream. It was a bit too perfect, but not necessarily impossible to achieve, he murmured softly. After getting up and washing up briefly, he stepped out the door and headed toward Jian No. 1 High School. On the way, he bought a cup of soy milk and a few sesame pancakes from a street stall, eating as he made his way to school. Not far away, Zhang Taiping noticed two middle-aged men talking in low voices, their steps heading in the same direction as his. Thinking it was normal to encounter others on the road, he lazily followed behind them. When they entered an alley, the two middle-aged men suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Zhang Taiping with a sinister expression. "Kid, are you following us?" one of them questioned harshly, his face full of menace. Zhang Taiping froze, thinking, "I'm just heading to school, how could I be following anyone?" But he quickly realized that something was wrong. As the saying goes, if you do nothing wrong, you need not fear ghosts knocking at your door. The two people in front of him were definitely not ordinary individuals, and they were probably not easy to deal with either. After all, who among ordinary people would worry about being followed? Despite his nervousness, he calmly explained, "Sir, you misunderstood. This road is my usual route to school. I really am going to school and not following you." The middle-aged man paused for a moment. "Which school do you attend?" "Jian No. 1 High School," Zhang Taiping answered honestly. The two exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. This road indeed led to Jian No. 1 High School. Could it be that they were overthinking? "Don't trust him," another middle-aged man said coldly. "This kid has blood energy fluctuations, just stepped into E-level. He must be one of the Nightwalkers. Even if he's not, our earlier questioning has already exposed our identities. If he reveals who we are, we'll be in trouble." Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered. Hearing this, they are obviously outsiders from another world. Otherwise, why worry about him being a Nightwalker? He focused and sensed the blood energy fluctuations of the two, which indeed were similar to his own, just stepping into E-level. "This kid can't be left alive. Take him out," the middle-aged man who spoke first decisively ordered. Before the words had even fallen, the two rushed toward Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping was utterly helpless. He was just going to school, hadn't provoked anyone, yet he encountered two strangers from another world, was mistaken for stalking them, and they even wanted to kill him. This was simply a disaster out of nowhere. Helpless, he quickly ran backward. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight the two, but there were too many passers-by here. If someone witnessed a killing, the news couldn't be concealed. He needed to find a deserted place before making a move. "Trying to run? Do you think you can escape?" the middle-aged man sneered as he relentlessly pursued him. Zhang Taiping ran while scanning his surroundings and noticed a small alley ahead, his eyes lighting up. He quickly ran to the entrance of the alley and turned to rush inside. Moments later, two other worldly pursuers also arrived at the alley entrance but froze in place. The alley was empty, not a single figure in sight. "That kid must be hiding. Hurry and find him," the middle-aged man said as he rushed into the alley. Another person followed closely behind. Just as the two had walked about 10 meters in, Zhang Taiping, dressed in a Spider-Man costume, leapt down from the rooftop behind them and swiftly swung toward the middle-aged man using spider silk. After confirming no one was in the alley, he quickly put on the Spider-Man costume, climbed onto the rooftop to lie in wait, and prepared for the enemy's entry. "Cut the throat!" A soft cry echoed in his heart. A dagger appeared out of thin air in his right hand, while his left hand tightly gripped the spider silk. Zhang Taiping swung the dagger backward toward the neck of the middle-aged man behind him. The man had been staring ahead, completely unaware of the movement behind him. By the time he heard the sound of the wind, it was already too late. With a soft slash, the dagger sliced through the neck, severing it instantly. Not a single cry of pain was heard. The middle-aged man ahead noticed something unusual and roared, "Who are you? Why did you kill my brother?" Zhang Taiping did not answer and strode forward. The other hesitated for a moment before stepping up to meet him. The two were evenly matched in skill, making a direct confrontation difficult to resolve, but relying on his adept assassination techniques, Zhang Taiping quickly left several wounds on his opponent. The opponent was terrified, lost their will to fight, and leapt away in panic, grabbing the roof and fleeing in a sorry state. "Trying to run?" Zhang Taiping sneered coldly, climbing the wall with both hands and feet, quickly catching up to the rooftop. At this moment, the middle-aged man was so frightened that he was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Is this guy a gecko? How can he climb so effortlessly?" But he couldn't afford to think too much and fled desperately. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out from Zhang Taiping's palm, quickly sticking to the roof ahead. Zhang Taiping immediately retracted the spider silk, using it to chase at high speed. In an instant, he had caught up to the opponent's back. "Slash the throat!" A soft command echoed in his mind once again. The dagger slashed down, instantly severing the opponent's neck, and the body fell heavily onto the rooftop. Zhang Taiping swung out spider silk, wrapped the corpse, and gently tossed it next to another body. At this moment, he saw several figures standing at at the alley entrance. Bad news, I've been discovered, Zhang Taiping exclaimed, quickly using the spider silk to escape the scene. He found a secluded spot, took off the Spider-Man costume, and swaggered toward Jian No. 1 High School. Just as he hadn't walked far, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Taiping took out his phone and saw it was Su Qiqi calling. He immediately answered the call. Right after, Su Qiqi's furious voice came through the phone. Zhang Taiping, it's already 7:30. Are you still planning to attend the Demon Hunter Hall's assessment? Zhang Taiping moved his phone slightly away. Su Qiqi's voice was so loud it almost hurt his eardrums. Something came up. I'll be there right away, he quickly responded, then hung up the phone and sprinted toward Jian No. 1 High School. On the other end of the line, Su Qiqi was a bit embarrassed and annoyed, thinking to herself that damn Zhang Taiping hung up so quickly again. Damn Zhang Taiping, stinky Zhang Taiping, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, believe it or not, I'll beat you up, Su Qiqi said angrily. Meanwhile, Zhang Taiping was cursing Su Qiqi in his heart. That little vixen Su Qiqi is too cunning. Yesterday, I almost fell into her trap. Just now, those two other worldly wanderers mentioned the fluctuation of vital energy and blood, and Zhang Taiping suddenly remembered that his cultivation had already advanced to F level yesterday. Su Qiqi must have sensed it, yet she still asked him last night if he had any cultivation, clearly trying to set him up. Fortunately, he didn't deny it, otherwise, he would have truly fallen into the big trap she had dug. Lottery system of the myriad worlds, can you help me conceal my cultivation? Zhang Taiping asked silently in his heart. Sure, the system replied. Great, help me conceal my cultivation to look like I've just entered F level. He was overjoyed. Your cultivation has been concealed to the state of just entering F level. Phew, Zhang Taiping let out a long breath. Advancing from just entering F level to E level in a single day, if word got out, it might scare people to death. Better to keep it hidden. Besides, Su Qiqi suspected that he entered the demon hunting garden yesterday. If she knew he was already at E level, she would definitely be more on guard. Now that he adjusted his cultivation back to the initial F level, there was much less to worry about. After spending a few minutes, Zhang Taiping arrived at Jian High School but didn't see any sign of Su Qiqi. At this moment, a voice called out from the side, Zhang Taiping, over here. He turned his head toward the sound and saw Su Qiqi sitting in a bright red Ferrari 488, waving at him. Damn, this little girl is actually driving a Ferrari. She's pretty loaded. Zhang Taiping muttered to himself, quickly running over and getting into the passenger seat. Vroom, vroom. The Ferrari roared a few times and shot off swiftly. Hey, you said earlier that something held you up. What was it? Su Qiqi asked. On the road, I saw a crowd gathered, so I joined in to see what was going on. Zhang Taiping fibbed a little. Su Qiqi's face darkened. What excitement. It made you forget our agreed time. There were two corpses. I heard from the people around that they were otherworldly wanderers. Zhang Taiping explained. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment, her expression turning serious. Are you sure they were the corpses of otherworldly wanderers? Zhang Taiping shook his head. Not sure, that's just what others said. Su Qiqi thought for a moment, then asked, did you see who killed them? Zhang Taiping shook his head again. Didn't see, they were already dead when I got there. Su Qiqi didn't ask further, took out her phone, and made a call. After the call connected, she said, Master, my classmate said they found two corpses on the way to school. People around are saying they're from the other world. I can't go right now because I have something to do. Can you send someone to check it out? The other party agreed. Already sent someone. They are indeed from the other world. Alright, goodbye, Master. After hanging up the phone, Su Qiqi didn't bring up Zhang Taiping's tardiness again but instead reminded, hey, let me warn you. With your cultivation talent, if you go to participate in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, you'll probably be ridiculed. You still have time to regret it now. Let them mock if they want, it's not like it affects me, Zhang Taiping said nonchalantly. Su Qiqi didn't try to persuade him further. Since he had spoken, she had nothing more to say. What does your family do? They actually bought you a Ferrari? Zhang Taiping asked curiously. It wasn't my family who bought it, I bought it myself, Su Qiqi corrected. Bought it yourself? Zhang Taiping was surprised. Where did you get the money at such a young age? Earned it after joining the Demon Hunting Hall, Su Qiqi explained. Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up. The Demon Hunting Hall could actually make so much money. He secretly made up his mind to join, and no one could stop him for nothing else but the bright financial prospects. The Demon Hunting Hall, I will definitely join, he said firmly. Su Qiqi curled her lips, thinking to herself where this F-level talent's confidence came from, but since she was the one who invited him to the assessment, she didn't dampen his blind self-confidence. Zhang Taiping said no more, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. In fact, he didn't truly close
close his eyes but was calculating the gains from killing the 2 otherworldly intruders earlier. His blood energy was originally 101 calories, but now it had increased to 123 calories, indicating he had absorbed 22 calories of blood energy, averaging 11 calories per intruder. He felt a bit puzzled about this. According to Tsuchichi, the interdimensional trespasser he killed with a brick was also E-level. That time, he absorbed 17 calories of vital energy, but this time, both were E-level. So why did he only get 11 calories? He quickly figured it out. The range of vital energy for E-level is quite large, spanning from 100 calories to 999 calories. Clearly, the one killed with the brick had higher vital energy, which is why he absorbed more. Killing interdimensional trespassers is so satisfying, unlike killing exotic beasts, where you only absorb 1 calorie of vital energy per beast, Zhang Taiping remarked. He then opened the system warehouse and found 101 lottery cards, all obtained from slaying 2 otherworldly intruders. Lottery system of the myriad worlds, combine 1 advanced lottery card, then draw. Zhang Taiping thought to himself. The remaining low-level lottery cards were directly ignored by him. The winning probability was too low, and it was more cost-effective to save them for combining into intermediate or advanced lottery cards. 1 advanced lottery card has been combined, consuming 100 low-level lottery cards. Start the lottery, consuming 1 advanced lottery card. Congratulations to the host for winning and obtaining sword mastery. A surge of knowledge about practicing sword mastery flooded Zhang Taiping's mind. He was overjoyed. Originally, he just casually used the lottery card without expecting to win a big prize. Last night, he was already surprised to draw a Spider-Man suit with the advanced card, and now he won again. Lottery multiverse system, what uses sword control technique? He asked curiously. Sword control technique allows you to fly on a sword and remotely manipulate a long sword for attacks. Zhang Taiping became even more excited. Hearing about the extraordinary power of the sword control technique, he couldn't wait to practice it. However, with Tsuchichi right beside him and being inside a car, he couldn't train and could only rehearse the moves repeatedly in his mind. However, he did not know that someone at the Jian division of the Nightwalkers was secretly waiting to humiliate him at this moment. Jian division of the Nightwalkers. On the seats in the first-floor lobby sat a man and a woman. The woman was Zhang Manner, and the man was her cousin Zhang Zhenfei. Zhenfei, I've reviewed all the profiles of those participating in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, Zhang Manner said in a low voice. Most of them are ordinary people, and only a few, like you, are F-level practitioners. But you are the only one with A-level cultivation talent. You must perform well and make me proud. Sis, don't worry, Zhang Zhenfei assured, patting his chest. Zhenfei, don't be careless, Zhang Manner reminded. I spent quite a bit to ensure you could become a cultivator before the assessment. Whether you can stand out this time also determines whether I can become the captain of the Demon Hunting Hall's main team. Sis, I won't be careless, Zhang Zhenfei once again assured, patting his chest. Zhang Manner nodded and continued. There's one more thing. My biggest competitor is Tsuchichi, the captain of the Demon Hunting 9th team. The person she invited has an F-level cultivation talent. Later, follow my lead and humiliate them properly. It's best if the person Tsuchichi invited quits the assessment, giving Tsuchichi a hard slap in the face. Understood, sis, Zhang Zhenfei sneered, thinking that humiliating someone with an F-level cultivation talent was simply a piece of cake. Zhang Manner said no more, sitting back in her seat and quietly waiting for Tsuchichi to appear. A moment later, her eyes lit up, and she whispered, Zhenfei, Tsuchichi is here. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Manner got up and walked toward the elevator, pretending to have just arrived, with Zhang Zhenfei following closely behind. However, Zhang Manner turned back after walking a short distance and exclaimed in surprise, Captain Su, what a coincidence. We meet again. Tsuchichi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that there was no coincidence at all. It was clearly Zhang Manner deliberately waiting for her. Captain Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting, Tsuchichi mocked. Zhang Taiping blinked, sensing the intense tension in the air. When he entered the hall, he saw Zhang Manner rise from her seat. He didn't think much of it at the time, but Zhang Manner's casual "what a coincidence" instantly made him realize the truth. Tsuchichi said, you've been waiting long, clearly indicating that she also knew Zhang Manner was waiting for her. Exposed by Tsuchichi, Zhang Manner was unfazed and turned to Zhang Taiping. Captain Su, is this the guy with the F-level cultivation talent you invited? Zhang Manner emphasized the words F-level cultivation talent heavily, her voice loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the hall. Curious gazes immediately turned their way. People had heard a bit about the rivalry between Tsuchichi and Zhang Manner, but the key point was that Tsuchichi, the renowned genius of the Nightwalkers Jian branch, had actually brought someone with F-level cultivation talent to participate in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. Tsuchichi's face darkened slightly, knowing that Zhang Manner did it on purpose. But the facts Zhang Manner stated were undeniable, leaving her unable to refute and feeling stifled and uncomfortable. On the contrary, Zhang Manner felt extremely pleased. Usually, she was always at a disadvantage when competing with Tsuchichi, but today she finally gained the upper hand. She continued, Captain Su, you know very well that an F-level level cultivation talent has no chance of passing the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. It's a waste of effort for him to participate. Let him go back. Whether or not he can pass the Demon Hunter Hall assessment is between him and me. What does it have to do with you? Su Qiqi retorted with a dark expression. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just kindly reminding you. Zhang Manner smiled and gave Zhang Zhanfei a meaningful glance. Catching the signal, Zhang Zhanfei coldly stared at Zhang Taiping. Kid, I have an A-level cultivation talent, and passing the Demon Hunter Hall assessment is a sure thing. With your useless F-level cultivation talent, you might as well go home and sleep. Everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. Zhang Manner had actually brought someone with an A-level cultivation talent? Sensing everyone's astonishment, Zhang Manner felt secretly pleased but maintained a calm expression. Zhang Taiping felt somewhat helpless. This was clearly stepping on him to show off and also using him to embarrass Su Qiqi. He did not refute Zhang Zhanfei and said shyly, I'm just here to broaden my horizons. Su Qiqi was stunned. Who told her that Zhang Taiping could pass the Demon Hunter Hall's assessment? Why was he so cowardly now? Where did that blind confidence go? What's more, this was the headquarters of the Nightwalkers. Being this timid here was truly embarrassing. Well, it's good to broaden our horizons. Zhanfei, let's go. Zhang Manner smiled and turned toward the elevator, with Zhang Zhanfei following closely behind. The humiliation has been done, the act has been put on, one must know when to advance and retreat, and not cling on stubbornly. After all, Su Qiqi has a fiery temper. If she gets provoked and starts a fight here, it wouldn't be good. Watching the two enter the elevator, Su Qiqi muttered with a dark expression, where's your blind confidence now? If I said I could pass the assessment, would they believe me? Zhang Taiping retorted. Su Qiqi thought for a moment. No, that's good then. Zhang Taiping said, since we know they won't believe, why waste words? Besides, whether I can pass the assessment isn't up to them. Don't you think it would be better to fight back after I pass the assessment? Su Qiqi was momentarily speechless. Zhang Taiping's reasoning made sense, but the premise was that he could actually pass the assessment. As for her inviting him to participate, it was purely out of coercion, with no expectation that he could truly pass. That woman is your competitor? Zhang Taiping asked. Yes, Su Qiqi blurted out. Got it. Zhang Taiping nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his dark eyes. No matter what, he belonged to Su Qiqi. No, he was someone Su Qiqi had brought here. Zhang Manner wanted to use him to humiliate Su Qiqi, and Zhang Zhanfei wanted to use him to highlight his own excellence. He would never agree to it. Su Qiqi pouted, thinking to herself, so what if you understand? Aren't you still embarrassing her? But she didn't blame Zhang Taiping. After all, she was the one who invited him to participate in the assessment. Let's go. Su Qiqi sighed and walked toward the elevator. The pit she dug herself, she had to fill. The bitter fruit she planted, she had to eat. Zhang Taiping followed closely behind, and the two entered the elevator, heading to the 18th floor. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Zhang Taiping saw quite a few people standing in the hall. Some of them were there to participate in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, while others were members of the Demon Hunter Hall. When Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping appeared, many members of the Demon Hunter Hall showed strange expressions. They heard that Su Qiqi had found a guy with an F-level cultivation talent to participate in the assessment, but unlike Zhang Manner, they didn't mock her. Zhang Manner didn't say anything further. At this moment, Qin Zhan led a group of people over. Minister, Hall Master. The members of the Demon Hunting Hall greeted Qin Zhan and his companions. Qin Zhan and his companions nodded in response. Swish! With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Zhan sent a dark token flying out, which hovered in midair. The next moment, the token's light suddenly surged, transforming into a massive dark black screen. The assessment begins. All participants must immediately step into the black screen, Qin Zhan announced in a deep voice. Zhang Taiping and the other participants exchanged glances, surprised at how direct it was. Without any preamble, what are you waiting for? Qin Zhan shouted. Those who want to participate in the assessment, act quickly. If you don't step into the black screen within 2 minutes, you'll be deemed to have forfeited your qualification. Zhang Zhanfei took the lead, stepping toward the black screen. Zhang Taiping and the others no longer hesitated and rushed toward the black light screen one after another. Once everyone had entered the light screen, Qin Zhan formed a hand seal and lightly tapped the screen. In an instant, scenes appeared on the light screen, showing Zhang Taiping and others participating in the assessment. Everyone, take a seat. Qin Zhan called out, then walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. Su Qiqi, Zhang Manner, and the others also took their seats, with Zhang Manner deliberately sitting next to Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi was well aware that Zhang Manner sat beside her just to mock her. She originally wanted to change seats but dismissed the idea, thinking that Zhang Manner would mock her no matter where she sat. Captain Su. Zhang Manner smirked mischievously. The first test is about courage. That guy with the F-level cultivation talent you picked seems pretty timid. Do you think he'll wet himself when he sees a beast? You should be worried about the person you picked. Su Qiqi refused to back down and retorted, maybe he's just a fancy pillow nice to look at but useless. Qin Zhan and the other higher-ups exchanged glances, clashing right at the start of the assessment, but it wasn't surprising. The rivalry between Zhang
Zhang Manor and Su Qiqi had always been intense. Now that there was finally a chance to turn the tables, how could they let it slip? After all, the gap between grade A and grade F was too wide, and none of them were optimistic about Su Qiqi's side. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Manor smiled and continued, Captain Su, the one with the F-level cultivation talent you found doesn't even qualify to join the reserve team, let alone directly become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. Why did you let him take the assessment? Su Qiqi's face darkened slightly. Zhang Manor's repeated mention of F-level cultivation talent was clearly meant to provoke her. The fact was undeniable, and she didn't even have the strength to argue. The Demon Hunting Hall assessment is based on a scoring system, with Qin Zhan and other high-ranking Nightwalkers grading based on performance. Those with excellent overall scores will directly join the Demon Hunting Hall as official members. Those who pass will enter the reserve team, undergo training, and be reassessed. If they qualify, they become official members. If not, they are eliminated. Those who fail will be directly eliminated. Su Qiqi remained silent, while Zhang Manor was smug and did not say more for the time being after speaking to this extent. Of course, it was only temporary. She would continue to speak when the opportunity arose. The lively atmosphere in the hall had dissipated, and Qin Zhan and the others turned their attention to the images on the black screen. At this moment, Jiang Taiping, Zhang Zhanfei, and other examinees were walking along a small path. After walking several dozen meters, a circular platform about 1 meter high blocked the way ahead. On the platform lay a strange creature resembling a mix of animals, a tiger's head, a bear's body, wolf-like claws, and a pair of wings. Jiang Taiping's eyes lit up. Although he didn't recognize this hybrid creature, he knew it was definitely a mythical beast. For him, exotic beasts are treasure troves of experience and lottery cards. Swish! Jiang Taiping leaped onto the high platform, mounted the monster's back, and swung his fists left and right. After a few punches, the four-like monster exploded with a bang, dissolving into specks of starlight. What's going on? Jiang Taiping was a bit confused. Yesterday, he killed nearly 100 exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden, and those beasts all left behind corpses after they died. Why did this strange hybrid creature disappear without leaving a trace? Even stranger, the lottery all-world system didn't notify him of receiving a lottery card, nor did his vitality change. He summoned the system to confirm. Vitality is still 123 calories, unchanged. Frowning, Jiang Taiping sighed. This hybrid monster is probably not real. This was just his speculation, but he was quite certain it was the truth. Otherwise, how could one explain the monster disappearing without a trace, not absorbing vitality, and not yielding a lottery card? After sighing, Jiang Taiping stood up and walked toward the small path opposite the high platform. In the lobby on the 18th floor, Qin Zhan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Earlier, Zhang Manor mocked Su Qiqi, saying that Jiang Taiping would be so scared of the beast that he might wet himself. Although they didn't believe it, they did think Jiang Taiping would feel fear. However, they never expected Jiang Taiping to act without hesitation, roll up his sleeves, and decisively take down the beast with clean and efficient blows. Only Su Qiqi was an exception, firmly believing that the one who killed the exotic beast in the demon hunting garden yesterday was Jiang Taiping. This was also the reason she unhesitatingly confronted Zhang Manor. Su Qiqi blurted out a cheer, her face full of provocation, staring directly at Zhang Manor. Zhang Manor's expression changed slightly as she questioned, Captain Su, did you reveal the assessment content to him in advance? Captain Zhang, regardless of whether I told him or not, even if I did, do you think just by talking he could decisively and cleanly hammer the beast to death? Su Qiqi retorted. Zhang Manor was left speechless. Su Qiqi was right no matter how much is said. Real combat is the true test of skill. Oof. Zhang Manor snorted coldly. Zhanfei won't be any worse than him. Really? Su Qiqi turned her head to stare at the black screen, anxiously searching for Zhang Zhanfei's figure. Previously, her attention had been entirely focused on Jiang Taiping, and she hadn't noticed the performance of others. Finally finding Zhang Zhanfei, Su Qiqi showed a trace of a complex expression on her face. Captain Zhang, is this the one you said wouldn't be worse than Jiang Taiping? Su Qiqi asked in surprise. Zhang Manor's expression froze. Like Su Qiqi, she paid more attention to Jiang Taiping, but her focus on Jiang Taiping was to find opportunities to mock Su Qiqi. She had great confidence in Zhang Zhanfei's performance because she had previously explained the assessment content to him in detail. But hearing Su Qiqi say this, Zhang Zhanfei's performance seemed less than ideal. Kill. Swish. Zhang Manor suddenly turned her head to stare at the light screen, her face instantly darkened. In the scene, Zhang Zhanfei was already standing below the high platform, but he remained motionless. His face was filled with intense fear, and his body was still trembling slightly. Turns out he's just a pretty face, useless in practice. Su Qiqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Manor remained silent with a dark expression. She just mocked Su Qiqi, saying Jiang Taiping would be so scared of the beast that he'd wet himself. Yet, Jiang Taiping acted decisively, while Zhang Zhanfei was so terrified by the beast that he couldn't move. This was a harsh slap in her face. What a useless fool. Zhang Manor cursed fiercely in her heart, but her scolding was directed at Zhang Zhanfei, not Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping has already passed the first first round. Let's score. Qin Zhan spoke. This round only tests courage, without considering other factors. The scoring standard remains the same, with a full score of 10. Yes, Minister. Several senior members of the Jian branch responded and unanimously gave a full score of 10. Su Qiqi was not surprised by this. The first level is a courage test. Those who dare to attack the beasts score above 8 points. Those who dare to approach the beasts but do not attack score above 6 points. Those who do not dare to step onto the high platform score below 6 points. Zhang Taiping decisively killed the beast. Not giving him full marks would be unreasonable. At this moment, Zhang Zhanfei finally made his move. He trembled with his legs, staggered onto the high platform, and began attacking the beast with shaking arms. This scene made Qin Zhan and the others nod slightly. Feeling fear when facing a beast for the first time is perfectly normal, and they understood. Zhang Zhanfei daring to take action could be considered courageous, but they were unaware that Zhang Manor had previously informed Zhang Zhanfei in detail that the beasts in the first round would not retaliate and could be easily killed by simply stepping onto the stage and striking. Even so, Zhang Zhanfei was still trembling with fear. His movements on stage were cautious and hesitant. Phew! Zhang Manor let out a long sigh of relief. Although Zhang Zhanfei's performance was not as expected, he ultimately overcame his fear. Otherwise, she would have been greatly embarrassed. Soon, Zhang Zhanfei killed the strange four-legged creature. This was not due to strong attack power, but rather because as long as he dared to strike, the creature was easily defeated. This made Zhang Manor's expression slightly better. Although not as decisive as Zhang Taiping, Zhang Zhanfei was the second to successfully kill the beast, which was not disgraceful. Score it, Qin Zhan said. Several senior executives gave an 8-point score. Zhang Manor was not surprised at all. Zhang Zhanfei was clearly fearful and delayed time. Although he killed the alien beast, he could only get 8 points. Sigh, I thought he would be more outstanding, but it turned out to be just a basic score, Su Qiqi lamented. Zhang Manor didn't know how to refute and snorted coldly. Captain Su, don't get too happy too soon. This is just the first round. In the next round, Zhanfei will definitely perform well, but that F-level cultivation talent you invited is another story. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Su Qiqi wasn't very confident about Zhang Taiping's performance in the second round, but she obviously couldn't back down at this moment. Nor could she act too arrogant, otherwise, if Zhang Taiping performed poorly, it would backfire on her. Zhang Manor snorted coldly and said no more. Su Qiqi's gaze shifted to the black light screen. Next, other examiners gradually stepped onto the high platform. Some trembled as they skirted around the beasts, while others attacked the monsters with shaking hands. Some people don't even dare to step onto the stage, standing motionless in place, and some are so frightened that they collapse to the ground, crying out and retreating the way they came. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. The cowardice of these people further highlights Zhang Taiping's bravery. Zhang Taiping had no idea how Zhang Zhanfei performed, nor did he know that his performance allowed Su Qiqi to slightly regain the upper hand. At this moment, he was continuing forward along the path. After walking over 100 meters, he arrived at a square with a diameter of about 100 meters. Looking around, the square was completely empty. On the opposite edge, a small path continued to extend forward. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Taiping stepped into the square, his face full of vigilance, and walked toward the small path on the other side. He was unclear about the specific content of the Demon Hunter Hall's assessment, but earlier the path had been blocked by a strange beast, and the square beneath his feet was likely one of the assessment sites. Since the assessment had not yet begun, he had to be cautious. As he walked to the center of the square, a long sword appeared out of thin air at the opposite edge and shot toward him violently, at a speed of about 10 meters per second. Just as I thought, it's the assessment site. Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He is weighing whether to evade or fight back. Su Qiqi stared intently at Zhang Taiping, her heart pounding like a drum, silently praying. Zhang Taiping, you must do well. Zhang Manor kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Taiping without blinking. In the first round, Zhang Taiping performed brilliantly, making Su Qiqi proud while also causing her to lose face. She kept a close eye on Zhang Taiping's performance, ready to find an opportunity to turn the tables. The square had a diameter of 100 meters, with Zhang Taiping standing at the center, 50 meters from the edge. The longsword approached at a speed of 10 meters per second and would reach its target in 5 seconds. 5 seconds was extremely short. The longsword rapidly approached, leaving only a few meters between it and Zhang Taiping. He remained completely motionless. This scene brought a radiant smile to Zhang Manor's face. The longsword was already close, yet Zhang Taiping still hadn't moved. She thought to herself, this time Zhang Taiping won't be able to dodge. Captain Su, the F-level cultivation talent guy you found seems to be scared stiff, Zhang Manor said with a sinister smile. Su Qiqi frowned deeply. The longsword shot forward swiftly, yet Zhang Taiping remained motionless, still standing in place as if truly scared stiff. In the hall, Qin Zhan and the others shook their heads slightly, their expressions unable to hide their disappointment. Zhang Taiping's outstanding performance in the first round had them full of anticipation for his second round, but the current situation left them greatly disappointed. What's the use of just just having courage. At best, he's just a reckless brute. Zhang Manor sneered. Captain Su, your guy with an F-level cultivation talent probably won't even score in this second round. He might set a record and become the first person in history to score 0 in the second round. Su Qiqi ignored her, not because she didn't know how to retort, but because she felt something was off. Moments later, Su Qiqi's eyes suddenly lit up. Minister, that sword seems to have stopped. Xin Zhan and the other high-ranking officials were all stunned. The long sword stopped? How is that possible? But they quickly realized something was wrong. The long sword had been approaching Jiang Taiping for some time and should have already pierced him by now. However, it was actually hovering motionless, stopping right in front of Jiang Taiping. It really stopped. Xin Zhan exclaimed in surprise. Everyone exchanged glances again. The long sword had indeed stopped, hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. Who can tell me what exactly is going on here? Someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered, because this was unheard of, and no one knew the reason. Although Su Qiqi didn't understand either, it didn't stop her from mocking sarcastically. TSK, no one in history has ever made the longsword of the second trial stop. Jiang Taiping really dares to make history. The smile on Zhang Manor's face instantly froze. Although Su Qiqi didn't explicitly say she was mocking her, she borrowed Zhang Manor's words. Only the history created turned into a slap in the face. This must be a coincidence. Zhang Manor hurriedly defended herself. Maybe, Su Qiqi replied with a smile, but coincidence is also a skill. If you're not convinced, why don't you create a coincidence for me to see? Zhang Manor was momentarily speechless. At this moment, the second long sword appeared at the edge of the square, swiftly shooting toward Jiang Taiping. This time, the speed was noticeably faster, reaching 20 meters per second. Seeing this, Zhang Manor's eyes lit up, knowing she had a way to argue back. Captain Su, this test involves not just one long sword, but a total of 19. I want to see if that guy with an F-level cultivation talent can make all the swords stop, she said coldly. It seems the second sword has stopped too. Su Qiqi immediately followed up. Zhang Manor's face darkened instantly. She quickly turned to look at the light screen, and sure enough, the second long sword was also floating in front of Jiang Taiping. Xin Zhan and the others were completely stunned. If the first long sword stopping could still be considered a coincidence, then the second one stopping as well is hard to explain as mere coincidence. Qiqi, can that guy control the long sword? Xin Zhan couldn't help but ask. Minister, I don't know. I don't know him well. Su Qiqi shook her head. Minister, it shouldn't be. Zhang Manor hurriedly interjected. I've never heard of anyone who can control a long sword, let alone someone with only an F-level cultivation talent. How could he possibly achieve something so unbelievable? Xin Zhan frowned. He had never heard of anyone being able to control a long sword, but with two long swords stopping one after another in front of Jiang Taiping, it was hard to find any other explanation besides him being able to control them. At this moment, a third long sword appeared, moving even faster at a speed of 30 meters per second. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Zhan and the others, the third longsword also stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. Subsequently, the fourth and fifth longswords, moving at even greater speeds, also came to a halt one after another. The fifth longsword has reached 50 meters per second. After the fifth, the longswords appearing consecutively were no longer single but appeared in pairs, threes, fours, and fives simultaneously. Each longsword traveled at a speed of 50 meters per second, reaching Jiang Taiping in just a brief second. Moreover, they came from different directions, surrounding him. However, whether it was one sword, two swords, or five swords, all the long swords hovered and stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. Xin Zhan and the others in the hall were completely dumbfounded. Su Qiqi opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Zhang Manor, on the other hand, had a face as dark as ink. She just argued that the long sword stopping was a coincidence and even boasted about seeing if Jiang Taiping could make all the swords stop. In the end, all the swords stopped, which truly embarrassed her. At this moment, everyone in the hall had the same question in their hearts. What is going on? On the square, Jiang Taiping's face was full of excitement. When the first long sword appeared, he instinctively wanted to dodge. But remembering that swordsmanship could control the sword from a distance, he tried to use it to guide the sword. After several attempts, he finally managed to control the sword just as it was about to pierce him. With this experience, controlling the second long sword became much easier. As more long swords shot forth in succession, his swordsmanship control became increasingly adept. In the end, even when faced with 5 long swords flying simultaneously from different directions, he still handled them with ease. Of course, his rapid mastery of swordsmanship was closely tied to his S-grade sword embryo cultivation talent. Nightwalker is truly a good person, he thought to himself with delight. Just when I was worrying about not having a chance to practice swordsmanship, the Night Wanderer delivered a great gift. Jiang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the long swords floating around him began to revolve around him. Sword shadows danced, as if countless long swords were gracefully performing a dance for him. This scene left Qin Zhan and the others utterly shocked and completely dumbfounded. If the floating sword alone made it hard to prove Jiang Taiping could control it, the sword spinning around him left no room for doubt. But they had no idea how
Jiang Taiping managed to do it. Su Qiqi was the first to recover from the shock and exclaimed, "Oh my, Jiang Taiping actually made all the swords stop and even had them dance around him." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan and the others came to their senses and all turned to look at Jiang Manner. They were not foolish and naturally understood that Su Qiqi's words were directed at her. Jiang Manner's face turned alternately pale and flushed, once again suffering a harsh rebuke. Just as everyone was in shock, the long swords revolving around Jiang Taiping suddenly fell to the ground. "Look quickly, the flying long swords around that kid have all fallen to the ground." An exclamation echoed through the hall. Qin Zhan and the others turned around one after another, only to see many long swords scattered on the ground. "Ha, he can't control them anymore." Jiang Manner burst into laughter. Su Qiqi helplessly sneered, "Captain Zhang, are you stupid?" "How am I stupid?" Jiang Manner instinctively retorted. "The second challenge tests whether one can dodge the long sword." Su Qiqi explained, "Although those long swords hit the ground, they didn't harm Jiang Taiping at all, which means he passed the second test perfectly." "What are you so happy about?" Jiang Manner's expression froze. She had been so focused on enjoying Jiang Taiping's loss of control that she completely overlooked the actual content of the assessment. She really was a bit foolish. "Qiqi, those long swords were flying so well, why did they suddenly fall to the ground?" Qin Zhan asked. "Minister, I don't know." Su Qiqi shook her head, but her words carried a deeper meaning. Just now, she clearly saw Jiang Taiping secretly observing his surroundings. Coupled with his low profile, she suspected that Jiang Taiping didn't want others to know he could control the sword, so he deliberately let go of the control. Although it was just a guess, she was quite certain. She originally intended to reveal the truth, but later thought of how Jiang Taiping had helped her save face, so she decided to help him keep it a secret. The fact was just as Su Qiqi had expected. Jiang Taiping was having a great time when he suddenly realized this was the assessment site. Although there was no one around, it couldn't be guaranteed that Qin Zhan and the others couldn't see. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped performing the sword control technique, but it was already too late. Qin Zhan didn't ask further and turned to look at the black screen. Seeing Jiang Taiping already heading toward the small path on the opposite side of the square, he said, "Jiang Taiping has passed the second stage, everyone start scoring." This time, the senior members of the Jian branch didn't rush to score. They looked at each other, their faces full of hesitation, unsure of how to judge. "Minister, how should I score this?" a middle-aged man asked. This man was named Chao Shan, the head of the demon hunting hall. "Old Chao, just score it as it should be," Qin Zhan replied. "Minister, I really don't know how to score it." Chao Shan gave a wry smile. "The second test assesses reaction speed, and the rule is to see how many long swords one can dodge. A situation like Jiang Taiping controlling the swords has never been seen before." Qin Zhan suddenly understood, but his brows furrowed even deeper. According to the rules of the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, 1 point is awarded for dodging every 2 long swords, and dodging all 19 earns a perfect score. Although Jiang Taiping was not struck by the swords, he relied on control rather than evasion. "Minister, he controlled the long swords instead of dodging, which goes against the original intent of the second trial. To be honest, he didn't even dodge a single sword. I think he shouldn't get any points," Jiang Manner said. "I think he deserves full marks." Su Qiqi immediately added, "Jiang Taiping didn't dodge like the others, but he controlled all the long swords, and not a single sword harmed him. This is the same as dodging the result. Can dodging and controlling be the same?" Jiang Manner retorted, "Dodging tests reaction speed, but control doesn't show reaction." "Who says it doesn't show?" Su Qiqi argued with reason. "Control also requires reaction. How can one control all the long swords with slow reactions? If he can control them, it means his reaction is extremely fast." Jiang Manner was momentarily speechless, as Su Qiqi's argument was indeed reasonable. She added, "No one in the history of the assessment has used control to respond, everyone dodges. His method is non-compliant." "I disagree," Su Qiqi retorted. "No one can control a sword like Jiang Taiping, they can only dodge. Control is faster and more convenient. He can handle it effortlessly, so why bother dodging? If you don't understand, I'll explain it in a way you can comprehend. Buying things and paying, we used to use cash, now we scan QR codes. QR codes didn't exist before, can you say scanning is wrong?" Jiang Manner was rendered speechless. She also uses QR codes. From cash to QR codes, it's progress and technological innovation. Su Qiqi continued, "Jiang Taiping uses control to respond, not to evade, and it should be accepted. You can't deny it just because it hasn't happened before." Qin Zhan, Chao Shan, and others nodded in agreement, endorsing Su Qiqi's viewpoint. Jiang Manner also found it reasonable but didn't dare to agree, otherwise, it would mean supporting a high score for Jiang Taiping. She wanted to refute it but didn't know how to start. "I think Qiqi is right." Qin Zhan spoke, "I give Jiang Taiping full marks. Everyone, start scoring." Chao Shan and the others did not hesitate and all gave a perfect score. Qin Zhan gave a full score. If they gave a lower score, wouldn't that be questioning Qin Zhan? But the key point is that Jiang Taiping perfectly passed the second round, so a perfect score is only natural. Jiang Manner felt displeased, but the result was already decided and could not be opposed. Otherwise, otherwise, it would provoke dissatisfaction from Qin Zhan and the others. Su Qiqi's face was full of a bright smile, looking provocatively at Zhang Manner.
This time, Zhang Manner didn't say that Zhang Zhanfei was no worse than Zhang Taiping.
It wasn't because she had learned her lesson, but because she wasn't confident that Zhang Zhanfei could score full marks.
The facts also confirmed Zhang Manner's thoughts.
Zhang Zhanfei awkwardly dodged 17 long swords but was hit by the 18th and 19th, scoring only 8 points.
Captain Zhang, didn't you say the person you found would definitely perform excellently in the second round? Didn't you say Zhang Taiping's performance was unpredictable? Su Qiqi smirked mischievously. Turns out Zhang Taiping scored full marks, while your guy only got 8.
Zhang Manner twitched the corner of her mouth. 8 points were excellent, but compared to full marks, the gap was obvious.
Captain Su, don't get too smug.
Zhang Manner said with a dark expression, there's still the final round, and the outcome is yet to be determined. Su Qiqi teased with a smile, Captain Zhang, this time you didn't speak too confidently.
It seems getting repeatedly embarrassed has taught you a lesson. Zhang Manner's cheeks flushed slightly, fully aware that Su Qiqi was absolutely right. Moreover, Zhang Taiping was simply too uncanny.
Despite only having an F-level cultivation talent, he consistently outperformed Zhang Zhanfei, who had an A-level cultivation talent. This shook her confidence in Zhang Zhanfei, making her hesitant to speak rashly.
Su Qiqi ignored Zhang Manner, turned to stare at the black screen, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes.
The third test assessed both character and strength. She wasn't too worried about Zhang Taiping's strength. According to the assessment rules, as long as one dared to make a move, they could get a passing score, and if they could hold their own against the enemy for a while, they could achieve an excellent score. Therefore, strength had little impact on the score. But she worried about Zhang Taiping's temperament after all. He was the kind of person who wouldn't act unless there was something in it for him. For example, when inviting him to join the demon hunting hall, appeals to national righteousness were useless. There had to be tangible benefits. She worried he might take inappropriate actions.
As for smashing the interdimensional intruder to death with a brick, that time, Zhang Taiping even snatched the intruder's bundle and dagger.
But these were just concerns, as his performance had already far exceeded expectations. Previously, she had no confidence that he could join the Demon Hunter Hall's reserve team. Now Zhang Taiping has already scored 20 points, and even if he gets no points in the third round, he can still enter the reserve team. If he scores a few points in the third round, even just 4 points, he can become a formal member of the Demon Hunter Hall. However, if his performance in the third round is poor, he won't be able to perfectly humiliate Zhang Manner.
But what she doesn't know is that she has overthought it.
Zhang Taiping was determined to join the Demon Hunting Hall, knowing that this path promised wealth, and he would give it his all. He wouldn't allow others to step on him to show off, nor would he let Zhang Manner use him to mock Su Qiqi.
The outcome depends on this moment. Su Qiqi stared intently at Zhang Taiping, without blinking an eye.
At this moment, Zhang Taiping had already reached the end of the path and arrived in front of a small village. Before he could take a closer look, a sudden cry for help rang out. Young man, the otherworldly wanderers want to capture me. Please save me. Following the sound, Zhang Taiping looked over and saw a white-haired old man stumbling out of the village. An old man was followed by 3 fierce-looking middle-aged men wielding sharp swords.
Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost, or I'll kill you, one of the otherworldly wanderers said in a deep voice. Otherworldly wanderers?
Zhang Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing his senses to gauge the cultivation levels of the 3 middle-aged men. A strange expression appeared on his face, and the blood and energy fluctuations of the 3 showed that they were all newly entered F-level.
With such cultivation, they actually dared to act arrogantly in front of him?
He quickly realized that the universal lottery system had hidden his cultivation level as newly entered F-level. In the eyes of the 3, he was just a newly entered F-level, not his true E-level.
I wonder if killing these 3 heretics would allow me to absorb their blood and energy and obtain a lottery card?
A thought flashed. Zhang Taiping strode toward the old man. This allowed Su Qiqi to let out a long breath of relief. Zhang Taiping did not ignore the old man, and this action alone was enough to earn him a passing grade, meaning his entry into the Demon Hunting Hall was almost certain. As for how things would develop next, it was no longer important at most. It wouldn't perfectly slap Zhang Manner in the face.
Zhang Taiping rushed to the old man's side. Old man, step back and stay out of the way. I'll handle these guys. Thank you, young man, the old man said gratefully.
Zhang Taiping didn't say much, turning around and charging toward the 3 middle-aged men. Zhang Manner immediately found a reason to mock Su Qiqi. Captain Su, the F-level cultivation talent you found is really a reckless brute.
Charging straight ahead without fear of death, huh? Su Qiqi understood why she said this.
The 3 otherworldly beings were transformed based on the cultivation level of the examinee. The cultivation level of the examinee determined the corresponding match of the otherworldly beings.
With equal cultivation levels, the odds of winning 1 against 3 were not high.
She also felt that Zhang Taiping was being a bit reckless in charging forward, but it was clearly not the time to say so.
Reckless?
Su Qiqi defended. As a Nightwalker, it is our duty to eliminate harm for the people and safeguard the safety of the region. Zhang Taiping didn't hesitate to save the old man and fought against the 3 otherworldly disciples, demonstrating a heart of justice. After saying this, her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit guilty as she praised him. After all, when she used the idea of eliminating harm for the people to lure him into joining the demon hunting hall, he had said not to bother with such lofty ideals and to make it more practical. Having a sense of justice, does that mean he can deny his reckless pursuit of death? Zhang Manor retorted. Su Qiqi was about to respond but suddenly froze, only to see Zhang Taiping slap down one of the otherworldly intruders, dodge the swords thrust by 2 others, and then backhand slap another person to the ground. Immediately after, he kicked the last otherworldly intruder flying. Is it done? Not yet. Zhang Taiping casually picked up the fallen sword and swiftly beheaded 3 people. Xinjiang and the others exchanged bewildered glances once again. The 3 otherworldly cultivators, whose strength was comparable to Zhang Taiping's, were shockingly slain by him as easily as slicing melons and vegetables. Unprecedented scenes in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. Su Qiqi was shocked, but more importantly, she looked at Zhang Manor with a mischievous smile and said, "You still call this reckless? This is called courting death. I'll give you a chance, think again about how to phrase it." Zhang Manor's face turned ashen, and she couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Taiping was a heaven-sent face-slapping envoy. Otherwise, how could she be repeatedly humiliated? Looking at Zhang Manor's gloomy face, Su Qiqi secretly rejoiced. "Let you rack your brains to mock me, and now you're slapped in the face instead." "Captain Su, is this kid really an F-level cultivation talent?" someone couldn't help but ask. Xinjiang and the others all turned to Su Qiqi in unison, sharing the same doubt. "He really is," Su Qiqi replied. "When I tested him, the 7-colored stone only emitted a single red light. This kid is strange, ask him properly when he comes out." Xinjiang paused and said, "Zhang Taiping has passed the 3rd stage, scoring begins." Xiao Shan and the others did not hesitate and all gave full marks. Zhang Taiping felt very uncomfortable. The 3 otherworldly wanderers disappeared after being slain by him. He neither absorbed any vitality nor obtained a lottery card. Sure enough, this is an illusion. He sighed softly, turned to look at the old man, only to find that the old man had also vanished. When he looked back at the small village ahead, it too had disappeared, replaced by a black curtain of light. Could the assessment be over? Zhang Taiping touched his nose and stepped toward the black curtain of light. Stepping into the light curtain, he returned to the 18th floor lobby of the Nightwalker Juan branch. Su Qiqi saw him appear and excitedly shouted, "Zhang Taiping, well done." She had invited him to participate in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment out of helplessness, once ridiculed by Zhang Manor, prepared for embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Taiping not only avoided embarrassing her but greatly boosted her reputation. Zhang Taiping followed the sound and saw Xinjiang, Su Qiqi, and others sitting on the chairs. The corner of his eye also caught glimpses of the images on the black screen. Sigh, I still got exposed. He sighed inwardly, then turned to Su Qiqi and asked, "Did I pass the Demon Hunter Hall's assessment?" "Of course you passed, and with full marks in all 3 categories." Su Qiqi was overjoyed. "That's great." Zhang Taiping's face broke into a radiant smile. Passing the assessment means he becomes a member of the Demon Hunter Hall, which signifies a bright future. Soon, he too will be able to drive a Ferrari like Su Qiqi. Xinjiang spoke up. "Xiao Jiang, I have a few questions. Could you explain them to me?" "Please go ahead, Minister. I promise to tell you everything I know." Zhang Taiping agreed readily. All eyes in the hall focused on Zhang Taiping. Even Zhang Manor couldn't help herself. Everyone was full of doubts, and since the assessment process could be replayed, everyone focused intently. Su Qiqi slightly pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Speak without reserve? Is that even possible?" Xinjiang was the first to ask. "In the 3rd round of the assessment, those 3 interdimensional cultivators had strength comparable to yours. Logically, it should have been difficult for you to deal with them, yet you handled them with ease. How do you explain that?" Zhang Taiping pondered for a moment and replied, "Minister, their reaction and attack speed were relatively slow, I suppose." Xinjiang appeared thoughtful, feeling that it made some sense. After all, the illusion only created opponents similar to his cultivation level and did not replicate his reactions and speed. Xinjiang asked again, "Just now, during the fight, you remained calm under pressure, reacted swiftly, acted decisively, and handled everything appropriately. How did you manage that?" Zhang Taiping replied, "I usually practice martial arts for self-defense, and I often spar with classmates at school." "Maybe that's the reason." Xinjiang, Xiao Shan, and the others nodded, feeling the explanation was reasonable. Xinjiang continued, "I have another question. During the 2nd round, all the long swords floated around you, circling and dancing. It was obvious you controlled them. How did you do it?" Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. He had anticipated being asked about this but couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. "Minister, I can't explain it either." Zhang Taiping smiled wryly. "I wanted to dodge and prayed in my heart for the long sword to stop. The first one indeed stopped in front of me, and the subsequent swords also stopped, as if they were very obedient." Su Qiqi secretly laughed, feeling that Zhang Taiping was starting to lie again. This excuse was extremely lame. Xinjiang and the others, though they didn't understand, all showed helpless expressions. The long swords were illusions, how could they possibly be obedient?
obedient. But the fact was right in front of them. The long sword was indeed floating and stopped in front of Zhang Taiping. Xinjiang threw his sword to the ground. Xiao Jiang, give it a try. All right, Minister. Zhang Taiping responded, staring at the sword on the ground, and shouted in a deep voice, rise. The long sword didn't move an inch. Get up, he shouted again. The long sword remained motionless. Su Qiqi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, almost bursting out. Zhang Taiping tried several times, but there was still no response. He could only smile wryly. Minister, it's not obeying. I can't control it. Xinjiang sighed inwardly. This kid is probably hiding his skills. He asked Zhang Taiping to test the sword, not out of true belief, but to gauge his attitude. If Zhang Taiping wanted to conceal something, he wouldn't have let the sword hover in front of him. The facts proved that his judgment was correct. But Xinjiang was unwilling to force it. Everyone has their secrets, and the demon hunting hall does not require revealing everything. Zhang Taiping is decisive in killing, which meets the requirements of the demon hunting hall. Zhang Manner questioned, Minister, he can't control the sword now. Does that mean there's a problem with the second test? Xinjiang countered, where's the problem? He did control the sword at the time, we all saw it. His performance in the third test also proves his quick reflexes. Zhang Manner dared not speak further, as Xinjiang had already expressed his stance, and persisting would mean questioning him. Su Qiqi interjected, Minister, it's time to announce the results. She was eager to finalize Zhang Taiping's entry into the hall to avoid any unforeseen changes. Xinjiang nodded. Zhang Taiping scored full marks in all 3 rounds, with an average score of full marks. He passes the assessment. Zhang Manner suddenly interrupted, Minister, wait a moment. There has never been an F-level cultivation talent joining the demon hunting hall before. Shouldn't this matter be considered more carefully? Zhang Taiping frowned, his face full of displeasure as he stared at Zhang Manner. He had no grievances with Zhang Manner, so how did his joining the demon hunting hall concern her? Yet this woman insisted on obstructing him, practically cutting off his livelihood. Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. This grudge he would remember. You really are incorrigible. Su Qiqi said coldly, I already told you earlier, QR code payment wasn't a thing before, but now it's a common method. Didn't you say not having it is wrong? Then why are you still using QR codes? Also, the rules for recruiting new members in the demon hunting hall don't explicitly prohibit F-level cultivation talents from joining. Zhang Taiping scored full marks in all 3 tests and passed the assessment perfectly. What right do you have to stop him? Zhang Manner was left speechless. She is not incorrigible. She just wants to seize another opportunity to slap Su Qiqi in the face again. We have no reason to refuse Zhang Taiping's admission to the demon hunting hall. Xinjiang gave Zhang Manner a deep look and solemnly announced, I hereby declare that Zhang Taiping has passed the demon hunting hall assessment with an outstanding perfect score. From this moment on, he officially becomes a member of the demon hunting hall, assigned to demon hunting team 9. Zhang Taiping, congratulations, Su Qiqi said sincerely. Thank you, Captain. Zhang Taiping instantly assumed his role, smiling as he said, Captain, I told you earlier that I would definitely pass the assessment. Then let's wait and see. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Su Qiqi felt a bit awkward. She had just said on the way here that he wouldn't pass the assessment. Now, even if you don't believe it, you have to. I've already become a member of the demon hunting hall. Zhang Taiping chuckled. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at him. This guy really takes an inch and wants a mile. Zhang Taiping, Xinjiang shouted. Minister. Zhang Taiping turned around and responded. The demon hunting hall takes slaying exotic beasts and otherworldly invaders, and safeguarding the safety of the region as its mission. You must remember this. I hope you will fulfill your duties and protect our home, Jian City. Xinjiang said sternly. Yes, Minister. Zhang Taiping responded loudly. Xinjiang turned to Su Qiqi. Captain Su, according to the rules, Zhang Taiping is assigned to demon hunting team 9. As the captain, familiarize him with the Jian branch and help him complete the onboarding procedures. Yes, Minister. Su Qiqi agreed. You can leave the matters here for now. Oh, by the way, Xiao Jiang is the top scorer in this assessment. The rewards are the same as before. Take him to claim the first place and new higher rewards, Xinjiang instructed. All right, Minister. Su Qiqi responded, then turned to Zhang Taiping and said, Zhang Taiping, follow me. The two were about to head toward the elevator when the black light screen suddenly flickered. Immediately after, a figure slowly emerged from the light screen. It was Zhang Jianfei. Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping stopped in their tracks simultaneously. Zhang Jianfei immediately looked toward Xinjiang and the others, his face breaking into a radiant smile. There are no other examiners here. I am the first to pass the assessment. I just advanced to F level, and I'm still not quite used to combat. Please forgive me. Zhang Jianfei spoke while taking small quick steps toward Xinjiang and the others. Seeing his smug expression, Xinjiang and the others had complicated looks on their faces. Zhang Manner's face instantly turned livid, and she couldn't help but curse. You useless trash. The grade A cultivation talent actually lost to that grade F cultivation talent. What a disgrace. That guy was the first to come out, and you were only second. The smug expression on Zhang Jianfei's face instantly froze. Did he hear it wrong? That grade F cultivation talent actually passed the assessment and came out before him? How is this possible? Sis, he came out before me. Does that mean he got eliminated? Zhang Zhanfei asked. Zhang Manor's face turned even darker, and she really wanted to beat this idiot to death. Are you freaking deaf? She roared. I just said you lost to that F-level cultivation talent. He passed all 3 rounds with full marks. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Zhang Zhanfei's mind went blank, his face full of disbelief. That F-level cultivation talent actually scored full marks in all 3 tests? Could this be some kind of behind-the-scenes manipulation? He was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Well, I have a question. He braced himself and stammered that F-level cultivation talent isn't qualified to participate in the assessment, so how could they pass all 3 stages with full marks? Could it be there's some shady dealings? Zhang Manor was completely dumbfounded, never in her wildest dreams expecting him to say such outrageous words. Xin Zhan, Xiao Shan, and the others looked grim. Zhang Zhanfei actually questioned whether there was a conspiracy in the assessment. Is this a challenge to their fairness? Kid, watch your words. Xin Zhan warned coldly. If there's a conspiracy, go ask your inviter, Zhang Manor. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Manor's face turned pale. Today, she had already lost all face, and Zhang Zhanfei's words were no different from stomping her dignity into the ground. Fortunately, night travelers value strength, and Xin Zhan was not stingy. Otherwise, Zhang Zhanfei's accusation of a shady deal would leave her facing endless trouble in the future. Zhang Zhanfei, shut up. Zhang Manor roared. Zhang Zhanfei trembled all over, and Xin Zhan's words and the roar made him suddenly realize that Zhang Manor had been staring at him all along. If there really was manipulation behind the scenes, why didn't she mention it? He indeed lost to that F-level cultivation talent. Realizing this, he instantly felt as if he had lost everything, utterly dejected. Xin Zhan, Qiao Shan, and the others shook their heads helplessly. He is a genius with A-level cultivation talent and the second person to pass the assessment. He should be happy, so why is he so sad and dejected? Thinking of the rivalry between Zhang Manor and Su Qiqi, they suddenly understood. Zhang Manor had repeatedly mocked Su Qiqi using Zhang Taiping, only to be repeatedly humiliated. Now Zhang Zhanfei has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhang Taiping, which means Zhang Manor has once again lost to Su Qiqi, and this time the loss is even more devastating. It was clearly a winning situation, but in the end, it turned into a crushing defeat. How could Zhang Zhanfei possibly be happy? Xin Zhan said nothing and began reviewing Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the 3rd stage of the assessment. In the 3rd stage of the assessment, although Zhang Zhanfei stepped in to help an elderly man and fought against 3 interdimensional invaders, he was quickly knocked to the ground and severely beaten. Fortunately, the assessment took place in an illusion, so his life was not in danger. Once the stage was cleared, everything was restored to its original state. Otherwise, Zhang Zhanfei being bruised and battered would be considered light. Whether he could even stand here would be questionable. After watching Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the 3rd round, Xin Zhan spoke. Score it. I give 8 points. Qiao Shan and several other high-ranking officials also gave 8 points. Although he failed to kill the 3 other worldly invaders and did not successfully save the old man, his attempt to rescue and fight the enemies, according to the rules, deserved 8 points. Zhang Zhanfei scored 8 points in all 3 rounds, averaging 8 points, and successfully passed the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. From this moment on, Zhang Zhanfei becomes a member of the Demon Hunter Hall, assigned to Demon Hunter Team 8. Zhang Manor, as the captain of Team 8, take him to complete the onboarding procedures. By the way, teach him how to speak properly. Xin Zhan announced the results bluntly. He did not dwell too much on Zhang Zhanfei's earlier doubts. On the one hand, he could understand his feelings, on the other hand, Nightwalkers were short-handed. Since he had an A-level cultivation talent and had passed the assessment, there was no need to turn him away over trivial matters. Zhang Manor responded coldly, looking at the dejected Zhang Zhanfei, and commanded, "Follow me." The two headed toward the elevator, encountering Zhang Taiping and Su Qiqi standing there along the way. The two froze for a moment, their hearts tightening. Zhang Taiping and Su Qiqi standing there. Weren't they just waiting to mock them? However, the next moment, Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping unexpectedly entered the elevator without saying a word. This left Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei completely stunned. What they didn't know was that the reality was not as they imagined. Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping stayed behind merely to observe Zhang Zhanfei's assessment results. As for mockery, they had considered it, but now there's no need. What do you mean? Zhang Manor quickly walked to the elevator entrance to question. What do you mean? Su Qiqi countered. Zhang Manor hesitated. Why don't you mock me? Su Qiqi sighed helplessly. Are you asking to be mocked? Don't think that just because you don't mock me, I'll be grateful and give up competing with you for the team leader position. Zhang Manor said coldly, that F-level cultivation talent of yours won't help you with anything, but Zhanfei with his A-level cultivation talent can be a huge help to me. The team leader position is mine for sure. Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. They didn't mock Zhang Manor because they felt that silent ridicule was more provoking. They had no intention of repaying evil with good to make her feel grateful and give up
competing for the team leader position. Captain, they're practically asking to be mocked. Should we grant their wish? Zhang Taiping sighed. I was thinking the same thing. Su Qiqi nodded. I already mocked her during the assessment. How about you say a few words too? Yes, Captain. Zhang Taiping responded, his gaze turning to Zhang Zhanfei with disdain as he said, you, with your A-level cultivation talent, actually lost to me, an F-level. Your so-called A-level talent doesn't seem that impressive. Could it be that your talent is just exaggerated? Zhang Zhanfei's lips twitched slightly. He wanted to retort but was at a loss for words. After all, losing to Zhang Taiping was a fact, and it was a crushing defeat. And you? Zhang Taiping looked at Zhang Manner again and said disdainfully, with a mere A-level cultivation talent, you dare to compete with my S-level cultivation talent captain for the position of chief captain? Truly a frog in a well, ignorant of the vast sky. Let me tell you, you couldn't beat my captain before, and now with me here, you'll never beat her. Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. The first half of the sentence made sense, while the second half was overly confident, but she held back from saying anything. Zhang Manner twitched the corner of her mouth. An F-level cultivation talent actually used mere to describe an A-level cultivation talent so arrogant. Just wait and see. The position of team leader is mine and mine alone. Zhang Manner sneered. Just you wait, I will definitely defeat you. Zhang Zhanfei followed closely behind. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Taiping was too lazy to argue and looked at Su Qiqi. Captain, I've finished mocking. Let's go. Su Qiqi nodded and pressed the elevator close button. As the elevator doors were about to close, voices came from inside. Captain, I've seen plenty of people who love to mock others, but this is the first time I've seen someone who loves being mocked. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Isn't that the truth? It's also my first time encountering someone with such a unique taste. Zhang Manner's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. Who loves being mocked? Who has a unique taste? She was just puzzled as to why Su Qiqi didn't mock her. The elevator doors closed and began descending, leaving her no chance to explain herself. Zhanfei, train hard. Zhang Manner said harshly, that F-level cultivation talent dared to use mere to describe A-level. I must make him see what A-level cultivation talent is all about. Sis, I will. Zhang Zhanfei nodded firmly. No need for a reminder. He understood in his heart that as someone with an A-level cultivation talent, losing to a useless F-level and being looked down upon was unacceptable. If he didn't regain his dignity, how could he continue in the demon hunting hall? Zhang Taiping didn't hear their conversation. If he had, he would have sneered. Zhang Zhanfei couldn't beat him now, and he wouldn't be able to in the future either. Using trivial to describe grade A, what's wrong with that? He has dual cultivation talents, one at the divine level and one at the S level, so there's absolutely no problem. The elevator is descending. Captain, the name Nightwalker sounds dark, making people inevitably suspicious. Zhang Taiping asked in confusion, why did we choose the name Nightwalker? When I first joined the Nightwalkers, I had the same doubts, but later I understood. Su Qiqi patiently explained, exotic beasts mostly appear at night, so we often have to act during the nighttime. For this reason, the organization was named Nightwalkers, symbolizing our role in guarding every night in the darkness. However, since the appearance of the interdimensional wanderers, the situation has changed. They can cause trouble at any time, so we have to stay vigilant both day and night. But the name Nightwalkers has been used for so long that it just stuck. I see. Zhang Taiping suddenly understood and asked again, Captain, I can determine the specific cultivation level of those weaker than me, but for those stronger, I can only sense intense fluctuations in their vitality without being able to judge specifically. Why is that? That is due to level suppression. Su Qiqi explained, those with higher cultivation levels can easily perceive the specific levels of those with lower cultivation, but those with lower cultivation can only vaguely sense the strong vitality fluctuations of those with higher cultivation, unable to accurately determine their specific level. Zhang Taiping nodded and asked again, Captain, the minister's cultivation level should be very high, but I can't sense any vitality fluctuations from him at all. What's going on? Once your cultivation reaches level D, you can perfectly conceal your qi and blood fluctuations. Su Qiqi patiently explained, normally, no one can sense the cultivation level of practitioners at level D or above. It only becomes apparent during combat. The minister is at level C, so it's normal that you can't sense his qi and blood fluctuations. I see. Zhang Taiping nodded again. By the way, let me remind you of something. Su Qiqi looked serious. If you encounter an otherworldly trespasser or beast whose blood energy fluctuation is far stronger than yours, or whose blood energy fluctuation you can't sense at all, you must escape immediately. Otherwise, you won't even know the cause of your death. Understood, Captain. Zhang Taiping patted his chest and assured, if I encounter such a situation, I will definitely escape immediately. Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, it's good that you remember, but why the need to promise? She sighed inwardly. Although Zhang Taiping was sleazy and low-key, he cherished his life greatly. When faced with an unbeatable enemy, he would flee faster than anyone. Her reminder probably made him run even faster. After all, fighting head-on against a stronger opponent would only lead to a pointless
death. Su Qiqi changed the subject. Jiang Taiping, you just said that with me here. Jiang Manor wouldn't stand a chance against me. Where does your confidence come from with your F-level cultivation talent? Jiang Taiping said sternly, Captain, one must have dreams and be full of confidence. Su Qiqi curled her lips. Dreams and confidence are good, but one must also act within their means. She always felt that Jiang Taiping was hiding many secrets, even suspecting that he truly only had an F-level cultivation talent. After all, in the history of Nightwalkers, there had never been anyone with F-level cultivation talent as formidable as him. But she didn't ask further, because everyone has secrets, and she only needed to know that he was a member of the Demon Hunting Squad 9. Besides, even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her. While the two were talking, the elevator had already reached the first floor. Let's go, I'll take you to handle the onboarding procedures first. Su Qiqi called Jiang Taiping to step out of the elevator, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. Arriving at the first floor lobby's onboarding office, Su Qiqi took Jiang Taiping's assessment registration form out of her pocket and handed it to the staff. Sister Zhang, he has passed the Demon Hunter Hall assessment. I've brought him to complete the onboarding procedures. Alright, Captain Su. Sister Zhang took the form, a hint of surprise appearing on her face, and turned to Su Qiqi. Captain Su, an F-level cultivation talent? Are you sure there's no mistake? That's right. Su Qiqi said. He passed the assessment with full marks in all 3 stages and was the first to do so. The minister has already announced him as a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. If you don't believe me, you can contact the minister to verify. Captain Su, you must be joking. How could I possibly doubt you? Sister Zhang shook her head. I'm just a bit surprised, that's all. She believed that Su Qiqi wouldn't joke about such things, as it would be easy to expose. Su Qiqi couldn't help but laugh, thinking that your expression was completely like seeing a ghost. Since you don't doubt it, hurry up and handle his onboarding procedures, Su Qiqi urged. Sister Zhang responded and began entering the information. Entry completed. Sister Zhang signaled Jiang Taiping to record fingerprints and iris scans. You'll need them to access areas above the 2nd floor in the future. Understood, Sister Zhang. Jiang Taiping nodded and walked to the counter to complete the entry. After recording was finished, Sister Zhang took out a card resembling a bank card and placed it into the printer. After printing, she attached the cover and lanyard to the ID and handed it to Jiang Taiping. Little brother, this is your ID. Sister Zhang explained. It's not just an ID, it's also a bank card. On the 1st of every month, the benefits and salary from the Demon Hunting Hall will be directly deposited. Benefits can be collected in the 2nd floor lobby. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Zhang. Jiang Taiping took the document and glanced at it. At the top of the document was a photo, and below the name was written, Sequence, F1. At the bottom, the position was indicated, Demon Hunting Hall, Demon Hunting Team 9 member. Captain, what does Sequence F1 mean? Jiang Taiping asked. Sequence F1 has 2 meanings. Su Qiqi explained. F represents the level of cultivation talent, and the number indicates your order of joining the Demon Hunting Hall. Sequence F1 means you are the first person with F-level cultivation talent to join the Demon Hunting Hall. You've made history by becoming the first ever F-level cultivation talent member in the Demon Hunting Hall. Jiang Taiping blinked and thought to himself, this is actually pretty impressive. Let's go. I'll make you a few combat suits on the 2nd floor, and you can also claim the 1st place prize and the new higher reward, Su Qiqi said as she walked toward the elevator. Jiang Taiping followed. Entering the elevator, Su Qiqi pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Jiang Taiping paused for a moment and suddenly noticed that the elevator buttons included not only floors 1 to 18 but also floors -1 to -9. Captain, what are floors -1 to -9 used for? Jiang Taiping asked curiously. Su Qiqi was silent for a moment and then said, that's the Shura field. Shura field? Jiang Taiping's gaze slightly tightened. Although he had never seen the Shura field in person, he had encountered many similar scenes in novels. Anything associated with the word Shura was never a good place. That's right, the Azura field. Su Qiqi said solemnly. Beneath the Jian division lies a suppressed demon lair. Many senior Nightwalkers guard it there, sometimes for months or even years without seeing the light of day. It is because of their perseverance that this world has not completely fallen into chaos. Beasts often launch assaults, attempting to break out of the demon lair and seize our homeland. Every great battle is a bloodbath, with countless senior Nightwalkers falling. That is why we call those 9 levels the Azura field. Jiang Taiping was shocked there was actually a suppressed demon lair beneath the Nightwalkers' Jian division. He had long heard of the infamous demon lair, a nest of strange beasts and a passage between another world and Earth. He had thought the demon lair was far away, but unexpectedly, it was right at their doorstep. We are able to live relatively peaceful lives, attend school without worry, all thanks to the predecessors guarding the demon lair who risked their lives to fend off the strange beasts, even exchanging their lives for ours. So, Su Qiqi paused for a moment and solemnly said, Jiang Taiping, please join us in protecting this hard-won peace. Jiang Taiping's heart trembled. Although he had known about the existence of strange beasts before, he had never taken it seriously. There were few reports online about strange beasts causing trouble. Most incidents involved trouble
trouble stirred up by otherworldly wanderers. Now, with Su Qiqi's explanation, he suddenly realized that it wasn't that the strange beasts caused little trouble, but rather that the predecessors of the Nightwalkers had firmly trapped them in the demon lairs, making it impossible for them to wreak havoc. After a moment of silence, Zhang Taiping solemnly responded, "Captain, I definitely will." Su Qiqi nodded, easing the atmosphere. "Let's not talk about such heavy matters. After all, our abilities are still limited, and we're not qualified to enter the Shura field yet. Come on, we're at the second floor." As she finished speaking, Su Qiqi stepped out of the elevator, with Zhang Taiping following closely behind. She introduced as they walked, "The first floor lobby handles basic affairs, while the second floor is the logistics hall, which manages the distribution and production of all supplies. Whatever materials you need, you can apply for and collect them here." Arriving at a window, Su Qiqi explained their purpose. A middle-aged man stepped out, took out a measuring tape, and meticulously measured Zhang Taiping's body data from head to toe. "What weapon do you use?" the middle-aged man asked. "Sword," Zhang Taiping replied. After all, he possessed an S-grade sword embryo cultivation talent, so naturally, he chose the sword. The middle-aged man asked no further questions and turned to leave. Su Qiqi then took him to another window to collect the first-place assessment reward and the new hire bonus. After confirming his identity, the staff member stared at Zhang Taiping for a long time as if they had seen a ghost, then retrieved 2 bottles of pills from the warehouse and handed them to him. The reward for ranking first in the assessment is 1 high-grade vitality pill, and the onboarding reward is 10 low-grade vitality pills. Please verify. Zhang Taiping was completely puzzled. What exactly are vitality pills? After Su Qiqi confirmed everything was correct, she explained, vitality pills can enhance vitality on top of the foundation of cultivation and are essential for practitioners. They are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. 1 low-grade pill can increase vitality by 100 calories, mid-grade by 10 times that, and high-grade by 100 times. If you take that high-grade vitality pill and fully absorb it, you might advance to E-level. Although her words were not affirmative, after all, an F-level cultivation talent theoretically could only reach F-level at most. There had been no precedent of an F-level advancing to E-level by taking a high-grade Qi and blood pill. Zhang Taiping was too preoccupied with marveling at the pill's effects to think carefully about the point Su Qiqi was making. Then wouldn't an ordinary person advance directly to E-level by taking a high-grade Qi and blood pill? Ordinary people can't handle it. Su Qiqi shook her head. Ordinary people would die from their bodies exploding after taking the pill. Only cultivators can use it. Then if someone treats advanced Qi and blood pills like candy and eats a lot every day, wouldn't they become an unparalleled powerhouse? Are you looking to die? Su Qiqi sighed helplessly. Cultivators can't eat recklessly either. They must fully absorb the medicinal power of 1 pill before taking another, or else the excessive medicinal power could cause their bodies to explode and lead to death. The higher the cultivation talent, the faster the absorption of the pill's power. I'm on S level, and I can only absorb the medicinal power of 1 pill a day, let alone other levels. Don't count on improving your cultivation solely through pills. Pills are just a supplementary aid. The most important thing is your own effort. Zhang Taiping scratched his head awkwardly. Captain, if you absorb 1 pill a day, and if you take a high-grade Qi and blood pill every day, does that mean you increase your Qi and blood by 100 calories daily? I wish I could, but it's just wishful thinking. Su Qiqi was frustrated. High-level vitality pills are extremely rare. You can't buy them just with money. Only by making significant contributions to the organization can you earn them as a reward. The Demon Hunting Hall assessment is an exception. Zhang Taiping felt awkward, realizing he had overthought it. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, Captain, can low-level and mid-level vitality pills be purchased? You can buy it. Su Qiqi replied, low-grade ones cost 10,000 per pill, and mid-grade ones cost 100,000 per pill. The low building next to the branch is the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers Guild, where you can trade for Qi and blood pills and supplies. So expensive? Zhang Taiping was surprised. Qi and blood pills are refined from the corpses of exotic beasts, and at minimum require E-grade exotic beast corpses. They're extremely rare, so how could they not be expensive? Su Qiqi retorted. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but click his tongue. The 15 million suddenly felt insufficient. Captain, how much is my monthly salary? What are the benefits? He asked expectantly. Your rank is F level, with a monthly salary of 50,000. Su Qiqi explained. As for benefits, each month you can receive 10 low-grade Qi and blood pills or 1 medium-grade Qi and blood pill. Zhang Taiping was shocked and excited. A monthly salary of 50,000 plus a mid-level Qi and blood pill worth 100,000, totaling 150,000. This salary is not low. And this is just the treatment for ordinary members of the Demon Hunting Hall. The salaries of captains, hall masters, and department heads must be even higher. That being said, the Demon Hunting Hall faces danger directly, so a higher salary is reasonable. At this moment, Zhang Taiping realized even more deeply how naive his previous thoughts had been. 150,000 was not a huge sum at all. It was merely the normal monthly income of a Demon Hunter Hall member. However, he frowned slightly. Although the salary was not low, the
expenses for cultivation were like a drop in the ocean. Tsuchichi had just mentioned that someone with an S-level cultivation talent could absorb 1 vitality pill a day. He possessed dual cultivation talents, one of which was even at the divine level, so theoretically, absorbing 2 vitality pills a day would not be a problem. If I use low-grade vitality pills, my salary can last a few more days. If I use mid-grade vitality pills, my salary can't even cover a single day. Practicing cultivation is truly a bottomless pit. The poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. How true the ancients were. I'm too poor to give up. I have to find every possible way to make money. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly and asked, Captain, is there any quick way to make money? There is. Tsuchichi said, enter the demon lair, kill exotic beasts, seize resources, and then sell the exotic beast corpses and resources to the Jian Chamber of Commerce, which is the Jian branch of the Nightwalker's Chamber of Commerce. However, F-level exotic beasts aren't worth much, only those above E-level have value. Jiang Taiping shook his head helplessly. Even Tsuchichi isn't qualified to enter the demon lair, let alone him. It sounds like a pointless discussion. Captain, aren't the beasts in the demon hunting garden good enough? Jiang Taiping asked. Tsuchichi explained, the beasts in the demon hunting garden have been domesticated for years. Maybe because they haven't lived in the demon lair, their corpses can't be refined into chi and blood pills. Sai, if you want to make money, you still have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seeing that he didn't ask further, Tsuchichi continued to explain, the 3rd floor is the medical hall, where injuries are treated for free. The 4th floor is the Sutra Pavilion, which houses cultivation techniques and martial skills. The 5th floor is the Intelligence Hall. The 6th floor and above are the resting and office areas for Nightwalkers, nothing particularly noteworthy. Demon Hunter Squad 9 resides on the 9th floor, and the rooms are pretty much the same. Let me take you to my room for a look. Alright, Captain. Jiang Taiping nodded. The two arrived on the 9th floor, and Tsuchichi showed him around the room. Although the room was not large, it was fully equipped, with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, as well as a sofa, water dispenser, TV, computer, and water heater. It had to be said that the conditions of the Nightwalker's residence were quite good, at least much better than Jiang Taiping's home. Captain, are all these provided by the organization? Jiang Taiping asked. Well, everything is provided by the organization. You can move in with just your luggage. Tsuchichi said, you're now a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, and according to the rules, you can live here. Do you want to move in and live with me? Jiang Taiping exclaimed in surprise. Captain, isn't this progressing a bit too fast? What do you mean by too fast? Tsuchichi asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't you say we would live together? But there's only one bedroom here, Jiang Taiping said weakly. Tsuchichi blushed, raised her hand, and flicked his forehead, saying irritably, what are you thinking? I meant you move here to live, not live together with me. You have your own room. Jiang Taiping's head buzzed as he rubbed the spot that had been flicked, muttering, you were the one who said to move in and live together. How can you blame me? Tsuchichi thought about it and realized her earlier words were indeed easy to misunderstand. I didn't make myself clear, forget it. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping and changed the subject. The procedures are done, and I've introduced everything I could. I have other matters to attend to. Go back to the school and keep an eye out. Don't let the other worldly wanderers cause trouble at the school. Jiang Taiping instinctively wanted to refuse. He still wanted to go to the demon hunting garden to hunt exotic beasts, improve his cultivation, and earn lottery cards, but the words got stuck in his throat. He had been exhausted until late last night, and today there was an assessment. His body and mind hadn't recovered yet. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the chopping of wood. Better to rest for a day. Moreover, he had just joined the job and had to give Tsuchichi some face. Alright, Captain. Jiang Taiping agreed and asked, at school, are you keeping an eye on the school? That's right, Tsuchichi said, there are many people at the school, making it an easy target for beings from another realm. Besides, I'm also a student at Jian No. 1 High School, so the hallmaster assigned me to protect the school. No wonder you're a student but have an office. Well, I'm off. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood, turned around, and left. Leaving the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers, Jiang Taiping took a bus to Jian No. 1 High School. After arriving at school, he thought for a moment and walked toward the teacher's office. He had skipped class for several days and needed to explain to the teacher. As soon as he entered the office and before he could speak, the teacher's voice rang out. Jiang Taiping, I know your situation. Well done. Jiang Taiping was stunned. The teacher seemed to have already known he had joined the demon hunting hall. No wonder he skipped class for days, and the teacher didn't call to urge him. It turned out Tsuchichi had informed the teacher yesterday, otherwise, his phone would have been ringing non-stop. Teacher, then I'll return to class. Jiang Taiping said. Alright, if you're busy, just go ahead. No need to specially come to ask for leave. The teacher was kind and understanding of the demon hunting hall, and he was proud to have members in the class. Returning to the classroom, it was just after class, and Jiang Taiping headed straight to his seat. Jiang Taiping, where have you been these past 2 days? Why haven't you been to class? His deskmate Qin Xian asked. Something came up. I asked the teacher for leave. Jiang Taiping replied casually. I see. Ha! Chen Xian didn't ask further, took out his phone mysteriously, and said, let me show you a few photos, I guarantee they'll surprise you. What photos? Zhang Taiping asked curiously. You'll know once you see it. Chen Xian kept it mysterious and slowly revealed the phone screen. Zhang Taiping looked at the photo, his face instantly showing astonishment. The photo showed a narrow alleyway. A corpse lay in the alley, and a middle-aged man stood on the rooftop. On one side of the alley's wall, a person dressed in a Spider-Man costume was climbing up the wall. Zhang Taiping, look at the clothes that person is wearing. Climbing on the wall, doesn't it look like a spider? Chen Xian asked. It does indeed. Zhang Taiping nodded. Let me show you another photo. Chen Xian swiped the screen, and another photo appeared before Zhang Taiping's eyes. In the photo was a rooftop, with a middle-aged man running ahead, while a person dressed in a Spider-Man costume stretched out their palm, a strand of web clearly shooting out from their hand. Zhang Taiping felt utterly helpless inside. He originally thought he was just seen by someone, but unexpectedly, someone took a photo, and it happened to capture the critical moment. This is truly timely. Did you see that strand of spider silk? Chen Xian asked. I saw it. Zhang Taiping nodded again. It looks like a spider and can shoot spider silk. He's still hunting down the interdimensional fugitive. Chen Xian said, I named him Spider-Man. Do you think it's fitting? Suitable. Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched. In his previous life, Spider-Man got his name for this reason. How could it not be suitable? When he first got Spider-Man's suit, he thought only he knew this title. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, the name reappeared. These two photos were uploaded online by someone, but they were quickly deleted. Luckily, I was quick and saved them. Chen Xian continued. Zhang Taiping, tell me, isn't this awesome? With your over 10 years of single life, how could your hand speed not be impressive? Zhang Taiping teased. That's not what I meant. Chen Xian explained. I'm asking if Spider-Man is impressive? Zhang Taiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't Spider-Man himself? Asking him to his face if he was impressive, what else could he say? Zhang Taiping, I'm asking you. Chen Xian urged. Awesome. Zhang Taiping felt a bit embarrassed. This kind of self-praise really made him blush. I think it's super awesome too. Chen Xian sighed. It's a pity there are only photos. I really wish I could see Spider-Man in person. Zhang Taiping looked at Chen Xian with a strange expression. Kid, Spider-Man is sitting right next to you, and you have no idea. Zhang Taiping, do you want to see Spider-Man in person? Chen Xian asked again. Zhang Taiping didn't know how to respond properly. Not answering would be inappropriate, so he could only nod. Ring ring ring. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher immediately walked into the classroom. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be chased by Chen Xian with questions anymore, otherwise his embarrassment would have been off the charts. The teacher began the lecture, but Zhang Taiping wasn't paying much attention. His mind wandered to the qi and blood pill. He reached into his pocket, and with a thought, a low-grade qi and blood pill appeared in his hand. That's right, Zhang Taiping had already stored the qi and blood pill in the system warehouse. He looked around to confirm that no one was paying attention, then raised his hand and stuffed the vitality pill into his mouth. He originally planned to directly take the advanced vitality pill but changed his mind. The vitality pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, but the taste was somewhat bitter and truly hard to swallow. Zhang Taiping summoned the universal lottery system, staring at the system interface while carefully sensing the changes within his body. However, no matter how he felt, he didn't notice anything unusual. The blood vitality value in the system didn't change in the slightest, and the melted liquid of the blood vitality pill entered his body without a trace. Could it be that it hasn't been absorbed yet? Zhang Taiping patiently waited, but after a full half hour, there was still no progress. Could it be that the blood vitality pill is useless for me? He frowned and thought. He had just changed his mind temporarily, worried that the blood vitality pill might be ineffective for him. After all, his cultivation relied on his god-level cultivation talent, devouring and absorbing the blood vitality of enemies to improve. But at the time, it was just a passing thought. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Taiping asked in his heart, Lottery multiverse system, is the vitality pill useless to me? Yes, not only the vitality pill, but the martial arts techniques you draw in the lottery are also ineffective for you, the system replied. Zhang Taiping was speechless and said with a heartache, Lottery multiverse system, why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasted a low-grade vitality pill for nothing, and that was worth 10,000 bucks. You didn't ask me, the system retorted. Zhang Taiping was helpless, feeling exasperated. What was said indeed made sense. Fortunately, he changed his mind at the last moment. Otherwise, taking the high-grade vitality pill would have cost him far more than 10,000 yuan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhang Taiping's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Su Qiqi. At this moment, he was still in class. In the past, he would have decisively hung up the phone, but now that he had joined the demon hunting hall, Su Qiqi knew he had returned to school and called him, so it must be something urgent. Thus, he answered the call. Zhang Taiping, I just remembered something. Su Qiqi said over the phone, after joining the demon hunting hall, you can practice the hall's mental techniques and martial skills. When you have time, go to the 4th floor library and take a look to choose something. Oh, got it. Zhang Taiping replied listlessly. The mental techniques and martial skills of this world were useless to him, and he simply couldn't muster any interest. Su Qiqi found it strange. People who first join the demon hunting hall get extremely excited when they hear about mental techniques and martial skills. Why is Zhang Taiping so calm? But she didn't think much of it and said, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Taiping let out a deep sigh. Where there is gain, there must be loss. Where there is loss, there must be gain. The words of the ancients are indeed true. Take him as an example. Having the lottery myriad world system is a gain, but he cannot use the chi and blood pills, nor can he cultivate the martial techniques and mental methods of this world, which is a loss. However, if given the choice, he would never hesitate and would still choose the lottery myriad world system, because the chi and blood pills and the martial techniques and mental methods of this world cannot compare to the lottery myriad world system at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone started vibrating again. Zhang Taiping took it out and saw that it was Su Qiqi calling once more. What's going on? Just hung up and calling again. Did she forget something else? Zhang Taiping muttered to himself but still answered the call. Immediately, Su Qiqi's slightly anxious voice came through the phone. Zhang Taiping, we've received information that two interdimensional trespassers are heading toward Jian High School. They might be planning to attack the school. It's estimated they're at E-level cultivation, but the specifics are unclear. Be careful and handle it. I'll get there as soon as I can. Zhang Taiping's eyes immediately sparkled. He thought he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation or earn lottery cards today, but unexpectedly, the experienced baby and lottery card extraction machine came to him on their own. It's like someone delivering a pillow when you're sleepy. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Taiping began pondering how to inform the school about this matter, but before he could think further, alarm sirens suddenly echoed across the campus. Immediately, the voice of the principal of Jian No. 1 High School came through the broadcast. Attention everyone! Attention everyone! Otherworldly invaders are heading toward the school and may attack. All teachers, immediately lead your students out of the classrooms and gather in the safety building. Repeat once, all class teachers immediately lead all students out of the classroom and head to the safe building for assembly. Yes, Minister. Zhang Taiping smiled helplessly. He had truly been overthinking. Since Su Qiqi had informed him, the school naturally wouldn't be unaware. Everyone follow me, don't panic, evacuate in an orderly manner as practiced, the teacher shouted loudly. As soon as the words were spoken, the teacher walked out of the door. The students in the class immediately stood up and quickly but orderly followed the teacher toward the safety building. Zhang Taiping lingered at the back of the group. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he planned to find the right moment to slip away quietly. When passing by the restroom in the teaching building, he quietly left the group and headed toward the restroom. Zhang Taiping, what are you doing? Come back right now! Chen Xian shouted. Zhang Taiping felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to leave quietly, but Chen Xian's loud yelling made everyone aware of it. What was this all about? Although frustrated, he quickly explained, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the restroom. Going to the restroom at a time like this? Hold it in and hurry back. Chen Xian said helplessly. Chen Xian, hurry up and catch up, the teacher interjected. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught up with the group. The teacher nodded to Zhang Taiping and led the group away. Zhang Taiping entered the restroom, looked around, and after confirming no one was there, changed into his Spider-Man outfit. He then climbed out of the restroom's rear window onto the rooftop of the teaching building, hiding there while closely observing the activity within the school. At this moment, students from each class, led by their teachers, quickly gathered at the safety building. The scene was tense, yet orderly. To ensure student safety, the school conducts emergency drills for unexpected incidents every week. The students have long been accustomed to evacuating classrooms quickly, and this time perfectly demonstrated the effectiveness of the regular drills. The safety building is a spacious single-story structure that the school invested heavily in constructing. It is sturdy enough to withstand the full-force attack of a Class D practitioner and is specifically designed to serve as a safe haven for students during emergencies. However, Su Qiqi's notification was still slightly delayed. Before all the students had fully entered the safety building, two interdimensional wanderers dressed in black robes had already appeared at the school gate. They leapt forward, jumped over the school gate, and quickly charged toward the group of students. This sudden situation caused the teachers and students outside the school gate to turn pale. Don't panic, everyone speed up and head to the safety building, the principal shouted loudly. Don't crowd, crowding will only slow us down. Everyone, run quickly, hurry up. The teachers shouted loudly, maintaining order, as the students quickened their pace. However, many students had yet to enter the safe building, while the intruders from another world moved extremely fast. Given the situation, it was impossible to get all the students into the safe building before the intruders arrived. Even worse, someone lost their footing in the panic. A student slipped and fell at the entrance to the safety building. The students behind, caught off guard, tripped over the fallen student, tumbling one after another like a human pile-up, completely blocking the entrance to the safety building. Stop moving at the back. Quickly help them up, the
teacher shouted loudly at once, rushing to help the fallen students. Too late. The principal, standing by the edge of the safety building, turned to look at the many students who had yet to enter. With a resolute expression, he shouted sternly, "All security guards, follow me. Stop those two bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, the principal charged toward the two intruders from another world, with the security guards gritting their teeth and following closely behind. At that moment, a figure leaped down from the tall building behind the two intruders. He grabbed the spider silk and quickly swung toward the two otherworldly intruders, using the silk adhered to the tall buildings. It was none other than Zhang Taiping, dressed in a Spider-Man costume. He had sensed the cultivation levels of the two otherworldly intruders. Their energy fluctuations were slightly stronger than his own. Direct confrontation was unwise, so he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he ran to the tall building behind the intruders and waited for an opportunity to strike back. "Whoa, Spider-Man!" A shocked shout came from the students. The voice was from Chen Xian, who had not yet entered the safety building. The students and teachers blocked outside the door looked over immediately, their faces lighting up with joy. Although the photos of Spider-Man slaying the otherworldly invader uploaded online were quickly deleted, Chen Xian's boasting had made it almost universally known at Jian No. 1 High School, and even the teachers and principal had heard about it. "Classmates, Spider-Man is here," Chen Xian said excitedly. "Shut the hell up." The teacher's voice immediately followed. Chen Xian was stunned for a moment, thinking he hadn't said anything wrong, so why was he told to shut up? He quickly understood. The two intruders from another world had their backs to Spider-Man and hadn't noticed his presence yet. If everyone made a commotion, wouldn't that alert the enemies? After figuring it out, Chen Xian decisively kept quiet and softly reminded his classmates nearby to stay silent. The principal and the security guards also saw Spider-Man and let out a sigh of relief. "Follow me and keep charging," the principal growled, rushing toward the two interdimensional intruders, though his pace slowed. He planned to draw the attention of the interdimensional intruders to create an opportunity for Spider-Man to strike. But the two otherworldly wanderers were not fools. Although they didn't hear Chen Xian shouting, they noticed that the many teachers and students blocked outside the safety building were all looking behind them, and some were even taking pictures. This made them alert, and they quickly turned to look back. However, at this moment, Zhang Taiping had already approached swiftly. "Slit throat!" A crisp and decisive shout echoed in Zhang Taiping's mind. At the same time, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand. He gripped the dagger in a reverse hold, moving so swiftly that it was impossible to guard against, and slashed straight at the neck of an otherworldly intruder. Two interdimensional wanderers had just turned around and hadn't yet grasped the situation when a flash of cold light appeared before their eyes. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh, one interdimensional wanderer's neck was severed by Zhang Taiping with a single stroke. Zhang Taiping did not hesitate, using the spider silk to swiftly change direction and once again swung his blade toward the other interdimensional wanderer. It was just that he hesitated for a moment, allowing the otherworldly intruder to retreat violently and barely evade the fatal blow. What a pity! Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. If that otherworldly intruder had reacted half a beat slower, he could have taken down two people in succession and ended the battle instantly. However, he only felt slightly regretful about it. At first, the cultivation levels of those two otherworldly wanderers were both higher than his, making a direct confrontation quite tricky. Now that one has been killed, leaving only one remaining, the situation has greatly improved. He retracted the spider silk, landed steadily, and stood in front of the principal. "Principal, quickly retreat and take the students to the safety building." Zhang Taiping lowered his voice to avoid the principal detecting anything unusual. "Understood." The principal responded promptly and immediately led the students to retreat. At the same time, he shouted in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get into the safety building." He understood why Spider-Man urged him to take the students into the safety building. Only when everyone was gone could Spider-Man focus on dealing with the interdimensional invader. Although Chen Xian and the other students were somewhat reluctant, after all, once inside the safety building, they wouldn't be able to watch the battle between Spider-Man and the interdimensional invader. But under the teacher's urging, they could only obediently quicken their pace and swiftly rush into the safe building. Zhang Taiping did not act immediately, his gaze fixed firmly on the otherworldly intruder not far away. This is a campus, with open terrain and the teaching building far away, making the stealth effect of the Spider-Man suit limited. He wanted to wait until everyone was safely inside the building before taking action, so he could act without hesitation. "Is it you?" The otherworldly wanderer spoke coldly. Zhang Taiping looked slightly surprised. "You know me? This morning, you killed two of my brothers." The otherworldly wanderer paused, then added, "No, it's three, just now, you killed another one." Zhang Taiping secretly let out a sigh of relief. When the otherworldly wanderer said this earlier, he had thought the other had recognized who he really was. "Kill if you want to kill. Otherworldly traitors are human betrayers, lackeys of the alien beasts, and everyone has the right to execute them," Zhang Taiping said nonchalantly. At this moment, there were still students who hadn't entered the safety building, so he didn't mind chatting a bit
more with the otherworldly trader. By cooperating with the alien beasts, I have endless cultivation resources, the otherworldly trader said enticingly. Kid, as long as you're willing to join us, I won't hold it against you for killing my 3 brothers, and I'll even give you unlimited cultivation resources. What do you say? Sounds quite tempting, Zhang Taiping said with a smile while touching his nose. But these words were purely to buy time for the students to evacuate to the safe building. The chi and blood pill was useless to him, he couldn't cultivate mental techniques or martial skills, so what use were cultivation resources to him? If you're tempted, then why hesitate? The otherworldly wanderer asked. I have a question, Zhang Taiping said. You have endless cultivation resources, yet you're only a 1-star E level, while I have few resources and am also a 1-star E level. This makes me doubt whether what you said is true, or maybe you're just too weak. Zhang Taiping had long instructed the lottery multiverse system to cancel the cultivation disguise. Otherwise, if people discovered he was only a 1-star F level, Tsuchichi would definitely suspect that Spider-Man was him. The otherworld wanderer's face darkened as he defended himself. That's because I just started cooperating with the exotic beasts. Right now, I have endless resources, and soon I'll be able to advance to D level, maybe even C level. Maybe, but only if you live long enough, Zhang Taiping sneered. What do you mean? The otherworldly traveler asked in confusion. It means that even if you have resources, you need to stay alive to use them, Zhang Taiping said, suddenly accelerating as he charged toward the otherworldly traveler, his dagger flashing with a cold gleam as it stabbed at the opponent. By this time, all the students had entered the safety building, so there was no need to keep pretending with the otherworldly traveler. The otherworldly traveler's face turned ashen. Just a moment ago, he thought Zhang Taiping was genuinely tempted, but he hadn't expected to be played. You courting death, the otherworldly intruder roared, drawing his blade to face the fight. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. When cultivation levels are close, the key to victory lies not in cultivation, but in experience, martial skills, and conviction. In all 3 aspects, Zhang Taiping was not lacking. Years of boxing training, sparring with classmates, and practical experience in the demon hunting hall have made him a seasoned fighter. The throat-slitting assassination techniques he employs are exquisite, ruthless, and unpredictable. His conviction is even stronger. He yearns to grow stronger, and the only way to do so is by killing enemies. With the opportunity right in front of him, how could he let it slip away? Deadly strikes, relentless attacks. In just a brief moment, the black robe on the otherworldly figure was torn into shreds. Through the gaps in the tattered fabric, several streaks of blood crossed his body. The more severe the injuries, the fiercer Zhang Taiping fought. In the other world, the more he fought, the weaker he became. A sense of retreat gradually grew in his heart, but Zhang Taiping clung tightly, making it difficult to escape. He still had a large amount of cultivation resources unused and a long life ahead, yet he was helplessly trapped in this situation. In his anxiety, he tempted again. Kid, I'll give you plenty of cultivation resources. How about we let this go? Alright, Zhang Taiping agreed resolutely. Ijietu's heart was filled with joy. He hadn't expected the boy to agree. But then Zhang Taiping gripped a dagger and suddenly thrust it toward his heart. When experts clash, the outcome is decided in an instant, and there can be no distractions. The otherworldly traveler had just agreed. His mind slightly relaxed, but he paid a heavy price. The dagger pierced his heart as if slicing through tofu. You tricked me, the otherworldly traveler asked in pain. Idiot, we're enemies. Did you really believe the words of your enemy? Zhang Taiping sneered. Before the words were finished, his right hand exerted force, and the dagger shattered the heart of the otherworldly invader. The otherworldly invader couldn't finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and his soul departed to the underworld. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the multiverse lottery system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has slain an enemy and obtained a super lottery card. Zhang Taiping's heart was filled with joy. He hadn't expected to receive a super lottery card, but there was no time to think about it now. He drew his dagger, raised his hand, and swung fiercely toward the nearby teaching building. Spider silk shot out from his palm, adhering to the rooftop. Threat neutralized, everyone can go back now. Zhang Taiping glanced at the safe building and quickly flew to the rooftop using the spider silk. Then, he quietly climbed down the back wall of the teaching building, returned to the restroom, and took off the Spider-Man costume. Inside the safe building, through the crack of the door, the principal immediately noticed that the battle was over. Students, the crisis is over. You can all go back now, the principal shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully pushed open the heavy alloy door. The students standing at the door swarmed out, all eager to catch another glimpse of Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man was nowhere to be seen on campus, leaving only the corpses of 2 otherworldly intruders lying quietly. Don't linger, hurry back to your classrooms, the principal ordered. Alright. Although the students were full of regret, they could only helplessly head toward their classes. This had been a rare opportunity to get close to Spider-Man, but it was missed just like that. Many of them were even thinking about asking Spider-Man for an autograph. Zhang Taiping, who was hiding in the restroom, heard the commotion outside and walked out leisurely. He swaggered into the crowd and headed toward the classroom. When he returned to the classroom, it was still empty. Soon, the classmates returned one after another. Chen Xian saw him and asked, Zhang Taiping, when did you come back? Just now. Zhang Taiping replied, I came out after using the restroom, saw everyone coming back, so I followed along. Chen Xian didn't think much of it and joked, you didn't have a stomachache earlier, nor later, but the moment the alarm sounded, you suddenly had one. Could it be that you were scared by the otherworldly invaders? Of course not. Zhang Taiping defended, actually, I've been feeling a bit unwell for a while, maybe I ate something bad. I'm just joking. Chen Xian said with a smile, I know you're brave, how could you be scared by the otherworldly invaders? It's just a pity, though. Spider-Man showed up just now, took down 2 otherworldly invaders in a row. The scene was so cool, and you missed it. Ha, Spider-Man showed up? Zhang Taiping feigned ignorance. Yeah, I even took several photos, let me show you. Chen Xian took out his phone and displayed the pictures he had taken. After looking at the photo, Chen Xian excitedly asked, how is it? Handsome, right? Cool, isn't it? Zhang Taiping felt a headache coming on. Self-praise really made people blush and their hearts race, but he had no choice but to agree. Oh no, my stomach hurts again. He clutched his stomach, stood up, and quickly walked away. Not only Chen Xian, but other classmates also praised Spider-Man. Listening to everyone's praise, he felt delighted, but praising himself always felt a bit odd. After staying for a while, the awkwardness became overwhelming, so he could only use a stomachache as an excuse to slip away. Walking out of the classroom, he immediately saw the principal and several staff members standing next to 2 corpses of otherworldly intruders. After thinking for a moment, he turned around, went downstairs, and walked toward the principal and the others. The principal saw him approaching and asked, Xiao Zhang, what should we do with the body of the otherworld walker? Principal, the people from the demon hunting hall will be here soon. Let them handle it, Zhang Taiping replied. Alright, the principal nodded. A moment later, 2 cars stopped at the entrance of Jian No. 1 High School, one of which was Su Qiqi's Ferrari. 5 figures stepped out of the car and quickly ran toward the school. The 5 were dressed in identical black uniforms, their faces covered with masks. Zhang Taiping didn't recognize who they were, but he did recognize Su Qiqi's vehicle and hurriedly approached. Zhang Taiping, where is the interdimensional traveler? One of the masked individuals asked. Captain? Zhang Taiping was stunned. The voice was Su Qiqi's. It's me. Su Qiqi asked again, where is the otherworldly intruder? Dead, lying right there. Zhang Taiping pointed to the 2 corpses on the ground not far away. Su Qiqi and the others instinctively looked over and were momentarily stunned. They hurried all the way, worried that the attack might cause casualties, but unexpectedly, the otherworldly invaders had already been slain. Zhang Taiping looked Su Qiqi up and down. She was dressed in the demon hunting hall's combat uniform, made of tight leather, perfectly showcasing her fiery figure. Truly, the places that should be big were big, the places that should be slim were slim, and the places that should be curvy were curvy. After coming back to her senses, Su Qiqi noticed that Zhang Taiping's gaze was somewhat unusual, staring directly at a certain spot on her. Zhang Taiping, what are your dog eyes looking at? Su Qiqi asked angrily, embarrassed. Captain, I'm looking at your serial number. Zhang Taiping replied without blushing or losing his breath. On the upper left side of Su Qiqi's chest was embroidered S28, representing that she was the 28th person with S-level cultivation talent to join the demon hunting hall. Su Qiqi glared at him and then asked, did you kill it? It wasn't me, Spider-Man killed it. Zhang Taiping denied firmly. Su Qiqi and the others were stunned. Who is Spider-Man? Seeing their confusion, the principal quickly walked over, took out his phone, and showed a picture. He killed it. Spider-Man is the name the students gave him. Su Qiqi and the others suddenly understood. They had seen photos of Spider-Man, but the ones online had been deleted by the Night Walker. Spider-Man, the name is quite fitting, Su Qiqi remarked. Principal, where is Spider-Man? Su Qiqi asked. He killed 2 interdimensional trespassers and then left, the principal replied. Su Qiqi frowned. Early this morning, the Midnight Wanderers Jian branch sent people to investigate Spider-Man, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Now Spider-Man has reappeared, slain interdimensional trespassers, and disappeared again. The next moment, she suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Taiping, but quickly withdrew her gaze. This morning, the news of 2 otherworldly wanderers being killed was reported by Zhang Taiping, indicating he was present. Now, 2 more otherworldly wanderers have been killed by Spider-Man, and Zhang Taiping is still present. This coincidence is far too obvious. She couldn't help but wonder if Spider-Man might actually be Zhang Taiping. After all, Zhang Taiping had once killed an otherworldly invader with a brick and still refused to admit it. Zhang Taiping's heart skipped a beat as Su Qiqi suddenly glanced at him. Could this little vixen be starting to suspect him? However, though he thought this way in his heart, his expression remained as calm as still water, showing no signs of change. Everyone, what should we do with these 2 corpses of the otherworldly beings? The principal asked. Su Qiqi thought for a moment, then looked at the few people behind her. You take the corpses away. I have something to do, so I won't go back for now. Understood, Captain, the group responded, lifting the 2 corpses and heading out of the school. Su Qiqi turned to
the principal. Principal, tell me about Spider-Man's battle against the otherworldly invader.
Alright,
The principal responded and recounted in detail how Spider-Man defeated the otherworldly invader. Tsuchichi nodded and turned to Jiang Taiping. Come with me.
with that, she took the lead and walked toward the office building.
Jiang Taiping had just stepped into Tsuchichi's office when the door was slammed shut behind him. Immediately after, Tsuchichi pushed him against the wall, raising one hand and pressing it against the wall beside his head.
Captain, you're pinning me against the wall again. Jiang Taiping muttered weakly. Not only does this lack any sense of intimidation, but it actually feels kind of romantic to me.
Tsuchichi's cheeks flushed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she moved her hand away.
Speak.
She sat back on the sofa, striking a pose like she was interrogating a criminal.
Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face severity. Captain, what am I supposed to say? Jiang Taiping looked utterly confused. Still pretending? Tsuchichi glared at him. Speak. Are you Spider-Man or not?
I really wish I were, but I'm not. Jiang Taiping explained with a wronged expression.
Captain, didn't you say those two intruders from another world were both E-level cultivators? I'm only F-level. It clearly wasn't an ambush, so how could I possibly have killed them? Tsuchichi was stunned.
She had only noticed Jiang Taiping's presence but had forgotten about his cultivation level. The principal had said that Spider-Man could confront otherworldly wanderers head-on without being at a disadvantage, which required at least an E-level cultivation. Jiang Taiping, however, was only at F-level, so it indeed seemed unlikely to be him. But she just felt that Spider-Man was Jiang Taiping. It must be said, a woman's sixth sense is truly accurate. Even with solid evidence in front of her, it's hard to dispel her doubts.
Captain, you all cover your faces. Is it because you're afraid of retaliation from the otherworldly wanderers? Jiang Taiping tried to change the subject. Afraid of retaliation from the otherworldly wanderers? Tsuchichi said proudly, since the moment I joined the Demon Hunters Hall, I've never been afraid of them. Then why do you cover your faces? Jiang Taiping became even more puzzled. Tsuchichi thought for a moment. Your classmates are pretty obsessed with Spider-Man, aren't they? Jiang Taiping nodded. We are too, Tsuchichi explained. Wearing masks is to avoid exposing our identities and prevent ordinary people from gawking.
Jiang Taiping suddenly understood and agreed with her explanation. Speaking of Chen Xian, that guy is obsessed with Spider-Man. If he knew Tsuchichi was the captain of the Demon Hunting Hall, he'd probably be even crazier than those die-hard fans he had in his previous life.
By the way, Captain, why did you guys arrive so late?
Jiang Taiping asked. If Spider-Man hadn't suddenly appeared to kill the otherworldly intruder, by the time you got here, you'd not only be collecting my corpse but also the corpses of many classmates. Tsuchichi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said with a bitter smile, I wanted to get here earlier too, but the journey was a bit far.
Aren't cultivators supposed to be able to fly? Why did you come by car? Jiang Taiping pressed further. Not all cultivators can fly, Tsuchichi explained.
Only those who reach sea-level cultivation can fly through the air. In the Nightwalker's Jian branch, only the director is sea-level. I contacted him, but he might have been busy. He was on the phone the whole time.
Is that so? Jiang Taiping nodded.
No wonder they were so late, they even drove over.
Tsuchichi glanced at him and suddenly asked, by the way, are you moving to the branch office? There's an empty room right next to mine. I'll have someone reserve it so no one else takes it.
Jiang Taiping blinked, not thinking that Tsuchichi liked him, but rather suspecting that she might still be wary of him and wanted to keep an eye on him.
He instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words stopped short in his mouth.
A beautiful woman invites me, and the accommodation is excellent, there's no reason to refuse.
Of course I'll go.
The branch's accommodation is much better than my place, and staying there makes it easier to get things done.
Alright, I'll call right now to reserve a room.
Tsuchichi took out her phone and dialed.
This little vixen really wants to keep an eye on me. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly.
After agreeing, he noticed a fleeting smile of triumph flash across Tsuchichi's face.
Although it disappeared in an instant, he caught it. It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future. After finishing the call, Tsuchichi said, there's no time like the present. The otherworldly intruders just caused trouble at the school, so they probably won't come back anytime soon. Since there's nothing going on now, let me help you move. Captain, I really appreciate it.
Jiang Taiping said politely. What's the trouble?
Tsuchichi replied with a smile. I'm your captain. Helping you is only natural. Let's go. Then thank you very much, Captain. Jiang Taiping no longer stood on ceremony.
As she reached the doorway, Tsuchichi suddenly stopped. You go out first, I'll change my clothes, she said.
Oh,
Jiang Taiping responded, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as the door closed, Tsuchichi smiled smugly. You little thing, keep pretending. Sooner or later, I'll find the evidence. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly changed her clothes, put on her combat uniform, and walked out of the office
office with a bag in hand. Walking out of the office building, the two saw many students heading toward the school gate. School's out? Suchichi glanced at the watch on her wrist. It really is dismissal time. I didn't even notice the time. It's already noon, 12 o'clock. Zhang Taiping, you made me proud today. I'll treat you to a meal later. Respect is not as good as obedience. Zhang Taiping readily agreed. How could he refuse an invitation from a beauty? Stop with the fancy talk. Suchichi rolled her eyes at him and stepped forward. Zhang Taiping followed closely behind. The two walked to the school gate and then drove away. Seeing Zhang Taiping and Suchichi getting into her Ferrari together, many students were heartbroken. At the same time, a wave of jealous murmurs arose. That guy again. Could there be something going on between him and Sue, the campus beauty? He actually sat in Sue's passenger seat. That's supposed to be my spot. He's just a bit handsome and has good grades. How did he catch the attention of Sue, the school beauty? It's over. My dream goddess has been snatched by someone else. Suchichi found a restaurant and walked in with Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping, what do you want to eat? Suchichi asked. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Zhang Taiping replied. Then I'll decide. Suchichi cheerfully ordered, choosing 4 small dishes and 2 bowls of rice, enough for the 2 of them. At that moment, Suchichi's phone rang. She took out her phone. It was Qinjian calling, and she answered immediately. During the call, Suchichi barely said a word. It was Qinjian doing all the talking. Her face quickly turned grim. After hanging up the phone, Suchichi hesitated for a moment and said, Zhang Taiping, there's some bad news. Zhang Taiping had just entered Suchichi's office when the door was slammed shut by Suchichi with great force. Right after, Suchichi pressed Zhang Taiping against the wall and raised her hand to press it on the wall beside Zhang Taiping's head. Captain, you're pinning me against the wall again. Zhang Taiping said weakly, this doesn't feel oppressive at all. It actually feels quite ambiguous. Suchichi's pretty face flushed red. After thinking for a moment, she moved her right hand away from the wall beside Zhang Taiping's head. Speak. Suchichi sat on the sofa, wearing an expression as if interrogating a criminal, leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Captain, what do you want me to say? Zhang Taiping asked in confusion. Still pretending with me? Suchichi glared at Zhang Taiping. Speak. Are you Spider-Man? I wish I were, but I'm really not. Zhang Taiping explained with great grievance. Captain, didn't you say those 2 otherworldly wanderers were both E-level cultivators? And I'm only at F-level cultivation. Without a sneak attack, how could I possibly kill them? Suchichi was suddenly stunned. She had only thought about Zhang Taiping being present but had overlooked Zhang Taiping's cultivation level. According to the principle, Spider-Man can confront the otherworldly invaders head-on without being at a disadvantage, which proves that Spider-Man is at least E-level in cultivation, while Zhang Taiping is only F-level. It really seems like he isn't Zhang Taiping, but why does she always feel that Spider-Man is Zhang Taiping? It must be said that a woman's sixth sense is truly terrifying. Even with ironclad evidence, it's hard to dispel their doubts. Captain, why are all of you covering your faces? Is it to avoid retaliation from the otherworldly invaders? Zhang Taiping changed the subject. Afraid of retaliation from the otherworldly beings? No way. Suchichi proudly said, from the moment I joined the Demon Hunters Hall, I have never been afraid of retaliation from the otherworldly beings. Then why are all of you wearing masks? Zhang Taiping asked in confusion. Suchichi thought for a moment and said, your classmates are all crazy about Spider-Man, right? Zhang Taiping didn't know why Suchichi asked this, but since it was true, he nodded. We are the same. Suchichi explained, we cover our faces because we don't want to reveal our identities and attract the attention of ordinary people. Zhang Taiping suddenly understood, and he also agreed with Suchichi's explanation. Take Chen Xian as an example. That guy is so fanatical about Spider-Man. If he knew Suchichi was the captain of the Demon Hunting Hall, he couldn't even imagine how fanatical Chen Xian would become. He'd probably be even more obsessed than those brainless fans from his previous life. By the way, Captain, why did you guys arrive so late? Zhang Taiping said, if Spider-Man hadn't suddenly appeared and killed those 2 otherworldly intruders, by the time you arrived, you'd probably not only have to collect my corpse but also the corpses of many classmates. Suchichi's pretty face turned red, and she said with a bitter smile, I wanted to get here earlier too, but the distance was a bit far. Don't cultivators know how to fly? Why did you come by car? Zhang Taiping asked persistently. Not all cultivators can fly. Suchichi explained, only those who have reached sea-level cultivation can fly through the air. In the entire Jian branch of the Nightwalkers, only the minister has sea-level cultivation. I tried contacting the minister, but the minister might be busy and has been on the phone the whole time. I see. Zhang Taiping nodded. No wonder Suchichi and the others took so long to arrive, and they even came by car. Suchichi looked at Zhang Taiping, thought for a moment, and asked, by the way, are you moving to the branch office to live? If you are, there's an empty room right next to mine. I'll have someone reserve it for you so no one else takes it. Zhang Taiping blinked. He didn't think Suchichi liked him, so her suggestion for him to live next door was probably because she still suspected him and wanted to keep an eye on him. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words got stuck in his throat. A
A beautiful woman inviting him, with such good living conditions he had no reason to refuse. He immediately said, "Of course I'll go. The accommodations at the branch office are much better than my place, and living there would also make it more convenient for operations." "Alright, I'll call and ask them to keep it." Suchichi said this as she took out her phone to make a call. "Ha, this little vixen really wants to keep an eye on me." Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. After he agreed, a sly smile of success appeared on Suchichi's charming face. Although that smile vanished in an instant, he still caught it. "It seems he'll have to be more cautious in the future." After finishing the call, Suchichi said, "There's no time like the present. The other worldly intruders just caused trouble at the school, so they probably won't come back anytime soon. Since there's nothing else going on right now, let me help you move." "Captain, that's too much trouble for you," Zhang Taiping said politely. "What's the trouble?" Suchichi smiled and said, "I'm your captain, helping you is my duty. Let's go." "Then I'll trouble the captain." Zhang Taiping didn't hold back anymore. As they reached the door, Suchichi suddenly stopped again. "By the way, you go out first, I'll change my clothes," Suchichi said. "Oh," Zhang Taiping responded, opened the door, and walked out. Closing the door, Suchichi said smugly, "Humph, keep pretending, I'll definitely find the evidence." As the words fell, Suchichi swiftly changed into a different outfit, then found a bag to pack her combat uniform, and walked out the door carrying the bag. Walking out of the office building, Suchichi and Zhang Taiping saw many students heading toward the school gate. "Is school over?" Suchichi raised her hand to check the watch on her wrist and said, "It really is the end of school. I didn't even notice the time, it's already 12 noon. Zhang Taiping, you made me proud today, so let me treat you to a meal. Then I shall accept your invitation graciously." Zhang Taiping agreed decisively. How could he refuse when a beauty invited him? "Stop showing off with your fancy words." Suchichi rolled her eyes at Zhang Taiping and strode forward. Zhang Taiping followed closely behind. The two walked to the school gate and then drove away. Seeing Zhang Taiping and Suchichi together, and even leaving in Suchichi's Ferrari, countless students could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. At the same time, a series of sour remarks also began to surface. "That guy again, could there be something going on between him and Sue, the school beauty? That guy actually sat in the passenger seat of Sue, the school beauty's car that's supposed to be my spot. That guy is just a little handsome and has slightly better grades. How did he catch the attention of Sue, the school beauty? That's it, my dream goddess has been snatched away by someone else." Suchichi found a restaurant and walked in with Zhang Taiping. "Zhang Taiping, what do you want to eat?" Suchichi asked. "I'm not picky, anything is fine," Zhang Taiping replied. "Then I'll just order casually." Suchichi didn't hold back anymore. She ordered 4 small dishes and 2 bowls of rice, enough for 2 people to eat. At that moment, Suchichi's phone rang. She took out her phone and glanced at it. It was Chinjan calling, so she immediately answered the call. Suchichi didn't say much, it was Chinjan doing all the talking, but Suchichi's expression visibly turned a bit unpleasant at a noticeable speed. After hanging up the phone, Suchichi hesitated for a moment and said, "Zhang Taiping, there's some bad news." Hearing Suchichi's words, Zhang Taiping was not surprised at all. Just now, seeing her expression change, he knew there was probably bad news. "What news?" he asked. "It's related to you." Suchichi lowered her voice and said, "According to the rules, new recruits joining the Demon Hunting Hall must be reported step by step. First to the Nanshan Province headquarters, then from Nanshan to the Longwa headquarters. But your file was held back by the Nanshan Province headquarters, and they even demanded it be returned, insisting that the Jian branch revoke your membership in the Demon Hunting Hall." Zhang Taiping was stunned. How did it end up involving him again? "Captain, I passed the assessment fair and square, with full marks in all 3 tests. Why cancel my qualification?" he asked in confusion. Suchichi gave a wry smile. "Because your cultivation talent is too low. I remember the Demon Hunting Hall's recruitment doesn't explicitly state that F-level talents aren't accepted, right? The minister didn't object either, so it should be fine." Zhang Taiping said, "Since there's no explicit rule, why won't you let me in? Although it's not explicitly stated, there are unwritten rules." Suchichi sighed. "The Demon Hunting Hall never accepts people with F-level cultivation talent. Otherwise, after all this time, there would be plenty of F-level individuals among the Nightwalkers. How could you be sequence F1? Is that so?" Zhang Taiping wondered. "Then why did they still let me take the assessment?" "To be honest, I had no choice," Suchichi said helplessly. "I really couldn't find a more suitable person, so I had to let you fill in. I never expected you to actually pass the assessment. The minister might have made an exception for you because of me," she continued, "but he definitely didn't expect you to pass all 3 rounds with full marks." Zhang Taiping was speechless. Was this a case of accidentally sneaking in through the back door? He also understood that Suchichi was one of the few S-level geniuses in Zhouwan City, Nanshan Province, and even the entire Dragon Nation, so it was natural for her to receive special treatment. "Captain, what did the minister say?" he asked. The minister argued strongly and temporarily made the Nanshan Province headquarters retract their decision, Suchichi replied. "He has been in contact with the Nanshan Province headquarters, but it's only temporary. The headquarters will
will send someone to test you. Only if you pass can you stay, if not, your status will be revoked. Phew. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. He really didn't want to expose his cultivation. If he were immediately kicked out of the demon hunting hall, he wouldn't be able to use it as a foundation, let alone slay otherworldly invaders. Now that his status wasn't immediately revoked, things became much easier to handle. Captain, what did the headquarters in Nanshan province say about testing me? They didn't say. Su Qiqi shook her head. But it definitely won't be like what you went through today. The headquarters doesn't allow the existence of F-level cultivation talents, so the test will be very difficult. I'd like to see just how difficult it is, Zhang Taiping said with a smile. Want to kick me out? Not a chance. Where do you get your confidence from? Su Qiqi was stunned. Captain, you said the same thing before. And what happened? He retorted. Su Qiqi was stunned. Didn't the result end up with her being humiliated? She gave Zhang Taiping a deep look, her gaze flickering. She had suspected before that he was hiding something, and now she was even more certain. Feeling the gaze, Zhang Taiping realized he had misspoken and quickly changed the topic. Captain, when will the headquarters in Nanshan province send someone over? They didn't say, but it shouldn't take too long. Looks like we'll have to enhance our apparent strength. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and maintain his F-level title, as staying low-key ensures longevity. But some people want to kick him out, so this trick can't be used again, otherwise, it will only give others leverage. Improving strength can't be too sudden, it must be done steadily and methodically. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, Captain, how much vitality can an F-level cultivation talent improve in a day? It depends on the person and the vitality pills, Su Qiqi replied. According to historical records, F-level talents can improve by over 10 units a day at most, or sometimes not even a single unit. Why are you asking this? Just curious, Zhang Taiping said casually. In fact, he wanted to calculate how many days it would take to raise his superficial cultivation to level E, avoiding being too abrupt. This reason was hard to explain, and even if he did, Su Qiqi wouldn't believe it. Su Qiqi didn't think much of it and reminded him, the Sutra Pavilion not only has mental techniques and martial skills but also plenty of historical records and notes on exotic beasts. You should check it out when you have time, it will be helpful to you. Alright, Captain. Zhang Taiping agreed readily. He decided to find some time to read books, otherwise, constantly asking Su Qiqi would make him look foolish. At this moment, the waiter came over with the dishes and filled the table with food. Hurry up and eat. After eating, I'll help you move, Su Qiqi said with a smile. Zhang Taiping nodded, and the two began eating heartily. Seeing Su Qiqi eating even faster than him, he was surprised. Captain, how do you eat so fast? A habit developed from being a night runner, Su Qiqi explained. When tasks get busy, sometimes there's no time to eat. Over time, you just get faster, otherwise, you'd have to fight on an empty stomach. Zhang Taiping suddenly understood and stopped asking questions, speeding up as well. The two devoured their food ravenously, leaving everyone in the restaurant stunned, like two hungry wolves. Faced with the stares, the two showed no embarrassment and continued eating without pause. In less than 10 minutes, the meal was over, and the two left the restaurant and drove away. On the road, Zhang Taiping occasionally glanced at Su Qiqi, a thoughtful look flashing in his dark eyes. The vitality pill is useless to him, not even as tasty as candy, so there's no point in keeping it. Su Qiqi is quite the little rich lady. He's considering whether to sell the vitality pill to her. Su Qiqi noticed Zhang Taiping frequently sneaking glances at her. At first, she ignored it, but after it happened several times, she finally couldn't help but ask, Zhang Taiping, why are you looking at me? Zhang Taiping replied a bit awkwardly, Captain, I have a question. Tell me about it. Su Qiqi looked at him curiously. You're driving a Ferrari, so you must be rich. Buying mid-level chi and blood pills shouldn't be a problem for you. You can absorb 1 chi and blood pill a day, gaining 10 calories of chi and blood. How are you only at E-level cultivation? I've only been a cultivator for less than 2 months, okay? Su Qiqi retorted irritably, aren't you just looking down on me? Zhang Taiping suddenly realized, calculating the time less than 2 months, at 10 calories of chi and blood per day, it would only amount to a little over 600 calories. Captain, there's a quick way to improve your cultivation right in front of you. Do you want it? Zhang Taiping asked. Let's hear it. Su Qiqi was intrigued. I have a high-grade vitality pill, Zhang Taiping explained. I plan to sell it to you. This way, you can increase your vitality by 100 calories in a day. A trace of hesitation flashed in Su Qiqi's eyes, but she quickly shook her head. Zhang Taiping, do you know what you're doing? Advanced vitality pills are extremely rare, and no one sells them easily. If you take it, you might soon step into E rank. How can you sell it? Captain, I know what I'm doing, Zhang Taiping said with a bitter smile. You also said might, which isn't certain. Besides, I'm currently around 2-star F rank. If I take the advanced vitality pill and still can't advance, wouldn't it be a waste? Moreover, I really need money to buy a car and a house. I can't keep taking taxis for every mission, can I? Taxis also take time to wait for, and I can't keep renting a place to live forever. But most importantly, I'm not even sure if I can stay in the demon hunting hall. hall. If I get kicked out, at least having a house will make life a bit easier. Suchichi remained silent, not knowing how to persuade him, as what he said made a lot of sense. After a moment, she said, it's better not to sell the high-grade chi and blood pill. If you need money, I can lend it to you. Jiang Taiping felt both touched and guilty. He was touched because Suchichi clearly wanted the pill very much, yet she restrained herself and was even willing to lend him money. What makes him feel guilty is that his earlier words inevitably carried a hint of self-pity. Captain, I can't borrow your money, Jiang Taiping said seriously. The money for buying a car and a house is no small amount. If I can stay in the demon hunting hall, I can pay it back. But if I get kicked out, how would I repay it? Don't even mention getting kicked out, and don't bring up money either. I may be poor, but I have my pride. I will never accept charity. Don't try to persuade me. I'm definitely selling the advanced vitality pills. If you don't want them, I'll sell them to someone else. Suchichi saw his determination and was too lazy to persuade him further. How much do you want to sell it for? She asked. 2 million, Jiang Taiping replied. Some say that a high-grade vitality pill increases vitality by 100 calories per day. Based on the prices of low-grade and mid-grade vitality pills, it's only worth 1 million. Is Jiang Taiping asking for 2 million being too greedy? Actually, that's not the case. Suchichi can absorb 1 chi and blood pill a day, and taking a high-level chi and blood pill increases her chi and blood by 100 calories per day. However, achieving the same effect with a mid-level chi and blood pill would take 10 days. As the saying goes, a fast step leads to faster steps. In the eyes of practitioners, a time difference of 9 whole days is invaluable. Moreover, high-grade chi and blood pills are extremely difficult to obtain and are only awarded to those who have made significant contributions to the Nightwalkers. Rare items are precious, not to mention 2 million, even 5 million can be easily sold. Originally, Jiang Taiping intended to sell it for 5 million, but he was moved by Suchichi's concern and softened, lowering the price. I'll take it, Suchichi agreed decisively. Jiang Taiping was not surprised at all. 2 million for a vitality blood pill unless you're broke. Who wouldn't buy it? Captain, I still have 9 low-grade vitality blood pills. Do you want them too? Jiang Taiping asked. Suchichi was stunned. You don't even take low-level chi and blood pills? No, I want to take mid-level chi and blood pills, Jiang Taiping replied. Suchichi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not that you can't even afford to take low-level chi and blood pills, or I'd really want to beat you up. Then I'll exchange them for mid-level chi and blood pills for you, Suchichi said. Captain, no need to trouble you. I can't sell the low-grade vitality pills. Just give me the money, and I'll go to the Jian Chamber of Commerce to buy them myself. Low-grade vitality pills cost 10,000 each. I have 9 of them, so just give me 80,000. He used the excuse of wanting to eat mid-grade vitality pills, but in reality, even if he switched, it would still be useless and just for show. No problem. Suchichi didn't think much about it, pulled out her phone, and tapped a few times. The money has already been transferred to your account. Jiang Taiping's phone immediately received a deposit notification from the Nightwalker Bank. Truly a little rich lady, transferring over 2 million just like that, he exclaimed. Now we're millionaires too. Captain, wasn't it 2,080,000? How did it become 2,090,000? I can sell low-grade vitality pills for 10,000 each. Suchichi hesitated for a moment. Actually, I took advantage of you. High-grade vitality pills are priceless on the market. If you spread the word about selling the pills, someone would definitely offer a higher price. I know, Jiang Taiping said, but you're the captain, and we're family. Whether it's a good deal or not doesn't matter. High-grade vitality pills are rare, so we prioritize our own people. How could we let outsiders benefit? Speaking, he took out a vitality pill from the system warehouse and handed it to Suchichi. Suchichi accepted it, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Jiang Taiping knew how to be grateful, which made her efforts to argue on behalf of him and Jiang Manor worthwhile. Don't forget to buy the intermediate vitality pill as soon as possible, Suchichi reminded. Whether or not you can stay in the demon hunting hall, improving your cultivation is very important. Captain, I will. Jiang Taiping replied. I just took a low-level chi and blood pill, and I haven't fully absorbed it yet. Suchichi nodded without speaking and drove toward Jiang Taiping's house. The car had just started not long ago when Suchichi's expression suddenly changed, as if she had sensed something unusual. That's not right, Suchichi said. Jiang Taiping, during dinner just now, you said there was no way they'd kick you out of the demon hunting hall. So why are you leaving yourself an escape route now? Where's your confidence? Captain, having confidence is one thing, but leaving yourself a way out isn't a bad idea, Jiang Taiping explained. You always have something to say. Suchichi pouted. She always felt that something was off, but she couldn't figure out exactly what it was. After that, neither Suchichi nor Jiang Taiping said anything further. They arrived at Jiang Taiping's home. Suchichi suddenly understood. She knew Jiang Taiping lived in a poor neighborhood, but she didn't know he actually lived in a basement. No wonder Jiang Taiping was so eager to buy a house. If it were her, she would also be desperate to buy one. Jiang Taiping had no idea that Suchichi had imagined so much on her own. At this moment, he was busy packing his his clothes. After packing a few pieces of clothing, Jiang Taiping said, "Captain, I'm ready. Let's go." "What? Jiang Taiping, you're moving house and you're only taking a few pieces of clothing?" Su Chichi exclaimed in surprise. "Captain, the branch office has all the furniture and supplies we need. There's no need to bring too much," Jiang Taiping said. "Besides, if you take too much, the car you're driving won't be able to fit it all." "That's true." Su Chichi nodded and said, "Then you should take all your clothes too. Or are you planning to come back?" "Captain, even though this place is rented, I've lived here for a few years and have grown attached to it," Jiang Taiping said. "Although the branch office provides accommodation, it's not my home after all. Keeping this place means I can come back and stay whenever I want. Besides, I might have to move out of the branch office in a few days." "Suit yourself." Su Chichi didn't try to persuade him further. She knew Jiang Taiping was referring to the matter of the Nanshan province headquarters sending someone to test him. However, what she didn't know was that Jiang Taiping said this to give himself an excuse to go out at night. Of course, his nighttime outings were not for pleasure, but for practicing martial arts. For example, the sword control technique. He had practiced the art of controlling swords during the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, but he had yet to train in sword flight. Leaving Jiang Taiping's house, Su Chichi carried Jiang Taiping and headed to the Nightwalker Jian branch. Upon arriving at the Nightwalker Jian branch, Su Chichi and Jiang Taiping tidied up the room together. Actually, there wasn't much to tidy up, just having someone bring over a set of bedding and some toiletries. Su Chichi helped Jiang Taiping lay out the bedding and hung the clothes Jiang Taiping brought in the wardrobe. "I've already informed the logistics hall about you moving here," Su Chichi said. "From now on, this room is yours. You can unlock the door using your fingerprint and iris scan." "Thank you, Captain." Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude. "Didn't you say we're on the same side? There's no need to be so polite among ourselves." Su Chichi shook her head and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "There's nothing much going on right now, so I want to visit the Sutra Library," Jiang Taiping said. "Alright, the items in the Sutra Pavilion are only allowed to be viewed there and cannot be taken out. If there's anything you don't understand, just give me a call. I'm leaving now." Su Chichi finished speaking and turned to leave. Jiang Taiping followed suit, took the elevator, and headed to the 4th floor Sutra Pavilion. Arriving at the Sutra Pavilion, Jiang Taiping used his fingerprint and iris to open the door and walked in. The Sutra Pavilion was very large, with an area of over 1,000 square meters. Inside, there were many bookshelves, all filled with books. Jiang Taiping first took a stroll around the Sutra Pavilion to familiarize himself with the arrangement of various books, making it easier to find them later. Then, he walked to the bookshelf where mental cultivation techniques and martial arts skills were placed, pulled out a few books, and skimmed through them briefly. Although the mental cultivation techniques and martial arts skills of this world were useless to him, he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone asking him which ones he had chosen. If he couldn't answer, it would expose him. After memorizing the name of one mental cultivation technique and a few martial arts skills, Jiang Taiping walked over to the bookshelf containing historical records. He compared for a moment, then pulled out the history of night walkers and the compendium of exotic beasts to read carefully. As Jiang Taiping read, time quietly slipped away. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Su Chichi, seeing that Jiang Taiping hadn't returned so late, went to the Sutra Library to check. When she saw Jiang Taiping engrossed in his reading, she said nothing and quietly left the Sutra Pavilion. This guy, apart from being slightly lacking in cultivation talent, is excellent in every other aspect and works very hard. Su Chichi muttered to herself, "This guy has many secrets unknown to others. I can't let the Nanshan province headquarters strip him of his demon hunting hall membership because of so-called unwritten rules." Jiang Taiping was unaware that Su Chichi had been there. He was still immersed in his reading. Late into the night, Jiang Taiping finally finished reading the history of nightwalkers and the compendium of exotic beasts. This gave him a deeper understanding of nightwalkers and exotic beasts, greatly broadening his knowledge. Taking out his phone for a look, Jiang Taiping exclaimed in surprise, "It's already 1 in the morning." Standing up to stretch his body, which had grown stiff from sitting too long, Jiang Taiping summoned the multiverse lottery system. Today, at Jian No. 1 High School, he killed 2 interdimensional intruders, but he hasn't checked his gains yet. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E-level. Vitality, 152 Cal. Talent, Devour, Divine, Sword Embryo, S-level. Previously, it was 123 calories of vitality, now it's 152 calories of vitality, an increase of 29 calories of vitality. TSK, slaying otherworldly invaders is still the fastest way. Blood Chi Pill is rubbish, it's ridiculously weak compared to the divine level cultivation talent of devouring. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, though his tone carried a hint of jealousy. He also wanted to take the Blood Chi Pill, as consuming it could provide an extra boost to his blood chi. However, what he said was indeed the truth compared to the divine level cultivation talent of devouring. The Blood Chi Pill truly pales in comparison. Although the blood energy he absorbed today still doesn't compare to that of a high-grade blood energy pill, this is because he only killed 2 otherworldly disciples today. If he had gone to the demon hunting garden to fight
enemies, the blood energy he absorbed would definitely surpass that of a high-grade blood energy pill. Moreover, high-grade blood energy pills aren't something you can take whenever you want, but the divine-level cultivation talent for devouring is always available. As long as he works hard to kill enemies, he can continuously absorb their blood energy and enhance his cultivation. As for low-grade and mid-grade blood energy pills, they've already been completely outclassed by the divine-level cultivation talent for devouring. After marveling at this, Jiang Taiping opened the system warehouse again. In the system repository, there is one super lottery card and 56 low-level lottery cards. Apart from one low-level lottery card, the rest are the spoils from his slaying of 2 otherworldly invaders today. TSK, I actually got a super lottery card. That otherworldly invader is truly a bringer of fortune. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and asked, lottery system of the myriad worlds, I've killed some interdimensional invaders before, and quite a few exotic beasts as well, but all I got were low-level lottery cards. Why did I get a super lottery card this time? Jiang Taiping suspected there might be some trick to obtaining a super lottery card, which is why he asked. Probability issue, but major events can increase the chances of getting a super lottery card. The host saved the entire school today, preventing a major casualty and increasing the chances of obtaining a super lottery card. Jiang Taiping's eyes lit up slightly. His suspicion was correct. There really is a trick to it. Lottery all-world system, use the super lottery card to draw. Jiang Taiping's face was full of anticipation. The super lottery card guarantees a win, and you'll definitely get something good. Last time, using the super lottery card resulted in obtaining the god-level cultivation talent Devour. I wonder what I'll get this time. Start the lottery, consuming 1 super lottery card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining observation hockey. As the lottery multiverse system spoke, a surge of information flooded Jiang Taiping's mind. It was the method for cultivating observation hockey. Damn! Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse, his face brimming with ecstatic joy. In One Piece, observation hockey is one of the strongest support skills. The ability of observation hockey is the perception of aura. To be precise, observation hockey can, within a certain range, sense danger, gauge the strength of an opponent, perceive things outside the line of sight, and even predict an opponent's attacks. These are just the basic abilities of observation hockey. If observation hockey is deeply developed, it can not only increase the perception range but also grant the ability to see through objects, read others' minds, and even hear the voices of all things. These are not the abilities Jiang Taiping considers the most impressive. He believes the most incredible ability is foreseeing the future. Foreseeing the future is different from predicting an opponent's attack. It allows one to briefly see events that will happen in the future. Once the ability to foresee the future is mastered, what kind of effect would that have? I know what will happen next. I know what the enemy will do next, so I can respond in advance and completely crush the enemy's schemes. How can the enemy even play like this? There's absolutely no way to play. But speaking of which, developing the ability to foresee the future with observation hockey is not an easy task. However, the moment Jiang Taiping obtained observation hockey, he decided that no matter how difficult it was, he would develop the ability to foresee the future. Training. I must train as soon as possible. A somewhat fatigued Jiang Taiping instantly became full of energy. He repeatedly pondered the method of training observation hockey, and once he understood it, he began to try. Jiang Taiping took a deep breath and focused on sensing the surrounding situation. The next moment, a slightly surreal scene appeared before his eyes. This scene depicted the surroundings of the scripture pavilion within a 10-meter radius, centered on Jiang Taiping. In the image, every bookshelf could be clearly seen, and even the names of the books on the shelves could be vaguely discerned. It felt as if Jiang Taiping had grown eyes in all directions, and each eye had X-ray vision. Otherwise, standing between 2 rows of bookshelves, he could only see the shelves in front and behind him, and it would be impossible to see the shelves farther away. To be more precise, this feeling is very similar to activating a God's Eye view while playing a game. But in fact, it's not a God's Eye view, but rather a scene created by observation hockey through sensing auras. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This thing would be the ultimate weapon for playing hide and seek. The opponent can't hide anywhere. It's completely impossible to escape. Ugh. How can you use observation hockey to play hide and seek? Isn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? But the principle is the same. As long as they're within my perception range, the enemy has nowhere to hide. Besides, with the ability to sense danger through observation hockey, why worry about being ambushed? As long as the enemy comes within 10 meters of me, I can sense them immediately. Moreover, I can even know what they're going to do and respond in time. I'm truly amazing. I've just started cultivating and have already developed observation hockey to such a level. This is just the beginning. As cultivation continues, the development of observation hockey will reach even greater heights. One day, I will encompass the entire Dragon Kingdom, no, the entire world within my range of perception. Isn't this ideal a bit too arrogant, too exaggerated? Well, one must have ideals, and they should be ambitious. Jiang Taiping was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. It took him quite a
while to calm down. Let's try predicting the future again. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and casually threw the book in his hand. Immediately afterward, he saw the book fly into the air, then trace a parabola before landing on the ground. But these were things he saw, not things he foresaw. You're thinking a bit too optimistically. It's still impossible to foresee the future to that extent. Jiang Taiping sighed, but there wasn't the slightest hint of disappointment on his face. He just started practicing observation hockey. Being able to foresee the future would be absurd. A range of 10 meters is already quite useful, but a range of 10 meters isn't very large. I can't be complacent. I need to keep working hard. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself and then continued training his observation hockey. He did not develop observation hockey in a single direction but instead developed it in multiple directions simultaneously. As he continued to train, time quietly slipped away. His efforts were not in vain, as the development of his observation hockey kept increasing with his training. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Taiping, who had been cultivating all night, completely forgot about the time and was still immersed in his practice. Ring ring, ring ring. Jiang Taiping's phone suddenly rang, pulling him out of his cultivation. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The call was from Su Qiqi. Wow, it's already 8 in the morning. I actually cultivated all night. Jiang Taiping froze for a moment, then a radiant smile appeared on his face. After a night of cultivation, the perception range of observation hockey expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. Although this result is far from his ideal of encompassing the entire world, it is undoubtedly a solid step forward. Moreover, achieving such progress in just one night can be considered quite fruitful. Answering the phone, Su Qiqi's somewhat embarrassed and annoyed voice came through. Jiang Taiping, are you a pig? I've been knocking on the door for ages and got no response. Captain, I'm not in the room. Even if you break the door down, it won't help. Not in the room? Then where are you? In the Sutra Pavilion. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Su Qiqi's voice suddenly rose. What the heck? You've been there since yesterday afternoon until now? You're something else. Su Qiqi's voice was full of complexity. Yes, she had somewhat underestimated Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping wasn't just working hard, he was clearly giving it his all. Captain, did you need me for something? Almost forgot the main task because of you. Hurry back to your room. We're heading out on a mission. Going on a mission? I'll be there right away. Jiang Taiping hung up the phone and dashed out of the scripture pavilion. He didn't know what the mission was, but no matter what it was, it would be related to otherworldly trespassers or beasts. To him, those trespassers and beasts were experience points and lottery card extraction machines. He couldn't afford to miss this. What's more, this was his first mission since joining the Demon Hunting Hall, so he absolutely couldn't miss it. Very soon, Jiang Taiping returned to the 9th floor. Seeing Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Captain, what are you laughing at? Jiang Taiping asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Taiping, with that look, you could go to the zoo and be a national treasure on display. Su Qiqi explained. National treasure? Giant panda? Jiang Taiping was speechless. Was Su Qiqi saying he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes? Enough teasing, let's get down to business. Su Qiqi said seriously, you haven't slept all night, and you're in such bad shape. Can you manage? Captain, a man can't say he can't. Jiang Taiping replied seriously. Ugh, what kind of talk is that? Su Qiqi's pretty face turned red. Jiang Taiping was momentarily puzzled. What he said didn't seem wrong, did it? However, he quickly reacted and said helplessly, Captain, your thoughts are a bit dirty. Your thoughts are the dirty ones. Su Qiqi glared at Jiang Taiping, handed him the large bag she was carrying, then took out a wristwatch and a small black furry object the size of a fingernail from her pocket and handed them to Jiang Taiping as well. This is your combat suit, wristwatch, and earpiece. I brought them all for you. Su Qiqi explained. Captain, what are the watch and earpiece for? Jiang Taiping asked. This watch looks like an ordinary wristwatch, but it can detect the presence of beasts. Su Qiqi explained. If a beast or an otherworldly intruder comes within 5 meters of us, the watch will vibrate to alert us. However, it can only detect the presence of certain beasts, so we must remain extremely cautious during operations. The earpiece is for communication during missions. It has a range of 5 kilometers. To speak, just press the switch on the earpiece. There are still over 10 minutes before departure, so hurry up and change into your combat gear to get ready. Yes, Captain. Jiang Taiping responded and returned to his room. He quickly changed into his combat uniform, put on his watch and earpiece, and came out again. Originally, he didn't want to wear the watch because it was far inferior to his observation hockey, but in order not to arouse Su Qiqi's suspicion, he still chose to wear the watch. I just forgot to give you a weapon. Su Qiqi drew a long sword from her waist and handed it to Jiang Taiping, saying, this long sword is a flexible sword, convenient to carry. You can place it in the hidden compartment on the waist of your combat uniform like a belt. If you find it unsuitable, you can go to the logistics department to exchange it for another one. It's great, no need to change it. Jiang Taiping took the long sword and casually inserted it into the hidden compartment of his combat uniform. He currently didn't have any swordsmanship skills. The only assassination technique he knew, throat slitting, was still more comfortable to perform with a dagger. Didn't you eat? Tsuchichi raised her hand and pointed to the backpack on the ground, saying, there are compressed biscuits and water inside. There's no time to eat a proper meal now, so have some compressed biscuits and water to stave off hunger. Jiang Taiping originally didn't feel hungry, but as soon as Tsuchichi mentioned it, his stomach started growling. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner last night, nor had he eaten breakfast this morning. I am indeed a bit hungry. Jiang Taiping didn't force himself to endure it. He picked up a backpack, took out some compressed biscuits and water, and started eating. As he ate, he used observation haki to sense Tsuchichi's cultivation level, and discovered that Tsuchichi was at 9-star E level, just one step away from reaching D level. You brat actually advanced to 3-star F level? Tsuchichi exclaimed in surprise. Really? Jiang Taiping said, yesterday, I picked a cultivation technique in the Sutra Pavilion and practiced it overnight. I felt my strength increase a bit, and I didn't expect to directly leap past 2-star F level and advance to 3-star F level. Yes, Jiang Taiping slightly enhanced his apparent cultivation level. To be precise, on his way back, he had the lottery multiverse system disguise his cultivation as 3-star F class. Originally, he hadn't planned to raise his cultivation to 3-star F class all at once, intending to progress 1 star at a time. However, considering that people from the Nanshan province headquarters could arrive at any moment, he decided to take a bigger step. According to Tsuchichi, individuals with F-class cultivation talent can increase their vitality by more than 10 carats in a day, which was also confirmed in the Nightwalker's history he read. Thus, his daily increase of over 10 carats of vitality wouldn't arouse suspicion. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. Tsuchichi sighed, a trace of regret appearing in her beautiful eyes. Yesterday, Jiang Taiping mentioned that his cultivation was nearing 2-star F level, but after just one night of training, he advanced to 3-star F level, increasing his vitality by more than 10 points. This clearly showed Jiang Taiping's rapid cultivation speed. However, the regret was that Jiang Taiping only had an F-level cultivation talent. Captain, you're too kind, Jiang Taiping said modestly. Tsuchichi reminded, cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and tension. Don't push yourself too hard. Got it, got it. I've noted it down. Jiang Taiping nodded. Tsuchichi said nothing more. She raised her hand to check her watch. There were only a few minutes left until departure time. She then pressed her earpiece and said, Demon Hunting Team 9, assemble. The next moment, several figures emerged from the surrounding rooms. Jiang Taiping glanced at the people who came out 7 in total, plus him and Tsuchichi, making 9. The 7 were all quite young, around 20 years old, and all had E-level cultivation. Among them, 3 had serial numbers starting with B, while the remaining 4 had serial numbers starting with C. This means that 3 people have B-level cultivation talent, and 4 people have C-level cultivation talent. Tsuchichi gave Jiang Taiping a brief introduction to the 7 teammates. Jiang Taiping greeted the 7 with a smile, but they responded with an indifferent attitude, as if ashamed to associate with him. Jiang Taiping didn't mind. He knew the 7 despised him for his low cultivation talent. My serial number starting with F is indeed a bit glaring, but soon you'll realize that having me as a teammate is your privilege, Jiang Taiping muttered to himself. Tsuchichi noticed the 7 people's estrangement from Jiang Taiping. She wanted to say something, but since it was almost time to depart, there was no time for her to speak. She could only wait until after completing the mission to find an opportunity to persuade the 7. Confirm if the headset is intact, Tsuchichi said. Intact. The 7 people spoke in unison. Intact. Jiang Taiping followed suit. Jiang Taiping, ride in my car. The rest as usual, move out, Tsuchichi commanded. As the words fell, Tsuchichi picked up a backpack and turned to walk toward the elevator. Jiang Taiping and the other 8 picked up their backpacks and followed. They took the elevator to the underground garage. Tsuchichi drove a car with Jiang Taiping, while the other 7 got into 2 other cars and drove off. Captain, what is the mission this time? Jiang Taiping asked curiously. To sweep out the hideout of the interdimensional intruders. Tsuchichi explained, according to information provided by an informant, there is a hideout of interdimensional intruders in Sunset Mountain, east of Jian City. The informant also said the intruders will relocate in the afternoon, so we must arrive before noon and deal with them. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up. The hideout of the interdimensional wanderers, there must be quite a few of them, right? Captain, how does the informant know there's a hideout of interdimensional wanderers in Sunset Mountain? The informant is also an interdimensional wanderer. Tsuchichi explained, after we caught him, we reformed him, and he became our informant. Jiang Taiping furrowed his brows. The otherworldly apostates are people corrupted by alien beasts. It can be said that they have already betrayed humanity. Such individuals are not the same as ordinary criminals. He doubted whether these people could be reformed. Captain, is that informant reliable? Reliable, Tsuchichi said. Before this, he had provided us with information several times, all of which were accurate. That's good. Captain, I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep for a while. Call me when we arrive. Jiang Taiping didn't think much more about it. Since Tsuchichi said it was reliable, what What else was there to consider? Maybe those polluted by alien beasts can also have a change of heart? Su Qiqi was somewhat speechless. You're actually going to sleep now, during a mission? However, thinking about how Jiang Taiping hadn't slept all night and there wasn't anything urgent at the moment, she decided not to say anything. Jiang Taiping was truly exhausted. He closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat, falling asleep immediately. So he fell asleep so quickly? He must really be tired, but his heart is certainly big enough. Su Qiqi shook her head speechlessly. It was the first time she had encountered someone sleeping during a mission. They drove all the way forward. It took more than an hour, but the group finally arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Wake up, we're here. Su Qiqi raised her hand and pushed Jiang Taiping, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Jiang Taiping woke up instantly. He grabbed the water stored in the compartment and washed his face to wake himself up a bit. Jiang Taiping, is everything okay? Su Qiqi asked. Captain, absolutely no problem. Jiang Taiping assured. Alright, get out of the car. Su Qiqi said as she opened the door and got out of the car, followed by Jiang Taiping. The other 7 members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 also got out of the car one after another. There's no road ahead. Leave the car here, strap on your backpacks, and move forward on foot. Su Qiqi instructed. Yes, Captain. Jiang Taiping and the others responded and followed Su Qiqi, running up Sunset Mountain. Along the way, Jiang Taiping kept using observation haki to sense the surroundings, but he didn't detect anything unusual. This left Jiang Taiping somewhat puzzled. This was supposed to be the hideout of the otherworldly wanderers. Didn't they assign anyone to keep watch? It took more than 10 minutes for Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping, and the others to reach the mountainside. That wooden house ahead is the hideout of the otherworldly intruders. Su Qiqi raised her hand and pointed forward. Jiang Taiping and the others looked up and saw a wooden house standing about 100 or 200 meters away. Spread out, find cover, and don't get noticed. Su Qiqi said. According to the informant, those interdimensional intruders are all below 3-star E-level cultivation. Everyone, be cautious during the fight. Let's move forward. As her words fell, Su Qiqi crouched down and, using the flowers, grass, and trees on the mountain, quietly and carefully approached the wooden house. Jiang Taiping and the others spread out and also cautiously approached the wooden house. When they were within 20 meters of the wooden house, Jiang Taiping suddenly frowned. Relying on the perception of observation haki, he clearly saw that there were 10 middle-aged men in the wooden house. Those people were full of vigilance, and one of them was even standing by the window looking out, as if they had already discovered them. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the informant's intelligence was incorrect. Those otherworldly intruders were not all E-level cultivators below 3 stars. One of the middle-aged men was a 2-star D-level cultivator. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping's expression changed drastically. Previously, he thought the otherworldly wanderers were somewhat foolish for not sending someone to keep watch. But now he suddenly realized he was wrong. It wasn't that the otherworldly wanderers were foolish, this was a trap set specifically for them. The otherworldly wanderers were on full alert, not because they had discovered them, but because they had long known they were coming. After all, if the otherworldly wanderers had discovered them, how could they still be staying in the wooden cabin? You must know that among the otherworldly intruders, there are those with 2-star D-level cultivation, a level sufficient to crush them, making it completely unnecessary to stay in the wooden hut. So there's only one explanation. The otherworldly intruders didn't discover them but had long known they were coming. That informant is definitely suspicious. Damn it, luckily I gained observation haki yesterday, or I would have been done for today. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse under his breath, his cheeks full of lingering fear. The highest cultivation level in the Demon Hunting Team 9 was Su Qiqi, and Su Qiqi only had a 9-star E-level cultivation. For them to mess with a 2-star D-level otherworldly intruder was undoubtedly like a mouse licking a cat's nose courting death. Captain, wait. Jiang Taiping pressed his earpiece and called out to stop them. Everyone, halt. Su Qiqi immediately issued the order, then asked, F1, what's wrong? Captain, something's not right. We can't act, or something big will happen. Jiang Taiping said. F1, are you kidding me? Yeah, the arrow is already on the string, and now you're telling me not to act? Not taking action. What are we here for? Tourism? F1, could it be your first mission and you're scared stiff? Before Su Qiqi could speak, the mocking voices of others rang out in the earpiece. Finished talking? If you're done, all of you shut up. Jiang Taiping said in a deep voice, if I'm cowardly, you can ask the captain to find out. F1 is not a coward. Su Qiqi's voice followed in the earpiece. F1, what's going on exactly? Jiang Taiping thought for a moment and said, Captain, something feels very wrong. If we act, we might all end up trapped here. He didn't mention observation haki because no one knew what observation haki was or what it did. F1, feelings are not evidence. Give me evidence that convinces me. Su Qiqi replied. Captain, I can't give you concrete evidence. Jiang Taiping said seriously, but my intuition has always been accurate. Please, no matter what, trust me. If my intuition is wrong, I will leave the demon hunting hall on my own afterward. Su Qiqi frowned. What Jiang Taiping said was indeed somewhat mysterious, but she could tell that Jiang Taiping really wanted to stay in the demon hunting
hunting hall. Now that Jiang Taiping even mentioned leaving the demon hunting hall on his own, it was clear he wasn't joking.
F1, do you know what you're saying? Su Qiqi said seriously. Captain, I know exactly what I'm saying. Please trust me this time, Jiang Taiping affirmed. Su Qiqi did not respond immediately. She was somewhat conflicted.
She somewhat believed Jiang Taiping, but the mission was issued by the demon hunting hall.
If they didn't act, how could they report back? After some thought, Su Qiqi asked, F1, if we don't act, what do you think we should do?
Request for help.
Jiang Taiping decisively voiced his thoughts and then asked, Captain, what is the hall master's cultivation level?
6-star D level.
Then call the hall master over.
Jiang Taiping said. That otherworldly disciple was at 2-star D level cultivation, and Xiao Shan, with 6-star D level cultivation, was more than enough.
F1, this place is quite far from the city center. The hall master won't be able to get here quickly. Su Qiqi said.
Then call the minister over.
Jiang Taiping said, the minister can fly. It won't take him much time to get here. Su Qiqi was silent for a moment. Alright, I'll contact the minister now.
Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief, finally persuading Su Qiqi and avoiding the terrifying consequence of total annihilation.
Captain, Captain.
The voices of several team members came through the earpiece. They wanted to stop her, but Su Qiqi directly interrupted them.
I trust him.
After speaking, Su Qiqi took out her phone to contact Xinjian.
Captain, tell the minister exactly what I said,
Jiang Taiping said. Moments later, the call was connected, and Su Qiqi relayed Jiang Taiping's words to Xinjian. Xinjian decisively made a decision. He would come over as soon as possible. It wasn't that he believed Jiang Taiping, but even if there was the slightest possibility, he had to come and see for himself. Otherwise, if what Jiang Taiping said was true, the loss to the demon hunting hall would be significant, especially with Su Qiqi, one of the few S-level cultivation talents.
Hung up the phone, Su Qiqi said. The minister said he will come over immediately. Everyone stay where you are and don't move.
The 7 members of the demon hunting team 9 felt very upset, but since Su Qiqi said so, they had no right to object.
F1, if your intuition is wrong, the captain will be disciplined, someone said. Shut up, Su Qiqi said. I know F1 better than all of you. He is not someone who makes alarmist remarks. Also, I am the captain, and I must be responsible for your safety. Even if there is only the slightest possibility of what F1 said, I cannot risk your safety. Captain, thank you for your trust.
Jiang Taiping said. You will soon realize that you made a very correct decision.
Let's hope so. Su Qiqi smiled bitterly.
Don't be fooled by her strong and confident words. In truth, she wasn't very sure, as feelings like this are indeed quite mysterious.
Everyone, stop talking, stay silent, and wait for the minister to arrive, Su Qiqi ordered. After that, Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi, and the other members of Demon Hunting Team 9 quietly lay hidden in the grass. After a few minutes, Su Qiqi's phone started vibrating.
She took out her phone and looked at it.
It was a call from Xinjian, and she immediately answered it. Qiqi, I've arrived. I'm right around your area. Attack now. Got it, Minister, Su Qiqi responded and then hung up the phone.
The minister has arrived.
Demon Hunter Team 9, listen up. Launch a full-scale attack. As the words fell, Su Qiqi got up and charged toward the wooden cabin.
Earlier, she had told everyone to be cautious, fearing that the intruders from the other world would escape once they were discovered. Now that Xinjian had arrived, with Xinjian, a Class C powerhouse, overseeing the situation, there was no need to worry about the intruders escaping. Jiang Taiping and the other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 moved accordingly, charging toward the wooden house. Soon, Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi, and the others rushed to an open space in front of the wooden house. At that moment, the door of the wooden house opened, and people inside quickly poured out. Upon seeing the middle-aged man leading the group, all the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9, except for Jiang Taiping, were stunned.
They couldn't sense the cultivation level of the middle-aged man, which meant he was at least at D-level cultivation.
This incident undoubtedly confirmed what Jiang Taiping had said. If they had recklessly launched an attack, they would all have been defeated here.
Realizing this, Su Qiqi felt a wave of lingering fear.
Fortunately, she had chosen to trust Jiang Taiping, otherwise, it would have been the end for them today. The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 also wore expressions of lingering fear on their faces, mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had all been doubting Jiang Taiping, yet in the end, it was Jiang Taiping who saved their lives. Not only them, even Xinjian, who was hiding in the shadows, felt a wave of fear.
Well, isn't this the beautiful Su from the Demon Hunting Team 9 of the Nightwalkers Jian Branch's Demon Hunting Hall? The middle-aged man said in surprise. Su Qiqi's face was extremely grim.
At this moment, she also realized the intelligence was wrong, and she even spotted that informant. The informant was looking at her with a smug expression, clearly indicating that the incorrect information was no accident but intentional. This meant that the Demon Hunting Hall had been played. Monkey, the Sumerian is watching you. Seems like you've been discovered, the middle-aged man said. Monkey
monkey was the informant Tsuchichi had mentioned. Tiger bro, so what if she found out? It's already too late. The monkey chuckled. Well done. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Earlier, I thought catching a few small fries would be enough, but I didn't expect to lure in the top genius beauty of the Jian branch. After I have my fun later, I'll let you have a turn. Thank you, Tiger bro. The monkey exclaimed excitedly. I've been thinking about her for a long time. I never thought I'd get to kiss her. Following me, brother Tiger, means you'll have meat to eat, the middle-aged man said proudly. Tsuchichi ignored brother Tiger and looked at the monkey, saying coldly, why? Following exotic beasts has a future, right? The monkey laughed loudly. Since you have no remorse, why provide us with accurate information? Tsuchichi asked again. If I don't give you a little taste of sweetness, would you fall for it? Brother who laughed loudly. Using a few small fry to lure your entire team, don't you think it's worth it? Tsuchichi's face turned ashen. At first, they were still on guard, but the few pieces of information the monkey provided consecutively were very accurate, making them believe the monkey truly had a repentant heart and thus lowered their guard. However, what she didn't expect was that this turned out to be a long-planned trap. Sumarin, I'm here. Brother Tiger let out a loud laugh and charged towards Tsuchichi. At that moment, a figure rapidly descended from the sky, landing in front of Tsuchichi. That figure is none other than Shinjan. Shinjan? Seeing Shinjan, brother whose expression changed drastically, and he immediately wanted to flee frantically. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Shinjan let out a cold laugh and raised his hand, lightly gripping towards brother who. An invisible force immediately restrained brother who, causing him to fly towards Shinjan and then fall at Shinjan's feet. Minister Qin, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Brother who pleaded for mercy, I will turn over a new leaf and help you fight the beasts. Please, spare my life. Shut up, Shinjan said coldly. Brother who couldn't help but shiver, then decisively shut his mouth. Hunter Squad 9, killed him, Shinjan ordered. He did not take action against the remaining people himself, not because he looked down on them, but because he wanted Hunter Squad 9 to take action, using this to train them and increase their combat experience. Yes, Minister. Tsuchichi, Jiang Taiping, and the rest of the Demon Hunting Squad 9 responded in unison and charged toward the remaining otherworldly intruders. The Demon Hunting Squad 9 consisted of 9 members, and the remaining otherworldly intruders also numbered 9. Tsuchichi, Jiang Taiping, and other members of Demon Hunting Team 9 each found an opponent. Demon Hunting Team 9 was brimming with momentum, while the otherworldly invaders had no will to fight. The reason was none other than the presence of Shinjan, the big boss, holding the fort for Demon Hunting Team 9. Bang! Tsuchichi sent an otherworldly invader flying with a single punch and directly killed them. She possessed a 9-star E-level cultivation, making it effortless for her to defeat anyone below 3-star E-level cultivation. After slaying one otherworldly invader, Tsuchichi intended to assist Jiang Taiping. In her mind, Jiang Taiping, with only a 3-star F-level cultivation, was surely no match for an E-level otherworldly invader. But in the next moment, she saw Jiang Taiping, holding a dagger, actually overpowering that otherworldly invader in a fight. What's going on? Tsuchichi was a bit stunned. Since when could someone with F-level cultivation suppress someone with E-level cultivation in a fight? Shinjan was also watching Jiang Taiping, equally shocked by the scene. He even thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, but the situation remained exactly as it was before. Chichi, what's up with this kid? Shinjan couldn't help but ask. Minister, I have no idea either. Tsuchichi said, bewildered. Shinjan stared at Jiang Taiping for a while and sighed. This kid's martial arts techniques are incredibly exquisite. He didn't clash head-on with the otherworldly invader but instead used his refined skills to maneuver around them, thus avoiding the disadvantage of lacking strength. Tsuchichi nodded in agreement. What Shinjan said made a lot of sense. However, what they didn't know was that Jiang Taiping did it on purpose, and he hadn't attacked the throats of the otherworldly invaders to avoid exposing any flaws. It should be noted that the 4 otherworldly invaders he killed as Spider-Man all had their throats slit. If not for this, he would have ended the fight long ago against the demoralized otherworldly invaders. Chichi, when did this kid advance to 3-star F level? Shinjan asked. This morning, Tsuchichi said. Yesterday afternoon he moved to the branch to live, then went to the Sutra Library, and stayed there until this morning. It wasn't until I called him that he came out of the Sutra Library. Shinjan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. The reason for his regret was the same as Tsuchichi's. Jiang Taiping was good in every way and worked very hard, but his talent for cultivation was just too poor. By the way, Chichi, did you tell him about that matter? Shinjan asked. Already said. Tsuchichi knew Shinjan was asking about the matter of the Nanshan province headquarters sending someone to test Jiang Taiping. Hiss. At that moment, Jiang Taiping stabbed a knife into the chest of the otherworldly intruder, ending the battle. Shinjan and Tsuchichi exchanged a glance, their cheeks filled with intense shock. Jiang Taiping, with a Samsung F-level cultivation, actually killed a 1-star E-level otherworldly invader in a head-on fight? Jiang Taiping looked around, feeling a bit frustrated. Apart from Tsuchichi, the others hadn't finished their battles yet. Those
Those otherworldly invaders were like experience points and lottery card extraction machines to him. He really wanted to steal their kills, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. Stealing monsters was unethical, and the members of Demon Hunter Team 9 already had the upper hand. Slaying the interdimensional invader was only a matter of time, and there was no need for him to intervene. Sigh. Zhang Taiping let out a deep sigh and stepped over to Qin Zhan and Su Qiqi's side. Xiao Jiang, well done. Qin Zhan praised. The minister has overpraised. Zhang Taiping said modestly, it was that otherworldly intruder who got scared out of his wits, otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to kill him. Su Qiqi looked up at the sky. This guy was starting to act humble again. Qin Zhan didn't think much of it, as he thought the same way. It didn't take long before the members of Demon Hunter Team 9 successively slew the otherworldly intruders, bringing the battle to an end. Xiao Jiang, Qin Zhan said awkwardly, to be honest, when you passed the Demon Hunter Hall's assessment, I somewhat regretted letting you participate in it. But now, I don't regret it at all. In fact, I'm very grateful for the decision I made back then. If Zhang Taiping hadn't detected the danger in advance and persisted, Demon Hunter Team 9 would have been completely wiped out here today. If such a thing really happens, the Jian division will become famous not for a good name, but for infamy. Since the establishment of the Nightwalkers, no demon hunting team has ever been completely annihilated by an otherworldly group, especially considering that Demon Hunting Team 9 includes Su Qiqi, one of the few S-level cultivation talents in the entire Dragon Nation. If Su Qiqi dies here, it would be a tremendous loss for the Nightwalkers. At that time, as the head of the Jian division, he might have to resign in disgrace and could even become a sinner in the eyes of the Nightwalkers. So Zhang Taiping not only saved Demon Hunting Team 9 but also saved him. Minister, I am a member of Demon Hunting Team 9, this is what I should do. Zhang Taiping said. F1, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. F1, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 apologized one after another. It's okay, I can understand. Zhang Taiping smiled and said, in this world, the strong are revered. My cultivation talent is poor, so it's normal for you to look down on me. The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 felt so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. They looked down on Zhang Taiping, treated him with indifference, and even mocked him repeatedly after he pointed out a problem. In the end, Zhang Taiping saved their lives, and now, not only does he hold no grudge against them, but he also says he understands them. Such magnanimity truly makes them feel ashamed. Seeing the deeply embarrassed expressions on their faces, Zhang Taiping muttered to himself, ha, you dared to look down on me, treat me with indifference, and even mock me. I'll make you feel so ashamed you can't lift your heads. But he was just venting a little to let off steam and had no intention of doing anything further after all. They were teammates. Speaking of this matter, let me say a few words. Su Qiqi said, in this world, the strong are revered, but don't look down on others just because you have a talent for cultivation. Those who are less talented in cultivation may surpass you in other areas. What's more, we are teammates. Teammates should help each other, not despise one another. If Zhang Taiping had not insisted on his opinion despite your mockery and had instead walked away, what do you think the consequences would have been for us today? Captain, we know we were wrong. The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 all lowered their heads one by one. Su Qiqi said nothing more. Seeing that Su Qiqi had no intention of speaking further, Qin Zhan added, Xiao Jiang, I can't guarantee that you can stay in the Demon Hunting Hall, but I can promise that I will do my utmost to help you remain there. He made such a promise because Zhang Taiping's extraordinary sensitivity to danger was truly invaluable to the Demon Hunting Hall. Today, Zhang Taiping saved the 9th Demon Hunting Squad and saved him, which was proof enough of this. This also made Zhang Taiping's importance in his heart rise sharply. Thank you, Minister. Zhang Taiping expressed his gratitude. He didn't need Qin Zhan's promise at all, because he could solve it himself, but obviously, he couldn't say that. Qin Zhan said no more and shifted his gaze to Brother Hu. Zhang Taiping then looked at Brother Hu, his eyes flickering, clearly scheming something against him. You just said you wanted to abandon darkness for light. Qin Zhan looked at Brother Hu. Just saying it won't do. You need to show some sincerity. Of course, I know a hideout of the otherworldly intruders. Brother Hu's eyes flickered as he revealed the hideout of the otherworldly intruders that he knew about. You'd better not be lying to me, or I'll make you wish for death over life. Qin Zhan said this as he pulled out his phone to make a call. After a moment, he said, Old Chow, I got some information about the hideout of the interdimensional intruders. Take some people. Brother Hu's expression suddenly changed drastically. He randomly made up a location to fool Qin Zhan, but he didn't expect Qin Zhan to immediately call Chao Shan to take people there. If Chao Shan goes there, won't his lie be exposed on the spot? Minister Qin, wait. Brother Hu hurriedly said, I suddenly remembered that the interdimensional fugitives in that hideout have already evacuated. Old Chow, hold on, I'll call you back later. After Qin Zhan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He looked at Brother Hu and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. I hope you seize it and don't disappoint me. Listen carefully, this is your last chance. Yes, yes, yes. Tiger Brother was sweating profusely as he revealed another hideout of the otherworldly otherworldly intruders. Xinjiang took out his phone to make another call, but seeing that Tiger Brother's expression remained unchanged, he put the phone back in his pocket.
It's just one hideout, not enough to show sincerity. What I want is full sincerity. Minister Qin, rest assured, I have truly repented. I will definitely tell you all the hideouts of the otherworldly wanderers that I know. Please, you must believe me. Brother Hu promised. Then speak, Xinjiang said. Brother Hu hesitated for a moment and said, Minister Qin, if you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you. Is bargaining with me your idea of sincerity? Xinjiang said coldly, don't forget, you're a prisoner now. Your life is in my hands. You have no right to bargain with me. There's only one choice for you, show enough sincerity to impress me. And Minister Qin, Tiger tried to say something more, but Xinjiang cut him off before he could finish. Do you not understand what I'm saying? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinjiang lifted his right foot and stomped down on Tiger's right leg. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking echoed, and Tiger's right leg snapped instantly. Following that, a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered burst out from Brother Hu's mouth. Do I need to say it again? Xinjiang asked. This. Brother Hu hesitated, worried that Xinjiang might betray him after he revealed all the hideouts of the otherworldly intruders and kill him. Seems like all your talk about sincerity was just to fool me. In that case, you can go die. Xinjiang didn't give Brother Hu much time to think. As he spoke, he raised his foot and aimed to stomp on Brother Hu's head. Seeing this, Brother Hu quickly said, I'll talk. Xinjiang's right foot stopped in front of Brother Hu's face but didn't withdraw. He said, go ahead. Brother Hu quickly revealed several hideouts of the otherworldly wanderers. Just these few? You still lack sincerity. Xinjiang sighed. Brother Hu felt very wronged. He had already revealed several hideouts of the otherworldly intruders, so how could he still lack sincerity? If it's only these few, then you can go die. Xinjiang continued. There's one more. This hideout has a lot of otherworldly intruders. Brother Hu revealed another hideout of the interdimensional fugitives. I ask one question, you answer one question. Is this your sincerity? Xinjiang said coldly. Minister Qin, I've already told you all the hideouts of the interdimensional fugitives that I know. Brother Hu was almost in tears. Not a shred of sincerity. You can go die. Xinjiang said this as he prepared to step on Brother Hu's head again. Minister Qin, there's really nothing left, really, I swear. Brother Hu stammered incoherently. Xinjiang thought for a moment and moved his right foot away from Brother Hu's head. He warned, I'm going to call someone right now to verify the locations of the otherworldly intruders' hideouts you mentioned. If there's even one mistake, I'll make you wish for death over life. Brother Hu let out a long sigh of relief and quickly said, Minister Qin, go ahead and verify. I guarantee not a single one is wrong. Xinjiang nodded and said, that's right, then you deserve to die even more. Brother Hu's expression suddenly froze. That's right, and deserve to die even more? What's going on? But the next moment, he reacted and roared, Qin, are you messing with me? It's you who lack sincerity. Forget it, I won't play word games with you. Today's loss was enough once. Do you think I'll suffer it a second time? From today onwards, Nightwalkers will no longer trust any interdimensional wanderers. When encountered, there will only be one choice: kill without mercy. As the words fell, Xinjiang lifted his foot and stomped toward Tiger Bro's head. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out to stop. Minister, wait a moment. This voice came from Jiang Taiping. Xinjiang immediately stopped and looked at Jiang Taiping, asking in confusion, Xiao Jiang, is something the matter? Minister, I have a request. Can you let me kill him? Jiang Taiping asked. Xinjiang was somewhat surprised. Whether you kill him or I kill him, isn't it the same? How can it be the same? If you kill him, I won't get a thing. But I killed him, I can absorb his vitality and even get a lottery card. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, but he couldn't say this out loud. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Taiping explained, Minister, the result is the same, but you've definitely killed plenty of D-level otherworldly intruders, while I haven't killed any D-level otherworldly intruders yet. I want to experience what it's like to kill a D-level otherworldly intruder. Alright, then I'll let you do it. Xinjiang decisively agreed. What he wanted was to kill Brother Hu, and it didn't matter who did it. Besides, Jiang Taiping had made a great contribution today, so there was no need to reject him over such a small matter. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Taiping was almost drooling. Brother Hu is at D-level cultivation. Killing Brother Hu will surely allow us to absorb a lot of vitality and obtain many lottery cards. It seemed Jiang Taiping was afraid Xinjiang might change his mind, so after speaking, he immediately gripped the dagger and stabbed it into Brother Hu's chest. The next moment, the somewhat mechanical voice of the universal lottery system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Ding! The host has killed an enemy and obtained 222 low-level lottery cards. At the same time, Jiang Taiping clearly felt a warm current enter his body. That warm current was much more immense than any he had ever felt before. It was evident, just as he thought, that killing Brother Hu had allowed him to absorb a significant amount of vitality. Xinjiang nodded almost imperceptibly. Jiang Taiping acted decisively and ruthlessly. Xiao Jiang, you've made a great contribution today. Xinjiang said, not only did you save the demon hunter
Hunting Team 9, but you also helped us discover several hideouts of the interdimensional intruders. According to the rules of the Demon Hunting Hall, you will be rewarded with a high-grade vitality pill. Thank you, Minister. Zhang Taiping was pleasantly surprised. A high-grade vitality blood pill could sell for 2 million. Absorbed quite a bit of vitality blood, gained over 200 low-grade lottery cards, and earned 2 million. Today's trip was not in vain. It was an absolute windfall. And this was not even the entirety of today's gains. Xin Zhan had just interrogated Brother Hu and obtained the locations of many Outworlder hideouts. Zhang Taiping had not forgotten about this matter. He was also thinking about these Outworlder hideouts. If all these Outworlder hideouts could be swept clean, it would surely yield even greater rewards. Xiao Jiang, this is what you deserve. Xin Zhan shook his head and took out a high-grade vitality pill, handing it to Zhang Taiping. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 all looked envious. That was a high-grade vitality pill, and they wanted one too. However, they were merely envious and had no objections to the reward Xin Zhan gave to Zhang Taiping. Not to mention Zhang Taiping's life-saving grace to them, just the merit Zhang Taiping earned is enough to qualify for the high-grade vitality pill. Zhang Taiping took the high-grade vitality pill, put it in his pocket, and then stored it in the system warehouse. He didn't continue being polite with Xin Zhan and looked at Su Qiqi, saying, "Captain, what is it?" Su Qiqi asked. Zhang Taiping was a bit speechless. "Is your reaction a little too slow?" But Su Qiqi didn't catch on, so he could only remind her, "Captain, those otherworldly intruder hideouts." Su Qiqi suddenly came to a realization. She looked at Xin Zhan and said, "Minister, you just interrogated and uncovered several otherworldly intruder hideouts. Demon Hunting Team 9 requests to deploy." "No need, I'll handle them myself." Xin Zhan shook his head, a trace of coldness appearing on his face. Today, he almost suffered a major loss. This made him very angry, and making him angry came with a price. "Minister, those Outworlder dens are just small fry. Isn't it overkill for you to deal with them personally? Let our Demon Hunting Team 9 handle it instead." Zhang Taiping immediately chimed in. He was still counting on raiding those otherworldly renegade hideouts to increase today's gains. If Xin Zhan took action, he wouldn't get a thing. How could that be acceptable? It does feel a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xin Zhan nodded, then suddenly changed his tone and said, "But since the otherworldly renegades dared to scheme against us, I want to make them understand that doing so will come at a great cost. This will serve as a warning to them, making them behave." Zhang Taiping was utterly exasperated. Upon hearing Xin Zhan's earlier words, he felt secretly pleased, but the latter part of the statement took a complete 180-degree turn. "Minister, what you said makes a lot of sense, but didn't you just call the hallmaster?" Su Qiqi asked. "I was just putting on a show, wanting to see if what that guy said was true," Xin Zhan replied. Su Qiqi and the others were stunned. "Just putting on a show? This guy is really a sly old fox, even I was fooled." Zhang Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just now, he also thought Xin Zhan was really calling Chao Shan. "This matter is settled then. Qiqi, lead the team back to rest." Xin Zhan made a direct decision, then soared into the air and quickly left. Watching Xin Zhan leave, Zhang Taiping felt like his heart was bleeding. The blood energy and lottery card that were almost his just flew away like that. Should I go snatch some monsters? A thought flashed through Zhang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Xin Zhan, that old sly fox, can fly. By the time he gets there, all that's left will be cleaning up the mess for the interdimensional traveler. "You old sly fox, do you have any shame? Stealing my monster." Feeling utterly frustrated, Zhang Taiping couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Let's go." Su Qiqi called out to Zhang Taiping and the others, then headed toward the foot of Sunset Mountain. Zhang Taiping and the others followed closely behind. "Zhang Taiping, you've already joined the Demon Hunting Hall, so why did the minister say they would do their best to keep you in the Demon Hunting Hall?" someone asked. "Because of the unwritten rules of the Demon Hunting Hall, and because my cultivation talent is too poor." Zhang Taiping did not hide anything and roughly explained the matter of the Nanshan province headquarters wanting to revoke his membership in the Demon Hunting Hall. Already employed by the Demon Hunting Hall, how can they do this? Exactly, this is too outrageous. What nonsense unspoken rules. They're all outdated conventions that should have been broken long ago. No, we have to think of a way. We can't let Zhang Taiping lose his status as a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. The members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 all spoke up for Zhang Taiping, even saying they would help him. In response, Zhang Taiping was not surprised at all. If it weren't for today's events, apart from Su Qiqi, none of his teammates would oppose the decision of the Nanshan province headquarters. Now his teammates are all voicing their opposition because they have seen his value. To be precise, his teammates are not fools, they have recognized the terrifying impact of observation hockey during operations. It is precisely for this reason that his teammates are unwilling to let him leave. This is also the reason why he previously dared to say that being his teammate was an honor. Understanding is one thing, but Zhang Taiping did not become dissatisfied with his teammates because of it. Because this world is just that realistic, only if you have value can you gain others' attention. "I appreciate everyone's kindness," Zhang Taiping said. "I can
handle this myself. None of you interfere. Listen to Jiang Taiping. None of you interfere. Su Qiqi immediately followed up. The decision of the Nanshan province headquarters was something even Xinjiang couldn't easily change, let alone the members of the demon hunting Team 9. If the members of Team 9 meddled recklessly, it might even cause more trouble. Hearing both Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi say this, the members of the demon hunting Team 9 said no more. Actually, they also knew that their words carried little weight and they couldn't help Jiang Taiping. What they had just said was to express their willingness to be teammates with Jiang Taiping and to make up for their previous disdain towards him. Rushing to the foot of Sunset Mountain, Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping, and the others drove towards the Zhouyan branch of the Night Travelers. Captain, do you want a high-grade vitality pill? Jiang Taiping asked. Su Qiqi said in surprise, you already have over 2 million, and you still want to sell? 2 million plus isn't much, it can't even buy your car. Jiang Taiping said, you don't need to persuade me, I am determined to sell it. Just tell me if you want it or not. I want it. How much? Su Qiqi said decisively. Since Jiang Taiping was determined to sell, it was useless to persuade him further. As for the high-grade vitality blood pill, only a fool would refuse it. The same old price, 2 million. Jiang Taiping said. Jiang Taiping, are you stupid? You could sell it for a higher price. Su Qiqi said. Captain, I'm not stupid, I just don't want to benefit outsiders. Jiang Taiping laughed and said, you are the only one in the demon hunting hall who didn't ignore me just because my cultivation talent is poor. And just for what you said earlier, I'd rather make less money and sell it to you. Su Qiqi's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of complexity. She simply believed that all people are equal and should not be treated differently based on their cultivation talent. To her, this was a very ordinary matter, but she hadn't expected to receive Jiang Taiping's gratitude in return. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Su Qiqi took out her phone and directly transferred 2 million to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping handed the high-grade vitality pill to Su Qiqi and said, Captain, I'll sleep a little longer. Su Qiqi was somewhat speechless. Was this guy going to sleep again? However, what she didn't know was that this time Jiang Taiping wasn't sleeping but was planning to take stock of today's gains. Summon the all-world lottery system. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E-level. Vitality, 401. Cal. Talent, Devour, Divine, Sword Embryo, S-level. 401 calories? That's an increase of 249 calories. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly widened and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Before setting out on the mission, his vitality was 152 calories. In the mission, excluding Brother whom he stabbed to death, he only killed one otherworldly apprentice with a 1-star E-level cultivation. Based on past experience, killing a 1-star E-level otherworldly apprentice can absorb more than 10 calories of blood energy, which means that stabbing Brother to death allowed him to absorb over 230 calories of blood energy. It was worth all the effort I put into snatching the monster from that old sly coin. My cultivation jumped directly from 1-star E-level to 4-star E-level, rising 3 stars in a row. This can definitely be called a skyrocketing cultivation. This strange loot is really damn worth it. Jiang Taiping was so excited he couldn't contain himself. However, he also knew that this kind of situation, where one defeats an enemy of a higher level, was purely an exception and difficult to replicate. But with his cultivation skyrocketing, he could now go to the demon hunting garden and slay higher-level exotic beasts. Slaying higher-level exotic beasts absorbs more vital energy and blood compared to slaying lower-level ones, so the benefits brought by this surge in cultivation were still substantial. Jiang Taiping, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Su Qiqi's voice suddenly rang out. Why are your eyes wide open like ping-pong balls, and you look so excited? Upon hearing this, Jiang Taiping immediately realized that Su Qiqi was still sitting next to him. Captain, I'm sleeping right here. Jiang Taiping did not explain, he spoke and then closed his eyes. Su Qiqi's face was full of oddity. Could this guy be happy because he earned 2 million today? However, she only thought about it briefly before focusing on driving toward the Night Walker Jian branch. Jiang Taiping forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened the system warehouse again. There are 320 lottery cards in the warehouse. 56 of the lottery cards are from before, and the remaining 264 are today's harvest. Lottery Myriad World System, synthesize 3 high-level lottery cards and 2 mid-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said in his heart. 3 high-level lottery cards and 2 mid-level lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 320 low-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping did not start the lottery immediately. He was considering whether to warm up with the intermediate lottery card first or go straight to the advanced lottery card. After some thought, Jiang Taiping decided not to warm up with the intermediate lottery card and to go directly for the advanced lottery card. Lottery of the Myriad World System, 3 consecutive draws with the advanced lottery card. Jiang Taiping said in his heart. Start the lottery, consuming 3 advanced lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face instantly darkened. He had used the advanced lottery card many times before, and each time he would gain something. But this time, he got 3
consecutive thank you for participating. If he hadn't drawn good items with the advanced lottery card before, he might have doubted whether the advanced lottery card was a scam. At this moment, Zhang Taiping somewhat regretted not warming up with the intermediate lottery card, but it was already too late for regrets. Today's luck is a bit bad. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly, gritted his teeth, and continued the lottery draw. He wanted to see just how bad his luck could get today. Lottery multiverse system, 2 consecutive draws with intermediate lottery cards. Zhang Taiping said through gritted teeth. Start the lottery, consuming 2 intermediate lottery cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Sword move 1 sword, Immortal Kneels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the sword technique 2 sleeves of green snakes. As the multiverse lottery system spoke, 2 streams of information surged into Zhang Taiping's mind. They were the cultivation methods for the sword techniques 1 sword, Immortal Kneels, and 2 sleeves of green snakes. Zhang Taiping was a little stunned. Previously, he was full of anticipation, but ended up with 3 consecutive thanks for participating. Now, he was already prepared for 2 consecutive thanks for participating, but instead, he won 2 yuan in a row. Lottery multiverse system, are you freaking messing with me? But then again, even if the lottery multiverse system was messing with him, he was still having a great time, because winning a prize is definitely better than thanks for participating, and the prize is a sword technique. With the sword technique, the soft sword provided by the Demon Hunting Hall finally has a use. After being completely dumbfounded for quite a while, Zhang Taiping finally came to his senses. Sigh, the lottery is really nerve-wracking. Extreme sorrow and joy. People with weak hearts can't handle it. Lottery draws are also a kind of metaphysics. Excessive anticipation often leads to disappointment, but having no expectations frequently brings surprises. Are you serious? One must maintain a calm mindset in life, and the same applies to lottery draws. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but sigh a few times inwardly, then closed the interface of the lottery multiverse system. Should I practice in my mind? A thought flashed through Zhang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Previously, when he was on a mission, he was full of energy and forgot about fatigue. Now that the task is completed, with the mind relaxed, drowsiness suddenly sweeps in, making the head feel groggy. Cultivating under such circumstances is purely a waste of effort, so it's better to take a rest. He also didn't ask the lottery multiverse system about the purpose of the sword techniques 1 sword Immortal Kneels, and 2 sleeves of green snakes. Sword techniques are meant for combat and killing enemies. There's absolutely no need to ask. He also knows the sword techniques 1 sword Immortal Kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes, which are Li Chuangong's signature moves. However, Li Chuangong's most powerful sword technique is 1 sword opens the heavenly gate. Zhang Taiping is very much looking forward to the sword technique 1 sword opens the heavenly gate. He believes that with the sword techniques 1 sword Immortal Kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes, drawing the sword technique 1 sword opens the heavenly gate is only a matter of time. It didn't take long before Zhang Taiping fell into a deep sleep. By the time they arrived at the Nightwalker's Zhuan branch, it was already noon. Zhang Taiping, wake up. Su Qiqi raised her hand and pushed Zhang Taiping, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Are we there yet? Zhang Taiping said drowsily, Captain, I'm going back to sleep. Call me if you need anything. Don't push yourself so hard in the future. Rest when you need to rest. Su Qiqi reminded Zhang Taiping, then added, hurry back and get some sleep. Zhang Taiping responded with a murmur, groggily heading to the 9th floor with Su Qiqi in the elevator, then returning to the room. Take a break, we'll practice again tonight. Zhang Taiping muttered something, then collapsed onto the bed without even taking off his combat uniform. This guy, even while sleeping, he hasn't forgotten about practicing. And also, how tired must one be? Not even closing the door or taking off the combat uniform. Su Qiqi sighed and casually helped Zhang Taiping close the door. However, what she didn't know was that the cultivation Zhang Taiping mentioned wasn't about improving his skills, but practicing sword techniques and swordsmanship. As Zhang Taiping snored away in deep sleep, time quietly slipped by. Very quickly, the afternoon passed, and evening arrived. According to Zhang Taiping's plan, he intended to go out at night to practice sword techniques and swordsmanship, but unfortunately, a plan is just a plan. Having barely rested for 2 consecutive days, he was still sound asleep at this moment. Moreover, what he didn't know was that while he was sleeping, a major event occurred in Zhuan City. Morning. Zhang Taiping's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The next moment, as if he had remembered something, he suddenly sat up and then took out his phone from his pocket. Whoa, it's already 8 in the morning. A startled voice escaped from Zhang Taiping's mouth. He raised his hand and patted his forehead, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. Yesterday, he had planned to go out under the cover of darkness to practice sword techniques and swordsmanship, but ended up oversleeping. No, this isn't just oversleeping. Clearly, it's sleeping straight through the night and waking up naturally. Sigh, wasted an entire night. Forget it, it's already wasted. Thinking about it won't help. Zhang Taiping let out a sigh. He took off his combat uniform, stored it in the system warehouse, then went to the bathroom for a quick wash before heading to the door. As he opened the door, a delicate fist landed on Zhang Taiping's body. Zhang Taiping was stunned for a moment.
moment. Captain, early in the morning, you're playing little fist punches on my chest? Who's playing little fist punches on your chest? Suchichi rolled her eyes at Zhang Taiping and explained, I wanted to knock on the door, but I didn't expect you to open it just then. I didn't react in time and ended up knocking on you. Zhang Taiping asked expectantly, Captain, did you come to find me because there's a mission? Suchichi said, I thought it was getting late, so I came over to wake you up. You really can sleep, huh? Since you came back yesterday at noon, you've been sleeping until now 17 or 18 hours straight. Even pigs don't sleep as much as you. Wasn't I just too tired? Zhang Taiping awkwardly changed the topic. Captain, is there a mission today? No, and there probably won't be any missions for a while, Suchichi said. Zhang Taiping was stunned again. Captain, what's going on? Yesterday, the minister wiped out several strongholds of the interdimensional invaders, killing nearly 100 of them. He even hung up their corpses as a warning to the others, and he recorded it and uploaded it online. Suchichi said this while taking out her phone, opening a video, and saying, look, the minister is so domineering. Watching the video of Qin Zhan slaughtering the otherworldly invaders as if he were chopping vegetables, Zhang Taiping's heart bled. Those were his precious experience points and lottery card extraction machines, just like that, ruined by that old sly fox Qin Zhan. The minister even issued a harsh warning, don't be a lackey of the alien beasts, and never cross his bottom line. Otherwise, he would turn Zhou Yuan City upside down to root out every single otherworldly invader in the city. Suchichi continued, the incident yesterday where the otherworldly intruders schemed against us angered the minister. He was truly furious. With his actions, those intruders who were frightened should quiet down for a while, and we can also enjoy some peace for a time. That old sly fox misled me. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but let out a silent, long sigh. He really doesn't want peace. It's not that he doesn't like Anqing, but Anqing cannot improve his cultivation level or obtain lottery cards. However, speaking of it, he also knows that Qin Zhan's actions are a great benefit to Jian City. There's probably nothing going on today. What do you plan to do? Suchichi asked. Zhang Taiping thought for a moment, either go to the Sutra Pavilion to read books or find a place to cultivate. Well, don't push yourself too hard. Suchichi added, you just got up and haven't eaten yet. There's a restaurant on the first floor. The food tastes pretty good, and it's free. Hurry up and go eat. Alright, Captain. I'll go eat then. Zhang Taiping nodded and headed toward the elevator. Arriving on the first floor, Zhang Taiping had some breakfast in the dining hall before leaving the Jian branch and taking a taxi to Demon Hunting Park. Since there were no tasks to complete today and he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation, he could only head to Demon Hunting Park. On the way, Zhang Taiping got off at a clothing market where he bought a large black robe and a pair of sunglasses. The otherworldly invaders' attack on the school the day before had given him an idea to use the large black robe to conceal his identity. As for Spider-Man's suit, it's not suitable for Demon Hunting Park. First, because it's too conspicuous, and second, because Suchichi has already become suspicious. When there was still some distance to Demon Hunting Park, Zhang Taiping got out of the car again. Finding a deserted spot, Zhang Taiping changed into a long black robe, put on sunglasses and a mask, and swaggered toward Demon Hunting Park. Sigh, coming to the Demon Hunting Garden to kill enemies feels like sneaking around like a thief. I must be the only one like this. Zhang Taiping mocked himself. However, to avoid being targeted by thieves and to live longer, doing this is still very necessary. Seeing the fully armed Zhang Taiping, the guards of the Demon Hunting Garden were somewhat speechless. You're here to train in the Demon Hunting Garden. It's not something shameful. Is it really necessary to wrap yourself up so tightly? They never thought Zhang Taiping was an interdimensional traveler, because interdimensional travelers would never come to the Demon Hunting Garden. This time, Zhang Taiping didn't wait for the guards to speak and directly punched the massive obsidian next to the entrance of the Demon Hunting Garden. Immediately afterward, four orange beams of light erupted from the obsidian. 4-star E-level. The guard said, you can go no deeper than 1,300 meters, or your life will be in danger. Be sure to remember this. Zhang Taiping nodded and stepped into the black light screen. He chose to reveal his true cultivation level, also as a form of disguise, or rather to prevent Suchichi from suspecting him. You must know that last time Suchichi knew he had entered the Demon Hunting Garden, so who knows if Suchichi will find out this time. The next moment, Zhang Taiping appeared in the Demon Hunting Garden. After looking around and confirming no one was nearby, Zhang Taiping took off his black robe, removed his mask and sunglasses, then put on the Spider-Man suit, followed by the black robe, mask, and sunglasses again. The Demon Hunting Garden was filled with towering trees. In this situation, the Spider-Man suit's effects could be maximized, and he wore the black robe, mask, and sunglasses to prevent anyone else in the Demon Hunting Garden from discovering his Spider-Man identity. After disguising himself, Zhang Taiping stepped out of the safe zone and headed toward the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, observation haki was unleashed, and a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. The last time he entered the Demon Hunting Garden, Zhang Taiping was new to the place and unfamiliar with it. At that time, although he possessed cultivation, he lacked martial techniques. The dagger was not necessarily more useful than his fists and kicks, but hiding the dagger might serve as a surprise attack attack at a critical moment. But this time, he had martial skills and equipment, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Soon, a beast tried to ambush Jiang Taiping. Under the perception of observation haki, those beasts hidden in the bushes were as if they were standing right in front of Jiang Taiping. The beasts on the outskirts didn't have high cultivation levels, which made their ambushes destined to be futile. Before they could even get close to Jiang Taiping, they were directly killed with a single punch. Jiang Taiping did not search for the exotic beasts on the outskirts of the forest. The exotic beasts on the outskirts had cultivation levels that were too low, making it impossible to absorb much vitality. Searching for them would be a complete waste of time. However, if he encountered them head-on, he would still deal with them effortlessly. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As Jiang Taiping continued to advance, he quickly delved deeper into the dense forest. Then he suddenly understood the good intentions of the night traveler. Last time, Jiang Taiping felt that the exotic beasts within a 100-meter radius of the forest's outskirts were somewhat weak when he came to the demon hunting garden. But at that time, he was only focused on slaying exotic beasts and improving his cultivation, so he didn't think much about it. This time, coming to the demon hunting garden, Jiang Taiping could clearly sense the cultivation levels of the exotic beasts thanks to his observation haki. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, he began to notice some peculiarities. The exotic beasts within a 100-meter radius on the outskirts of the forest were all at the 1-star F level cultivation, but they had just entered the 1-star F level, with their blood energy not exceeding 13 cards. The last time he came to the demon hunting garden, his blood energy was at 18 cards, so finding the exotic beasts somewhat weak was quite normal. The exotic beasts within the range of 100 to 200 meters were also at the 1-star F level cultivation, but their blood energy ranged between 13 and 19 cards. No wonder the guard warned him not to go deeper than 100 meters, or his life would be in danger. Oh, the beasts within the range of 200 to 300 meters have a 2-star F level cultivation. After that, for every additional 100 meters, the beast's cultivation increases by 1 star. This means that the beasts in the demon hunting garden have an extremely clear hierarchy and territorial boundaries. This is not the main point. The main point is that the exotic beasts strictly operate within their respective territories. This can be seen from the fact that some exotic beasts clearly want to attack him but remain motionless, waiting for him to step into their activity range before launching an attack. Low-level exotic beasts lack intelligence and are mostly bloodthirsty and irritable, yet they strictly adhere to their activity range. Coupled with the fact that the demon hunting garden was built by the Nightwalkers, there is only one explanation. Not exceeding the boundaries is a rule for Nightwalkers, and this rule has even been ingrained into the subconscious of the beasts. As for why Nightwalkers do this, it's very simple. It's to protect the Nightwalkers undergoing the trial. After all, the establishment of the demon hunting garden is meant for Nightwalkers to undergo trials, not to lose their lives. Nightwalkers can be a bit rigid in some aspects, such as not allowing those with F-level cultivation talent to enter the demon hunting hall, but the Nightwalkers are quite protective of their own members. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly and continued deeper into the dense forest. Soon, he reached the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. The exotic beasts within this range all possess 3-star E-level cultivation, while those 1,300 meters away are at 4-star E-level cultivation. This matter also confirmed Jiang Taiping's judgment. The Nightwalker allows the trial participants to train within the activity range of exotic beasts slightly weaker than their own cultivation, ensuring the effectiveness of the trial while minimizing casualties as much as possible. Jiang Taiping had no intention of venturing deeper into the dense forest. Although slaying higher-level beasts can absorb more vitality, it is dangerous, and higher-level beasts are also harder to kill. The gains within a unit of time may not necessarily exceed those from slaying lower-level beasts. At this moment, a fox demon about a meter tall darted out from the withered grass, lunging at Jiang Taiping from behind. Jiang Taiping stood motionless in place, as if completely unaware. But just as the fox demon closed in on Jiang Taiping, he suddenly moved. He suddenly turned around, and the dagger in his hand slashed toward the fox demon's throat with lightning speed. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, the fox demon's throat was severed in one strike by Jiang Taiping. It then fell from the air like a dead dog, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Trying to ambush me? Little did you know, you're as bright as a light bulb in my eyes. Jiang Taiping curled his lips, his cheeks full of disdain. Relying on the perception of observation haki, he had long since noticed a fox demon lying in the nearby bushes. He also detected the fox demon's sneak attack at the first moment, and his motionlessness was a ploy to use the demon's own tactics against it. No, it should be using the demon's own methods to deal with the demon. The host has slain an enemy and obtained 23 low-level lottery cards. Oh, the mechanical voice of the lottery multiverse system echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. Not. Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment. Only 23 low-level lottery cards? You should know that the alien cultivators he had slain, whose strength was not even as high as the fox demons, could yield 40 to 50 low-level lottery cards. Summoning the lottery
lottery multiverse system, Zhang Taiping's brows furrowed slightly. Killing a 1-star E-level otherworldly apprentice can yield over 10 cards of vital energy, but killing a 3-star E-level fox demon only yielded 5 cards of vital energy. Less vital energy absorbed, fewer lottery cards obtained.
It seems that killing beasts doesn't yield as much as killing otherworldly apprentices. That must be it. There's no other explanation.
Zhang Taiping sighed quietly. He did not inquire about the lottery system of the myriad worlds, as the facts were right here, making it unnecessary to ask further. Moreover, even if he did ask, it wouldn't change the fact that killing exotic beasts yields less than killing otherworldly wanderers. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out violently from Zhang Taiping's hand, and he used it to swing toward a nearby spot. There, a fox demon was still hiding, staring at him with a predatory gaze, ready to ambush him. At the moment he swung to the fox demon's hiding place, the dagger in Zhang Taiping's hand slashed out again with lightning speed. SSS. Another sharp blade pierced through, and before the fox demon could launch its sneak attack, Zhang Taiping directly slit its throat. Next, Zhang Taiping went on a frenzied slaughter of the beasts within the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. Relying on his superior cultivation, the precision of his throat-slitting assassination technique, the perception of observation hockey, and the Spider-Man suit, Zhang Taiping moved as if in an uninhabited realm, killing the beasts at an astonishing speed. Especially the Spider-Man suit, which fully demonstrated its potential in the densely wooded environment. As long as a beast is targeted by Zhang Taiping, not a single one can escape his pursuit. In just a short span of 1 or 2 hours, dozens of beasts had fallen at Zhang Taiping's hands. At this moment, Zhang Taiping suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He had killed so many beasts, and his cultivation level had undoubtedly improved significantly. There was no need to remain within the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. Thinking of this, Zhang Taiping summoned the Lottery Myriad Worlds system.
Host, Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E-level.
Vitality, 638 cal. Talent, Devour, Divine level, Sword Embryo, S level.
Over 200 cal of vitality absorbed in just over an hour.
Now that I'm already at 6-star E-level cultivation, there's no need to stay here. I can go deeper. At this rate of improvement, I can break through to E-level and advance to D-level today. The divine level cultivation talent of devouring is truly incredible. The demon hunting garden is practically my backyard for improving my cultivation.
Zhang Taiping laughed heartily as he walked deeper into the forest.
But at this moment, Zhang Taiping suddenly shivered, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart.
Retreat.
Zhang Taiping didn't know where the sense of crisis came from, but it was so intense that he felt as if he might die here. Without thinking further, he immediately made the decision to retreat. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out violently from Zhang Taiping's palm, sticking to a large tree behind him. He used the spider silk to swing toward the outskirts of the forest, then employed both hands to retreat rapidly. It was only after retreating to the safe zone that the sense of crisis in Zhang Taiping's heart finally disappeared. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Taiping stepped out of the safe zone again, but the sense of danger immediately surged once more. Zhang Taiping didn't dare to be careless and retreated back into the safe zone, keeping a close eye on the dense forest not far ahead. Moments later, a wolf demon, standing about 2 meters tall and looking somewhat shifty-eyed, emerged from the dense forest. This wolf demon was the very same one that Qin Zhan had slapped to the ground not long ago.
Why is it described as sneaky and furtive?
Because before the wolf demon emerged from the dense forest, it looked around nervously, hesitated, and even tucked its tail.
Seeing the wolf demon, a trace of seriousness immediately appeared on Zhang Taiping's face.
He understood where the sense of danger came from. The wolf demon not far ahead actually had a 7-star D-level cultivation. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a wolf demon with a 7-star D-level cultivation had wandered to the outskirts of the forest. At this moment, the wolf demon also noticed Zhang Taiping standing in the safe zone and instantly became imposing and majestic.
Was it you who just killed many of my subordinates? The wolf demon spoke in human tongue. Zhang Taiping did not answer but instead asked in return, why did a beast like you come to the outskirts? The wolf demon didn't answer. Matters of energy are the secrets of beasts. How could they be revealed to humans? There's no one else here, so it must be you.
The wolf demon commanded, two-legged standing bug, hurry over and let the mighty Lord Wolf eat you.
Zhang Taiping was stunned. This beast can speak human language, which shows it has some intelligence, but why are its words so stupid? What nonsense are you thinking, you beast? Zhang Taiping mocked. You call yourself imposing and majestic? Who was it just now, sneaking around with shifty eyes and tail tucked between their legs? What a disgrace, no, what a disgrace to wolves. The wolf demon felt a bit ashamed and annoyed.
It had only walked out timidly with its tail between its legs because it was worried about Qin Zhan being there. But what it didn't expect was that its wretched appearance was actually seen by this two-legged standing bug in front of it.
Two-legged standing bug, I'm going to kill you. The wolf demon roared in fury.
As it spoke, it raised its sharp claws and struck through the air, but at the moment of the strike, it paused for a moment. An invisible force shot out from the wolf demon's sharp claws, blasting toward Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping instinctively wanted to step into the black light curtain and leave the demon hunting garden, but the next moment he stood firmly in place. Bang! The invisible force arrived in an instant, but it didn't hit Jiang Taiping. Instead, it struck the ground outside the safe zone.
Beasts are just beasts, even their aim is this poor, Jiang Taiping mocked. Just now, relying on the foresight of his observation hockey, he realized that the wolf demon's attack wouldn't land on him, so he suppressed the thought of leaving the demon hunting garden once again. The wolf demon became even more embarrassed and angry. It wasn't that its aim was off, but rather that as it struck, it suddenly realized it couldn't attack the safe zone, so it adjusted the angle of its attack. Otherwise, if the protective barrier trembled and Xinjiang was drawn over again, it would be in big trouble. However, it couldn't explain this. Two-legged standing bug, if you have the guts, come out and see if Lord Wolf won't tear you apart, the wolf demon roared. Jiang Taiping blinked his eyes. This beast seems afraid to attack the safe zone. Thinking of this, Jiang Taiping raised his hand and beckoned to the wolf demon, mocking, "Beast, I'm standing right here without moving. If you've got the guts, come at me." The wolf demon was somewhat frantic. It really wanted to devour Jiang Taiping, this two-legged bug daring to provoke it, but since Jiang Taiping was standing in the safe zone, it could only glare helplessly, unable to do anything. "Beast, you've stepped out of the designated area. Do you want to die?" Jiang Taiping threatened again. "Do you believe I'll immediately report to Minister Qin and have him kill you?" The wolf demon couldn't help but shiver. Without saying a word, it turned around and ran straight into the depths of the forest. Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment. It ran away just like that? However, what he didn't know was that not long ago, the wolf demon had just been reprimanded by Xinjiang, who even said that if it dared to step out of its activity range, he would kill it. Now that he was using Xinjiang as a threat, how could the wolf demon not be afraid? "You're really sneaky and shifty, such a disgrace to wolves." Jiang Taiping curled his lips, stepped out of the safe zone, and cautiously headed toward the forest. But he hadn't gone far when a roar suddenly echoed from within the forest. "Kill that two-legged standing bug for me, or I'll tear you apart." Jiang Taiping stopped in his tracks, his brows slightly furrowed. That voice belonged to the wolf demon, and judging by the words, the wolf demon was ordering other beasts to kill him. "Damn it! You don't dare to break the rules yourself, yet you order other beasts to break them. This beast actually has a bit of cunning." Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse out loud. Immediately after, a sense of danger rose in his heart. Jiang Taiping did not hesitate and decisively retreated to the safe zone. Not long after, a pig demon over a meter tall darted out of the forest, charging wildly toward Jiang Taiping. 2-star D level. Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not immediately leave the demon hunting garden but stood quietly in place. According to the history of night walkers, the safe zone is equipped with a restriction that will actively attack any beasts that step inside. He wanted to see if the pig demon dared to step into the safe zone. Soon, the pig demon rushed to the edge of the safe zone and, without stopping, stepped right inside. "Whoa, is it crazy?" Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and decisively stepped into the black light curtain. Although the safe zone had restrictions in place, it might not be able to kill the pig demon instantly. With his small frame, he couldn't withstand a single claw from the 2-star D-level pig demon, so it was better to leave immediately. Almost simultaneously, the pig demon let out a shrill howl. Its over 1 meter tall body instantly became bloodied, then quickly retreated from the safe zone, stumbling as it ran into the forest. Outside the demon hunting garden, 2 guards immediately noticed the tremor in the protective barrier, but before they could think much about it, they saw Jiang Taiping step out from the black light curtain. This made them all believe that the trembling of the protective barrier was due to Jiang Taiping stepping out, but what they didn't know was that the trembling of the protective barrier was also caused by the pig demon entering the safe zone. Jiang Taiping said nothing and strode forward. "Should we inform the minister about this?" A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If he revealed this matter, his entry into the demon hunting garden would be exposed, and his true cultivation level would also be revealed. Besides, revealing this matter would be useless. The exotic beast is determined to kill him, and in such a situation, Xinjiang's threats wouldn't be effective. Unless Xinjiang has been keeping an eye on the demon hunting garden all along, but is that possible? Clearly not. Why did that beast violate the rules and step out of its activity range? And why did it make other exotic beasts risk their lives to kill me? Regarding this, Jiang Taiping was truly puzzled. He didn't think that just mocking the wolf demon a few times would make it disregard the lives of its kind and insist on killing him. Damn it, the old sly fox tricked me, and now even a beast wants to mess with me. Jiang Taiping cursed under his breath. Thanks to the wolf demon's interference, his plan to advance to D rank today was ruined. However, the next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Taiping stood still for a moment before turning around and heading toward the black light curtain. The two guards of the demon hunting garden found it a bit strange. This guy just came out. Why is he going back in again? However, their duty is to prohibit ordinary people from entering the demon hunting garden, remind those who enter the demon hunting garden, and pay attention to the movements of the barrier. Other matters are beyond their scope of responsibility, so none of them spoke up to stop it. Stepping into the black light curtain, entering the demon hunting garden, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Taiping's face. Just now, he suddenly realized that Qin Zhan couldn't keep watching here all the time, nor could the wolf demon. As long as he waited a while before entering the demon hunting garden, he could continue hunting exotic beasts. I never thought I'd have a day where I played guerrilla warfare with the enemy. This is inheriting the excellent revolutionary tradition. Zhang Taiping smacked his lips and quickly dashed toward the forest. That sneaky, shifty-eyed wolf demon could discover him at any moment. He had to seize the time before the wolf demon noticed him, hunt as many exotic beasts as possible, and improve his cultivation. Anxious as he was, Zhang Taiping was well aware that what he was doing was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep and everything would be over. Therefore, he did not relax in the slightest, his heart full of vigilance. He fully unleashed his observation haki, searching for the surrounding beasts while also keeping an eye on his surroundings. If anything seemed amiss, he would retreat immediately. As it turned out, things unfolded just as Zhang Taiping had anticipated. He had only slain about a dozen beasts when a roar echoed from deep within the dense forest. That wretched two-legged bug is back again. Tear him apart for me. Damn, discovered so quickly? Zhang Taiping felt a bit frustrated, with a trace of confusion lingering in his heart. The roar just now was from that sneaky, shifty-eyed wolf demon. Judging by the direction of the sound, the distance between the wolf demon and him was definitely not close. He was also in a dense forest, with countless trees blocking the view. The wolf demon couldn't possibly see him, yet it had discovered him. What was going on? However, what he didn't know was that the wolf demon hadn't actually seen him. Instead, it sensed a decrease in the energy of the strange beast and realized it was him who had arrived. Whoosh! Zhang Taiping didn't let his confusion delay him. He immediately used the spider silk to swing quickly toward the safe zone. Not long after Zhang Taiping returned to the safe zone, the pig demon that had previously broken into the safe zone charged out of the dense forest. However, unlike before, the pig demon was covered in blood and filth. Damn it, it's that pig again. Already injured this badly by the safe zone's restrictions, and still coming to attack me. Does this beast even count as a pig? Zhang Taiping couldn't help but curse out loud. As the words fell, he suddenly froze for a moment. This beast is literally a pig. Zhang Taiping did not immediately leave the demon hunting garden. It was only after the pig demon rushed into the safe zone that he stepped into the black light curtain. Being chased away by the pig demon like this left him feeling very upset. But he couldn't defeat the pig demon, so he thought of using the restrictions of the safe zone to kill the pig demon. Seeing Zhang Taiping walk out from the black light screen, the two guards of the demon hunting garden were very surprised. This guy just went in not long ago, how come he's out again? However, what surprised them even more was what happened next. Zhang Taiping stood for a moment, then turned around and stepped back into the black light screen. This guy, what's going on with him? Why is he going in and out? One guard asked in confusion. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Another guard rolled his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Taiping had already entered the demon hunting garden and didn't hear the conversation between the two guards. If he had heard it, he would definitely feel helpless. He didn't want to go in and out either. Looking around, he didn't see the pig demon, nor did he feel any sense of danger, so Zhang Taiping decisively charged into the dense forest. But this time, before he could slay a few strange beasts, the wolf demon's roar rang out again. Howl howl, that two-legged standing bug is here again. You stupid pig, stop running back here. Stay at the entrance and keep an eye on him for me. Zhang Taiping's face instantly darkened. That sneaky, shifty-eyed wolf demon actually wanted the pig demon to stand at the entrance and keep an eye on him. This wolf was truly despicable. Frustrated as he was, Zhang Taiping retreated immediately. Just like before, after retreating to the safe zone, Zhang Taiping did not leave right away. Instead, he waited for the pig demon to arrive. Only when the pig demon rushed into the safe zone did he step into the black light curtain and leave the demon hunting garden. Seeing Zhang Taiping run out again, the two guards of the demon hunting garden were dumbfounded. The two stared blankly at Zhang Taiping, wondering if he would enter the demon hunting garden again. Sigh, it seems the guerrilla warfare can't be carried out for now, but it's a bit frustrating. Well, go in again and see if that pig is watching at the entrance. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly a few times. After waiting for a while, he stepped into the black light curtain once more. They watched as Zhang Taiping entered the demon hunting garden. A guard asked, this guy's time inside is getting shorter and shorter. How long do you think he'll stay this time? Probably. Another guard, before finishing his sentence, exclaimed in shock, it seems like he's already out. The first guard to speak looked toward the black screen, and then saw ripples spreading across it. Immediately after, Zhang Taiping stepped out from the black screen. He said helplessly, hey, are you so bored that you're playing a game of going in and out? Zhang Taiping was utterly speechless. What kind of ridiculous in and out game is this? He was chasing chased out by a pig, okay? However, he couldn't explain this to the guards, so he asked in surprise, how do you know? The two guards were at a loss for words. Are you really playing some kind of in and out game? Zhang Taiping did not stop and stepped forward. As soon as he entered the demon hunting garden, he immediately saw the pig demon guarding the entrance and retreated. Under such circumstances, guerrilla warfare was no longer possible today. However, if it can't be done today, it can still be done tomorrow. He didn't believe the pig demon would keep guarding there. Seeing Zhang Taiping leave, one guard said in surprise, why did that guy leave? Probably got bored of playing, right? Another guard replied. Zhang Taiping stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Oh come on, I just casually responded, and you two actually believed it? These two guys have worrying intelligence, but that's fine. If they were a bit smarter, they might suspect something. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly and summoned the lottery multiverse system. Host, Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Boundary, E-level. Vitality, 705. Cal. Just stepped into 7-star E-level, only improved by 3 stars. If it weren't for that despicable wolf demon causing trouble, advancing to D-level today would have been a sure thing. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll come back tomorrow to continue guerrilla fighting. It's just past noon now. Sunset Mountain shouldn't have many people. I'll go to Sunset Mountain to practice sword techniques and swordsmanship. Zhang Taiping sighed and quickened his pace. The demon hunting garden is located at the easternmost edge of Jian City. A bit further east lies Sunset Mountain. Fortunately, there was no one around, and no one heard Zhang Taiping sigh. Otherwise, Zhang Taiping might have been drowned in everyone's spit. In just half a day, he advanced from 4-star E-level to 7-star E-level. Such speed is no different from riding a rocket. And you actually used the word just to describe it? Why don't you go die instead? It took Zhang Taiping more than half an hour to reach the foot of Sunset Mountain. This place was already outside the city limits, with no villages nearby and not a single soul in sight. The open terrain undoubtedly made it an excellent spot for practicing sword techniques and swordsmanship. Zhang Taiping did not start practicing immediately but instead sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He was contemplating the methods for practicing the sword techniques: immortal kneeling with one sword and green snakes in both sleeves. The matter of cultivation should not be rushed. Only by understanding the method of cultivation can one succeed more quickly. Moments later, Zhang Taiping's eyes slowly opened. Although the cultivation methods for the sword techniques, one sword immortal kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes, are quite profound, the S-grade sword embryo talent not only granted him the ability to advance rapidly in swordsmanship but also endowed him with a terrifying comprehension of the art of the sword. Thus, in just a brief moment, he mastered the cultivation methods for the sword techniques: one sword immortal kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes. Sword move: immortal kneeling sword is a single target attack martial skill used in one-on-one combat. Sword move 2 sleeves of green snakes has broader applications. It can be used not only in one-on-one combat but also in group attacks. Standing up, Zhang Taiping extended his right hand, and a soft sword appeared out of thin air in his right hand. This soft sword is precisely the one equipped by the demon hunting hall. This morning, when he stored the battlesuit in the system warehouse, he also stored the soft sword in the system warehouse. Next, Zhang Taiping began practicing the sword techniques: one sword immortal kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes. Relying on his S-grade sword embryo cultivation talent, Zhang Taiping mastered the sword techniques: one sword immortal kneels and 2 sleeves of green snakes to perfection in less than an hour. After mastering the 2 sword techniques, Zhang Taiping took a short break and then started practicing the sword control technique. When Zhang Taiping first acquired the sword control technique, he had already studied it thoroughly, so there was no need to ponder it again. Casually tossing the soft sword in his hand into the air, the soft sword floated in front of Zhang Taiping. Leaping forward, Zhang Taiping jumped onto the soft sword, but due to his unsteady footing, he fell off again. After several attempts, he finally stood firmly on the soft sword. Fly! With a soft shout from Zhang Taiping's mouth, the flexible sword carried him slowly forward through the air. Since it was his first time performing the art of sword flight, Zhang Taiping chose to fly close to the ground. Otherwise, if he flew too high and accidentally fell off the long sword, he'd have to go have tea with King Yama. Once Zhang Taiping adapted to flying through the air on the soft sword, he gradually increased his flying speed: 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour. He kept increasing until he reached 80 kilometers per hour, and finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue increasing, but his cultivation level was too low and he could no longer go faster. Next, Zhang Taiping began to increase his flying altitude. Having mastered the technique of sword flight, increasing altitude is not a difficult task. To be precise, as long as you're not afraid of heights, it's fine. Soon, Zhang Taiping raised his altitude to over 100 meters. After flying at an altitude of 100 meters for a while, Zhang Taiping descended back to the ground. It's somewhat insufficient to train in open areas. I still need to train in more complex environments. After all, not every place is spacious, Zhang Taiping muttered to himself. As his words fell, he flew towards Sunset Mountain on his sword. The setting sun casts its glow over the mountain, where trees stand densely, creating a complex
this environment. As long as one can fly freely within the forest, they can also fly freely elsewhere.
Before long, Jiang Taiping flew out of the mountain of the setting sun once again.
After his recent training, he has already mastered the ability to fly freely within the forest.
From starting to practice the art of sword flight to completely mastering it, Jiang Taiping only spent a little over an hour.
Gurgle, gurgle.
At this moment, Jiang Taiping's stomach suddenly growled.
This also made Jiang Taiping suddenly realize that he hadn't eaten lunch yet.
Eat something, fill your stomach, practice the art of sword control to kill enemies, and then you can go back.
Jiang Taiping plopped down on the ground, took out the food and water he had prepared earlier from the system warehouse, and began eating heartily. During the demon hunting hall assessment, he had only practiced controlling the sword, but merely controlling the sword is of little use in combat, so he still needed to refine the art of sword control to kill enemies. After filling his stomach, Jiang Taiping immediately began practicing the art of sword control to kill enemies without a moment's rest.
The soft sword kept changing its attack angles and postures in the air.
Sometimes it thrust forward, sometimes it slashed downward from above, and other times it swept horizontally.
The scene was as if an invisible hand was controlling the soft sword.
After spending about another hour, Jiang Taiping had mastered the art of sword control for defeating enemies to perfection. Whether it was the sword techniques one sword, immortal kneels and two sleeves of green snakes, or the swordsmanship, Jiang Taiping had completely mastered them in just about an hour.
It must be said, the S-grade sword embryo cultivation talent is truly terrifying.
After battling all morning and training all afternoon, coupled with having practiced everything that needed to be practiced, Jiang Taiping's tense mind began to relax, and then he felt a wave of exhaustion sweep over him.
He looked up at the sky and saw that it was already nearing dusk. Rest for a while, then head back.
Jiang Taiping said this and then lay down in the grass, resting with his legs crossed.
Meanwhile, he considered how to deal with the lecherous wolf demon eyeing him. At that moment, two middle-aged men descended from Sunset Mountain. One was fat and the other thin, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s.
"Big brother, this place is really safe. We've been hiding here for a whole day without any trouble."
"You're so smart," the fat man said.
"Of course, why else would I be your big brother?"
The skinny man said proudly. "Do you know what this move of mine is called?"
"What is it called?"
the fat man asked curiously. "This move is called darkness under the lamp. Don't understand? Let me explain it to you," the fat man said.
"The night raiders slaughtered quite a few people here yesterday. They definitely wouldn't expect anyone to dare come here again, so by hiding here, not only are we not in danger, but we're actually very safe.
This is what darkness under the lamp means. Big brother, your knowledge is profound. Little brother has learned a lot." The skinny man promptly flattered the fat man. "Stick with me and learn more in the future."
The fat man raised his hand and patted the skinny man's shoulder, then said, "Damn it, it's all because of that old bastard Chinjan.
If he hadn't gone crazy, I'd be holding a girl and having fun right now. How would I end up in this godforsaken place?"
"Exactly, just one day apart and I already miss my Shaoli."
The skinny man chimed in to agree. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, then raised his hand to point ahead, nervously saying, "Big brother, look over there. It seems like there's a foot moving up and down." The fat man looked in the direction the thin man was pointing and immediately saw the up and down movement of the foot the thin man had mentioned. "What do you mean looks like?" "That is definitely a foot." The fat man whispered, "Don't say anything. Let's quietly walk over and see who it is." The thin man nodded, and the two of them tiptoed toward the foot. As the two slowly moved forward, the distance between them and that foot grew shorter and shorter. The owner of that foot was none other than Jiang Taiping. He was lost in thought, and with some distance between him and the fat and thin men, he didn't notice the two of them. But as the fat man and the thin man approached, he heard the commotion and immediately sat up. Jiang Taiping's sudden movement startled the fat man and the thin man, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" the fat man demanded in a deep voice. Jiang Taiping was a bit confused. He was just resting here. How did it turn into hiding? "Big brother, this guy has a 5-star F-level cultivation, and I can't sense any beast aura on him. He is very likely a nightwalker," the skinny man said. "He really does have a 5-star F-level cultivation, and there's no beast aura." The fat man narrowed his eyes slightly and said viciously, "This guy must be a nightwalker. He's hiding here because he knows we're hiding in Sunset Mountain and wants to ambush us. Cut him down." As soon as the words fell, the fat man drew the large knife hanging from his waist and charged at Jiang Taiping, with the skinny man following closely behind. Jiang Taiping was even more confused. "I'm lying here resting, and you say I'm ambushing you?" But he quickly realized that these two guys were otherworldly wanderers. Jiang Taiping leapt to his feet. He glanced at the approaching fat and skinny guys, a look of speechlessness appearing on his face. "You talk so big, I thought your cultivation levels were much higher. After all this effort, it turns out he only has an 8-star F-level cultivation, and he has killed quite a few other worldly invaders, but he has never killed someone this weak before." However, he overlooked the fact that he had the lottery multiverse system disguise his cultivation level to 5-star F-level. If not for this, the two wouldn't have charged at him wielding large blades but would have fled in panic at the first moment. "Just the right time to test my newly learned sword control technique on you too. Zhang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. With a thought, the flexible sword appeared out of thin air in front of him. Sword control technique, attack. A soft shout escaped from Zhang Taiping's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and the soft sword floating in the air shot out violently. The soft sword sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh, reaching the fat man in an instant. Under his terrified gaze, it struck his heart with unerring precision. A shrill scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, erupted from the fat man's mouth, but it quickly came to an abrupt halt, and the fat man fell backward, staring at the sky, off to have tea with the king of hell. Seeing the fat man instantly killed by Zhang Taiping with one sword, the skinny man's soul was scared out of him. Oh my goodness! The skinny man screamed and immediately fled frantically. Can you escape? Zhang Taiping curled his lips, beckoned with his finger, and then pointed forward from afar. The soft sword embedded in the fat man's chest flew back and shot violently toward the skinny man who was frantically fleeing. In the next moment, the soft sword caught up with the skinny man and pierced into his back. The skinny man couldn't control himself and lunged forward, crashing solidly onto the ground, and then fell silent. Still, swordsmanship is the most satisfying. Killing enemies from a distance, not much effort required, and no need to chase them down. Zhang Taiping sighed and summoned the universal lottery system. 717 units of vitality, only increased by 12 units of vitality. It's really just a mosquito leg, but even a mosquito leg is still meat. Zhang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose and flew toward the city on his sword, skimming close to the grass. However, he overlooked the fact that the mosquito leg he referred to was actually more substantial than a mid-level qi and blood pill, and this was meat that could be consumed instantly, unlike the mid-level qi and blood pill, which required considerable absorption time. Upon reaching the edge of the city, Zhang Taiping stopped flying on his sword. If we go further, we'll reach the city. If we continue flying on the sword, we might be seen by someone. Taking a taxi is so inconvenient. There are some places where you can't even get a taxi, and you can only rely on the number 11 transportation method to get around. It's really too inconvenient. I need to buy a car as soon as possible. Zhang Taiping sighed and quickly ran forward. Whoosh! By the time Zhang Taiping returned to the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers, the sky had completely darkened. After eating a bit in the first-floor restaurant to fill his stomach, Zhang Taiping returned to his room. Sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, Zhang Taiping left his room again and ran to the door of Su Qiqi's room next door. Ah! Bang! 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 Zhang Taiping raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened and Su Qiqi walked out. Seeing it was Zhang Taiping, Su Qiqi teased, "Zhang Taiping, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, I was about to call you to check if you'd been carried off by a strange beast." "Captain, are you concerned about me?" Zhang Taiping blinked his eyes. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at Zhang Taiping. "I'm your captain. It's my duty to ensure the safety of my teammates." Zhang Taiping responded and changed the subject. "Captain, I have something I want to ask you. Come in and talk." Su Qiqi invited Zhang Taiping into the room and closed the door. "Have a seat anywhere?" Su Qiqi greeted him and curiously asked, "What's the matter?" "Captain, have you ever been to Demon Hunting Park?" Zhang Taiping sat down on the sofa. "Of course, I've been there." Su Qiqi said, "The Demon Hunting Garden is a trial ground. When I first joined the Nightwalkers, I often went there to hunt exotic beasts. But recently, I've been too busy, so I haven't gone much." "Why are you asking about this?" "I want to go to the Demon Hunting Garden for a trial, but I'm worried about encountering high-level exotic beasts," Zhang Taiping explained. Su Qiqi subtly curled her lips. It sounded as if this was his first time entering the Demon Hunting Garden, but she strongly suspected that the person who had recently slain nearly 100 exotic beasts there was Zhang Taiping. She just didn't have any evidence. "You are overthinking." Whoosh! Su Qiqi said, "The exotic beasts in the Demon Hunting Garden all have fixed activity ranges. As long as you follow the guard's instructions and don't venture too deep, you won't encounter high-level exotic beasts." "Won't they cross their activity range?" Zhang Taiping asked again. "They wouldn't dare, unless they have a death wish. Night travelers have strict rules. No exotic beasts are allowed to cross the activity boundaries. If one violates, 100 will be killed." Su Qiqi said, "But we still need to be cautious. A few days ago, the day I called you to ask if you'd been to the Demon Hunting Garden, someone killed nearly 100 exotic beasts there, provoking the wolf demon deep within the garden. It even alarmed the minister, who personally went there, slapped the wolf demon to the ground, and threatened it with merciless punishment if it dared to come out again." Zhang Taiping was stunned. Today wasn't the first time he'd provoked the wolf demon into action. No wonder that wolf demon had such a sneaky look. It must have been scared by Qinzhan. In the past, during large-scale trials of night travelers, thousands of exotic beasts were killed in a single day. The exotic beasts deep within the Demon Hunting Garden remained indifferent. However, that day, killing just nearly 100 exotic beasts alarmed the wolf demon. "Something seems off about this," Su Qiqi said with a hint of implication. "The minister suspects that the wolf demon's abnormal behavior is related to the person who killed nearly 100 exotic beasts that day. The minister once tried to find that person, but unfortunately, they couldn't be found." Zhang Taiping's gaze flickered slightly. His judgment was correct. The fact that the wolf demon was fixated on him definitely indicated a problem. Before this, Zhang Taiping already suspected that there was something wrong with the wolf demon targeting him. What Tsuchichi said made him even more certain of his judgment, but he just couldn't figure out what the problem was for the time being. Captain, did the minister mention the reason? Zhang Taiping asked. I did ask, but the minister said he doesn't know either. Tsuchichi stared at Zhang Taiping and suddenly changed the subject. But that person might know the reason. Zhang Taiping was somewhat speechless. He was that person, but he didn't know either. Otherwise, why would he come to ask Tsuchichi? However, he couldn't refute this, or else he'd give himself away. That makes sense. Zhang Taiping nodded his head. Tsuchichi was somewhat annoyed. Zhang Taiping had an expression that said, what you said makes a lot of sense, and she couldn't find a single flaw. Such exquisite and lifelike acting, it's simply a waste of talent not to become an actor. But Zhang Taiping was pretending to be confused while knowing full well what was going on, and since she had no evidence, she could only stare helplessly. The next moment, Tsuchichi suddenly froze and exclaimed in surprise, you advanced to 5-star F level? Really? I found a place to train for the whole day today. Zhang Taiping casually made up an excuse and asked in astonishment, Captain, I can't sense the blood energy fluctuation from you. Did you advance to D level? I advanced yesterday afternoon. Tsuchichi said softly, thanks to you selling me the high-grade vitality pills, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to advance to D rank so quickly. Just a fair exchange of needs. Zhang Taiping smiled and said his farewell, Captain, it's already late, and I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. After saying that, Zhang Taiping got up and walked toward the door. Back in the room, Zhang Taiping frowned deeply. The large-scale trial of the night travelers killed over 1,000 beasts without alarming the beasts deep within the demon hunting garden, yet he had only killed nearly 100. No, today he had only killed a few dozen, and it had already alerted the wolf demon. If someone told him there was nothing unusual about this, he wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Could it be because I absorbed part of the beast's blood and energy? A thought flashed through Zhang Taiping's mind. As the saying goes, when something unusual happens, there must be something strange behind it. The only difference between him and the others entering the demon hunting garden for trials is that while others entered merely for the trial, he entered to absorb the blood and energy of exotic beasts to enhance his cultivation. This sole difference is very likely the key factor leading to a different outcome. I'm just absorbing part of the exotic beast's blood and energy, not digging up their ancestral graves. Do they really have to keep targeting me like this? Zhang Taiping was somewhat puzzled, but the next moment he suddenly froze. Could it really be that we've dug up the ancestral grave of the exotic beast? No, that's not the right way to put it. It should be said that we've harmed the foundation of the exotic beast. Otherwise, why would that sneaky, shifty-eyed wolf demon risk stepping out of its activity range? Why would you go so far as to sacrifice the lives of your own kind just to kill me? Zhang Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this was just his speculation, he was very certain that his guess was correct, because apart from this, there was no other reason that could explain the wolf demon's abnormal behavior. I actually figured out what's going on. I'm so smart. Sneaky wolf demon, just you wait. Oh, one day, I'll dig up your ancestral grave. No, I'll sever the foundation of the beast. By then, I'll be the great hero who saves humanity. Zhang Taiping burst into hearty laughter, but the laughter quickly came to an abrupt halt, and a trace of gloom appeared on his cheeks. The wolf demon stared at him relentlessly, making it unlikely for him to use the demon hunting garden to quickly improve his cultivation. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first distress their mind, tire their body, starve their flesh, impoverish their life, and disrupt their actions, so as to stimulate their heart and strengthen their resolve, thereby enhancing their capabilities. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh. He didn't want good things to come with difficulties, he just wanted to smoothly improve his cultivation. Feeling frustrated for a while, Zhang Taiping summoned the lottery multiverse system and opened the system warehouse. Today, he had slain dozens of exotic beasts and obtained quite a few lottery cards, but he hadn't drawn any yet. 1,305 low-level lottery cards? Zhang Taiping was somewhat surprised. He had never received so many low-level lottery cards before. However, he quickly calmed down. No matter how many lottery cards he had, they were useless unless he won. Do not rejoice over material things. Do not grieve over oneself. Stay calm, maintain a calm mind. Zhang Taiping silently reminded himself, took a deep breath to calm his mind, and then said, Lottery of the Myriad Worlds system. Combine 13 advanced lottery cards. 13 advanced lottery cards have been combined, consuming 1,300 basic lottery cards. Lottery of the Myriad Worlds system. 13 consecutive draws with advanced lottery cards. Zhang Taiping said again, starting the draw, consuming 13 advanced lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Zhang Taiping kept reminding himself to stay calm, but listening to that string of thank you for participating, he really couldn't stay calm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a prize, a sword case. It has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with a thought. Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. After 6 consecutive thank you for participating, he finally won a prize, otherwise, he was about to explode. But before he could finish exhaling, thank you for participating appeared again, and 5 times in a row. Fortunately, the last premium lottery card won a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. You have obtained the Imperial Steed, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with your thoughts. 13 hits out of 2, still acceptable. Jiang Taiping let out a sigh, then became excited. He didn't know what sword was inside the sword box, but he knew about the Imperial Steed. The Emperor Steed is the mount of the Emperor Hero and Armor Hero, not only boasting a cool design but also incredibly powerful. The Emperor Steed has 3 modes: flight mode, attack mode, and land mode. Among them, attack mode can be activated simultaneously with flight mode and land mode. Lottery multiverse system, can I use all the abilities of the Emperor Steed? Jiang Taiping asked. Flight mode and land mode are available, but attack mode is not. Why is that? Jiang Taiping was somewhat puzzled. The host does not have the Emperor Summoner, so the full functionality of the Emperor Steed cannot be used. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. Without the Emperor Summoner, he couldn't truly be the Emperor Hero. If only I could draw the Emperor Summoner. Then I wouldn't just be Spider-Man, I'd also be Emperor Man. But come to think of it, being able to use the Emperor Steed's flight mode and land mode is already pretty great. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, then froze for a moment. Today when I came back, I even said I should buy a car as soon as possible. But no matter what kind of car it is, it's nothing compared to the Imperial Steed. Now that I have the Imperial Steed, who needs a bicycle? The Imperial Steed came at just the right time, saving me the money for buying a car. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. With a thought, an ancient-looking sword case suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air. Looking at the sword case in his hand, Jiang Taiping's face showed a peculiar expression. The sword case was only about a foot long. What kind of sword could fit in such a small case? Could this sword case be empty? Generally speaking, long swords are about 3 feet in length, but the sword case in his hand is only about 1 foot long, making it impossible to fit a 3-foot-long sword. Opening the sword case, Jiang Taiping was suddenly stunned. It's not that the sword case is truly empty as he thought. In fact, it contains a total of 12 swords. However, each sword is very small, roughly the size of a human palm. Why do these small swords look somewhat familiar? Jiang Taiping felt he had seen these small swords somewhere before, but for the moment, he couldn't recall where. The next moment, Jiang Taiping discovered that every small sword had words engraved on it. Xuanjia, Qingmei, Zuma, Chalu, Chunshui, Tawa, Ame, Zhuke, Wangtong, Pifu, Jilu, Taya. Damn, aren't these the 12 flying swords of the Peach Blossom Sword God Deng Taiye? Jiang Taiping instantly remembered where he had seen these small swords before. These were the Taiye 12 flying swords from the snowy drama he had watched in his previous life. Jiang Taiping instantly thought of the purpose of the 12 flying swords of Taiye, which is to be used in conjunction with the sword control technique. It should be noted that Deng Taiye earned the title of Peach Blossom Sword God relying on the sword control technique, the 12 flying swords, and the Peach Blossom branch. But forget about the Peach Blossom branch. Holding it in hand seems a bit feminine. TSK, winning once and getting 12 flying swords. This prize is really worth it. And also, 12 flying swords plus the Imperial Steed make exactly 13 items. 13 draws resulted in 13 items. Doesn't that mean winning every time? Not bad, not bad. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, fully embodying AQ's spirit of self-consolation. Obtaining the Imperial Steed and the 12 flying swords of Taiye, the overjoyed Jiang Taiping instantly felt all his drowsiness vanish. Let's go out and get familiar with the Imperial Steed and practice controlling the 12 flying swords of Taiye while we're at it. Muttering to himself, Jiang Taiping got up, walked out the door, and then took the elevator down to the first floor. Leaving the Nightwalker's Jian branch, Jiang Taiping found a secluded corner and brought out the Imperial Steed. Looking at the platinum-striped Imperial Steed, Jiang Taiping couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool, so flashy." After his exclamation, Jiang Taiping couldn't wait to ride on the Imperial Steed. "Let's go!" Jiang Taiping laughed loudly, and the Imperial Steed moved out of the corner, heading forward along the wide street. At first, the Emperor Steed's speed was somewhat slow, but as Jiang Taiping became more familiar, it got faster and faster. The Emperor Steed's design is incredibly cool, attracting countless gazes wherever it passes. Look at that motorcycle, it's so awesome. Whoa, that motorcycle isn't just awesome, it's downright stunning. Which company makes that motorcycle? I'd go bankrupt just to buy one. I've never heard of a company producing such a motorcycle. Could it be modified? Voices of discussion arose wherever the Emperor's Steed passed by. Everyone who saw the Emperor's Steed was stunned by its eye-catching appearance. What they don't know is that the Imperial Steed isn't produced by any company, and even if they go bankrupt, they won't be able to buy it. Jiang Taiping heard the discussions of the people around him, but he wasn't worried at all. Although the design of the Imperial Steed is very eye-catching, it still looks like just a motorcycle. As long as the flight mode of the Imperial Steed isn't activated, anyone who sees it will just think it's a very cool motorcycle. Accompanied by the increasingly fast speed of the
Imperial horse, it streaked across the wide street like a flash of golden light.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. This speed is enough to leave Tsuchichi's Ferrari several streets behind. What nonsense Ferrari. Totally weak. And the Imperial steed doesn't even need fuel, saving on gas money.
Jiang Taiping was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Fortunately, no one heard Jiang Taiping's inner thoughts, otherwise someone would definitely curse him for being a bumpkin.
Riding such a flashy Imperial steed, and you're still worrying about whether it needs fuel?
In the lightning-fast gallop of the Imperial steed, it quickly left the urban area. Outside the city, unlike the brightly lit urban area, there was only moonlight spilling down from the sky. Jiang Taiping used observation haki to sense the surroundings and, after confirming no one was nearby, wasted no more time.
Imperial steed, activate flight mode.
Accompanied by a light shout from Jiang Taiping's mouth, the Imperial steed leapt into the air and flew skyward.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. Absolutely incredible. Jiang Taiping was so excited that he was incoherent.
After flying in the air for quite a while, Jiang Taiping reluctantly piloted the Imperial steed back to the ground. The next moment, the Imperial steed vanished into thin air. It was stored by Jiang Taiping in the system warehouse. Immediately after, a somewhat ancient sword case appeared in Jiang Taiping's left hand.
Open the sword case.
Jiang Taiping extended his right hand's index and middle fingers, drawing a circle in the air, and the 12 flying swords in the sword case rose one by one.
Go!
A soft command escaped from Jiang Taiping's mouth.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
12 flying swords shot forward in response, moving at an extremely fast speed. They circled in the air and then flew back, hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. Next, Jiang Taiping tried to control the 12 flying swords in various patterns. 12 flying swords sometimes formed a straight line, sometimes a V-shape, and sometimes a circle. After spending about 10 minutes, the 12 flying swords were completely under Jiang Taiping's control, moving as if they were an extension of his own arms.
Go!
Another soft command came from Jiang Taiping's mouth.
He raised his hand and pointed distantly at a large tree ahead.
12 flying swords shot out violently, directly piercing through the tree trunk, leaving 12 transparent holes on it.
Ha ha ha.
With the Taie 12 flying swords, the power of sword control has greatly increased. By catching them off guard, killing a D-level strong opponent is absolutely not a problem.
Jiang Taiping laughed heartily.
The power of the sword control technique surged, causing his confidence to skyrocket. However, what he said was indeed true. With the sharpness of the 12 Taie flying swords and the ability of the sword control technique to kill enemies from a distance, catching them off guard makes killing a D-level strong opponent not an impossible task.
How about going to the demon hunting garden to try slaying a D-class exotic beast?
But after some thought, he suppressed the idea again. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood. After a whole day of busyness, it's better to rest and recharge. Having made up his mind, Jiang Taiping took out the Emperor's steed and drove it toward the city. Back in the city, Jiang Taiping did not head to the Jian branch but instead hurried toward his home. Having not been home for several days, he wanted to take a look around, then sleep there for the night before heading directly to the demon hunting garden tomorrow. It didn't take long for Jiang Taiping to arrive at his doorstep. After confirming that no one was around, Jiang Taiping stored the Imperial steed in the system warehouse and walked into his home. But at this moment, he suddenly couldn't control himself and shivered, a sense of crisis rising in his heart.
Danger!
Jiang Taiping instantly became extremely alert, his handsome face full of vigilance. Almost simultaneously, observation haki was unleashed. In an instant, a scene appeared before Jiang Taiping's eyes. This scene depicted the situation within a 20-meter radius centered on Jiang Taiping.
Jiang Taiping frowned.
There wasn't a single figure in the scene, yet the sense of crisis in his heart was intense. There was only one explanation for this: the source of his crisis was beyond the perception range of his observation haki. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Taiping decided to turn back and take a look. He could sense that the feeling of danger was coming from behind him. Oops, I forgot to grab something. Jiang Taiping let out a startled cry and turned around, heading forward. His steps were quite relaxed, but the vigilance in his heart had already been raised to the extreme. The observation haki continued to be deployed, capturing every movement within a 20-meter radius. He was already prepared to take out the sword case and perform the swordsmanship technique.
He was also ready to take out the dagger and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy.
He had even prepared to summon the Imperial steed for a swift escape at any moment.
There's no one behind. Jiang Taiping's brows furrowed slightly.
Although it was nighttime, with the help of the bright moonlight, he could see far ahead. However, within the range of his vision, there wasn't a single figure, and it was very quiet.
This is not the main point.
The main point is that the sense of crisis in his heart is growing stronger, and it is clear that the thing causing him this sense of crisis is getting closer and closer to him. Jiang Taiping slowed his steps, trying hard to make his expression appear more relaxed. After advancing about 4 or 5 meters, Jiang Taiping's steps suddenly paused for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. Just now, an aura entered the sensing range of his observation haki, yet the scene before his eyes remained the same as before. That aura was completely different from the aura of humans, but he had sensed this aura from the beings
beings of the other world and from the exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden. He instantly determined that the aura belonged to an exotic beast. Jiang Taiping's peripheral vision subtly glanced toward the front left. Relying on his observation haki, he sensed that the aura was right in front of him to the left, but the scene created by the observation haki showed nothing. He wanted to see if his eyes could detect anything, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. That exotic beast must be capable of concealing its form. Sometimes, the eyes can be deceiving, but observation haki definitely won't. This means that the approaching exotic beast will conceal its form. Only in this way can it be explained why the exotic beast is not visible, and why there is no trace of it in the scene created by observation haki. Jiang Taiping let out a slight sigh of relief. The unknown danger can make people feel fear, but the known danger is not necessarily the same. Take the current situation as an example. Although Jiang Taiping cannot see the exotic beast, relying on his observation haki to sense its aura, he clearly knows the beast's location and its cultivation level 8-star A-class. 8-star A-class is 1 star higher than Jiang Taiping's cultivation level, but the mere difference of 1 star is not impossible to overcome. Moreover, the exotic beast is unaware that Jiang Taiping has already discovered it. By catching it off guard, there is a high chance of achieving success in one strike. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between Jiang Taiping and the strange beast kept narrowing. At the moment when the distance between them was reduced to 5 meters, Jiang Taiping noticed the strange beast suddenly pouncing toward him. It's coming! Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body instantly tensed. Die for me! Accompanied by a soft shout echoing in Jiang Taiping's mind, a glimmer of cold light appeared out of thin air in his right hand. Jiang Taiping reversed his grip on the dagger and slashed toward the void ahead with lightning speed. The next moment, the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a streak of dark green liquid spilled from the dagger into the air. Hiss! Almost simultaneously, a somewhat piercing screech suddenly exploded in the quiet night sky. Still alive? Jiang Taiping was somewhat surprised. Relying on his observation haki, he clearly sensed that the aura was retreating rapidly. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Jiang Taiping let out a cold laugh. With a thought, an ancient-looking sword case suddenly appeared in his left hand out of thin air. Go, kill it. Jiang Taiping raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, drew a circle in the air, and then pointed distantly at the void ahead. The ancient sword case instantly opened, and 12 flying swords rose one by one, slicing through the air and shooting forward violently. Put, put, put. The next moment, clusters of dark green liquid suddenly bloomed not far ahead. Host has slain an enemy, gaining 33 low-level lottery cards. As soon as the somewhat mechanical voice of the all-world's lottery system fell silent, a giant snake, pitch black all over, as thick as a barrel, and about 2 meters long, appeared out of thin air not far ahead, then crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. With a casual gesture, 12 flying swords flew back in reverse and landed in the sword box. Stepping forward to the giant snake, Jiang Taiping suddenly realized he had seen this type of snake-like beast in the book Compendium of Exotic Beasts. This snake was called the shadow snake. Completely pitch black, not very strong, but possessing a peculiar ability to hide in shadows. No wonder he couldn't see it. Damn thing, you actually tried to ambush me. That's like a mouse licking a cat's nose asking for death. Jiang Taiping fiercely kicked Shadow Snake's corpse, then turned and left. But he hadn't walked far before suddenly stopping again. Can't leave this thing here, or it'll definitely scare a lot of people tomorrow. This is not the main point. The main point is, according to Tsuchichi, the corpse of an E-level exotic beast is quite valuable. Since this thing is roaming outside, it probably isn't one of the exotic beasts from the demon hunting garden. Maybe it can be sold for some money. Jiang Taiping muttered a few words to himself and then turned around and came back. If someone else wanted to take the shadow snake away, it would definitely be a bit of a headache. After all, the shadow snake's body is indeed quite large, but Jiang Taiping, who has a system warehouse, is an exception. He only needed to focus his mind to store the shadow snake's corpse in the system warehouse. At that moment, Jiang Taiping's phone rang. Taking out his phone, Jiang Taiping glanced at it. It was a call from Tsuchichi. Damn, I just ran all night and this girl already found me. Jiang Taiping sighed and answered the phone. Immediately, Tsuchichi's voice came through the phone. Jiang Taiping, did you sneak out? I've been knocking on your door for ages and got no response. Jiang Taiping was a bit speechless. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Well, I went home to grab something. Jiang Taiping casually made up an excuse and asked, Captain, what are you looking for me for in the middle of the night? I just suddenly remembered something I hadn't told you, so I wanted to let you know to avoid any accidents. And as luck would have it, you really went out in the middle of the night. Tsuchichi replied. Jiang Taiping lowered his head and looked at the shadow snake's corpse beneath his feet. Why does he feel that what Tsuchichi said is related to Shadow Snake? Jiang Taiping, are you listening to me? Without hearing Jiang Taiping's reply, Tsuchichi's voice once again came through the phone. I'm listening. Jiang Taiping responded and asked, Captain, what matter are you talking about? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. Last night, there was a sighting of a strange
strange beast that killed 5 or 6 people. After receiving the news, the intelligence hall has been investigating the matter but has yet to find any trace of the beast.
We can only warn the citizens of Jian City not to go out at night,
Tsuchichi explained. According to a survivor, his friend was walking perfectly fine, and then, out of nowhere, half of his body was gone.
The minister suspects that a beast capable of concealing its form has appeared in the city. Exotic beasts that can conceal their forms are always elusive. If their aura is outside the watch's monitoring range, you wouldn't even notice them passing by you. So don't wander outside at night, or you won't even know how you died.
Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched violently a few times.
Although Tsuchichi didn't specify what kind of exotic beast, shadow serpents can conceal their forms too. Isn't this reminder a bit too late?
If it weren't for his mastery of observation haki, Tsuchichi might have to collect his corpse tomorrow, and it would only be half a corpse.
Zhang Taiping, you're not outside right now, are you? Tsuchichi asked. No, I'm at home,
Zhang Taiping replied without blushing or gasping.
That's good,
Tsuchichi said. The people who died yesterday were all wandering outside.
There shouldn't be any issues at home, but you'd better be careful. That's all, goodbye. Wait, Captain, I have a question, Zhang Taiping asked. Weren't the beasts suppressed in the demon cavern by the predecessors of the Night Walkers? How did they escape? There isn't just one demon cavern, there are quite a few,
Tsuchichi explained. It might have come from another demon lair, and new demon lairs could also appear.
If it came from a newly emerged demon lair, that would be a disaster. However, the likelihood of the latter is low. If a new demon lair appeared, the aura of the beasts would be very strong. Today, the minister inspected the entire Jian city and found no signs of new demon lairs within the city's borders. I see, Zhang Taiping asked again. Captain, is the blood of the beasts also red? The blood of the exotic beasts is not, it's dark green.
Tsuchichi paused for a moment, then added, however, the blood of the exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden is red.
Such a difference might be due to the different living environments, as speculated by the predecessors of the Nightwalkers. Zhang Taiping suddenly understood.
That explained why the exotic beasts he killed in the demon hunting garden had red blood, while the shadow snake's blood was dark green.
Captain, it's late.
You should rest early.
I'm hanging up.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Taiping felt a bit conflicted. He was wondering whether to tell Tsuchichi that he had killed a shadow snake,
but after thinking it over, he decided against it.
If he told Tsuchichi about this, it would definitely arouse her suspicion.
In Tsuchichi's understanding, he was just an F-level rookie, so how could he have killed an 8-star E-level shadow snake? Better to hide my identity tomorrow and sell the shadow snake's corpse at the Jian Chamber of Commerce.
This way, the demon hunting hall will know the shadow snake is dead, and I won't have to expose my identity. Zhang Taiping said this as he prepared to store the shadow snake's corpse in the system warehouse. But at this moment, he suddenly froze, and his gaze fell on the head of the shadow snake. On the head of the shadow snake, there was a deep wound, a wound caused by his first strike. The dagger still isn't sharp enough. If the dagger were as sharp as the 12 flying swords of Taya, his first strike could have shattered the snake demon's head, and there would have been no need for a second strike. Without further delay, Zhang Taiping stored shadow snake's corpse in the system warehouse and turned to head home. But he had only taken a few steps when his phone rang again. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was still a call from Tsuchichi.
Just hung up and calling again? What's going on? Could something have happened? Feeling somewhat puzzled, Zhang Taiping didn't delay and quickly answered the call.
Immediately, Tsuchichi's somewhat serious voice came through the phone. Zhang Taiping, I just received news from the intelligence hall. 4 more people near Jian No. 1 High School were killed by a mysterious beast. The intelligence hall received the news and immediately went to investigate, but they were attacked by an unidentified beast. Fortunately, their companions acted in time, preventing any casualties.
They suspect that the unidentified beast that attacked them is the same one that killed 5 or 6 people last night, a beast capable of concealing itself in a serpentine form. The minister has issued an order for all members of the demon hunting hall to mobilize and hunt down the beast capable of concealing itself. Otherwise, if this continues, who knows how many more people will die. So you won't be able to sleep tonight. Also, your home is near Jian No. 1 High School. Be careful, we'll get there as soon as possible. Zhang Taiping's face was full of odd expressions.
That shadow snake has already been killed by me. He originally planned to go to the Jian Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to sell the shadow snake's corpse and let the demon hunting hall know the shadow snake had been killed.
As a result, the demon hunting hall is going to be fully mobilized tonight. What kind of situation is this? Not hearing Zhang Taiping speak, Tsuchichi said again, Zhang Taiping, did you hear what I said? Captain, I heard it. Zhang Taiping replied. Alright, wait for me at home, I'll come find you. Be careful. After speaking, Tsuchichi hung up the phone. Should I say it or not?
Zhang Taiping raised his hand and scratched his head. If he says it, it might arouse Su Qiqi's suspicion, and there's even a high chance of exposing his true strength. But if he doesn't say it, all the members of the Demon Hunting Hall will have worked in vain all night. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Taiping picked up his phone, ready to call Su Qiqi. Yes, he felt a bit guilty about letting all the members of the Demon Hunting Hall work in vain for a night, so he decided to reveal the matter about Shadow Snake. As for whether revealing it would arouse Su Qiqi's suspicion, as long as the excuse is good enough, isn't it easy to brush it off? But just as he was about to dial the phone, he suddenly sensed something was off. Su Qiqi said she had just received the news, which meant the Intelligence Hall had encountered Shadow Snake not long ago. But he had encountered Shadow Snake for quite some time, which meant the Shadow Snake the Intelligence Hall encountered was likely not the same one he had faced. This also implied that there might be more than one Shadow Snake appearing in Zhuan City. If this were indeed the case, revealing that he had killed Shadow Snake would lead to a misjudgment by the Demon Hunting Hall. At that time, whether he and Su Qiqi took the blame or not, someone was bound to lose their life because of his unintentional mistake. So it's better not to talk about it. Even taking a step back, the Shadow Snake he killed was the same one encountered by the Intelligence Hall. At most, all the members of the Demon Hunting Hall would have wasted a night, but there wouldn't be any substantial loss. Damn it, I almost messed things up with good intentions. Zhang Taiping sighed deeply. Looking back at the blood left by the Shadow Snake on the ground, he quickly hurried home. He wanted to clean up the traces left by the Shadow Snake, not just to conceal the fact that he killed Shadow Snake, but also to avoid being seen by the Demon Hunters Hall, which could lead to a misunderstanding. After cleaning up the traces left by Shadow Snake, Zhang Taiping returned home, changed into his combat uniform, and went back outside to wait for Su Qiqi to arrive. About 10 minutes later, a fiery red Ferrari sped over from the distance. This efficiency is too slow. He could tolerate waiting here. If something were to happen, with this kind of efficiency, by the time Su Qiqi arrived, the day would already be lost. Screech, screech, screech. Accompanied by a piercing screech, the Ferrari stopped in front of Zhang Taiping. Right after, Su Qiqi stepped out of the Ferrari. Zhang Taiping, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Why did you come outside? Su Qiqi said discontentedly. Captain, I was just thinking the situation is urgent and didn't want to waste time, Zhang Taiping said. Even if you don't want to waste time, you can't gamble with your own life. Su Qiqi glared at Zhang Taiping but didn't argue further about the matter. After all, Zhang Taiping's intentions were good. Got it. Zhang Taiping responded and changed the topic. Captain, did the Intelligence Hall mention how many of those beasts capable of concealing their forms there are? 1. Su Qiqi instinctively answered, but swallowed her words before finishing. She pondered for a moment and muttered to herself, that beast can conceal its form. The people from the Intelligence Hall didn't see it, and the wristwatch didn't issue a warning. How can we be sure there's only one? There might be several. Zhang Taiping blinked his eyes. Su Qiqi, this girl, is indeed very clever and has keenly grasped the key point. However, Su Qiqi's reaction also implies that the Demon Hunting Hall seems not to have considered the issue of the number of exotic beasts. But then again, this matter can also be understood, because when he received the information, he instinctively assumed that the Shadow Snake he killed was the exotic beast mentioned by the Intelligence Hall. Zhang Taiping, your question is really excellent. I'll quickly call the minister to inform him about this matter and have him remind everyone. If the disruptive exotic beasts are more than one, and we assume there's only one, more people could be killed. Su Qiqi said this as she took out her phone to call Qinzhan. Zhang Taiping did not explain that he had intentionally asked that question. First, it wasn't necessary. Second, his explanation might arouse Su Qiqi's suspicion. After finishing the call with Qinzhan, Su Qiqi took a backpack out of the Ferrari and tossed it to Zhang Taiping. There is food and water in the backpack. You take charge of searching this street. I'll go to the next one. If you spot any signs of the alien beast, make sure to contact me immediately using the earpiece. After finishing her words, Su Qiqi shouldered her backpack and turned to leave. Zhang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Captain, didn't you come to find me so we could act together? I'm here to deliver your backpack, Su Qiqi said. Zhang Taiping felt a bit awkward. He had just thought Su Qiqi came to find him to act together. F1, this is your first time performing a search mission. Su Qiqi continued. For search missions like this, in order to expand the search range, Demon Hunting Hall members act alone. This is also why the assessments of the Demon Hunting Hall are somewhat strict. We require every member to have a certain level of individual compatibility. If you encounter an unsolvable danger, you can use the headset to contact nearby people for help. Alright, Zhang Taiping sighed and asked weakly, Captain, aren't you worried about me? A little worried, but just a little. Su Qiqi said, this is also why I told you to contact me immediately if you encounter danger. However, with your sharp sense of danger, you should be fine. No more delays, I'm off. After saying that, Su Qiqi quickly left. Watching Su Qiqi leave, Zhang Taiping felt a bit conflicted. Shadow Snake has the ability to hide in the shadows, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by the watch. He was a bit worried that Su Qiqi might encounter Shadow Snake while acting alone and be bullied by him. However,
The members of the demon hunting hall all act alone, and he was responsible for this street under his feet, so he couldn't secretly follow Tsuchichi. Otherwise, if Shadow Snake appeared on the street he was responsible for, negligence would be a minor issue, but if someone got killed, it would be a major problem. Forget it, that girl's cultivation has already reached D level, so she should be fine. Jiang Taiping sighed and began searching along the street for traces of the strange beasts. At this moment, two figures stood on a street more than 10 miles away from Jiang Taiping. These two figures were Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhenfei. Zhenfei, I've already explained the mission details to you. Zhang Manor said solemnly, you must perform well today. If you can capture that beast that has injured several people, not only will you redeem the bad impression you left on the minister, but you'll also bring me some face. Zhang Zhenfei's legs were trembling slightly. That beast, which had injured several people, was invisible and undetectable. With only F-level cultivation, if he encountered that beast, he might not even know how he died. Sis, can I skip this search mission? Zhang Zhenfei asked with a bitter expression. Zhang Manor was fuming inside. How did she end up with such a coward? At this moment, Zhang Manor really wanted to punch Zhang Zhenfei, the spineless guy, to death. But after thinking it over, she decided to let it go. With her A-level cultivation talent, she couldn't compete with Tsuchichi's S-level cultivation talent. Zhang Zhenfei was her bargaining chip to defeat Tsuchichi and secure the position of team leader. If she killed Zhang Zhenfei, she'd be destroying her own leverage in the competition with Tsuchichi. In her mind, if one A-level couldn't compete with Tsuchichi, then two A-levels should be able to, right? The minister said the entire demon hunting hall is mobilized. Aren't you a member of the demon hunting hall? Zhang Manor patiently tried to persuade Zhenfei, I understand your concerns, but this is your first search mission. You can act with me. With me around, nothing will happen to you. Zhang Zhenfei could only smile bitterly. If it were an ordinary beast, with Zhang Manor present, he wouldn't be too worried. But that strange beast couldn't be seen or detected, and with Zhang Manor around, he still didn't feel safe. Zhenfei, tonight's mission isn't the main point. The main point is, Zhang Manor glanced around and whispered, I secretly investigated. That useless person with an F-level cultivation talent has been assigned to the street 10 miles away. We can take advantage of tonight. Well, you know what I mean. This way, not only can you get your revenge, but you can also fiercely slap Tsuchichi in the face, pinning the blame on her for failing to protect her team members. Plus, with strange beasts roaming tonight, no one will suspect us. Zhang Zhenfei suddenly froze, and a sharp killing intent erupted in his eyes. Defeated by someone with an F-level cultivation talent, he had become the laughingstock of the demon hunting hall. He had always wanted to redeem himself but had no opportunity until today, when the chance finally arrived. Dark night, strong wind, a night for murder, no, a night for slaying demons. Hurry up and send a few exotic beasts for me to slay. On the dimly lit street, Jiang Taiping strolled around with small, quick steps. Unlike Zhang Zhenfei, he was eager for a beast to appear on the street he was searching. That way, he could absorb some vitality, obtain some lottery cards, and tonight wouldn't feel like a wasted effort. Unlike everyone else, Jiang Taiping's demeanor was very relaxed. Relying on the keen perception of observation haki, if danger appeared, he would sense it immediately. Moreover, if a beast entered the range of observation haki's perception, he could accurately determine the beast's specific cultivation level and location. Just wandering back and forth on the street, he didn't spot a single exotic beast, nor did he sense any hint of danger. No exotic beasts, no one to chat with, it's so lonely, empty, and cold. Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh. As soon as his words fell, a somewhat urgent call for help suddenly sounded in his earpiece. IMB 358, Zhou Lijuan. A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. I found another cat on the street behind Jian No. 1 High School. Its cultivation is at 7-star E level. It's very fast, and I am no match for it. I am injured, requesting nearby colleagues to provide support as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up. He was currently located near the street behind Jian No. 1 High School, only a few hundred meters away from the back of the school. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the experienced baby in the lottery card extractor had appeared. Pressing the earpiece button, Jiang Taiping quickly said, request received. I'll arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds. As the words fell, Jiang Taiping's mind stirred, and the soft sword floated in front of him out of thin air. Sword control technique, go! A soft shout escaped from Jiang Taiping's mouth. He leaped forward, stepping onto the soft sword, and flew toward the street behind Jian No. 1 High School. It's nighttime, visibility is poor, and the surrounding tall buildings block the view, so there's no fear of being seen. Soon, Jiang Taiping arrived on the street behind Jian No. 1 High School. Under the moonlight, Jiang Taiping immediately spotted a figure not far ahead, staggering backward while holding a knife. That figure was wearing the Demon Hunting Hall's combat uniform, so it should be B358 Zhao Lijuan. At this moment, Zhao Lijuan was speechless. I can understand that you want to show off, but isn't this a bit too much? According to the arrangement of the Demon Hunting Hall, each person is to search one street and the alleys on both sides of the street. The distance between each street is at least 500 meters. This is still the straight line distance. If there are turns, the distance distance will be even greater. With such a far distance, you arrived at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Did you freaking fly here? B358? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Zhao Lijuan was startled and took a big step back. As she stumbled, she lost her balance and fell backward. However, in the next moment, she realized that someone had caught her just before she hit the ground. The person who caught her was none other than Zhang Taiping, who had rushed over in time. Zhang Taiping glanced at Zhao Lijuan and noticed that the chest area of her combat uniform was already torn. Judging by the tear, it seemed to have been caused by claws. Through the ripped combat uniform, a faint glimpse of fair skin and traces of blood could be seen. Indecent, don't look. Zhang Taiping hurriedly shifted his gaze away. At this moment, Zhao Lijuan also saw Zhang Taiping. She asked in a daze, Are you the one who just responded to me? Yes. Zhang Taiping nodded. Zhao Lijuan looked completely baffled. This guy said he would arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds, and now it's only been about 10 seconds, right? Could it be that this guy really flew here? But how is this possible? In the Nightwalker Jian division, only Qin Zhan is sea level, and only Qin Zhan can fly. However, that's not the point. She asked in confusion, why haven't I seen you before? Oh, I just joined the Demon Hunting Hall not long ago. Zhang Taiping explained briefly and introduced himself. I am Sequence F1, Zhang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan was even more dumbfounded. Since when did the Demon Hunting Hall have members with an F-Series designation? But the clothes Zhang Taiping was wearing were indeed the combat uniform of the Demon Hunting Hall, with the letters F1 embroidered on the upper left of the chest. This undoubtedly confirmed what Zhang Taiping had said, but how could this be possible? You must know that the Demon Hunting Hall never recruits individuals with F-level cultivation talent. Zhang Taiping thought for a moment and immediately understood what Zhao Lijuan was confused about. He explained, no need to doubt, I really am a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. To be precise, I am the first person in the history of the Demon Hunting Hall to join with F-level cultivation talent. Zhao Lijuan looked at Zhang Taiping as if she had seen a ghost. She said awkwardly, sorry, I've been out on missions these past few days. I just got back today and rushed to join the operation, so I didn't know a newcomer had joined the Demon Hunting Hall. Hearing this, Zhang Taiping suddenly understood. He said it himself, the matter of him joining the Demon Hunting Hall caused quite a stir. How could this person not know? Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. Zhang Taiping was about to say something, but before the words left his mouth, he suddenly turned his head sharply to look ahead not far away. Just now, an aura entered the sensing range of observation Haki. It was a half-meter tall, pitch-black cat demon. It was the nether cat that Zhao Lijuan had mentioned. Who? Didn't sense the danger? Is it because this cat demon's cultivation isn't higher than mine? A thought flashed through Zhang Taiping's mind, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden sense of alarm surged in his heart. No, that's not right. It's not because its cultivation level is not higher than mine, but because its previous target wasn't me. Now that it has seen me and made me its target, that's when I felt the warning in my heart. Zhang Taiping instantly dismissed his previous thought. Seeing Zhang Taiping looking into the distance, Zhao Lijuan instinctively looked ahead as well. Then she saw the ghost cat crawling on the wall more than 10 meters ahead, which made her face suddenly change drastically. F1, hurry up and leave. Zhao Lijuan pushed Zhang Taiping aside and stood in front of him. Zhang Taiping was a bit confused. He came to rescue, so why was he being told to leave? Whoosh. F1, I'm grateful you came so quickly. SSS. But you only have a 5-star F-level cultivation. You're no match for the nether cat. I'll hold it off. You hurry and leave. Zhao Lijuan spoke as she picked up the long blade that had fallen to the ground, her face full of vigilance as she stared at the approaching nether cat. Zhang Taiping suddenly realized that he had been looked down upon. No, it wasn't disdain. What Zhao Lijuan said was simply the truth. Moreover, Zhao Lijuan didn't mean to look down on him. Otherwise, why would she say she was stopping him and let him go? This made Zhang Taiping feel a little touched. In this situation, not everyone can make the move to hold back and let others go first. Seeing that Zhang Taiping had no intention of leaving, Zhao Lijuan urged again, F1, I can still hold on for a while. Hurry up and go. If you delay any longer, not only will I be unable to leave, but you won't be able to leave either. I'm here to save you, not to die. Zhang Taiping, snapping back to his senses, pulled Zhao Lijuan behind him and continued, B358, you're injured. Quickly go aside and bandage yourself. I'll handle it. Ding. Zhao Lijuan was full of question marks. What did you say? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You said you're going to handle it? That's a 7-star E-level nether cat. Even I can't beat it. Where does a 5-star F-level cultivator like you get your confidence? But the next moment, she saw Zhang Taiping charging toward the nether cat with a dagger in hand. This guy. Zhao Lijuan immediately snapped out of her daze and hurriedly grabbed the knife to follow. If people found out she let a little guy with F-level cultivation take the lead, would she still have any dignity? She had only taken a few steps forward when she saw the nether cat pounce toward Zhang Taiping. F1, watch out. Zhao Lijuan had no time to intervene and could only shout a warning. B358, just stay put and relax. Zhang Taiping said, turning his head. Zhao Lijuan was about to lose her
her mind. The nether cat had already launched its attack. You should be focusing on the fight. Why are you turning your head? F1. A terrified scream burst out from Zhao Lijuan's mouth. The ghostly cat had already pounced in front of Jiang Taiping, while Jiang Taiping was still turning back to look at her. She dared not imagine what would happen next, and she felt a bit regretful for having just warned him. If not for that, Jiang Taiping wouldn't have turned back to look at her. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened. She saw Jiang Taiping step to the left, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, narrowly dodging the sharp giant claws of the nether cat at the last possible moment. At the same time, Jiang Taiping spun in place, his right hand gripping the dagger suddenly rising, slashing toward the nether cat's waist with lightning speed. Under the pitch-black night sky, Zhao Lijuan clearly saw a flash of cold light streak across the nether cat's waist. Where the cold light passed, strands of dark green liquid splattered out. Clearly, Jiang Taiping's recent strike had injured the nether cat. Meow. Immediately after, a piercing scream erupted from the mouth of the nether cat. It staggered slightly as it landed on the ground, then leaped up and climbed onto the wall of a house by the street. This scene left Zhao Lijuan's somewhat pale cheeks filled with astonishment. What terrifying reaction speed! What terrifying attack speed! But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the nether cat, which had injured her, was actually wounded by a single sword strike from a little guy with a 5-star F-level cultivation. Since when did someone with F-level cultivation become this strong? Such a pity. A trace of regret appeared in Jiang Taiping's eyes. Although that strike just now injured the nether cat, it only scratched its back and didn't cause much harm. Big sis, can you stop being so jumpy? It's really scary at night, Jiang Taiping said helplessly. If it weren't for Zhao Lijuan's scream distracting him, that sword just now could have seriously injured the nether cat, even if it couldn't kill it. Zhao Lijuan felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't meant to scream, but she had truly been terrified just now. Stay put and behave yourself, Jiang Taiping ordered again. Zhao Lijuan responded obediently and quickly ran to the side. Jiang Taiping looked up at the ghost cat climbing on the wall of the house by the street, a trace of conflict on his face. If he were the only one here, he would have many ways to deal with the ghost cat. For example, Spider-Man's suit, swordsmanship, riding the imperial steed, or even using sword techniques. But he wasn't alone here. Zhao Lijuan was also present, so none of these methods could be used. After a brief thought, Jiang Taiping beckoned to the nether cat with a finger, taunting, "Beast, come here." Meow. The nether cat bared its teeth at Jiang Taiping, its sharp fangs looking quite menacing under the moonlight. However, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Jiang Taiping was very confident in himself. He didn't find the sharp fangs of the nether cat frightening at all. He even wondered whether he should break off the nether cat's fangs and make an amulet pendant for fun. Isn't it said that black cats ward off evil? What are you yelling for? If you've got the guts, come bite me. Jiang Taiping taunted again. Meow. The nether cat seemed to be enraged. With a howl, it pounced toward Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping's face showed a smile. A beast is just a beast, it can't handle provocation at all. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Taiping gripped the dagger and strode boldly toward the nether cat. Just moments ago, he was distracted by Zhao Lijuan's scream, failing to kill the nether cat and even letting it escape. This time, he wouldn't give the nether cat another chance to flee. Soon, the man and the cat confronted each other. Jiang Taiping gripped the dagger, each strike deadly. The nether cat clawed at Jiang Taiping again and again. Under the foresight of observation hockey, the nether cat's sharp claws never once landed on Jiang Taiping, but Jiang Taiping's dagger repeatedly slashed the nether cat. In just a short moment, several deep, bone-revealing, blood-soaked wounds appeared on the nether cat. This was still the result of the nether cat's quick reflexes. If not for that, it would have already been slain by Jiang Taiping. This scene left Zhao Lijuan, who was standing to the side, utterly dumbfounded. She seemed to think she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and looked again, but the scene remained the same as before. This made her astonishment surge like the waters of the Yellow River, endlessly flowing. Damn! Jiang Taiping let out a sigh. Is this guy really an F-level cultivation talent? Is this guy really a 5-star F-level cultivation? Since when could a 5-star F-level cultivator recklessly slash at a 7-star E-level nether cat? This is completely a one-sided crushing. Jiang Taiping had no idea that Zhao Lijuan was so shocked by his actions that her eyes were about to pop out. He continued to focus entirely on furiously slashing the nether cat, one sword strike after another landing on its body, leaving deep bone-revealing wounds. Repeatedly injured by Jiang Taiping and unable to even touch the hem of his clothes, the nether cat was terrified. It wanted to retreat, but Jiang Taiping seemed to know its thoughts, always blocking its escape route at the first opportunity, so much so that every time it tried to leave the battlefield, Jiang Taiping forced it back. Did Jiang Taiping know the nether cat's thoughts? Of course not. After all, he wasn't the nether cat. However, it could also be said that he did know the nether cat's thoughts, because by relying on the predictive power of observation hockey, he knew what the nether cat was going to do next, allowing him to intercept or attack in advance and disrupt the nether cat's plans. This is also the reason why he was able to repeatedly evade the attacks of the nether cat and prevent it from escaping the battlefield. Meow.
A sharp cry suddenly came from the nether cat's mouth as it raised its thick tail and lashed it toward Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping swung his dagger to meet the attack, and as if slicing through tofu, he directly severed the nether cat's tail. Meow! A piercingly tragic scream burst out from the mouth of the nether cat. It stomped heavily on the ground, and its massive body sprang forward, successfully escaping the battlefield. Damn, this beast actually sacrificed its tail to survive? Jiang Taiping's face turned somewhat dark. The ghost cat's tail strike was just a feint. Its real intention was to use the tail's attack to escape the battlefield, and he had been guarding against the ghost cat's escape all along, yet it still managed to flee. What kind of nonsense is this? Beast, you're courting death. Immediately, a furious roar burst out from Jiang Taiping's mouth. The nether cat escaping from his grasp had already embarrassed him, and now this beast even dared to attack Zhao Lijuan. This damn thing must be tired of living. Zhao Lijuan did not expect the nether cat to pounce on her, and coupled with her deep shock, she failed to notice the nether cat's sneak attack in time. By the time she realized and reacted, the sharp claws of the nether cat were already right in front of her. It's over. A thought flashed through Zhao Lijuan's mind. At this moment, she no longer had time to react, and she had personally experienced how sharp the claws of the nether cat were. If she were to take a direct hit from its claws, having her face scratched would be the least of her worries. Serious injury was a certainty, and there was even a possibility of meeting her untimely demise. But just then, the sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. She instinctively turned toward the sound, only to see a flash of cold light shooting toward her. That flash of cold light vanished in an instant, directly severing the nether cat's claw that was already right in front of him. Meow! A shrill and miserable scream erupted from the nether cat's mouth. Severely injured by Jiang Taiping once again, it dared not delay for even a moment. Ignoring Zhao Lijuan entirely, it fled frantically at the first opportunity. However, having lost one of its claws, it stumbled as it ran. Zhao Lijuan let out a long sigh of relief, her cheeks filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Just now, she felt as if one of her feet had already stepped into the gates of hell, and the other was about to follow, but Jiang Taiping, like a god descending from heaven, forcibly pulled her back from the brink. Jiang Taiping's expression, however, was somewhat grim. Earlier, he had refrained from using many of his methods out of concern for Zhao Lijuan's presence. As a result, the nether cat severed its tail to survive and almost killed Zhao Lijuan. If not for his quick reaction, immediately using the sword control technique, Zhao Lijuan might have already perished by now. Beast, you've successfully angered me. A furious roar erupted from Jiang Taiping's mouth as he raised his hand to his waist and drew the soft sword hidden in the secret compartment of his combat uniform. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: he must kill the nether cat, even if it meant exposing some of his techniques. Holding the soft sword, pointing straight to the heavens, an invisible aura surged from between heaven and earth, rapidly converging onto the soft sword. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. One sword to make immortals kneel. A soft shout echoed in Jiang Taiping's mind. He withdrew the long sword, pulled his right arm back, and then thrust forward fiercely. In the next moment, the long sword shot out explosively, its speed incredibly fast, making it impossible for the naked eye to track its trajectory. In an instant, the flexible sword caught up with the fleeing nether cat and directly pierced through its body. A transparent hole was left in the nether cat's body as it was pierced through its tail and exited through its head. Immediately after, the soft sword flew back in reverse and landed in Jiang Taiping's hand. At the same time, the nether cat fell from the air like a dead dog, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhao Lijuan was so shocked by the scene that she was left dumbfounded. She wanted to speak, but stammered and couldn't get the words out, recklessly slashing the nether cat. A single sword severed the nether cat's sharp claws. Now, another sword pierces through the nether cat's body, directly killing it. Is this something an F-level cultivator can achieve? Is this something someone with an F-level cultivation talent can achieve? Why does she feel like she is the one with F-level cultivation talent, while Jiang Taiping has B-level cultivation talent? Damn it, when the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat? Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and strode toward Zhao Lijuan. Looking at Jiang Taiping walking over, Zhao Lijuan's face was blank with shock. If learning that Jiang Taiping's sequence was F1 made her feel as if she'd seen a ghost, then now she truly felt like she'd seen a ghost. B358, the danger has been resolved. I'll leave this place to you. Jiang Taiping smiled brightly, picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, and walked forward quickly. As he passed by the corpse of the nether cat, he bent down, grabbed its severed tail, and continued walking forward. The nether cat was a 7-star E-level creature, and it should fetch a good price. Since he was the one who killed the nether cat, and he had saved Zhao Lijuan, taking the nether cat's corpse with him caused him no guilt whatsoever. Zhao Lijuan sat on the ground with a dazed expression on her face. What she had just heard completely overturned her understanding. The nether cat, which even she couldn't defeat, was played to death by Jiang Taiping just like that. Yes, played is the only word to describe how effortlessly Jiang Taiping killed the nether cat. If she hadn't personally experienced the nether cat's strength, she might have doubted whether it was a beast or just a house cat. Ha! When Zhao Lijuan came to her senses and wanted to thank Jiang Taiping
Taiping, she realized that Jiang Taiping was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a figure rushed over. Sensing the commotion behind her, Zhao Lijuan instinctively turned to look back. Captain Su? The person who arrived was none other than Su Qiqi. She and Jiang Taiping were on a neighboring street and also heard Zhao Lijuan's cry for help, so she rushed over immediately. Seeing that Zhao Lijuan was fine, Su Qiqi let out a long sigh of relief. She then looked around but did not see any sign of the nether cat. Good thing I wasn't too late. Su Qiqi sighed inwardly and asked, B358, where is the nether cat? Captain Su, the nether cat has been killed, Zhao Lijuan explained. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. She had been relieved that she wasn't too late, but how could the nether cat have been killed? Who killed it? Where is the nether cat's body? Su Qiqi asked in confusion. F1, he said his name is Jiang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan said awkwardly, it seems like the corpse of the nether cat was dragged away by him. I was a bit stunned at the time, not entirely sure, but apart from F1, no one else has been here. It should have been him who dragged it away. What did you say? Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. Jiang Taiping only has a 5-star F-level cultivation. How could he possibly have killed the 7-star E-level nether cat? Captain Su, I said the one who killed the nether cat is F1. His name is Jiang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan repeated herself and then added, after I called for backup, he was the first to respond, saying he would arrive on the battlefield within 30 seconds. But in just over 10 seconds, he rushed over, and then he toyed with the nether cat to death. Su Qiqi was instantly dumbfounded. The voice that had sounded in the headset earlier was indeed Jiang Taiping's voice, but at the time, she thought Jiang Taiping was just showing off, because what he said sounded very much like boasting. However, what she didn't expect was that Jiang Taiping wasn't showing off at all. In fact, he was being modest. He said he'd arrive on the battlefield within 30 seconds, but he got there in just over 10 seconds. Isn't that modesty? Also, dragging away the corpse of the nether cat is indeed something Jiang Taiping would do. You have to know, that guy even sells high-grade vitality pills for money, and the corpse of the nether cat is quite valuable. How could he let it go? But these aren't the most important points. The most important thing is that Jiang Taiping actually played the nether cat to death. That's not right. Su Qiqi was suddenly stunned. She asked in surprise, killed is killed. What do you mean by played to death? Captain Su, I think the term played to death is more appropriate. Zhao Lijuan roughly recounted how Jiang Taiping wildly slashed at the nether cat, yet the nether cat couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Taiping's clothes, and how Jiang Taiping severed the nether cat's claws with one strike and pierced its body with another. Su Qiqi was once again dumbfounded. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, that bastard is really hiding deep. Zhao Lijuan was stunned for a moment. She asked curiously, Captain Su, are you very familiar with F1? He is a newly recruited member of the Demon Hunting Team 9. Su Qiqi said with a dark expression, do you think I'm familiar with him? Zhao Lijuan suddenly understood. She thought so if they weren't familiar, how could Su Qiqi call Jiang Taiping a scoundrel? Captain Su, why did you say he's hiding so deeply? Zhao Lijuan asked curiously again. Su Qiqi's mouth twitched violently a few times. Previously, she had suspected that Jiang Taiping's cultivation talent was an F-level, but since she was the one who tested Jiang Taiping and personally saw the test results, she only had doubts and didn't think much of it. Not long ago, during the raid on the alien disciple's hideout, Jiang Taiping fought against an E-level alien disciple while suppressing his own cultivation. Xinjian said Jiang Taiping relied on exquisite martial skills to maneuver around the alien disciple, and she agreed with Xinjian's explanation, but she always felt that things weren't that simple. Moreover, the incident at the demon hunting garden and the Spider-Man affair, she felt they were related to Jiang Taiping, but she had no evidence. But today, she had evidence. Jiang Taiping wildly slashed at the nether cat, precisely dodging its attacks, which could still be attributed to quick reflexes. But Jiang Taiping severed the nether cat's claws with one strike, killed it with another, and even pierced the long sword through its tail, emerging from its head. Could this be something achievable by someone with an F-level cultivation? Seeing Su Qiqi remain silent, Zhao Lijuan called out, Captain Su? B358, do you think someone with F-level cultivation can achieve something like F1? Su Qiqi asked in return. Zhao Lijuan thought for a moment. No, then he's not F-level cultivation. Do you think he has F-level cultivation talent? Su Qiqi asked again. Probably not. Zhao Lijuan did not speak too definitively. Jiang Taiping's sequence is F1, which means Jiang Taiping has undergone the 7-colored stones assessment, and she had never heard of the 7-colored stone making a mistake. However, her intuition told her that Jiang Taiping was very likely not an F-level cultivation talent. Do you still need me to explain why I said he is hiding so deeply? Su Qiqi asked again. Zhao Lijuan shook her head. She understood why Su Qiqi said that. B358, I have a request. Su Qiqi said, F1 must have a reason for wanting to hide. Please don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will personally explain it to the minister and the hall master. If anyone asks, just say I saved you. Alright, Zhao Lijuan agreed immediately. Jiang Taiping saved her life. How could she betray her benefactor? Su Qiqi nodded and asked again, how about you? Can you continue searching? Captain
Captain Su, I'm fine, I can continue searching, Zhao Lijuan said decisively. Alright, then I'm heading back. Su Qiqi said no more and turned to leave. At the moment she turned around, a trace of smugness appeared on her pretty face. Zhang Taiping, I finally caught your fox tail. Let's see how you can keep being stubborn now. Zhang Taiping had already returned to the street he was searching on and was wandering around. Achoo! Zhang Taiping suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, who's thinking about me in the middle of the night. The next moment, he suddenly froze, and then a startled exclamation escaped his lips. Could it be that little minx Su Qiqi cursing me? Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. Su Qiqi was on the street adjacent to him. He had heard Zhao Lijuan's call for help, so Su Qiqi should be able to hear it too. If Su Qiqi rushed over and Zhao Lijuan mentioned his act of killing the nether cat, with Su Qiqi's sharp mind, she would definitely suspect something. She might even confirm that he was far beyond an F-level cultivation. Looks like it's going to be exposed. However, despite his size, he didn't regret it in the slightest, because when it comes to choosing between revealing some of his strength and a human life, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. If heaven were to give him another chance, he would still, no, he would be even more cautious, not giving the nether cat a chance to escape. After sighing, Zhang Taiping put the matter out of his mind. The matter has already happened, thinking too much about it is useless. Besides, as long as the hoe is swung well, there's no corner that can't be dug out. No, wait, it should be, as long as the excuse is well thought out, there's no situation that can't be glossed over. Vitality, 736, cal. Previously, it was 717 calories of vitality. Killed a 7-star E-level nether cat and an 8-star E-level shadow snake, only gained 19 calories of vitality. The gains from slaying exotic beasts are indeed not as rewarding as slaying otherworldly invaders, and much less. Could it be because of different races? Or are the otherworldly wanderers more detestable? That must be it. Zhang Taiping pondered silently. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask the lottery multiverse system. Lottery system of the myriad worlds, why are the rewards for killing traitors from other worlds greater than those for killing exotic beasts? 2 reasons. Traitors from other worlds are human betrayers, which is far more despicable. Exotic beasts belong to a different species from humans, and the absorption rate differs. Zhang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. It really was just as he had thought. Putting away his thoughts, Zhang Taiping continued to wander around. At this moment, 1,000 meters away from Zhang Taiping, 2 figures were sneaking along a small alley. These 2 figures were none other than Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Sis, if we leave the street we're searching, and a beast appears there causing casualties, the demon hunting hall might accuse us of negligence in our search. Zhang Zhanfei whispered. How could it be such a coincidence? Zhang Manor said indifferently, even if, hypothetically, a beast does appear on the street we're searching, it doesn't matter. There's not a single soul on that street, so how could there be casualties? Besides, that street is very long, and there are quite a few alleys. There are only 2 of us, and we don't have clairvoyance. It's normal not to find the beast. Minister Qin is a very reasonable person. He wouldn't blame us for that. Zhang Zhanfei nodded. What Zhang Manor said made some sense. Zhanfei, don't tell me you're chickening out? Zhang Manor asked. Sis, it's not that. Zhang Zhanfei explained. I'm just worried that any mistakes might affect our future with the Nightwalkers. You are overthinking it a bit. Zhang Manor said seriously. Zhanfei, with the appearance of the exotic beast, we can blame everything on it. This is a perfect opportunity for you to take revenge and wash away your humiliation, and for me to slap Su Qiqi in the face and pin the blame on her. If we miss this chance, who knows when such an opportunity will come again. You, who have become the laughingstock of the demon hunting hall, can't afford to wait, and neither can I, as I compete for the captain position. Do you understand? Sis, I understand. Zhang Zhanfei nodded. Zhang Manor didn't say anything more. She reminded, keep an eye on your surroundings, don't let anyone find you. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly sounded in the earpieces of the 2. Zhang Taiping let out a sigh. IMS 28 Su Qiqi. I encountered 8 exotic beasts on the street east of Jian No. 1 High School. The lowest cultivation level is 7-star E grade, and the highest is 9-star E grade. One of the exotic beasts is elusive and should be the one capable of concealing its form that attacked the colleagues from the intelligence hall, requesting nearby colleagues to provide support as soon as possible. Hearing the plea for help through the earpiece, Zhang Zhanfei asked, Sis, it's Su Qiqi. Should we go save her? Are you stupid or what? Zhang Manor said speechlessly, Su Qiqi is my biggest competitor. Now that she's in trouble, it's a great opportunity for us. Did you get your head slammed in a door, wanting to save her? Besides, the street we're searching is over 10 miles away from here, outside the communication range of the earpiece. We wouldn't even hear Su Qiqi's plea for help. If we go save her, wouldn't that just tell others we're abandoning our post? Also, those are 8 exotic beasts, with the lowest cultivation level at 7-star E grade and the highest at 9-star E grade, including beasts that can conceal their forms. If we recklessly go over there, we might end up falling into the trap ourselves. Are you tired of living? Zhang Zhanfei froze for a moment and then asked, Sis, so we're not going to save her? Isn't that obvious?
obvious? Zhang Manner glared at Zhang Zhanfei irritably and sighed. Originally, I was planning to take down that guy who humiliated us and, while at it, pin the blame on Su Qiqi for failing to protect her teammates. I didn't expect Su Qiqi to be surrounded by 8 exotic beasts. If Su Qiqi gets killed by the beasts, or even if she's severely injured by them, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of team leader.
This must be divine intervention.
Zhang Zhanfei thought for a moment and questioned, Sis, I heard that Su Qiqi's cultivation has already advanced to D level, and all 8 exotic beasts are at E level.
She shouldn't die there, right? That's not necessarily the case. Zhang Manner said, Su Qiqi's cultivation has advanced to D level, but it's only a recent advancement. The difference between her and the 9-star E-level exotic beasts isn't significant. She can't overpower the 9-star E-level exotic beasts. What's more, the ones besieging her aren't just 1 or 2 beasts, but as many as 8, including one that can conceal its form. With her strength alone, she absolutely isn't a match for them. If it weren't for this, someone as proud as her would never have called for help. Zhang Zhanfei nodded.
What Zhang Manner said made a lot of sense. By the way, sis, I think I just heard that useless voice in the earpiece.
It's not I think, it definitely was. Zhang Manner mocked. I also heard that useless voice.
He said for Su Qiqi to hold on, that he'd rush over right away.
TSK, what use is an F-level weakling rushing over? To die?
Though, if he does rush over, it's just as well. The beast can tear him apart, and we won't have to lift a finger.
No risk at all. That makes sense.
Zhang Zhanfei asked again, Sis, that useless guy has already run off.
Do we still need to go over? Of course, we have to go over.
Zhang Manner said, although Su Qiqi is no match for those 8 exotic beasts, if someone provides timely support, she and that useless one might not die. We need to stay on the street where that useless one is searching and make sure that useless one doesn't survive.
Sis, you really think things through. Zhang Zhanfei flattered Zhang Manner.
Zhang Manner said proudly, Zhanfei, stick with me and work hard. Being the team leader is not my end goal. Becoming the minister is my ultimate aim.
If I become the minister, you'll have endless benefits. Sis, I will definitely work hard and follow your lead.
Zhang Zhanfei promised, patting his chest. Let's go, get to that insignificant street as soon as possible, and then find a hidden place to hide. As Zhang Manner spoke, she continued walking forward, with Zhang Zhanfei following closely behind. At this moment, Zhang Taiping was riding the imperial steed at lightning speed toward the street where Su Qiqi was located. His cheeks were full of anxiety, completely unaware that Zhang Manner and Zhang Zhanfei had already set their sights on him. Prior to this, he was somewhat worried that Su Qiqi might encounter a beast capable of concealing its form while acting alone. As it turned out, what he feared came true, and the situation was even worse than he had anticipated. Su Qiqi not only encountered a beast capable of concealing its form but was also besieged by 8 such beasts. Although Su Qiqi didn't mention whether the situation was dangerous, he could sense how serious it was. Anxious and impatient, he didn't even use sword riding techniques and directly resorted to the faster imperial steed. Very soon, Zhang Taiping, riding the imperial steed, arrived above the street where Su Qiqi was located. At a glance, he saw Su Qiqi frantically fleeing, with 7 exotic beasts closely chasing behind.
As for the exotic beast capable of concealing itself, it was probably hiding, waiting for the right moment to launch a sneak attack. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, he was really worried that something might happen to Su Qiqi, but fortunately, his concerns did not come true this time. Landing in an alley ahead of Su Qiqi, Zhang Taiping put away the emperor's steed and walked out of the alley. Captain, did you poke the lair of the exotic beasts? Zhang Taiping teased. Su Qiqi's attention had been focused on the exotic beast behind her, and she hadn't noticed the sudden appearance of Zhang Taiping. Upon hearing Zhang Taiping's words, she instinctively looked forward and immediately saw Zhang Taiping standing not far ahead. This left her momentarily stunned. She had just heard Zhang Taiping's response, but she had assumed it would take him some time to arrive. What she hadn't expected was for Zhang Taiping to get there so quickly. However, recalling how Zhang Taiping had reached Zhao Lijuan in just a dozen seconds, she suddenly understood. Zhang Taiping was hiding more than she had imagined. At least Zhang Taiping's terrifying speed was something she didn't know about. You brat, can't you see the situation right now? And you still have the nerve to tease me? Su Qiqi said irritably. Zhang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. It was just 8 E-level beasts, and he didn't think the situation was that serious. Even if he took a step back and couldn't defeat them, he was confident he could take Su Qiqi and escape far away. No, not fly away. This phrase can easily cause misunderstanding. It should be make a smooth getaway. Seeing Zhang Taiping standing still, Su Qiqi snapped again. Why aren't you running, kid? What kind of pose are you striking there? Is this the time to strike a pose? Zhang Taiping was speechless. He was just standing there. How was that striking a pose? This was a deep misunderstanding of him. Captain, I wasn't. Zhang Taiping wanted to argue, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look to Su Qiqi's left. There was a very dark aura there, which should be the strange beast Su Qiqi mentioned that could conceal its form. And just as he looked over, that strange beast capable of concealing its form suddenly sprang up and
lunged at Tsuchichi. A warning shout came from Zhang Taiping's mouth. Tsuchichi instinctively turned her head to look back, and then a trace of confusion appeared on her pretty face. The strange beast behind her was still more than 10 meters away. Although this distance isn't considered far, is it really necessary to remind her to be careful? However, what she didn't know was that Zhang Taiping's warning wasn't because of the beast behind her, but because of the beast hidden on her left, lunging toward her. In addition, there was another reason Zhang Taiping issued the warning, and that was to make Tsuchichi turn around, preventing her from seeing how he acted. At the moment Tsuchichi turned around, a somewhat ancient sword case appeared out of thin air in Zhang Taiping's left hand. Swordsmanship, slash. He raised his right hand, forming a circle in the air with his middle and index fingers, then pointed forward from a distance. The ancient sword case instantly opened, and 8 flying swords soared into the air before shooting out violently. A soft shout echoed in Zhang Taiping's mind. 7 flying swords shot toward Tsuchichi's back, while another flying sword shot toward her left side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords sped through the air, accompanied by the sound of piercing through the void. Hearing the sound of the void being pierced near her ears, Tsuchichi instinctively turned her head to look back. She then saw Zhang Taiping with his left hand behind his back and his right hand flinging forward. However, she didn't see what was causing the piercing sound, so she quickly turned her head back again. Now she saw what caused the sound of something slicing through the air. They were 7 small swords, and those 7 small swords had already flown to the 7 strange beasts behind her. In the next moment, the 7 flying swords pierced through the heads of the 7 strange beasts and continued flying forward. Tsuchichi's eyes widened instantly, but before she could think further, a scream rang out right beside her. She instinctively turned her head toward the sound, only to see a pitch-black snake, as thick as a water bucket and about 2 meters long, suddenly appear out of thin air not far to her left, then fall from the sky and crash heavily onto the ground. This scene instantly made Tsuchichi understand why Zhang Taiping had shouted a warning. Realizing this, Tsuchichi felt a wave of lingering fear in her heart. She hadn't noticed the shadow snake lurking to her left, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Coupled with the fact that her attention was entirely focused on the strange beast behind her, if Zhang Taiping hadn't acted in time, she would very likely have fallen victim to the shadow snake. The consequences of that were something she dared not imagine. The appearance of this shadow snake also confirmed Zhang Taiping's judgment. There is more than one shadow snake. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of dull crashing sounds rang out one after another. Tsuchichi instinctively turned her head toward the sound, and then saw the 7 exotic beasts following behind her had already fallen to the ground, motionless. Judging by their appearance, they had probably already gone to report to the underworld. However, she did not notice the 8 small swords flying back through the air, landing in the sword box on Zhang Taiping's left hand behind his back, and then the sword box disappeared into thin air. Looking at the 7 silent beasts on the ground not far ahead, these 7 beasts that had chased her so miserably were just slaughtered by Zhang Taiping like that? Why does she feel that this was somewhat mysterious, somewhat unreal? Tsuchichi was instantly dumbfounded. Standing behind Tsuchichi, Zhang Taiping could only smile wryly. Just moments ago, he was thinking of tricking Tsuchichi into leaving, then secretly and quietly slaying these strange beasts. But before he could come up with a plan, the shadow snake launched a sneak attack on Tsuchichi, forcing him to act immediately. And since he had already made a move, he thought he might as well take the opportunity to slaughter the 7 strange beasts following Tsuchichi. Now, he was completely exposed. Captain, Zhang Taiping shouted. Upon hearing this, Tsuchichi immediately snapped out of her shock. She looked Zhang Taiping up and down and said, "Are you really Zhang Taiping?" Zhang Taiping was momentarily stunned. If he wasn't Zhang Taiping, then who could he be? But he quickly realized that Tsuchichi was having a hard time accepting the reality in front of her. "Captain, your question is a bit silly," Zhang Taiping teased. Tsuchichi scrutinized Zhang Taiping again from head to toe and said in a serious tone, "Speak. What exactly is your cultivation level?" 5-star F level. Zhang Taiping replied without blushing or panting. Tsuchichi was speechless, her face full of black lines. "Are you freaking taking me for a fool? Captain, someone's coming. I'm leaving first. If they ask, just say you killed them." Zhang Taiping said this as he charged toward Tsuchichi. As he ran past Tsuchichi, he grabbed the tail of the shadow snake and dragged it toward the 7 strange beasts behind. When he reached the 7 strange beasts, Zhang Taiping grabbed the tails of 4 beasts with one hand and the tails of 8 beasts with both hands, then ran into a nearby alley. This scene left Tsuchichi somewhat dumbfounded. This scoundrel actually wanted to snatch the strange beasts she had found? However, thinking that these strange beasts were all killed by Zhang Taiping, she felt it wasn't unreasonable for him to take away the 8 strange beasts. "Zhang Taiping, stop right there." Realizing what had happened, Tsuchichi shouted loudly and ran toward the alley Zhang Taiping had entered. But by the time she reached the alley, Zhang Taiping's figure was nowhere to be seen. That bastard! Tsuchichi stomped her foot in frustration. She really wanted to keep chasing Zhang Taiping, but after thinking it over, she decided to let it go. This is still during the mission period. Leaving now would be dereliction of duty. Zhang Taiping, you may escape as a
monk, but can you escape the temple? Tricking me so badly. Just you wait. Tsuchichi walked out of the alley, cursing under her breath. Looking at the dark green blood all over the ground, Tsuchichi felt a headache coming on. That scoundrel Jiang Taiping ran off carefree, but left her with an enormous mess to deal with. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about telling others that Jiang Taiping was the one who killed those strange beasts, but someone had to believe her first. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, even she wouldn't believe that Jiang Taiping had the ability to slay those strange beasts. Moreover, the last time in the demon hunting garden, she mentioned that the person who killed nearly 100 strange beasts was dressed the same as Jiang Taiping, which led Qin Zhan to misunderstand that she was trying to reclaim her lost pride. If she claimed that Jiang Taiping was the one who killed those strange beasts, who knows how many people would misunderstand her. If that scoundrel Jiang Taiping continues to deny it, she truly wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. This bastard! Tsuchichi scratched her head in frustration. At that moment, several figures rushed in from both sides of the street. Among them was Zhao Lijuan, whom Jiang Taiping had saved earlier. Captain Su, I'm here. Captain Su, are you alright? The people who rushed over spoke one after another. Tsuchichi tidied her disheveled hair and forced a calm demeanor, saying, I'm fine, it's already taken care of. Thank you all for coming to assist, and I apologize for making you come for nothing. That's good to hear. Yeah, I was so worried when I rushed over. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. The people who rushed over began speaking one after another. One of them looked around and asked in confusion, Captain Su, there's quite a bit of blood from the beasts on the ground, and traces of their bodies being dragged. Why don't we see any of the beasts' corpses? The corpses were dragged away by that bastard. Tsuchichi roared silently in her heart but said aloud, I hid the corpses. Everyone suddenly understood, and they could also comprehend Tsuchichi's actions. You must know that the corpse of an E-level exotic beast is quite valuable. At the moment, Tsuchichi still had to carry out her mission and couldn't take the beast's corpse back. In such a situation, hiding the beast's corpse was perfectly normal. Captain Su, since everything's fine, I'll head back to continue searching, someone said. Captain Su, I'll also head back to continue searching. Other people also started speaking one after another. Zhao Lijuan, however, said nothing. After everyone had left, Tsuchichi looked at Zhao Lijuan, who hadn't left, and said, B358, aren't you going back? Zhao Lijuan glanced around and said in a low voice, Captain Su, I just heard F1's voice. He said he would come over as soon as possible. With his speed, he should already be here. Why haven't we seen him? Tsuchichi's mouth twitched violently a few times. That bastard not only came but also dumped a big problem on her. If it were someone else, Tsuchichi would definitely hide the fact that Jiang Taiping had come. But Zhao Lijuan was well aware of Jiang Taiping's strength, and since this matter weighed heavily on her mind, she decided to tell the truth. That bastard came and then left. Tsuchichi gritted her teeth and said, those exotic beasts were killed by that bastard. He even dragged away their corpses but dumped the blame on me, making me say I was the one who killed them. Zhao Lijuan was not surprised by what Tsuchichi said. She had some understanding of Tsuchichi. Deep down, Tsuchichi was extremely proud. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not ask for help, and her request for support meant that she was no match for those exotic beasts. Under such circumstances, how could Tsuchichi possibly slaughter 8 exotic beasts in such a short amount of time? So she realized early on that it must be Jiang Taiping who had arrived, and those strange beasts were also killed by Jiang Taiping. Captain Su, I guess I finally have a companion who shares the same feelings, Zhao Lijuan said with a smile. Tsuchichi was stunned for a moment. What companion who shares the same feelings? But she quickly understood that Zhao Lijuan was referring to the feeling of witnessing Jiang Taiping slaying the strange beasts firsthand. Captain Su, I'm going back to continue searching for the exotic beasts. Zhao Lijuan didn't stay any longer. After speaking, she turned and left. She stayed to confirm whether her judgment was correct. Now that it's been confirmed, she must quickly return to her post and continue working. Watching Zhao Lijuan leave, Tsuchichi muttered curses at Jiang Taiping. Stinky Jiang Taiping, rotten Jiang Taiping, actually dumped the blame on me. Not only did you make me go against my conscience and lie, but you also embarrassed me to the point of wanting to crawl into a hole. Just you wait, this isn't over. After scolding Jiang Taiping for a while, Tsuchichi frowned and pondered. She was wondering how Jiang Taiping managed to kill 8 exotic beasts in an instant. It seemed to be throwing knives. What level of cultivation does that bastard actually have? Tsuchichi muttered to herself. At that moment, a voice sounded in the earpiece. Colleagues, I have some good news to share with you. Just now, Captain Tsuchichi single-handedly defeated 8 alien beasts. The lowest cultivation level is 7-star
star E grade. The highest is 9-star E grade, and there's even a beast capable of concealing its form. Please spread this news and get everyone excited. The earpiece went silent for a moment, then voices began to ring out one after another. Captain Su truly deserves to be the #1 genius of our Jian division. This strength is truly remarkable. I haven't even made it there yet, and the exotic beast is gone? Fine, I'll just head back. I'll immediately spread this news and let everyone celebrate. Listening to the continuous chatter coming through the earpiece, Suchichi's pretty face instantly darkened. She wasn't the one who killed those exotic beasts, and she wished as few people as possible knew about it. But with this commotion, it won't be long before everyone in the demon hunting hall knows about it. At this moment, she really wanted to beat up the person who spread the news. Carrying the blame for no reason was already frustrating enough, and that guy even added fuel to the fire. However, she also knew that person didn't intend to make things harder for her, but rather wanted to boost everyone's morale. After all, wandering around alone late at night searching for exotic beasts is truly exhausting and tiring. Captain Su is awesome. Captain Su is mighty. Captain Su is domineering. Suchichi suddenly froze. Damn, this is Zhang Taiping's voice. Zhang Taiping, shut up for me. Suchichi pressed her earpiece, gritting her teeth and speaking word by word. This bastard not only dumped the blame on her but also shamelessly praised her. Is he just trying to stir up more trouble for the fun of it? At this moment, she no longer wanted to kill the person who spread the news but wanted to kill Zhang Taiping instead. If not for the little bit of rationality she still had, she would have definitely rushed to Zhang Taiping's side and given him a good beating. Hearing Suchichi's words, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Suchichi told Zhang Taiping to shut up. Could it be wrong to give compliments? Zhao Lijuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She recognized Zhang Taiping's voice and noticed Suchichi's tendency to get flustered. She also knew why Suchichi was about to lose her temper, and to provoke Suchichi to this extent, Zhang Taiping was definitely one of a kind. Also, Zhang Taiping could flatter so shamelessly yet with such confidence, it's truly astonishing. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but shiver. Seems like the flattery missed the mark and hit the hoof instead. Zhang Taiping raised his hand to touch his nose and decisively shut his mouth. Suchichi's voice clearly carried suppressed anger, on the verge of an outburst. He couldn't provoke Suchichi any further, or else she might expose him, making it difficult for him to keep a low profile in the future. Better lay low for a few days and let that girl cool off. He had revealed his strength in front of Suchichi and even dumped such a big problem on her. His attempt to flatter her had backfired. With Suchichi's fiery temper, she likely wouldn't let him off easily. It was better to let her calm down first. On the rooftop of a house 100 meters ahead of Zhang Taiping, two people were lying in wait. These two people are Zhang Manner and Zhang Junfei. At this moment, Zhang Manner's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. Suchichi actually didn't die and even killed those 8 exotic beasts. How is that possible? But with so many people saying so, whether she wanted to believe it or not, she had to. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Suchichi's impressive performance tonight will definitely add weight to her competition for the position of team leader, and this is certainly not good news for her. Zhang Fei, that useless one is coming back soon. Keep a close eye on them. Zhang Manner said viciously. That Suchichi woman isn't dead. That useless one is our last chance. We must seize it, or not only will tonight's efforts be in vain, but it will also be hard to find such a good opportunity again in the future. Sis, I will. Zhang Junfei nodded, staring intently at the street nearby. A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, Sis, look, isn't that person the useless one? Zhang Manner's cheeks were full of excitement. Although the distance was a bit far and the sky somewhat dim, she couldn't clearly see the person's face. However, the person was wearing the Demon Hunting Hall's combat uniform and appeared on the street Zhang Taiping was searching. That person was definitely Zhang Taiping. Receiving Zhang Manner's confirmation, Zhang Junfei asked, Sis, what should we do? Jump into the alley next to us, walk out from the alley pretending to be lost, then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow. Zhang Manner spoke without hesitation, her demeanor clearly showing she had already thought it through. Zhang Junfei was a bit puzzled. Sis, is it really that troublesome? Why not just go up and chop off that useless thing? Being a little cautious isn't a bad thing. Zhang Manner reminded, you should be aware of the consequences if what we're doing gets exposed. Pretend to be lost, and if something goes wrong, you can use that as an excuse to leave. Got it? Zhang Junfei suddenly understood. Sis, you're still the clever one. This is not the time for flattery. Hurry up and go. Zhang Manner urged. Zhang Junfei hesitated. Sis, am I going alone? To deal with a trash with F-level cultivation, do I really need to step in? Zhang Manner retorted. The corners of Zhang Junfei's mouth twitched violently a few times. He was also F-level cultivation. You said in front of me that F-level cultivation is trash. Did you ever consider my feelings? Stop dawdling. Hurry up and go. Zhang Manner urged again. Zhang Junfei responded and jumped down from the rooftop, heading toward the alley exit. Ha! At the moment Zhang Manner and Zhang Junfei saw Zhang Taiping, a sense of warning arose in Zhang Taiping's heart. Another strange
strange beast? Jiang Taiping was somewhat pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't show the slightest hint on the surface and continued walking forward. At the same time, the corner of his eye glanced in the direction where Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei were located. Oh, he sensed danger coming from that direction, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. A moment later, Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a figure emerge from the alley. The person was wearing the Demon Hunter Hall's combat uniform and looked like Zhang Junfei. What's this guy doing here? This street is within his search range. Why would Zhang Junfei leave his designated street and come here? However, he only thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it, because in his mind, Zhang Junfei was not an enemy. But soon he realized something was wrong. The danger he sensed was coming from two sources. One was still in the original position, while the other came from the direction where Zhang Junfei was. Are there exotic beasts that can conceal their forms? Jiang Taiping still hadn't considered the danger coming from Zhang Junfei. He attributed the threat to exotic beasts capable of concealing their forms, even imagining that such a beast might be following Zhang Junfei. Jiang Taiping's brows furrowed slightly. Should I give this guy a heads up? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind, but the next moment, he dismissed it. This is not because he doesn't care about Zhang Junfei's life or death, but because if he speaks up to warn, he would not only be warning Zhang Junfei but also the exotic beast following behind him. Moreover, it would expose the fact that he can detect the exotic beast's concealed presence. Also, speaking up to warn might very likely provoke the exotic beast following Zhang Junfei to suddenly attack, injuring Zhang Junfei. F1. Zhang Junfei asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "This is the street I was searching for," Jiang Taiping explained briefly, then said, "But what about you? Why aren't you staying on the street you're searching and came here instead?" "Well, if I tell you, don't laugh at me," Zhang Junfei said awkwardly. "It was dark at night and I couldn't see clearly. Plus, I have a poor sense of direction. After wandering around the alleys a few times, I got lost. By the way, do you know which direction Pinyin Street is?" "To the east, about 10 miles from here." In that direction," Jiang Taiping began to explain, but remembering Zhang Junfei's poor sense of direction, he raised his hand and pointed to the right side. "Thank you, I'll head back now." Zhang Junfei thanked him while continuing to walk toward Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was a bit puzzled. He had already pointed out the direction, so why wasn't Zhang Junfei heading east but instead walking toward him? However, with a strange beast following behind Zhang Junfei, if Zhang Junfei changed direction, he would have to find a way to stop him. Now that Zhang Junfei was walking toward him, it was actually a good thing for him, so he didn't voice any doubts. Soon, Zhang Junfei stepped into the range of observation Hockey's perception. Jiang Taiping furrowed his brows again, feeling somewhat puzzled in his heart. He clearly sensed that the danger came from Zhang Junfei's side, but although Zhang Junfei had already stepped into the range of observation Hockey, the observation Hockey did not detect the presence of any exotic beast. In the next moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly froze, then deeply glanced at Zhang Junfei. Observation Hockey does not make mistakes, and since he did not sense the presence of an exotic beast, it meant the danger did not come from the beast but from Zhang Junfei. This guy didn't get lost and end up here by accident. He came specifically for him. This is definitely not a friendly visit. What's going on? Realizing this, Jiang Taiping didn't expose him immediately. He wanted to see what Zhang Junfei, abandoning his post and coming here, was planning to do. The human heart is hard to fathom. The ancients did not deceive me. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat annoyed. Just a moment ago, he was worried that Zhang Junfei might be injured by the exotic beast, even trying to figure out how to deal with the exotic beast he assumed was following Zhang Junfei. But it turned out Zhang Junfei was coming for him. Wasn't this worrying about the enemy for nothing? As Jiang Taiping and Zhang Junfei advanced, the distance between them grew closer and closer. Jiang Taiping's expression was calm, and his steps were unhurried. Zhang Junfei only had a 4-star F-level cultivation, which posed no threat to him at all. Zhang Junfei, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity for him to wash away his humiliation. It was also an excellent chance for Zhang Manor to slap Su Qiqi in the face and pin the blame on her for failing to protect her teammate properly. And this opportunity was about to arrive. Although he tried hard to appear calm, he still couldn't control his excitement. Soon, Jiang Taiping and Zhang Junfei walked up to each other. "F1, I'm heading back. Be careful," Zhang Junfei said. Jiang Taiping responded verbally, but he couldn't help feeling amused inside. This guy is quite the actor. Little does he know that the anomaly had already been noticed. At the moment the two brushed past each other, a cruel smile appeared on Zhang Junfei's face. A useless F-level cultivation talent actually defeated him, even using the word mere to describe an A-level cultivation talent, turning him into a laughingstock in the demon hunting hall. Now, the chance for revenge was right in front of him, and he was determined to make Jiang Taiping pay with his life. Drawing the long spear from his back, Zhang Junfei suddenly turned around and thrust the spear fiercely toward Jiang Taiping's back. At the same time, a deep growl escaped from his mouth. "Alright, the uselessness of an F-level cultivation talent today, I'll show you what an A-level cultivation talent truly means." The spear moved like the wind, swiftly thrusting toward Jiang Taiping's back. Zhang Zhanfei's cruel smile on his cheeks grew even more intense. He launched a sudden attack on Zhang Taiping when he was completely unprepared. More importantly, his spear was about to pierce Zhang Taiping's back. Even if Zhang Taiping reacted, there would be no time to dodge. He was about to wash away his shame and exact his revenge, but in the next moment, the cruel smile on his cheeks suddenly froze. Just as the spear was about to pierce Zhang Taiping's back, Zhang Taiping, who was walking forward, suddenly stepped to the right. This simple step allowed Zhang Taiping to successfully dodge Zhang Zhanfei's thrusting spear. What's going on? Zhang Zhanfei's face was full of astonishment. How did Zhang Taiping manage to evade his sure hit strike? Was it a coincidence? Or was there another reason? In this regard, Zhang Zhanfei was truly puzzled, but he knew this was not the time to dwell on it. He had come to kill Zhang Taiping, and there were members of the demon hunting hall nearby. He couldn't give Zhang Taiping the chance to call for help. He had to kill Zhang Taiping before he could react. Otherwise, if Zhang Taiping called for help, failing to kill him would be a minor issue, but exposing himself in Zhan Manor would be a major problem. Retracting the spear, Zhang Zhanfei thrust at Zhang Taiping once again. This time, he didn't aim for Zhang Taiping's back but targeted his neck. He wanted to pierce Zhang Taiping's neck, rendering him unable to speak. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him once again, only to see Zhang Taiping's body tilt to the right, dodging his fierce strike once again. What the hell is going on here? After Zhang Taiping dodged 2 consecutive spear strikes, Zhang Zhanfei was about to lose his mind. But he still couldn't afford to think too much, swinging his spear and thrusting at Zhang Taiping repeatedly. It's just that the scene remains the same as before. Zhang Taiping twisted his waist, turned sideways, and tilted his head. The movements were extremely simple, but each time he precisely dodged Zhang Zhanfei's thrusting spear. All attacks were evaded by Zhang Taiping with extremely simple movements, and Zhang Zhanfei finally realized something was wrong. This is not a coincidence, but Zhang Taiping really managed to dodge it. It felt as if Zhang Taiping had eyes on the back of his head, able to clearly see every one of his attacks. He could even predict his attacks and make evasive moves in advance. However, what he didn't know was that his feeling wasn't just as if it was the truth. His sneak attack was completely futile in the eyes of Zhang Taiping, who possessed observation haki. With the help of observation haki, Zhang Taiping could predict the landing point of his attack and evade it in advance. Noticing Zhang Zhanfei's utterly confused expression and lack of intent to continue attacking, Zhang Taiping turned around. He looked at Zhang Zhanfei with a smile and mocked, "Is this all an A-level cultivation talent can do? Doesn't seem that impressive." Zhang Zhanfei's mouth twitched violently a few times. He wanted to retort but didn't know how. "Next, let me show you the gap between grade A and grade F." Zhang Taiping didn't wait for Zhang Zhanfei to respond. As he spoke, he stepped forward toward Zhang Zhanfei. Zhang Zhanfei was a bit confused. Did this guy really think there was a huge difference between grade F and grade A? But he quickly realized something was off. Zhang Taiping said he would show him, meaning things were definitely not as he had imagined. Instead, grade A couldn't compare to grade F and was even far inferior to it. Realizing this, Zhang Zhanfei was instantly furious to the point of almost passing out. It is a well-known fact that F rank is inferior to A rank and far from comparable. But hearing the exact opposite from Zhang Taiping's mouth made him feel deeply humiliated and filled with intense malice. "Go to hell!" Zhang Zhanfei roared furiously and thrust his spear toward Zhang Taiping. This time, Zhang Taiping did not dodge. His lowered right hand suddenly shot up like lightning, reaching for the incoming spear. In the next moment, Zhang Taiping firmly grasped the spear shaft. No matter how hard Zhang Zhanfei tried, he couldn't move it an inch. At the same time, Zhang Taiping raised his foot and kicked toward Zhang Zhanfei's chest. A dull thud echoed, and Zhang Zhanfei was sent flying backward. Zhang Zhanfei flew several meters before falling from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Wow! Immediately afterward, a stream of blood spurted from Zhang Zhanfei's mouth. Zhang Taiping said indifferently, "This is the difference between grade A and grade F." Zhang Zhanfei's face turned ashen. He had actually been kicked several meters away by Zhang Taiping and even got injured. However, what he didn't know was that this was the result of Zhang Taiping holding back. Otherwise, he would have already been finished. "I'll kill you." Bang! The sneak attack failed, and Zhang Zhanfei was kicked away by Zhang Taiping. Losing his composure instantly, he howled and tried to get up. "Try getting up." Zhang Taiping sneered coldly, casually swung his hand, and the seized spear shot out violently. The sword arrived in an instant, piercing the ground between Zhang Zhanfei's legs. Did you see that? This scene made Zhang Zhanfei shudder uncontrollably, and a bone-chilling coldness rose in his heart. If the spear had gone just a little further, he would have been reporting to the afterlife. The sudden fright instantly snapped Zhang Zhanfei's lost composure back to clarity. He looked at Zhang Taiping with a face full of fear. This guy clearly had an F-level cultivation talent, so why was he so powerful? 5-star F-level cultivation? A voice of astonishment escaped from Zhang Zhanfei's mouth. Zhang Taiping's cultivation level was actually 1 star higher than his. Just realizing now? Your reaction is really slow. Whoosh! Zhang Taiping curled his lips and stepped toward Zhang Zhanfei. Just now, he was still a bit puzzled. Zhang Zhanfei actually dared to to make a move against him? It should be noted that his cultivation level, even after being concealed by the Lottery Myriad Worlds system, was still 1 star higher than Zhang Zhanfei's, but now he understood. This guy hadn't even noticed his cultivation level. Is it a high-grade vitality pill? It must be a high-grade vitality blood pill. Otherwise, you couldn't have advanced to 5-star F rank so quickly. Zhang Zhanfei stammered incoherently. Zhang Taiping didn't explain. He walked up to Zhang Zhanfei and stepped on his chest with 1 foot. This is not something you should be thinking about right now. Zhang Taiping said coldly, speak. Why did you ambush me and try to kill me? Just now, he didn't kick Zhang Zhanfei to death because he wanted to ask why Zhang Zhanfei wanted to kill him. Zhang Zhanfei's expression suddenly froze. Zhang Taiping's words reminded him of the current situation, and now was indeed not the time to consider Zhang Taiping's cultivation level. Zhang Taiping, you'd better let me go, or I'll make you wish you were dead rather than alive. Zhang Zhanfei threatened. TSK, already trampled underfoot, yet still daring to spout such arrogant words. Zhang Taiping smacked his lips and continued, but then again, you do have a backup plan waiting for me. Zhang Zhanfei was stunned for a moment. How did Zhang Taiping know he still had a backup plan? Zhang Taiping no longer paid attention to Zhang Zhanfei. He looked at a rooftop not far ahead and said indifferently, Captain Zhang Manor, this guy is already under my foot. How much longer are you planning to hide? When Zhang Taiping confirmed that Zhang Zhanfei had come with ill intentions, he had already considered that the danger from the rooftop was very likely Zhang Manor. Zhang Zhanfei, who was being stepped on, still dared to threaten him, which made him even more certain of his judgment. However, what he didn't know was that Zhang Manor wasn't hiding to avoid coming out, but was actually stunned by his actions. Sis, save me! Zhang Zhanfei shouted loudly. Zhang Taiping had already guessed Zhang Manor's presence, so there was no need for him to keep hiding anymore. Hearing Zhang Zhanfei's cry for help, Zhang Manor immediately snapped out of her daze and leapt down from the rooftop. Zhang Taiping, I really underestimated you. Zhang Manor exclaimed and quickly rushed toward Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping laughed and said, soon you'll realize you've underestimated me again. Zhang Manor was somewhat puzzled as to why Zhang Taiping said that, but she didn't think much about it. She had to deal with Zhang Taiping as quickly as possible, not giving him a chance to call for help and then leave this place immediately. Seeing Zhang Manor remain silent, Zhang Taiping added, Captain Zhang Manor, it's just me here. Captain Su isn't around. What's the rush? Why don't you explain why you abandoned your post and came here to kill me? Zhang Manor still didn't respond and continued charging toward Zhang Taiping. Right now, Zhang Taiping has already discovered them, and under no circumstances can Zhang Taiping be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, if Zhang Taiping informs the Demon Hunting Hall about this, they will be finished. But as long as Zhang Taiping is killed, there will be no evidence left. At that point, even if Zhang Taiping has already spread the news, it will be of no use. Because without evidence, she can turn the tables and claim that Zhang Taiping was instructed by Su Qiqi to frame her. You don't have to say it, let me guess. Really? Zhang Taiping said, is it because my participation in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment made you and the guy under my feet lose face? Or is it because you're competing with Su Qiqi for the captain position and want to kill me to pin the blame on Su Qiqi for failing to protect her teammate? Zhang Manor's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this guy a worm in her stomach? He had guessed her thoughts with pinpoint accuracy. Zhang Taiping, the more you know, the more you deserve to die. Zhang Manor sneered coldly, her steps not slowing down in the slightest. Looks like I guessed right. Zhang Taiping sighed. You make it sound like if I knew nothing, you wouldn't kill me anyway. Good that you know, you're dead today. Zhang Manor said coldly. Zhang Taiping ignored Zhang Manor. He summoned the Lottery Myriad Worlds system and glanced at it, muttering to himself, compared to a 9-star E-level, there's still some gap. You know my cultivation level and still won't surrender? Maybe this way, you can at least keep your whole body intact. Zhang Manor mocked. I wasn't finished speaking. Zhang Taiping shook his head and continued, it's just a gap. It doesn't mean there's no chance to fight. Zhang Manor was stunned for a moment. Did this guy hit his head and lose his mind? The gap between 5-star F level and 9-star E level, and he still thinks there's a chance to fight? However, what she didn't know was that Zhang Taiping was not at 5-star F level cultivation, but at 8-star E level cultivation. Just now, Zhang Taiping summoned the universal lottery system to check how much his cultivation had improved after killing 8 exotic beasts. Now, his vitality is 816 calories, stepping into the 8-star E-level realm. Zhang Taiping drew the soft sword from the hidden compartment at the waist of his combat uniform, then gripped the sword with both hands and stepped back with his right foot. In the next moment, an invisible aura gathered from heaven and earth, surging toward the soft sword. Since he learned the sword technique 2 sleeves of green snakes, he hadn't used it yet. Now is the perfect time to test its power on Zhang Manor. Seeing Zhang Taiping assume an attack stance, Zhang Manor curled her lips, her face full of mockery. Zhang Taiping, are you in such a hurry to die? At this moment, she was already close to Zhang Taiping, and as long as she reached him, she could kill Zhang Taiping with a single punch. Ignoring my words will come at a price. Zhang Taiping sighed again. At the same time, a soft voice echoed in Zhang Taiping's mind. Whoosh! 2 sleeves of green snakes.
Accompanied by this soft shout, Jiang Taiping gripped his sword with both hands and slashed forward fiercely. A streak of green light separated from the soft sword and shot violently toward Zhang Manor. This scene caused Zhang Manor's expression to change drastically. It is well known that only those with a cultivation level of 6-star D or above can release their inner force externally. However, Jiang Taiping was only at a 5-star F level. How could it be possible for him to release his inner force externally? But this was clearly not the time to dwell on such matters, and she had no time to think further. Drawing the long blade from her back, Zhang Manor swung it to slash at the blue-green streak. In the next moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. It was the sound of Zhang Manor's long blade being broken by the blue-green streak. Immediately, the cyan blade reached its peak in an instant and struck Zhang Manor. It directly tore through Zhang Manor's combat suit, leaving a bloody wound on her body. A scream of agony escaped from Zhang Manor's mouth. Her face was filled with utter shock. Jiang Taiping, with only a 5-star F-level cultivation, had actually severed her longsword in one strike and even injured her. How was this possible? Not far away, Zhang Zhanfei was also stunned by this scene. Zhang Manor was his backup plan. He had thought that Zhang Manor's move would be an effortless victory, but unexpectedly, as soon as the fight began, Zhang Manor had her weapon cut off by Jiang Taiping and was even injured by him. No wonder it's Li Chuangong's famous technique. Its power is truly impressive. Jiang Taiping, on the other hand, was extremely excited. His cultivation is 1 star lower than Zhang Manor, yet he managed to sever Zhang Manor's weapon and injure her with the sword technique 2 sleeves of green snakes, which clearly demonstrates the extraordinary power of this technique. You're not a 5-star F-level cultivator. A stunned voice escaped from Zhang Manor's mouth. Now that you know, it's already too late. Jiang Taiping smiled and walked toward Zhang Manor with the soft sword in hand. Seeing this, Zhang Manor immediately turned around and ran. She was no match for Jiang Taiping. If she stayed here any longer, she would die. As for Zhang Zhanfei, she was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect herself, so how could she have the mind to care about Zhang Zhanfei's life or death? As for what to do after running away, she didn't know yet, but she was certain that there was no going back to the demon hunting hall. At this moment, Zhang Manor deeply regretted it. She shouldn't have provoked Jiang Taiping, that extremely insidious little coin, but it's already too late to regret it now. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Jiang Taiping, upon seeing her, neither ran away nor sought help, why he said she would soon realize she had underestimated him again, why he claimed he wasn't without the strength to fight, and why he warned that ignoring his words would come at a price. This is confidence in his own strength, but realizing this now is equally too late. Not everyone standing in the light is a hero. There are also scoundrels. A complex expression appeared on Jiang Taiping's face. Earlier, when Zhao Lijuan chose to block the beast despite knowing she was no match and told him to go ahead, he thought all members of the demon hunting hall were righteous individuals. But now, he suddenly realized that scoundrels exist everywhere. Even the Nightwalkers, whose purpose is to eliminate harm for the people and safeguard local safety, are no exception. Stay! Jiang Taiping let out a long sigh and swung his sword at Zhang Manor once again. A streak of green light detached from the soft sword and shot violently toward Zhang Manor. In an instant, the green blade caught up with Zhang Manor, striking her legs. Then, as if slicing through tofu, it directly severed Zhang Manor's legs. A piercingly tragic scream burst from Zhang Manor's mouth. Immediately after, she, now without her legs, fell heavily to the ground. Stay put, or I'll kill you. Jiang Taiping turned around and glared at Zhang Zhanfei, then stepped toward Zhang Manor. At this moment, Zhang Zhanfei was already scared stiff. Did he see it wrong? As powerful as Zhang Manor was, she ended up fleeing in panic from Jiang Taiping and even had her legs severed by him? Looking at Jiang Taiping approaching, Zhang Manor's face was filled with terror as she screamed in agony. She desperately wanted to escape, but how could she run without her legs? She could only rely on her arms to drag herself backward. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It wasn't me. It was Zhang Zhanfei. He wanted to kill you. I was deceived by him. That's why I came. In extreme fear, Zhang Manor pleaded incoherently, even shifting the blame onto Zhang Zhanfei. Jiang Taiping did not answer, a trace of hesitation on his face. He hesitated whether to kill Zhang Manor or not, but soon, the hesitation on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of determination. There is only 0 or countless times for everything. If he doesn't kill her, should he leave Zhang Manor to plot against him again? Although he did not fear Zhang Manor's revenge, what about Su Qiqi? Su Qiqi did not possess observation haki and might not be able to detect Zhang Manor's schemes in time. If Su Qiqi were to be tricked by Zhang Manor and something bad happened to her, he would regret it too late. Moreover, someone like Zhang Manor, who would stop at nothing to seize power, is nothing but a menace if left unchecked. Be a good person in your next life. Jiang Taiping sighed and thrust his sword into Zhang Manor's heart. Zhang Manor raised her hand, pointing at Jiang Taiping, as if she wanted to say something, but before he could speak, his eyes rolled back, and he went to have tea with King Yama. With one sword strike to finish off Zhang Manor, Jiang Taiping then walked toward Zhang Zhanfei. He had already killed Zhang Manor, so there was no need to spare Zhang Zhanfei's worthless life.
At this moment, Zhang Zhanfei had already snapped out of his shock. Looking at Zhang Taiping approaching, Zhang Zhanfei couldn't help but move backward. His cheeks were full of fear, his face pale beyond belief, without a trace of color. No, Zhang Taiping. Brother Jiang. It was my sister. No, it was Zhang Manor who instructed me to kill you. Don't listen to her nonsense. She bewitched me. Really, I came because I was bewitched by her. Please spare my life. Just let me go like a fart. I promise I won't dare to do it again, and I'll follow your lead from now on. Zhang Zhan stammered and trembled as he begged for mercy. He heard Zhang Manor falsely accuse him and also saw Zhang Taiping stab Zhang Manor to death with a sword. Tisk. She said she was bewitched by you, and you said you were bewitched by her. You two are like dogs biting each other, truly birds of a feather. Zhang Taiping sighed and thrust his sword into Zhang Zhanfei's chest, ending Zhang Zhanfei's wretched life. Zhang Taiping let out a long breath, a complex expression appearing on his face. Since obtaining the lottery multiverse system, he had killed many otherworldly cultivators and numerous exotic beasts, always without hesitation. Yet, he had never imagined that one day his hands would be stained with human blood. But today, he killed, and not just one person, but two. However, he felt no regret at all, because if he hadn't had some strength, he would have been the one to die today. Moreover, for future peace and for Suchichi's safety, he had no choice but to harden his heart and send Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei to have tea with the King of Hell. He stood silently in place for a moment. Zhang Taiping waved his hand, and the corpse of a shadow snake appeared out of thin air. Prying open the shadow snake's mouth, Zhang Taiping dragged Zhang Zhanfei's corpse into it, then pressed down hard on the snake's mouth, making its sharp teeth pierce the sword wounds on Zhang Zhanfei's body, creating the illusion that he had been mauled by the shadow snake. He then repeated the process, disguising the sword wounds on Zhang Manor's body and her severed legs as if they had been bitten by the shadow snake. He did this not to desecrate the corpses out of anger, but to cover up the traces of the sword wounds and pin their deaths on the exotic beast. At this moment, Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were already dead. Neither of them knew that Zhang Taiping planned to blame their deaths on the exotic beast, who, if they had known, who knows what they would have thought. After all, their plan was to blame Zhang Taiping's death on the exotic beast. Calculating against others ultimately leads to calculating against oneself. This is karma. When a person dies, all matters come to an end. I won't argue with you anymore. I'm doing this not only to conceal my true strength but also to leave you some dignity. After all, Zhang Manor, you have also killed quite a few interdimensional wanderers, and that is an undeniable fact. But that's not the point. The point is, I don't want you to tarnish the reputation of the Night Walkers. Zhang Taiping sighed, a trace of contemplation appearing on his face. He was pondering how to inform others about Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei being bitten to death by Shadow Snake. But before he could come up with a good solution, two figures appeared on the street ahead. Su Qiqi, Zhao Lijuan? Zhang Taiping was stunned for a moment. Why are these two women here? F1, I heard screams coming from your side. What's going on? Su Qiqi hadn't arrived yet, but her voice came first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taiping suddenly realized that the two were drawn here by the screams of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Soon, Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan arrived. Seeing the corpses of Zhang Manor, Zhang Zhanfei, and Shadow Snake on the ground, Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan were both stunned. What happened here? Su Qiqi looked at Zhang Taiping and asked. Zhao Lijuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Taiping. Captain, when I came back, I happened to see Shadow Snake biting Zhang Manor, and then I killed Shadow Snake. Zhang Taiping paused and said regretfully, if I had come back a little earlier, the two of them wouldn't have been bitten to death by Shadow Snake. Upon hearing this, a complex expression appeared on Su Qiqi's pretty face. Zhang Taiping left to save her. If Zhang Taiping hadn't left and had stayed here, wouldn't Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei still be alive? But the next moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The area searched by the demon hunting team 8 is more than 10 miles away from the street where Zhang Taiping was located. Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei weren't staying on their designated search street, so why did they end up on Zhang Taiping's search street? Could it be that they heard my call for help and came to rescue me? A thought flashed through Su Qiqi's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not your family, not your friends, but your enemies and competitors. Just as Zhang Manor knows Su Qiqi very well, Su Qiqi also knows Zhang Manor very well. Zhang Manor is narrow-minded and holds a deep grudge against her, so the possibility of her coming to the rescue is indeed very slim. Moreover, the effective range of the earpiece is 5 kilometers, and Zhang Manor is far away from her, making it impossible for her to hear the distress call. Even if we take a step back and assume Zhang Manor is coming to save her, why would Zhang Manor bring Zhang Zhanfei, who only has an F-level cultivation, after she clearly stated the beast's cultivation level, to send Zhang Zhanfei to his death? That's obviously impossible. And if the two of them were coming to rescue her and encountered danger, why didn't they call for help? A shadow snake, two people, Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei shouldn't have been left without even a chance to call for help. Seeing Su Qiqi frowning deeply and remaining silent, Zhang Taiping felt a bit uneasy. This girl Su Qiqi is too clever. Could she have figured something out? Zhao Lijuan's cheeks were full of sorrow, and within that sorrow was a trace of lingering fear. her. Sadness was because of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's death, and fear was because of herself. She had also encountered danger. If it weren't for Zhang Taiping appearing like a god descending from heaven, saving her from the clutches of the nether cat, she wouldn't be standing here unharmed now. Zhang Taiping, this isn't your fault, you don't need to blame yourself, Zhao Lijuan comforted. The street she was on wasn't far from here. She hadn't heard Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's cries for help, which meant Zhang Taiping hadn't heard them either. And if Zhang Taiping didn't know they were in danger, how could he be blamed for coming back late? The next moment, Zhao Lijuan also realized something was amiss. She asked in confusion, Captain Su, Zhang Taiping, logically speaking, the two of them should have called for help if they were in danger. But I wasn't far from here and didn't hear them calling for help. Why do you think they didn't call for help? Su Qiqi shook her head. She was also pondering this question, but she couldn't figure it out. These two came to kill me. How could they possibly call for help? Zhang Taiping thought this in his heart but said aloud, I don't know. I didn't hear their call for help either. This is indeed quite strange. Zhao Lijuan muttered to herself, logically, they should have called for help. Why didn't they? Su Qiqi seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and a trace of coldness appeared on her delicate face. Under what circumstances would Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei encounter danger and not call for help? There is only one situation. The two are engaged in something shameful and don't want others to know. Adding to that, this is the street Zhang Taiping is searching, which made her think of a possibility she was unwilling to consider. Zhang Taiping keenly noticed the change in Su Qiqi's expression, which instantly made him realize that Su Qiqi might have thought of something. He quickly changed the subject. Captain, what should we do with their bodies? Su Qiqi glanced at Zhang Taiping and said, I'll call the minister and ask him to send someone to collect their bodies. Zhang Taiping nodded and added, Captain, when I was coming back just now, I seemed to hear some movement up ahead. I'll go check it out. If anyone asks, just say you killed this shadow snake. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Taiping quickly walked away. Not long ago, he had revealed his strength right in front of Su Qiqi and even made her so angry she almost exploded. At this moment, Su Qiqi was contemplating the deaths of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. She hadn't confronted him yet, but with Su Qiqi's fiery temper, it was impossible for her not to settle accounts with him. So, it was better to make a quick escape before she did. Su Qiqi was momentarily stunned. This scoundrel had just dumped a problem on her, and now he was passing the blame onto him? Zhao Lijuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She recalled Zhang Taiping shifting the blame onto Su Qiqi, then shamelessly praising her to the skies, which had almost made Su Qiqi explode with anger. However, the next moment she stopped laughing again. Laughing like this in front of the corpses of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei felt somewhat inappropriate. This bastard ran away again. Su Qiqi glared fiercely at the departing Zhang Taiping. She knew why Zhang Taiping had to run. What was that about hearing some movement? All excuses. The real reason was that he was afraid she'd settle accounts with him. But she still had to call Qin Zhan and ask him to send someone to collect the bodies of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, so she didn't go after them. Taking out her phone, Su Qiqi called Qin Zhan. When the call connected, Su Qiqi briefly explained how Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei were bitten to death by the shadow snake, then took the blame for killing the shadow snake herself and stood there waiting for Qin Zhan to arrive. Alright, Captain Su, you seem to have become Zhang Taiping's dedicated scapegoat, Zhao Lijuan said, holding back her laughter. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, with a team member like this, what can I do? Captain Su, you're really playing the victim while benefiting here. Zhao Lijuan said, if I were the captain, I would be eager to have a team member like Zhang Taiping, and I'd even be happy to take the blame for him. In fact, I'd want to shout out loud, bring on more blame. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. What Zhao Lijuan said seemed to make some sense. Who wouldn't want a powerful teammate like Zhang Taiping? Take herself as an example. If it weren't for Zhang Taiping, she would have already fallen during the recent raid on the otherworldly rogue hideout. And today, if Zhang Taiping hadn't arrived quickly and slain 8 alien beasts in one move, it would have been difficult for her to escape unscathed from their pursuit, with a significant chance of falling there. Speaking of which, Zhang Taiping has already saved her twice. Seeing that Su Qiqi remained silent, Zhao Lijuan asked, Captain Su, are you thinking about Zhang Taiping's kindness? Ahem. Su Qiqi coughed awkwardly a few times and changed the subject. The minister said he would personally come to collect their bodies. Don't leave yet, stay and wait with me. As for tonight's events, I will report everything to the minister tomorrow. Understood. Don't worry, I would never betray my savior, Zhao Lijuan said. Su Qiqi walked to the shadow snake's corpse and took a look, a trace of astonishment appearing on her pretty face. Then she turned to look at the corpses of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, her gaze flickering uncertainly. I hope things aren't as I suspect. Su Qiqi sighed inwardly, but she knew very well that the truth was likely exactly as she suspected. It didn't take long for Qin Zhan to arrive. Looking at the corpses of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, Qin Zhan's aged face was full of bitterness, and his fists clenched tightly. As the head of the Jian branch of the Nightwalkers, he had seen many similar incidents. Logically, he should be used to it, but every time he encountered such a situation, he still found it hard to accept. After a moment of silence, Qin Qin said, Chichi, Li Juan, I'll take them back first. Okay, Minister. Su Chichi responded, Minister, once the mission is over, I'll come find you. Please call the hall master as well. I have something to discuss with you. B358, you should come too. Alright, Captain Su. Zhao Lijuan agreed immediately. Qin nodded, then left with the corpses of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Watching Qin leave with the bodies of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, Zhao Lijuan greeted Su Chichi and then left. Su Chichi remained standing in place without moving. Until Zhao Lijuan walked away, she shouted loudly, the Shadow Snake's corpse is left here for you. She believed Zhang Taiping was hiding nearby and could hear her voice. As her words fell, Su Chichi turned and left. Not far away, a person was lying on the roof of a house. This person was none other than Zhang Taiping. He heard Su Chichi shout, but he didn't get up immediately. He was a bit worried that Su Chichi was trying to trick him into going over. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking it. Su Chichi had really left and had no intention of deceiving him. Jumping down from the rooftop, Zhang Taiping walked to the Shadow Snake's corpse and stored it in the system warehouse. That girl is not only shrewd but also meticulous to the finest detail. Zhang Taiping patted his chest with some relief. Just now, Su Chichi walked over to the Shadow Snake's corpse to take a look. She was definitely trying to see if it was the same Shadow Snake that had just been killed. Fortunately, he had taken out the one killed earlier, otherwise, he would have been exposed on the spot. However, he also knew that he had only narrowly avoided being exposed. It was clear that Su Chichi was already suspicious. However, Zhang Taiping was not worried at all. It was Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei who came here to kill him, not him actively killing Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei. Su Chichi already knew he had hidden his strength, so even if the matter was exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. At this moment, Zhang Taiping suddenly remembered that when he killed Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei, he didn't hear the prompt from the Universal Lottery System. Summoning the Universal Lottery System, Zhang Taiping took a glance. His vitality is still 816 calories, unchanged. Regarding this, Zhang Taiping was not surprised. Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei are neither otherworldly travelers nor exotic beasts, so it's normal to have no gains. Next, Zhang Taiping continued to wander around the streets. I don't know if it's because all the troublemaking exotic beasts were killed, but until dawn, Zhang Taiping didn't encounter another exotic beast, nor did he hear anyone else calling for help. At 6 in the morning, Su Chichi's voice sounded in the earpiece. Search mission complete. Demon Hunting Team 9, regroup. Thank you all for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taiping decisively took off his combat uniform, then brought out the Imperial steed, mounted it, and galloped away. He was somewhat worried that Su Chichi might come to block him, especially since Su Chichi's Ferrari was still parked in front of his house. Su Chichi would definitely come over, so he decided that among the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. It must be said that Zhang Taiping's concern was justified. After announcing the team dismissal, Su Chichi immediately ran to find Zhang Taiping. However, by the time she arrived, Zhang Taiping had already fled far away. She circled the streets but couldn't find Zhang Taiping anywhere. This bastard must have run away. Su Chichi took out her phone to call Zhang Taiping. At this moment, Zhang Taiping was in a store picking out a helmet. The Imperial steed was too flashy, attracting countless gazes along the way. To keep a low profile, he decided to buy a helmet and wear it so no one would know who he was. Ring ring, ring ring. Zhang Taiping's phone rang. He took it out and glanced at it. It was Su Chichi calling. Should I answer or not? Zhang Taiping was a bit conflicted. He believed that once he answered the call, Su Chichi's interrogation would surely await him, but not answering didn't seem like a good option either. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Taiping asked in his heart, Lottery Multiverse System, can the system warehouse block mobile signals? It can block mobile signals. Zhang Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he answered the phone. Immediately after, Su Chichi's voice came through the phone. Zhang Taiping, where are you? Captain? Zhang Taiping, where are you? Captain, why aren't you saying anything? Why wouldn't I say anything? I'm asking you where you are. Captain, speak up. Could it be a bad signal? Zhang Taiping, where are you? No, hurry up and return to the branch. Ah, my phone is out of battery, it's about to shut down. After saying that, Zhang Taiping gently pressed the hang-up button and then slipped the phone into his pocket. Immediately after, the phone disappeared from his pocket and reappeared in the system warehouse. The shop owner stared at Zhang Taiping in astonishment, as if he had seen a celestial being. Boss, I want this helmet. Zhang Taiping raised his hand and pointed at a helmet. The Imperial steed was white and gold, and the helmet was also white and gold, making the two a perfect match. Upon hearing this, the shop owner snapped out of his daze, took down the helmet Zhang Taiping had pointed at, and handed it to him. Young man, is your girlfriend too strict with you? The shop owner gossiped. Zhang Taiping was a bit speechless. You ask your girlfriend and call her captain? But he was too lazy to explain, so he casually replied, yeah, she's a bit strict. Young man, you're clever. I learned a trick today. The shop owner gave Zhang Taiping a thumbs up. Zhang Taiping was momentarily stunned. Did he just misguide a child? No, misguide an adult? You're too kind, boss. Zhang Taiping responded modestly, paid the bill, and left with the helmet. Beep beep beep. Listening to the sound of the call being hung up on the phone, Tsuchichi's forehead was covered in black lines. Seriously, bad signal? Seriously, phone out of battery? Did this bastard really think she didn't know he was pretending not to hear on purpose? Jiang Taiping, you bastard, how dare you play this trick on me? Tsuchichi gritted her teeth and continued dialing Jiang Taiping's phone. Soon, a very pleasant female voice sounded from the phone. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. Tsuchichi was instantly dumbfounded. That bastard actually blocked her? That's not right, it's not blocking. Blocking should mean the call you made cannot be connected, not that it's out of the service area. But how could it be out of the service area? I haven't heard such a message in a long time. Tsuchichi was a bit puzzled. But that's not the point. The point is that she can't get in touch with Jiang Taiping for now. Jiang Taiping, you bastard. I'm waiting for you at the branch. I don't believe you won't come back eventually. You better pray I don't catch you, or you're finished. Tsuchichi grumbled as she walked toward the Ferrari, then drove the Ferrari toward the Nightwalker Jian branch. She had said she would go find Xinjiang after the mission ended. Jiang Taiping could slip away, but she couldn't go back on her word. At this moment, Jiang Taiping was walking down the street. After a busy night, his stomach was growling with hunger. He wanted to eat some hot food to fill himself up. Casually finding a breakfast shop, Jiang Taiping bought a cup of soy milk and some steamed buns and started eating. After eating and drinking to his fill, Jiang Taiping bought another cup of soy milk and some steamed buns, then stored them in the system warehouse. Today, he planned to continue guerrilla warfare with the wolf demon in the demon hunting garden, preparing some food for emergencies. Leaving the breakfast shop, Jiang Taiping found a secluded spot, took out the imperial steed, put on his helmet, and rode the imperial steed toward the demon hunting garden. Nightwalker Jian branch, 18th floor, minister's office. Two people were sitting in the office, and they were Qin Zhan and Chao Shan. Minister, so early in the morning, you asked me to come over in a hurry. What's the matter? Chao Shan asked curiously. It's not me who has something, it's Chi-Chi. She asked me to call you. Qin Zhan explained, although she didn't say what it was about. I can feel that it's not something simple. It's already past 6, and the task is completed. Judging by the time, she should be arriving soon. Chao Shan nodded and didn't ask further. A moment later, a knock on the door sounded. Come in, Qin Zhan said. Immediately, the office door was pushed open, and Tsuchichi and Zhao Lijuan walked in. Minister, Hall Master. Tsuchichi and Zhao Lijuan spoke simultaneously. Chi-Chi, Lijuan, you're here, have a seat. Qin Zhan greeted. Tsuchichi and Zhao Lijuan sat down on the sofa. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? Speak up. Qin Zhan got straight to the point. Tsuchichi asked, Minister, do you still remember the incident at the demon hunting garden a few days ago? It's only been a few days, how could I forget? At the time, you said. Qin Zhan stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Minister, I know you don't want to say it to avoid embarrassing me, so let me say it. Tsuchichi said, that day I mentioned that the person who killed nearly 100 exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden was dressed exactly like Jiang Taiping. The minister suspected that I said this to save face and even remarked that face isn't regained in such a manner. Qin Zhan was somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why Tsuchichi would bring this up voluntarily. Wasn't this just embarrassing herself? Minister, what I said at the time was the truth, without the slightest intention of saving face. Tsuchichi continued. Chi-Chi, it's not that I don't want to believe you. Qin Zhan said with a bitter smile, that kid only has an F-level cultivation talent, and the day before he wasn't even a cultivator. I really can't believe he could kill nearly 100 exotic beasts in just one day. Minister, I understand what you're saying. Actually, I also had some doubts at the time. Tsuchichi suddenly changed the topic. But what if he isn't an F-level cultivation talent? What if his cultivation isn't F-level? That's impossible. Qin Zhan said, that kid's cultivation talent was personally tested by you. You wouldn't joke about such a thing, and his cultivation level is also evident to all it is indeed F-level. This is also the part one don't understand. Tsuchichi sighed, looked at Zhao Lijuan, and said, B358, you go ahead and talk about how Jiang Taiping saved you. Alright, Captain Su. Zhao Lijuan responded and recounted in detail how she encountered the ghost cat, called for help, and Jiang Taiping rushed to her rescue. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan exchanged glances. Arrived within a dozen seconds? Suppressing the 7-star E-level nether cat, and the nether cat can't even touch Jiang Taiping at all? Pierce the nether cat's body through with a single sword? Are you sure you're not telling a story? Are you sure you're not talking about someone with sea-level cultivation, but rather Jiang Taiping? Minister, Hall Master, are you finding this hard to believe? Tsuchichi asked. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan nodded simultaneously. It wasn't just them, anyone would find this hard to believe. But this is the truth, and it's not even the most unbelievable part. Tsuchichi asked again, you must have heard about me slaying 8 exotic beasts, right? We've heard about it. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan nodded simultaneously. But those 8 exotic beasts weren't killed by me. They were killed by Jiang Taiping. Tsuchichi recounted in detail how she sought help. Jiang Taiping rushed over swiftly, and with one move, he slew the 8 exotic beasts. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan were dumbfounded. One move to slay 8 exotic beasts, including a shadow snake that could conceal its presence? How does this sound more and more outrageous?
Minister, Hall Master, although I didn't witness that scene, I believe what Captain Su said is true.
Zhao Lijuan said, you all know Captain Su very well. She is inherently very proud, and unless absolutely necessary, she would never ask for help.
Her request for assistance means that those 8 alien beasts posed a significant threat to her.
The street I was on is adjacent to the one Captain Su was on. From the moment I heard her call for help to the time I rushed over, it didn't take much time. Yet, in such a short period, those 8 alien beasts were completely slaughtered, and their corpses were dragged away. To put it bluntly, if Captain Su could have handled this herself, why would she have asked for help?
Xinjiang and Chao Shan exchanged a glance. What Zhao Lijuan said made a lot of sense. But this matter, they always felt like they were listening to a story, and a very absurd one at that.
Minister, Hall Master, I swear on my reputation that everything I said is true, Su Qiqi said seriously.
Minister, Hall Master, I also swear on my reputation that everything I said is true,
Zhao Lijuan followed up.
Xinjiang and Chao Shan exchanged another glance.
With both Su Qiqi and Zhao Lijuan saying this, it was unlikely to be false. After thinking for a moment, Xinjiang asked, Qiqi, I don't quite understand why that guy wants to hide?
I'm not entirely sure either, but I have a guess.
Su Qiqi said, Zhang Taiping, that scoundrel, that guy is very sly and keeps a low profile. He probably doesn't want to attract the attention of the interdimensional wanderers.
We all know that interdimensional wanderers love to kill geniuses the most.
What you said makes some sense. Xinjiang nodded and asked again, I still have a question.
According to what you said, that kid is definitely not an F-level cultivation talent, nor an F-level cultivation.
How did he manage to deceive the 7 colored stones detection and our perception?
Minister, this is also what puzzles me,
Su Qiqi said,
but I think he must have some special means.
Moreover, that guy's martial skills are very exquisite and their power is quite strong. I suspect he might have obtained some kind of opportunity. Xinjiang nodded again. Apart from an opportunity, there seemed to be no other explanation. Qiqi, where's that guy? Call him over so we can ask him, Chao Shan said.
Hall Master, that guy slipped away as soon as the mission ended,
Su Qiqi said with a dark expression.
I called him, but he pretended not to hear. Then he said his phone was out of battery, and somehow managed to make his phone show as out of service. I can't reach him now and have no idea where he is.
Out of service?
Xinjiang paused for a moment, took out his phone, found Zhang Taiping's number, and called him.
Soon, a very pleasant female voice came from the phone. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in the service area.
Xinjiang, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan were stunned.
It really wasn't in the service area. Qiqi, why did that guy run away? Xinjiang asked in confusion. He was probably afraid I'd interrogate him.
Su Qiqi said awkwardly, that guy revealed his true strength in front of me to save me, then kept shifting the blame onto me, and even shamelessly praised me like crazy through the earpiece.
It made me so angry I was about to explode. Xinjiang, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan exchanged glances. Zhang Taiping had been scared off. After thinking for a moment, Xinjiang asked, Qiqi, do you think we should investigate that guy? Investigate? Su Qiqi paused, puzzled, and asked, investigate what? Do you suspect he joined the demon hunting hall with ulterior motives? Xinjiang wanted to speak, but before he could say anything, Su Qiqi's voice rang out again. Minister, this is impossible. Su Qiqi said firmly, Zhang Taiping is ruthless when it comes to killing interdimensional invaders and beasts.
If it weren't for him, Demon Hunting Team 9 would have fallen a few days ago, and last night he saved me in B358.
How could he possibly be someone with ulterior motives? Qiqi, you misunderstood me. Xinjiang explained, I'm not suspecting that he joined the demon hunting hall with ulterior motives. I mean, should we investigate his background, look into his growth trajectory? Maybe we can clear up the doubts in our minds.
Su Qiqi let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, she thought Xinjiang was suspecting Zhang Taiping of having ulterior motives for joining the demon hunting hall. After thinking for a moment, she said, Minister, I don't think it's necessary.
I've already looked into his background.
Before I invited him to join the demon hunting hall, his background was very simple, and it could even be described as tragic.
Who? Miserable?
Xinjiang, Chao Shan, and Zhao Lijuan were all stunned at the same time.
Yes, miserable. Su Qiqi explained, that guy lost both his parents shortly after birth and grew up in an orphanage. At 16, the orphanage, citing insufficient funds and the fact that he was grown up, kicked him out. Afterward, he had to work several jobs every day, toiling until 1 or 2 in the morning, just to barely earn enough for his tuition and living expenses. The place he lived in was rented, and and it was even a basement in a slum. With such experiences, would you say it's tragic? Xinjiang, Chaoshan, and Zhao Lijuan exchanged glances. This experience was indeed miserable. As for the possibility of him obtaining some fortuitous opportunity, I think there's no need to investigate. Su Qiqi continued, everyone has their secrets, and we are no exception. There's no need to cling to others' secrets. All we need to know is that Zhang Taiping is a member of the Demon Hunting Hall and a Nightwalker, and that's enough. You don't need to doubt his character. Although his experiences have been tragic, he is not a cold-blooded person. This can be seen from how he rushed to the rescue and even exposed some of his true strength to save me in B358. Xinjiang, Chaoshan, and Zhao Lijuan nodded in agreement. What Su Qiqi said made a lot of sense. Qiqi, do you know what you look like right now? Xinjiang asked. What do you mean? What do I look like? Su Qiqi was a little puzzled. You now look like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Xinjiang laughed. Su Qiqi suddenly realized and retorted confidently, what mother hen protecting her chicks? How unpleasant that sounds. Zhang Taiping is a member of my Demon Hunting Squad 9. As the captain, it's only right for me to protect him. Xinjiang teased. Who was it that scared that kid so much he ran off as soon as the mission ended? Even turned his phone to out-of-service mode? Su Qiqi's pretty face turned red. Well, who told him to always trick me and keep shifting the blame onto me? Can you really blame me for that? Really? Xinjiang smiled and changed the subject. Qiqi, what you and Li Juan said, I have no choice but to believe. Do you think we should let that kid continue to hide, or expose his strength? Continue to hide. Su Qiqi said decisively, exposing him won't benefit us, but keeping him hidden might bring unexpected surprises. Although she was quite annoyed that Zhang Taiping shifted the blame onto her, she still took the blame willingly, just to prevent Zhang Taiping from being exposed. I think so too, so it's settled then. Xinjiang directly made the decision. Only the four of us know about that kid's matter. Don't mention it to anyone else. However, we still need to catch him and ask him some questions, at the very least to find out his true cultivation level. Then I'll contact him again. Once I can reach him, I'll ask him to come back as soon as possible. Su Qiqi said. I'll handle the contact instead. Xinjiang teased. You've already scared that kid away. What if you scare him off again? Su Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed. Xinjiang's words made it sound like she was a man-eating tigress. Is there anything else? If not, that's it, Xinjiang said. Su Qiqi hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Zhao Lijuan. Seeing this, Zhao Lijuan instantly understood that Su Qiqi had something to say but didn't want to say it in front of her. Minister, I have nothing else to do, so I'll head back first, Zhao Lijuan said. Alright, go back and rest quickly. Xinjiang nodded. Watching Zhao Lijuan leave, Su Qiqi asked, Minister, Hallmaster, is there nothing you want to ask? Xinjiang and Chaoshan were both momentarily stunned. They didn't understand why Su Qiqi asked that. After thinking for a moment, Xinjiang asked, Qiqi, is there something else on your mind? Minister, there's nothing for now. Since you don't have anything to ask, I'll go back and rest. Su Qiqi finished speaking and got up to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Xinjiang, and said, Minister, during the demon hunting garden incident, you misunderstood me. Everything I said was true, and I had no intention of saving face. Xinjiang felt a bit awkward. Su Qiqi was settling scores with him after the fact, but it was true that he had misunderstood her. Su Qiqi said nothing more, opened the office door, and walked out. Watching Su Qiqi leave, Chaoshan said, Minister, Qiqi probably still has something she hasn't told us. I think so too. Xinjiang said, that girl has her reasons for not saying it. She'll tell us when she's ready. Leaving the office, Su Qiqi took the elevator and headed to the 9th floor. She just asked Xinjiang and Chaoshan to see if they had discovered anything from Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's bodies, but since neither of them had any questions, it means they probably didn't find anything. Arriving on the 9th floor, Su Qiqi called all the resting members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 into her room. I called you over because there's something I want to ask. Su Qiqi said, have you mentioned our search arrangements from last night to anyone? No. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 shook their heads one after another. One team member said, Captain, I ran into Zhang Manor during the mission last night. She asked where we were searching, and I thought it wasn't a big deal, so I casually mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi's gaze flickered slightly. The search arrangements of the Demon Hunting Team 9 were only known to its members. She had always been a bit puzzled as to how Zhang Manor could accurately locate the street where Zhang Taiping was. Now, she understood. Alright, I got it. All of you, go back and rest quickly, Su Qiqi said. The members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 all knew that Su Qiqi must have had a reason for calling them over to ask such a question. But Su Qiqi didn't say anything, and they didn't ask much. One by one, they turned and left to rest. After everyone had left, a sharp glint suddenly erupted in Su Qiqi's beautiful eyes. Zhang Manor's death definitely had something suspicious about it. This matter wouldn't just end like this. Demon Hunting Garden entrance. A person wearing a large black robe, a mask, and sunglasses walked over. This person was none other than Zhang Taiping. The two guards at the Demon Hunting Garden looked puzzled. This guy who loves playing the in and out game is here again. Zhang Taiping ignored the bewildered guard and slammed his fist onto the massive obsidian at the entrance of the demon hunting garden. In the next moment, 4 orange beams of light erupted from the obsidian. Zhang Taiping nodded and stepped into the black light curtain. Yesterday, when he came to the demon hunting garden, his cultivation level was at 4-star E rank. If his true cultivation level of 8-star E rank were revealed, it would be too shocking. So he had the lottery multiverse system disguise his cultivation level to 4-star E grade and didn't exert his full strength during the test. A guard asked, "How long do you think he'll take to come out?" 4-star E level. The guard said, "You can go no deeper than 1,300 meters, or your life will be in danger. Be sure to remember this." "I guess within 5 minutes, another guard replied. "Then I'll guess over 5 minutes. Let's bet a dime. Since there's nothing else to do, let's take a gamble." They watched as Zhang Taiping entered the demon hunting garden. At this moment, Zhang Taiping had already entered the demon hunting garden, unaware that the 2 guards had placed a bet of just 1 cent on him. If he knew, he would definitely be speechless. Is my worth only 1 cent? Looking around and not seeing the pig demon from yesterday, Zhang Taiping quickly dashed toward the dense forest. On his way forward, Zhang Taiping encountered several exotic beasts and casually slaughtered them. Just as he had killed 4 or 5 exotic beasts, a roar suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. "You stupid pig, I told you to keep watching there. Why did you run back? Hurry up and go kill that 2-legged standing bug for me." He had just slaughtered 4 or 5 F-level beasts when he was discovered by that sneaky wolf demon. At the same time, Zhang Taiping felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Howl howl, that 2-legged standing bug is here again. Damn it, that pig must have arrived. Zhang Taiping cursed under his breath and flew toward the safe zone on his sword. Zhang Taiping's face instantly darkened. After he returned to the safe zone, it wasn't long before a pig demon covered in bloody scars rushed out of the dense forest and charged at him. "Let's see if I can take down this pig demon." Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. He had thought about trying it last night but dismissed the idea. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Taiping focused his mind, and an ancient-looking sword box appeared out of thin air in his left hand. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and the ancient sword box instantly opened. 12 flying swords rose one by one, hovering behind him. "Go!" The 12 flying swords swiftly ascended into the air, shooting toward the charging pig demon. The 12 flying swords sliced through the air with a piercing sound, reaching the pig demon in an instant. They then stabbed into the pig demon's massive body, but failed to penetrate through it. Ow! A miserable scream escaped from the pig demon's mouth. A soft shout echoed in Zhang Taiping's mind. It stumbled and fell to the ground, then struggled a few times before falling silent. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the somewhat mechanical voice of the universal lottery system echoed in Zhang Taiping's mind. The host has slain an enemy and obtained 36 low-level lottery cards. Zhang Taiping was somewhat surprised. He had actually managed to kill the pig demon that had caused him so much trouble. Finally, revenge has been taken. But the next moment, the joy on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of frustration. The 12 flying swords of Tai failed to pierce the pig demon's body, not because the swords weren't sharp enough, but because he was too weak, or rather, the gap in cultivation between him and the pig demon was simply too vast. It must be noted that the pig demon, with a 2-star D-level cultivation, had at least 2,000 calories of vital energy, while he had only a little over 800 calories of vital energy. With such a significant gap, the fact that he was able to kill the pig demon was precisely because the 12 flying swords of Tai were sharp enough. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh. "Come back." Zhang Taiping casually waved his hand, and 12 flying swords flew out from the pig demon's body, returning to the sword box. Putting away the sword box, Zhang Taiping rode his sword and charged toward the dense forest. He wanted to take advantage of the time before the wolf demon reacted to quickly hunt down the beasts and enhance his cultivation. At this moment, deep within the forest, a trace of doubt flickered in the wolf demon's crimson eyes. It had already sent the pig demon to deal with that 2-legged standing insect, so why was there still energy disappearing? Could it be that stupid pig was killed? The wolf demon suddenly turned its head to look in the direction where Zhang Taiping was. Moments later, a roar burst from its mouth. That stupid pig must have been killed. "Stupid cat, your cultivation is higher than the stupid pig's, and your reactions are quicker too. Go and see what's going on." Hundreds of meters away, a ghostly cat let out a cry and darted out of the dense forest. "Stupid cat, that 2-legged standing bug is too cunning. It will leave at the slightest sign of trouble. Be careful. If you can't kill him, then stay there and keep a close watch on him for me." The wolf demon's furious roar echoed once again. Meow. Shit. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but curse out loud. He hadn't even killed a few beasts yet, and the wolf demon had already reacted. Stabbing a nearby beast to death with one strike, Zhang Taiping didn't dare to delay and immediately flew toward the safe zone on his sword. Not long after he returned to the safe zone, another cat suddenly darted out from the dense forest. However, the nether cat did not approach but stayed at the edge of the dense forest, staring at him intently. 4-star D-level. Zhang Taiping felt a bit of a headache. He had difficulty slaying the 2-star D-level pig demon, and that was only with the advantage of a sneak attack. The nether cat before him had a cultivation level higher than the pig demon.
demon and was on guard, making it impossible for him to launch a sneak attack. Under such circumstances, attempting to kill the Nether Cat across a major realm was by no means an easy task. But if he were to retreat just like that, he would feel somewhat unwilling. After some deliberation, Jiang Taiping decided to give it a try. Taking out the sword case, Jiang Taiping performed the sword controlling technique, and 12 flying swords shot violently toward the Nether Cat. Seeing this, the Nether Cat had no intention of resisting and immediately dodged.
My sword controlling technique can curve, you know.
Jiang Taiping let out a cold laugh, controlling the 12 flying swords to continue chasing the Nether Cat, forcing it to leap and dart around. After several attempts to flee, the Nether Cat seemed to realize that running away like this was not a solution, so it retreated into the dense forest. Due to the obstruction of the trees in the dense forest, Jiang Taiping could no longer see the Nether Cat's figure. Wanting to continue chasing and attacking with his sword was impossible, so he had to retrieve his 12 flying swords.
Damn it, let's see if you dare to keep stalking me now.
Jiang Taiping cursed loudly, stepped out of the safe zone, and walked toward the dense forest. But before he could take a few steps, the Nether Cat emerged from the dense forest and pounced on him.
Still dare to come out?
Jiang Taiping immediately retreated to the safe zone and once again used the sword control technique to chase the Nether Cat.
But just as 12 small swords flew out, the Nether Cat retreated back into the dense forest again.
This time, Jiang Taiping did not immediately step out of the safe zone.
He waited for a while and saw the cat demon emerge from the dense forest again.
But because he was staying in the safe zone, the ghost cat only stared at him from a distance and did not pounce.
Is this damn thing planning to stick with me? Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched violently a few times.
Stepping out of the safe zone, the Nether Cat pounced toward Jiang Taiping. The Nether Cat had a 4-star D-level cultivation, with vitality exceeding 4,000 calories 5 times that of Jiang Taiping. Faced with such a huge gap, Jiang Taiping dared not take risks. Otherwise, even a casual swipe from the Nether Cat would be unbearable for him. But without stepping out of the safe zone, the Nether Cat stood at the edge of the dense forest staring at Jiang Taiping, unable to do anything. Neither left nor right works.
Moreover, the Nether Cat refused to confront him directly, which left Jiang Taiping quite conflicted. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Taiping taunted, "Stupid cat, I'm standing right here. Come at me, meow meow."
The Nether Cat roared at Jiang Taiping but still stood at the edge of the dense forest, completely motionless. Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment. It seemed like he understood what the Nether Cat meant.
The Nether Cat was saying, "Do you think Lord Cat is stupid? There's a restriction over there. Only that dumb pig would go over." Damn it, was I just looked down upon by a cat? That's not even the most important thing.
The most important thing is that the Nether Cat is smarter than that pig, so provocation won't work. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead.
He actually forgot about his most impressive ability, swordsmanship.
At the same time, a flexible sword appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. He leapt forward, stepped onto the flexible sword, and then flew out of the safe zone on the sword.
"Stupid cat, I've stepped out of the safe zone. Come bite me if you dare." Jiang Taiping was very pleased.
He suddenly realized that he could fly, while the Nether Cat couldn't.
As long as he flew into the air, what did it matter how strong the Nether Cat was?
It could only stare helplessly.
Meow. The dark cat roared at Jiang Taiping again. Jiang Taiping understood the dark cat's meaning again.
The dark cat was saying, "Two-legged standing bug, if you have the guts, come down here.
Lord Cat promises not to claw you to death." Stupid cat, the art of provocation is something I mastered ages ago. Don't show off in front of me. Ha ha ha, I'm going to slaughter your kind. Jiang Taiping was utterly exasperated.
Jiang Taiping laughed heartily and flew toward the dense forest on his sword. Seeing this, the Nether Cat suddenly became a bit anxious. But just as Jiang Taiping thought, it couldn't fly and could only stare blankly at him. Soon, Jiang Taiping flew above the dense forest. He looked down at the ground, searching for traces of the strange beasts. As mentioned earlier, the trees in the demon hunting garden are all bare, without a single leaf. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Taiping was able to see the scene within the dense forest from above. Soon, a strange beast entered his line of sight. Jiang Taiping's mind stirred, and the sword case of the 12 flying swords of Tai appeared out of thin air in his hand. A soft command escaped from Jiang Taiping's mouth. Immediately afterward, the sword case opened, and a flying sword soared into the air, shooting violently toward the strange beast in the dense forest. The flying sword arrived in an instant, directly piercing a transparent hole through the head of the strange beast. Jiang Taiping burst into loud laughter. He had found a way to slaughter strange beasts and enhance his cultivation. But at that moment, the furious roar of the Nether Cat suddenly rang out.
Meow meow, meow meow.
The smile on Jiang Taiping's face suddenly froze. The Nether Cat was warning the exotic beasts in the dense forest to quickly hide.
Damn it, this stupid cat is actually smarter than that dumb pig. Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and used his swordsmanship to continue slaying the exotic beasts.
But before he could kill a few more exotic beasts, he could no longer find any trace of them. After a brief thought, Jiang Taiping lowered his flight altitude, intending to sense the surroundings using observation hockey. But even after lowering to the treetops
depths of the dense forest, the sensing range of observation hockey still couldn't reach the ground. Sigh, the sensing range of observation hockey is still too short. Zhang Taiping let out a sigh. The perception range of observation hockey is 20 meters, while the towering trees in the dense forest are each dozens of meters high, far exceeding the perception range of observation hockey. He had thought about continuing to descend, but after some consideration, he decided against it. Flying in the air, the nether cat can't do anything to him. But if he descends into the dense forest, the agility of the nether cat would allow it to climb the trees and attack him. Stupid cat, what's going on? A furious roar came from the depths of the dense forest. It was from the wolf demon. Meow meow, meow meow. The nether cat responded. What? That two-legged standing bug can actually fly? Little eagle, go slaughter that two-legged standing bug. The wolf demon's roar immediately followed. Zhang Taiping's expression froze again. He had actually forgotten about the existence of flying beasts. Right after, he saw a giant eagle demon soar into the sky from the dense forest. 6-star D level. Damn! Zhang Taiping cursed loudly and hurriedly flew towards the safe zone on his sword. But he quickly realized that the eagle demon's flying speed was much faster than his. Given the current situation, he would be caught by the eagle demon before he could reach the safe zone. Imperial steed, come forth. In the next moment, the imperial steed appeared out of thin air beneath Zhang Taiping's feet. Zhang Taiping sheathed his soft sword, mounted the imperial steed, and rushed toward the safe zone at full speed. The imperial steed's speed was far faster than Zhang Taiping's sword flight, instantly widening the gap between him and the eagle demon. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had the imperial steed, otherwise, he would have fallen here today. Soon, Zhang Taiping returned to the safe zone. The eagle demon did not continue to pursue him. It spoke in human language. Two-legged standing bug, from this moment on, there will always be demons watching at the entrance. If you dare come again, see if Lord Eagle won't tear you apart. Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched violently a few times. This completely cut off his hope of guerrilla warfare. Just you wait, one day I'll slaughter all of you. Zhang Taiping darkened his face, dropped a harsh remark, and turned to walk toward the black light screen. On the ground, there was another cat guarding, and in the sky, an eagle demon watching. Swish! It was no longer possible for him to hunt exotic beasts, and without the ability to hunt them, there was no reason to stay here any longer. Leaving the demon hunting garden, Zhang Taiping strode forward. It's been over 5 minutes. I win. You owe me 1 cent, said a guard. I don't have 1 cent. I'll owe you for now. Let's bet again. Another guard said, let's bet 1 cent again, this time on when he'll enter the demon hunting garden next. Zhang Taiping was stunned. You two are actually betting on me, and only for 1 cent? Can you two play a bit bigger? Ha ha ha. 1 cent. Are you even embarrassed to bet that? I'll bet 1 yuan that I won't come to the demon hunting garden again today. Are you in or not? Zhang Taiping looked at the two guards irritably. The two guards rolled their eyes simultaneously. Do you know what it means to gamble lightly for fun, gamble heavily to harm yourself, and gamble recklessly to end in ruin? Besides, whether or not you enter the demon hunting garden today is entirely up to you. Only a fool would gamble with you. Seeing that the two guards had no intention of betting with him, Zhang Taiping turned and left. At the same time, a hint of contemplation appeared on his face. He was considering whether to return to the Nightwalker's Jian branch. Zhang Taiping was very conflicted. Before this, he planned to hide for a few days to let Suchichi calm down. But since he couldn't go to the demon hunting garden and had no place to improve his cultivation, he couldn't just wander around outside forever, could he? Moreover, he couldn't keep leaving his phone in the system warehouse all the time. What if the demon hunting hall had a mission? However, going back now didn't seem like a good idea either, as not much time had passed and Suchichi was probably still angry. If he goes back, he might very likely be interrogated by Suchichi or even get a harsh scolding from her. Sigh, let's take a look at today's gains first. Zhang Taiping let out a sigh and summoned the lottery multiverse system. Vitality, 936. Stuck. In the morning, it was 816 energy points, an increase of 120 points in vitality. Only advanced by 1 star. Damn it, if it weren't for that sneaky, shifty-eyed wolf demon causing trouble, my cultivation would have already stepped into grade D. Zhang Taiping felt a bit frustrated as he opened the system warehouse again. There are 520 low-level lottery cards in the warehouse. 5 of the low-level lottery cards were left over from before, while the rest are the spoils from hunting exotic beasts from last night until now. Lottery system of all realms, combine 5 high-level lottery cards and 2 medium-level lottery cards. Zhang Taiping said, 5 high-level lottery cards and 2 medium-level lottery cards have been combined, consuming 520 low-level lottery cards. Lottery Myriad World System, 2 consecutive draws with intermediate lottery cards. Zhang Taiping said again. Zhang Taiping's face was calm. He was already used to the 4 words, thank you for participating. Lottery Myriad World System, 5 consecutive draws with advanced lottery cards. Start the lottery, consuming 5 advanced lottery cards. Congratulations to the host for winning a prize. You have received a divine
Talisman, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with your thoughts. Congratulations to the host for winning a prize. You have received the Xianyuan sword, which has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with your thoughts.
Zhang Taiping was momentarily stunned.
Today, he actually won 2 prizes in a row, and both were great items. His luck was simply off the charts. He looked around, confirming that there was no one nearby and that he had already stepped out of the guard's line of sight in the demon hunting garden.
Zhang Taiping's mind stirred, and a very small dagger suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air. This dagger was none other than the divine talisman.
It was just slightly longer than a palm, yet compact and formidable, with a blade that gleamed with a cold light, clearly not an ordinary item.
No wonder it's the treasure of Chu State. Just its appearance is extraordinary.
With the divine talisman, the power of the throat-slitting assassination technique will surely increase. If I had the divine talisman in hand when I encountered Shadow Snake yesterday, I could have definitely severed its head with one strike.
Zhang Taiping was overjoyed, his cheeks brimming with a radiant smile. He had some understanding of the divine talisman.
The divine talisman is the divine weapon of Zhang and I in the TV series Snow in the North, and also the national treasure of Chu. It is said that the divine talisman was forged from the essence of meteorites, capable of cutting hair and slicing through iron like mud. After playing with the divine talisman for a while, Zhang Taiping stored it in the system warehouse. Immediately after, a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The long sword was over 3 feet long, with a golden yellow body. One side of the blade was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side was engraved with mountains, rivers, and vegetation. One side of the hilt was inscribed with the techniques of farming and animal husbandry, while the other side was inscribed with strategies for unifying the 4 seas.
Is this the legendary first divine sword of ancient times, the Xianyuan sword?
With the Xianyuan sword, the power of the sword techniques 1 sword, immortals kneel and 2 sleeves of green snakes will surely be greatly enhanced.
Zhang Taiping was almost drooling. It is said that the Xianyuan sword was forged by the Yellow Emperor using copper from Shou Mountain, gathered by the immortals, and later passed down to Xiaoyu, earning the title of the sacred Dao sword.
With the divine talisman and the Xianyuan sword, I will have no weaknesses, and defeating enemies beyond my level is no longer just talk.
The multiverse lottery system is simply incredible.
A soft command escaped from Zhang Taiping's mouth.
Zhang Taiping couldn't help but burst into wild laughter.
It had only been a few days since he obtained the multiverse lottery system, but in just these few days, his life underwent an earth-shattering change. After being excited for quite a while, Zhang Taiping finally calmed down. He stored the Xianyuan sword in the system warehouse, and his face fell again as he thought about whether or not to return to the Jian branch.
Sai, you can run away as a monk, but you can't run away from the temple. Eventually, you have to face it.
Avoiding it isn't the solution. It's better to face it calmly.
Phew.
Zhang Taiping sighed and took the phone out from the system's storage. Immediately, a series of notification sounds started ringing one after another.
Zhang Taiping glanced at it. There were dozens of messages. These messages are all reminders that someone called him.
Among them, there were calls from Su Qiqi, as well as a somewhat unfamiliar number. This number called even more frequently than Su Qiqi, with 2/3 of the messages related to this unknown number.
Whose phone number is this? Su Qiqi calling him was something he had expected. But apart from Su Qiqi, who else would call him? And who would call even more than Su Qiqi? Could it be the minister or the hall master?
The matter of him letting Su Qiqi take the blame wouldn't be revealed by Su Qiqi to others, but whether she would tell Qin Zhan and Chao Shan is uncertain. If Su Qiqi told Qin Zhan and Chao Shan about taking the blame for him, then the unfamiliar number calling him so many times could be explained.
Ring ring, ring ring.
Zhang Taiping looked at his phone, and the number displayed was the same one that had called him many times.
After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Taiping answered the call.
Immediately, Qin Zhan's voice came through the phone.
Xiao Jiang, it's Qin Zhan. I've called you so many times, and I finally got through.
Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched sharply a few times. This unfamiliar number was Qin Zhan's. His judgment was correct. Su Qiqi must have told Qin Zhan about taking the blame for him, otherwise, Qin Zhan wouldn't have called him so many times.
Minister, my phone ran out of battery. I just charged it and turned it on,
Zhang Taiping said without blushing or gasping for breath.
Qin Zhan didn't expose Zhang Taiping and asked, Xiao Jiang, where are you now?
Zhang Taiping thought for a moment and said, Minister, I'm at home.
I didn't sleep all night last night. After the mission ended, I went to grab something to eat.
I originally planned to return to the branch, but since it's a bit far, I decided to come home and sleep.
At home, huh? Qin Zhan said, I need to talk to you about something. Should I come to your house to find you, or will you come to the division? Minister, I'll come to the division,
Zhang Taiping said decisively.
He wasn't at home at the moment, and if Qin Zhan went to his house, wouldn't that expose him? Alright, I'll wait for you at the division. Come find me directly when you arrive, Qin Zhan said. Okay, Minister, I'm heading over right now.
Hanging up the phone, Zhang Taiping took out the Emperor's steed and helmet, then headed to the Jian branch.
Nightwalker Jian branch, 18th floor.
A figure rushed out of the elevator and quickly headed toward Qin Zhan's office. This figure was none other than Su Qiqi. Seeing that Qin Zhan's office door was open, she walked straight in and began searching for Zhang Taiping's figure. But after scanning the entire office, she only saw Qin Zhan and Xiao Shan, with no sign of Zhang Taiping. Minister, didn't you say Zhang Taiping would be here soon? Where is he? Su Qiqi asked. Qiqi, I said he would be here soon, but I didn't say he was already here. Qin Zhan said helplessly, look at how anxious you are.
He's on his way right now. Just sit down and wait.
Su Qiqi stuck out her little tongue awkwardly and sat down on the sofa. Qiqi, when that kid comes later, don't scare him off.
Qin Zhan reminded.
Oh, Su Qiqi responded. Qin Zhan didn't say anything more and waited with Xiao Shan and Su Qiqi for Zhang Taiping to arrive.
After about 10 minutes, Zhang Taiping arrived at the door of Qin Zhan's office.
Seeing Su Qiqi was also there, Zhang Taiping felt a bit guilty, but since he was already here, he braced himself and walked in.
Minister, Hall Master, Captain.
Zhang Taiping greeted Qin Zhan, Xiao Shan, and Su Qiqi.
Xiao Jiang is here. Have a seat.
Qin Zhan said with a smile. Zhang Taiping sat down on the sofa, deliberately keeping some distance from Su Qiqi.
Seeing this, Su Qiqi said irritably, Zhang Taiping, why are you sitting so far away? Feeling guilty? All that advice wasted. Qin Zhan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit helpless. Qiqi, have you forgotten what I told you? Su Qiqi glared at Zhang Taiping and said nothing more. Qin Zhan looked at Zhang Taiping and said, I heard from Qiqi that you saved him and even killed 8 alien beasts in one move?
Yes,
Minister. Zhang Taiping did not deny it. Since Su Qiqi had already sold him out, denying it would be pointless. Xiao Jiang, can you tell us how you discovered that shadow snake? Qin Zhan asked.
Minister, I felt there was danger over there, so to be cautious, I threw a knife in that direction.
Unexpectedly, it hit the shadow snake's head and blew it up.
Zhang Taiping explained.
Qin Zhan nodded.
Not long ago, when the Demon Hunting Team 9 was sweeping through an otherworldly cult's hideout, Zhang Taiping had already demonstrated his terrifying sense of danger. It was precisely because Zhang Taiping sensed the danger in advance that the team avoided the catastrophic outcome of total annihilation.
Xiao Jiang, can you tell us how you managed to kill 8 exotic beasts in one move? Qin Zhan asked again.
Zhang Taiping thought for a moment. Minister, it's just that my throwing knives are a bit more accurate. Qin Zhan and Xiao Shan were momentarily stunned. 8 exotic beasts, each hit directly in the head. Can that really be called just a bit more accurate? Host,
Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Boundary, E-level.
Also, the lowest cultivation level among the 8 exotic beasts is 7-star E-level.
Do you think you can just aim a little better and get a headshot? Su Qiqi was no exception.
Although she had long anticipated that Zhang Taiping wouldn't tell the truth, she still couldn't help but be stunned when she heard him say that. Qin Zhan coughed a few times and said, Xiao Jiang, E-level exotic beasts aren't something you can just headshot by throwing a knife a little more accurately.
The minister's words make a lot of sense.
Zhang Taiping nodded and added, and throw it faster, so they don't have time to react. Qin Zhan and Xiao Shan were once again stunned.
Is this really a matter of being faster? Who the heck can just be more accurate or faster and blow up the head of an E-level mutant beast?
At this moment, they finally realized that Zhang Taiping was trying to find a way to brush them off. Su Qiqi looked up at the ceiling, trying hard not to let her tears turn into laughter.
Start the lottery, consuming 2 intermediate lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating.
At this moment, she deeply understood what Zhao Lijuan had said. She now had a companion who shared her feelings. However, this time it wasn't because of shock, but because she was being fooled by Zhang Taiping.
She just wanted to laugh, but honestly, she really wanted to give Zhang Taiping a good beating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Ding.
Qin Zhan coughed a few more times, trying hard to suppress the urge to beat up Zhang Taiping.
He didn't continue pursuing the previous question but instead changed the topic. Xiao Jiang, what's your cultivation level now? Ding. Yesterday, the captain said I'm at a 5-star F-level cultivation.
I feel like my vitality has increased a bit, so I should be at 6-star F-level now, right?
Zhang Taiping wasn't too sure because determining one's cultivation level required testing with obsidian. Thank you for participating. Xiao Jiang, I'm asking about your true cultivation level. Qin Zhan reminded him.
When Zhang Taiping entered, he immediately noticed that Zhang Taiping had a 6-star F-level cultivation, but he believed this was just Zhang Taiping's surface cultivation, or rather, cultivation concealed through some means.
Minister, I don't understand what you mean. What I said is my true cultivation.
Zhang Taiping's face was full of confusion, and his eyes were very clear. The corners of Qin Zhan's mouth twitched violently a few times. A 6-star F-level cultivation can slash the head of a 7-star E-level or higher cultivation beast in one strike? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think the head of a 7-star E-level or higher cultivation beast is made of tofu dregs? Damn it, you're lying through your teeth, yet your gaze is still so clear. Qin Zhan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Shan, found Xiao Shan's face full of speechlessness, his old face completely red, clearly holding back quite a bit, then turned to look at Su Qiqi, found Su Qiqi looking up at the ceiling, her pretty face also flushed bright red. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zhan said, Qiqi, how about you say a few words? Su Qiqi was stunned for
for a moment. Wasn't she told not to speak? Why was she being asked to speak now? Minister, are you really letting me say a few words? Su Qiqi asked. If you don't want to speak, then forget it, Xinjiang said. Not only were Chao Shan and Su Qiqi feeling stifled, but he was also feeling stifled inside. Jiang Taiping was fooling them like they were idiots, and he really wanted to give this little rascal a good beating. But constrained by his position as the minister, he couldn't make a move himself and could only let Su Qiqi handle it. Of course I want to. Su Qiqi was afraid Xinjiang might change his mind. She glared at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping, the ironclad facts are right in front of you, and you're still being stubborn? Hurry up and tell us, what is your true cultivation level? Captain, everything I said is true. You can sense my cultivation level too, Jiang Taiping said with a face full of grievance. Ha ha ha, Su Qiqi was feeling a bit frantic. This scoundrel was certain they couldn't see through his disguise and was determined to hold out to the end. Jiang Taiping, do you believe I'll beat you up? Su Qiqi threatened fiercely. Captain, hitting me won't improve my cultivation, Jiang Taiping said aggrievedly. Su Qiqi exploded with anger, screaming as she pounced toward Jiang Taiping. But before she could reach Jiang Taiping, she felt an invisible force restraining her and pressing her back onto the sofa. She turned to look at Xinjiang in confusion and asked, Minister, why are you stopping me? Talk it out, no need to get physical. Xinjiang glared at Su Qiqi, then looked at Jiang Taiping and said, Xiaojiang, there's nothing else. You didn't sleep all night yesterday, you must be exhausted. Hurry back and rest. Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment. He had already prepared himself for severe interrogation, but now they weren't going to question him? However, this was also a good thing for him. He immediately bid farewell and got up to leave. But just as he reached the door, Xinjiang's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaojiang, wait a moment. Jiang Taiping stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xinjiang. Xiaojiang, I want to have a few words with you. Xinjiang said, everyone has secrets. Nightwalkers won't forcibly delve into others' secrets. Nightwalkers are also your most solid support. As long as it's not a matter of murder or arson, for anything else, you can come to me anytime. Jiang Taiping furrowed his brows. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. He suddenly understood why Xinjiang had only asked a few simple questions before stopping. Qiqi, you should go back and rest too, Xinjiang said again. As he spoke, he released his control over Su Qiqi. A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. Su Qiqi immediately stood up, dashed to Jiang Taiping's side in a single stride, and then raised her hand to grab Jiang Taiping's ear. Follow me, Su Qiqi said fiercely, then grabbed Jiang Taiping's ear and dragged him toward the door. At that moment, Jiang Taiping's phone rang. Watching Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping leave, Xinjiang sighed and said, that girl, all my advice was wasted on her. Minister, it's just you and me here, no need to pretend. Chao Shan said speechlessly, isn't Qiqi dealing with that kid exactly what you wanted to see? Old Chao, as long as you know, why expose me? Being exposed by Chao Shan, Xinjiang wasn't embarrassed at all. Just now, he asked Su Qiqi to go back together because he wanted Su Qiqi to teach Jiang Taiping a lesson. That little rascal Jiang Taiping treated him like a fool and tricked him. He really wanted to beat Jiang Taiping up, but as a minister, it was inappropriate for him to do so due to his position. He could only rely on Su Qiqi to discipline Jiang Taiping. I see. Chao Shan didn't respond directly. Instead, he asked, Minister, are we just going to let that kid's matter slide? Old Chao, that kid has only been with the Nightwalkers for a few days. Maybe he doesn't trust us yet. Xinjiang said, it might not necessarily be that he doesn't trust us, but rather that his life experiences have shaped him into a low-key and cautious person. It's clear he doesn't want to talk about it, and pressing further would be forcing him against his will. Besides, Nightwalkers never ask about someone's background or origins, they only care about their character. That kid is ruthless when it comes to killing exotic beasts and interdimensional invaders, which is enough to prove his character is not an issue. There's no need for us to cling to his secrets. Chao Shan nodded and said worriedly, Minister, I'm a bit concerned that Qiqi might have gone too far. That girl looks gentle and charming, but in reality, her temper is extremely fiery. Sometimes I wonder what kind of man could possibly tame her. Old Chao, you're overthinking it. Xinjiang laughed and said, Qiqi has a fiery temper, but she's not a reckless person. She's just a bit annoyed that the kid tricked her and flattered her insincerely. In fact, she's still quite willing to take the blame for him. If that weren't the case, why would she so decisively say to let the kid continue hiding? So at most, she'll vent her frustration a little, but she won't go too far, and she certainly won't do anything to him. Chao Shan thought for a moment, Minister, hearing you say that, it really does seem to be the case. What do you mean seems? It obviously is. Xinjiang continued, as for which man can handle that girl? I think that kid can. Minister, are you sure you're not joking? Chao Shan said speechlessly, that kid was just dragged away by Qiqi, pulling his ear. Old Chao, don't be fooled by appearances. Xinjiang said, I once witnessed that kid suppressing an E-level cultivator from another world in a fight. The otherworldly cultivator couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. You also heard Zhao Lijuan say that even the 7-star E-level nether cat couldn't touch that kid's hem. From this, you can see how fast that kid's reaction speed is. Do you think someone with such quick reflexes reflexes would be easily caught by Chi-Chi by the ear? Chao Shan was stunned for a moment. Minister, are you saying that kid deliberately let Chi-Chi grab his ear? That's right. Xinjiang sighed and said, that kid dares to talk back to us, which shows his determination is quite strong. Moreover, he's very clever. He knew he had angered Chi-Chi, so he deliberately let Chi-Chi catch him, allowing her to vent her anger and thus resolve the matter. According to what you're saying, that kid is just a little silver coin. Chao Shan sighed and added, but even so, it doesn't prove that kid can handle Chi-Chi. Indeed, this matter alone can't prove it, but what if Chi-Chi is very interested in that kid? Xinjiang asked. Concerned? Chao Shan was stunned again. Yes, concerned. Xinjiang asked, haven't you noticed that Chi-Chi is very concerned about that boy? Seems like it. Chao Shan nodded. Su Chi-Chi heard that Zhang Taiping was coming back and she came rushing over. She was even willing to take the blame for Zhang Taiping and constantly protected him. This can't simply be explained as a captain protecting a team member. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes, and there are countless tales of romance born from being rescued. Xinjiang sighed. No one can be subdued because they haven't met the right person. If they meet the right one, even steel can turn into soft silk and demons can reform their ways. Let alone someone who's just a bit hot-tempered. Take yourself as an example. Your temper isn't much better than Chi-Chi's, and you're even a bit stubborn. But when it comes to your significant other, aren't you at their beck and call? They tell you to go east and you wouldn't dare go west. They tell you to sit and you wouldn't dare stand. Chao Shan's old face turned red. Minister, we're talking about Chi-Chi here. Can we not drag me into this? I'm just using facts to tell you. You're overthinking it. Xinjiang said. Chao Shan felt a bit awkward and changed the subject. Minister, you have to admit, Chi-Chi is beautiful and has monstrous talent in cultivation. That guy is very handsome, and his cultivation talent must also be extraordinary. The two of them standing together are a perfect golden couple. Stay out of this matter. Don't let your good intentions backfire. It's better to let things take their natural course. Xinjiang reminded. Xiao Jiang. Minister, I was just saying, I never thought of getting involved. Chao Shan shook his head. Just as Xinjiang said, Su Chi-Chi never intended to do anything to Zhang Taiping, and Xinjiang might have even overthought it. As soon as they entered the elevator, Su Chi-Chi let go of Zhang Taiping's ear. Zhang Taiping was somewhat surprised. Just as Xinjiang said, he deliberately let Su Chi-Chi grab his ear to help her vent and resolve the matter. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as they entered the elevator, Su Chi-Chi let go of his ear and even regained her composure. Captain, you're not angry anymore? Zhang Taiping asked timidly. I was quite angry before, Su Chi-Chi said, but once I figured it out, I wasn't angry anymore. Zhang Taiping let out a long sigh of relief and asked in confusion, if you're not angry anymore, then why are you still pulling my ear? Putting on a show for the minister and the hall master. Su Chi-Chi explained, you treated the minister and the hall master like fools and tricked them. They couldn't beat you up themselves because of their status, so they wanted to use me to deal with you. Shouldn't I cooperate a little to help them vent their anger? He originally thought his acting skills were pretty good, but now it seems Su Chi-Chi's acting was not inferior to his at all. Only because the minister is broad-minded, otherwise you'd be beaten to death. Ahem. Su Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at Zhang Taiping and then asked, have those exotic beast corpses been sold? Not yet. Zhang Taiping shook his head. After the mission ended, he ran to the demon hunting garden, then came back to be interrogated. He hasn't had the chance to sell it yet. Where is it? Take me there, and I'll help you sell it, Su Chi-Chi said. Zhang Taiping was stunned for a moment. He could sell it himself, so why would he need Su Chi-Chi's help? What are you ing about? Su Chi-Chi said irritably, you're throwing the blame on me. If you go sell it, won't you expose yourself? Captain, I'm not that stupid. Ahem. Zhang Taiping was somewhat speechless. How could someone as cautious as him not consider this issue? I know you're not that foolish, but it's more appropriate for me to sell it, Su Chi-Chi said. Zhang Taiping nodded. He had originally planned to wear a large black robe to conceal his identity and sell the exotic beast's corpse at the Jian Chamber of Commerce. Although this might arouse some suspicion, as long as no one knew it was him, it would be fine. However, if Su Chi-Chi went to sell it, there wouldn't even be any suspicion. Hurry up and tell me where the exotic beast's corpse is, Su Chi-Chi urged. It's in an abandoned factory not far behind my house, Zhang Taiping said. He couldn't say that the exotic beast's corpse was in the system warehouse, so he had to pick a relatively suitable location. Alright, we're at the underground parking lot. Let's go, Su Chi-Chi said. Zhang Taiping was stunned again. He hadn't even noticed that the elevator didn't stop on the 9th floor, and Su Chi-Chi took him straight to the underground parking lot. Clearly, she had already planned to help him sell those exotic beast corpses. Entering the underground parking lot, Su Chi-Chi stopped in front of a large truck. Get in, Su Chi-Chi called out to Zhang Taiping and then got on the big truck. Zhang Taiping was a bit surprised. Su Chi-Chi had even prepared the transportation. How thoughtful. After getting on the big truck, Su Chi-Chi drove out of the underground garage and headed to Zhang Taiping's home. Hey, there's something I need to tell you, Su Chi-Chi said. Only I, the minister, the hall master, and B358 know about your matter. We won't disclose it to the outside. You can continue to hide it. Don't argue with me, or it will make me feel like you're insulting my intelligence. Captain, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when we arrive. Jiang Taiping didn't argue or respond, directly changing the subject. Su Qiqi was speechless. This bastard is sleeping again? However, seeing that Jiang Taiping didn't argue with her, she said nothing more. Not long after, Su Qiqi drove a large truck to the entrance of the abandoned factory not far behind Jiang Taiping's house. Waking Jiang Taiping up, Su Qiqi said, "Where is it hidden? I'll go with you to move it." "Captain, you wait here, I'll handle it myself." Jiang Taiping decisively refused, then jumped off the big truck before Su Qiqi could speak and headed toward the abandoned factory. He still needed to retrieve the corpse of the exotic beast from the system warehouse. If Su Qiqi followed him, wouldn't his secret be exposed? Su Qiqi didn't think much of it and quietly sat in the big truck. But she waited and waited for a full 10 minutes, yet Jiang Taiping still hadn't come out. Feeling a bit impatient, Su Qiqi jumped off the truck and walked toward the abandoned factory. As soon as she entered the abandoned factory, she saw Jiang Taiping sneaking around under the window of a workshop. "Jiang!" Su Qiqi opened her mouth to call out, but before she could finish, she saw Jiang Taiping make a silencing gesture toward her. Seeing this, Su Qiqi hurriedly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and cautiously walked toward Jiang Taiping. Approaching Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi asked softly, "What are you doing?" "Listen, it seems to be a lecture by interdimensional travelers," Jiang Taiping said. Su Qiqi was a bit puzzled. What kind of lecture by interdimensional travelers? But she still immediately perked up her ears to listen. The soundproofing of the factory is quite good. She couldn't hear very clearly but caught a few passionate and stirring words. "Do you want to live a mediocre life? Do you want to become fodder for the beasts? Do you want to become cultivators? Join us. We can make you practitioners. We can provide you with endless cultivation resources. We can also help you become friends with exotic beasts." "Captain, doesn't this look like a lecture for otherworldly wanderers?" Jiang Taiping asked in a low voice. "What lecture for otherworldly wanderers?" "Clearly, it's the otherworldly wanderers enticing people to join them." Su Qiqi rolled her eyes. The first few sentences sounded quite normal, but the last sentence seemed a bit off. After all, who would seriously be friends with exotic beasts? There's a generation gap. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. In his previous life, some pyramid schemes organized various seminars to entice others into joining. The otherworldly wanderers also used this method to entice others to join. "Isn't this just an otherworldly wanderer lecture? Aren't you very sensitive to danger?" Su Qiqi asked. "Did you sense any danger inside?" "I didn't sense any danger." Jiang Taiping shook his head. With the perception of observation hockey, he clearly saw that there were dozens of people in the factory, but only one of them had cultivation, and it was just F level. That level of cultivation wasn't even enough to withstand a single slap from him or Su Qiqi. "Then what are we waiting for? Rush in and stop them," Su Qiqi said. "Shouldn't we listen a bit more?" Jiang Taiping said. "We might overhear something useful." "You're overthinking it," Su Qiqi explained. "I've caught a few of these people before. They're the lowest level of interdimensional wanderers and know absolutely nothing. Even if they do know something, once you catch them and interrogate them, they'll spill everything." Jiang Taiping sighed. It was his first time encountering such a situation. He had no experience. "Let's go, charge with me." Su Qiqi said this and walked toward the factory door, with Jiang Taiping following closely behind. Reaching the factory door, Su Qiqi lifted her foot and kicked the large iron door of the factory. A dull thud was heard as the large iron door of the factory was kicked open by Su Qiqi in one blow. Right after, Su Qiqi rushed inside. "So violent." Jiang Taiping's eyelids twitched slightly as he stepped forward to follow Su Qiqi. "Night patrol on duty. Everyone raise your hands, hold your heads, and squat down properly," Su Qiqi shouted loudly. Jiang Taiping was momentarily stunned. "Raise your hands, and squat down with your head in your arms. Is there something wrong with what you just said?" The otherworldly wanderer, who was passionately stirring up the crowd, was startled. The audience listening was also startled. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Su Qiqi shouted again in a deep voice. "Night patrol on duty. Everyone, raise your hands, hold your heads, and squat down." Seeing that Su Qiqi hadn't realized her mistake, Jiang Taiping had to speak up to remind her. "Captain, there's a problem with what you said. If everyone raises their hands, how can they hold their heads and squat down?" Su Qiqi's pretty face flushed red. As clever as she was, how could she say something so contradictory? "You don't understand anything." Su Qiqi blushed and argued. "I said it on purpose, so they wouldn't know whether to raise their hands or crouch down with their heads covered. That way, they'd forget about running away, understand? What you said makes so much sense. If it weren't for your flushed face, I might have actually believed you." Without exposing Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping praised. "Captain, you're awesome." It might have been Su Qiqi's words escape that reminded the otherworldly intruder, as he immediately turned and ran toward the window. "You're courting death." Jiang Taiping curled his lips, casually waved his hand, and a dagger shot violently toward the otherworldly intruder. The next moment, the dagger caught up with the otherworldly wanderer, directly piercing his back and pinning him to the wall. Seeing this, Tsuchichi asked in surprise, "Why did you kill him?" "That guy had the aura of a strange beast on him. He's an otherworldly wanderer." Jiang Taiping explained briefly, then added, "Didn't you say he didn't know a thing? He was trying to run. If I didn't kill him, should I keep him around for the new year?" Tsuchichi nodded and looked at the people inside the factory, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, hold your heads and squat down properly." Upon hearing this, the people inside the factory hurriedly held their heads and squatted down, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. After all, they had witnessed Jiang Taiping kill that interdimensional fugitive with their own eyes and didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Isn't it good to be a decent person? Why insist on being an interdimensional fugitive? Tsuchichi said coldly, "See that? That's the fate of being a traitor to another world." Everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, each lowering their heads, not daring to make a sound. Some timid ones were so frightened that they fell to the ground on their bottoms. "You, go tie them up." Tsuchichi looked at Jiang Taiping and said, "I'll go bring the car in. If anyone dares to run, kill them on the spot." "All right, Captain." Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. Jiang Taiping responded and walked toward the crowd. With no rope available, he took off everyone's clothes, tore them into strips, tied them together, and then bound the crowd like dumplings. At this moment, Tsuchichi had already driven the truck over. "You go retrieve the exotic beast corpses. I'll carry them to the truck," Tsuchichi said. Jiang Taiping nodded, pulled out the dagger that had killed the otherworldly intruder, walked out of the factory, and headed deeper into the abandoned plant. Tsuchichi, on the other hand, grabbed one person in each hand and carried the group, tied up like dumplings, to the front of the truck. This time, Tsuchichi didn't have to wait long before seeing Jiang Taiping dragging out the corpses of 10 exotic beasts. "Captain, what should we do with these guys?" Jiang Taiping asked. "Don't they want to be friends with the beasts? Just put them together with the beasts," Tsuchichi said. "Got it," Jiang Taiping responded, threw the 10 beasts onto the truck and then tossed the group of people tied up like dumplings onto the truck as well. These people are all ordinary individuals. Upon seeing the corpse of the exotic beast, each of them turned pale with fright. Tsuchichi and Jiang Taiping ignored the terrified crowd and drove the truck toward the Jian Chamber of Commerce. "Ha, TSK, Jiang Taiping, you truly are a lucky charm," Tsuchichi exclaimed. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Taiping asked, somewhat puzzled. "Think about it," Tsuchichi explained. "You hid the corpse of the exotic beast here, and when you came to retrieve it, you just happened to encounter the otherworldly wanderer deceiving others. Isn't that a stroke of luck?" "It really does seem like it." Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment, a strange expression appearing on his face. If Tsuchichi knew this was something he said casually, she would probably believe even more that he was a lucky charm, right? However, it can't be said that he spoke casually. He mentioned this place because it was more suitable for hiding the corpse of a strange beast. "Give you a little color, and you start to shine." Tsuchichi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was a bit speechless. Tsuchichi called him a lucky charm, and he casually responded, but how did that make him shine? Could it be that he had to refute Tsuchichi, saying that Tsuchichi was wrong and that he wasn't a lucky charm? Sigh, women are really hard to please. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's true. No wonder so many people say women are all mouth. No matter the situation, they always have something to say. It really is true. As they were about to arrive at the Jian Chamber of Commerce, Tsuchichi made a phone call to the Jian Chamber of Commerce. When they arrived, the staff of the Jian Chamber of Commerce were already waiting in the square in front of the chamber. "Get in the car and take a look," Tsuchichi said. "All right, Captain Su." The staff of Jian Trading Company responded and climbed onto the truck to check. Moments later, he jumped off the truck again, his face full of odd expressions, and said, "Captain Su, we don't take people." "What are you thinking?" Tsuchichi said speechlessly. "Those guys were caught when we retrieved the exotic beast corpses, so we brought them along." The staff member suddenly realized and said, "Captain Su, 2 7-star E-level beasts, 6 8-star E-level beasts, and 2 9-star E-level beasts, a total of 18 million. Jiang Taiping's eyes widened instantly. 10 beasts sold for 18 million, averaging 1.8 million each. How valuable is that? Tsuchichi, however, was not surprised at all. This wasn't her first time selling exotic beast corpses. The money for the Ferrari and high-grade vitality pills was earned by selling exotic beast corpses. "All right, transfer the money to my account," Tsuchichi said. "Captain Su, please wait a moment." The staff member responded, took out their phone, and made a call. Soon, Tsuchichi's phone received a notification about the money being credited. "Let's go." Tsuchichi called out to Jiang Taiping and boarded the big truck. Jiang Taiping followed her into the truck, and then Tsuchichi drove toward the nearby Nightwalker Jian branch. Back at the Jian branch, Tsuchichi handed over the captured individuals to the intelligence hall and then drove the car to the underground garage. "I'll transfer the money from selling the exotic beast corpses to you." As Tsuchichi spoke, she took out her phone and transferred the money to Jiang Taiping. Seeing the string of zeros in the message, Jiang Taiping almost started drooling. A few days ago, he was exhausted like a dog just to survive, working 3 jobs every day and toiling until late at night. In just a few days, he had successively become a millionaire and then a multi-millionaire. Captain, are exotic beasts really this valuable? Zhang Taiping asked in astonishment. Earlier, he had thought that the corpses of 10 exotic beasts could fetch a few $100,000 at best. But what he didn't expect was that it sold for 18 million, which was dozens of times his initial expectation. If it doesn't make money, then where does my money come from? Suchichi explained, the corpse of an E-level exotic beast has a chance to extract high-grade chi and blood pills, and can also yield some mid-grade and low-grade chi and blood pills. The higher the cultivation level, the more mid-grade and low-grade chi and blood pills can be extracted. If high-grade chi and blood pills are not extracted, then more mid-grade and low-grade chi and blood pills can be obtained. This is also the reason why high-grade chi and blood pills are scarce, so the price of E-level exotic beast corpses starts at millions. Zhang Taiping suddenly realized and exclaimed, all that effort tonight wasn't in vain. We become millionaires. Su Chichi rolled her eyes. At this moment, Zhang Taiping looked every bit like a nouveau riche. She was silent for a moment before asking, Zhang Taiping, you killed Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei, didn't you? Zhang Taiping's gaze slightly tightened, but quickly returned to normal. He had long realized that Su Chichi was suspicious, but what he hadn't expected was that Su Chichi would ask so directly. Captain, why would you think I did the killing? Zhang Taiping asked in return. Too many suspicious points. Su Chichi explained, the search area of Demon Hunting Team 8 is more than 10 miles away from the street you were searching. Why would Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei appear on the street you were searching? I did consider that the two of them might have come to rescue me after hearing my call for help, but I think this possibility is unlikely. It's not that I'm judging her with suspicion, but I have plenty of evidence. First, Zhang Manor is narrow-minded and sees me as an enemy. It's highly unlikely she would save me. Second, Zhang Manor was far away from me, so it's impossible for her to hear my call for help. Thirdly, she claimed to have come to rescue me. From the moment I called for help to when I arrived at your place, there wasn't much time. She couldn't possibly have traveled dozens of miles in such a short period, which means she was already heading to your place beforehand. Also, when I clearly stated the cultivation level of the beast, why would she bring Zhang Junfei along? Was it to send him to his death? Fourthly, if she came to rescue me, why didn't she call for help when faced with danger? A shadow serpent and two people, there's no way they wouldn't have had time to call for help. Yet, in reality, they didn't call for help. I've thought it over and can only come to one conclusion. The two of them were up to something shady and didn't dare to call for help. At that time, I thought of a possibility. Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei were coming for you. It's just that I was a bit puzzled at the time. The search arrangements of Demon Hunter Team 9 were only known to its members. How did Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei accurately find the street you were searching? After the mission ended, I asked the members of Demon Hunter Team 9. One of them mentioned encountering Zhang Manor before the mission. Zhang Manor had inquired about our search arrangements, and thinking it was no big deal, he casually mentioned it. This explains how Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei were able to accurately locate the street you were searching, and it confirms my judgment. The two of them were indeed coming for you, and with your strength, killing them would be no difficult task. What's going on? Zhang Taiping couldn't help but smile wryly. Su Chichi, this girl is truly too clever. Even though she clearly saw nothing, she managed to deduce everything accurately based on some subtle clues. Captain, there's still one thing you haven't explained, the shadow snake that bit them to death. Zhang Taiping said, you're testing me, aren't you? Su Chichi rolled her eyes at Zhang Taiping and said, I've seen that shadow snake. It's not the one you killed when you saved me, but that's easy to explain. Before that, you had already killed a shadow snake. By the way, I'm starting to suspect that you deliberately asked me how many stealthy beasts were mentioned in the intelligence provided by the information hall. If I'm not mistaken, that shadow snake was killed before I came to find you, right? Zhang Taiping was stunned for a moment. This girl had even figured that out. Taiping, I'm certain they came to kill you, and the reason isn't hard to guess. Su Chichi continued, during the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, you made them lose face, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is that they want to pin the blame on me for failing to protect my teammates, so they can compete for the position of team captain. This girl truly has a mind as sharp as a needle. No wonder my acting is so good, yet I still can't fool this girl. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but sigh silently a few times. Taiping, I understand that you didn't want to expose your strength, so you disguised their deaths as if they were bitten by shadow snakes. But by doing so, you're also helping them cover up their despicable acts of scheming against and assassinating their colleagues. Su Chichi paused for a moment, then said coldly, people as vile and shameless as them don't deserve to be honored by the world under the name of dying in battle. They are unworthy of being listed alongside those heroes who truly died in battle. Captain, the dead are gone, let it go. Zhang Taiping sighed, they were bitten to death by the shadow snake. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Su Chichi nodded. Taiping, the vast majority of Nightwalkers are good people. Someone like Zhang Manor is just an exception. These things are unavoidable. I hope you won't develop a bad impression of Nightwalkers because of this. Captain, I understand. Zhang Taiping smiled and said, B358 is pretty good. When I went to save her, she even blocked the alien beast and told me to leave first. Upon hearing this, Su Chichi immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Before this,
this, she was somewhat worried that Zhang Taiping might develop a negative opinion of the Nightwalkers because of Zhang Manor. Now it seems she was overthinking it. Zhang Taiping's maturity far exceeded her expectations.
Taiping, I will give you an explanation for this matter, Su Qiqi said. Captain, I'm fine. What explanation do you want? Zhang Taiping asked in confusion. Whether you want to or not is your business, Su Qiqi said. But only I can bully my team members, no one else can. What does it mean that only I can bully my team members? If it weren't for this sentence, he would have been very moved, but with this sentence, he couldn't feel moved at all. Assassinating my team members, this matter cannot be let go just like that. Taiping, my mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me. You don't need to worry either. I won't make this matter known to everyone. Go back and rest. Su Qiqi said this as she opened the car door and jumped off the truck. Zhang Taiping felt a bit of a headache. Su Qiqi spoke so resolutely that it wasn't something he could persuade her out of. Captain, what are you going to do? Zhang Taiping asked. I'll go to the minister to demand an explanation, Su Qiqi said without looking back. Sigh. Zhang Taiping sighed again. He understood that Su Qiqi was doing this to prevent him from being wronged, but he had already killed Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei and truly didn't feel he had been wronged. After a brief thought, he took out his phone and sent Su Qiqi a file. At this moment, Su Qiqi had already entered the elevator. Hearing her phone ring, Su Qiqi took it out and glanced at it, a hint of confusion appearing on her pretty face. Why was Zhang Taiping sending her a message? Puzzled, she opened the message and saw an audio file inside. She opened the file and listened carefully with it by her ear. After a moment, she put away her phone and slipped it into her pocket. This guy is really quite insidious. No, I should say truly clever. Su Qiqi muttered to herself, stepped out of the elevator, and headed straight to Qin Zhan's office. Arriving at the door of Qin Zhan's office, Su Qiqi didn't knock but directly pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Su Qiqi, both Qin Zhan and Chao Shan, who were sitting in the office, were stunned. In the past, Su Qiqi would always knock when she came, so why didn't she knock today and just walk straight in? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Su Qiqi had a dark expression, looking as if she wanted to kill someone. What was going on? Qiqi, did that guy offend you? Qin Zhan asked. Su Qiqi said in a deep voice, Minister, I am here to seek justice for Zhang Taiping. Qin Zhan and Chao Shan were both stunned at the same time. Zhang Taiping fooled them like they were idiots. It's already quite good that they didn't cause trouble for him. Su Qiqi actually came to seek justice for Zhang Taiping? Qiqi, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Qin Zhan asked. I'm sure I didn't misspeak. Su Qiqi nodded and said, Minister, Hallmaster, last night the search area for Demon Hunting Team 9 was near Jian No. 1 High School, while the search area for Demon Hunting Team 8 was around Pingan Street. How far is Pingan Street from Jian No. 1 High School? Qin Zhan frowned. He had felt in the morning that Su Qiqi was withholding something. Now, seeing her storm in angrily and mention Demon Hunting Team 8, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. Old Chow, was Demon Hunting Team 8 searching around Pingan Street? Qin Zhan asked. The search arrangements were made by Chao Shan, and he was unaware of the specific search areas of the demon hunting teams. Yes, Minister. A trace of solemnity appeared on Chao Shan's face. He didn't know why Su Qiqi brought up the search areas of Demon Hunting Team 9 and Demon Hunting Team 8, but thinking of Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's deaths, he also realized something was amiss. Receiving Chao Shan's confirmation, Qin Zhan said in a deep voice, Qiqi, go on. Minister, the street where Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei's bodies were found is the street Zhang Taiping was searching. Su Qiqi said, Pingan Street and Jian No. 1 High School are more than 10 miles apart. Why do you think Zhang Manor and Zhang Zhanfei abandoned their posts and appeared on the street Zhang Taiping was searching? Qin Zhan and Chao Shan's expressions suddenly froze, clearly having thought of something. Alright, Qiqi, stop keeping us in suspense and say it all at once, Qin Zhan said seriously. Su Qiqi repeated what she had said to Zhang Taiping. After listening to Su Qiqi, Qin Zhan and Chao Shan both looked grim. They were not fools. Although Su Qiqi's words were merely speculation, they were closely connected and very likely the truth. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhan said, Qiqi, what you said makes a lot of sense, and I also agree with your judgment. But this is just your speculation and my intuition. Do you have concrete evidence? I do. Su Qiqi took out her phone, opened the audio file sent by Zhang Taiping, and turned up the volume. Immediately, voices began to emanate from the phone. Speak. Why did you ambush me, and even try to kill me? Bang. Zhang Taiping, you'd better let me go, or I'll make you wish for life but find death impossible. Well, of course, you still have a backup plan waiting for me. Captain Zhang Manor, this guy is already under my foot. How much longer are you planning to hide? Sis, save me. Captain Zhang Manor, it's just me here. Captain Su isn't around. What's the rush? Why don't you explain why you abandoned your post and came here to kill me? Because I participated in the Demon Hunter Hall assessment, causing you and the guy under my feet to lose face? Because you want to compete with Su Qiqi for the captain position? You want to kill me and pin the blame on Su Qiqi for failing to protect her teammates? You make it sound like I wouldn't kill you if I didn't know anything. Good that you know. Today you're doomed. As the audio played, Qin Zhan and Chao Shan's expressions grew
grew increasingly grim. Before this, they all highly regarded Tsuchichi's judgment, but they still held on to a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps the reality wasn't as Tsuchichi had speculated. However, the dialogue in the audio completely extinguished the last shred of hope in their hearts and confirmed the fact that Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei had abandoned their posts, attempted to assassinate Zhang Taiping, and intended to pin the blame on Tsuchichi for failing to protect her teammates.
After a moment of silence, Xinjiang asked, Chichi, what kind of justice do you seek? Minister, the 10 exotic beasts from last night were all killed by Zhang Taiping. He also saved me and B358. I said he made a great contribution. No problem with that, right? Tsuchichi asked. No problem. Xinjiang nodded.
Zhang Taiping made a great contribution but was still schemed against. Tsuchichi said, fortunately, he is very strong.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei who died, but him.
He didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Nightwalkers, so he didn't hold Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei accountable.
But can we pretend not to know? Impossible. Xinjiang nodded again.
Yes, we cannot let those who have contributed feel disheartened, so I must seek justice for him in 2 ways.
Tsuchichi said, the first justice, Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei cannot be buried under the name of dying in battle, nor can they be buried in Night Garden. She does not have that qualification, otherwise, it would be an insult to Night Garden.
Xinjiang agreed decisively. The Night Garden is a cemetery specifically for burying nocturnal warriors who died in battle. Originally, he planned to bury Zhang Manor and Zhang Junfei in the Night Garden, but after confirming their assassination attempt on Zhang Taiping, he changed his mind.
Otherwise, as Tsuchichi said, it would be an insult to the Night Garden. The second justice. Tsuchichi continued, Zhang Taiping has made contributions and suffered grievances. Shouldn't he be given some compensation? I understand.
Xinjiang suddenly realized, Chichi, you're asking that guy for benefits.
Tsuchichi's pretty face turned red as she corrected, Minister, it's not benefits, it's compensation. Isn't benefits and compensation the same thing? Xinjiang asked.
Tsuchichi argued, asking for benefits makes it seem like I'm being unreasonable, but asking for compensation is different.
Stop nitpicking my words.
Xinjiang glared at Tsuchichi irritably and said, compensate that kid with 2 high-grade chi and blood pills.
Minister, Zhang Taiping made such a great contribution and almost got killed, and you're only compensating him with 2 chi and blood pills? Tsuchichi questioned, is his life only worth 2 high-grade vitality pills? Or are you just being stingy?
Xinjiang's face darkened, and he said grimly, I misspoke earlier.
You're not here to ask for benefits for that kid. You're here to extort me. 5 high-grade vitality pills, no more. Zhang Taiping was stunned. Tsuchichi thought for a moment. Deal. Take them and get lost.
Xinjiang took a bottle out of his pocket and tossed it to Tsuchichi. The next moment, as if he had thought of something, he added, by the way, pass a message to that kid.
That's true. I see. Zhang Taiping was stunned. Not. Alright. TSK. Already trampled underfoot, yet still daring to spout such arrogant words. You don't have to say it. Let me guess. Zhang Taiping, the more you know, the more you deserve to die. Looks like I guessed right.
It was my sister. No, it was Zhang Manor who instructed me to kill you.
Don't listen to her nonsense. She bewitched me.
Really? I came because I was bewitched by her.
Please spare my life. Just let me go like a fart. I promise I won't dare to do it again, and I'll follow your lead from now on.
When a person dies, all matters come to an end.
I won't argue with you anymore.
I'm doing this not only to conceal my true strength but also to leave you some dignity. After all, Zhang Manor, you have also killed quite a few interdimensional wanderers, and that is an undeniable fact.
But that's not the point. The point is, I don't want you to tarnish the reputation of the Nightwalkers. Alright, how can it be the same?